Yo, yo, check, testing, watch it. Trust me, it's G Block in the building. Yeah, bad settings. Yeah, we got British Empire and Trow. Plus, we picking up a little bit of a late night discussion from last night. Yeah, you got me. Yeah. We just waiting for the people them to roll up, right? Yeah. All right. One sec. You know how we do. Yeah, man. Bad man settings. Trust me. You say Mr. Furley, yeah? Bring it to the early. Yeah, we might have to wait till, I don't know, after dinner or something. Uh, I don't know about shit. I ain't see the, yeah, I ain't see no clear buddings around there, B. Yeah. How you undefeated, son. Yeah, man. Yeah. So all going though. What's going on? Yeah, big up Vortex. Outside, just me, big up yourself. Come on. Yeah, mate, we wanna. Right, someone's gonna have to jump on and describe how this L went or how these L's went. Yeah, That's it. Yeah, man. Somebody that's just ungrateful. You still do it. You know you shouldn't. Yeah, ganyan dirty pudding. So, see, yeah. I was someone with some boy, what the fuck do you? My grandmother would they call you Kononono, and some boy we are chat like Kononono. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yo, so you jumping in, man? You jumping in to let us know where these L's come from. As far as I know, we've only been smoking L's. Mm. Yeah, yeah. I even say, man, try to make up L's like saying, oh, if if incest is not incest, do you agree with incest? Trying to give man L's like that. No. Mm. Yeah, still no, bro. No. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We're just waiting for the people them to roll up in the building. You feel me? Yeah, old tight J's Joes, old tight Ultra Foggy, the G Blockers. You know me? Old tight the rest of the bud though. Yeah, Karen. Hey, we got Rob though still, man. Man, ain't seen Rob this week still. Yeah, I didn't see Rob this week still. He probably passed back to you when we do the religion thing again. Yeah, all sad. Yeah. I don't think this one's got anything to do with religion or science. Like, it might pass through for the L thing, innit? Like, yeah. Trust me. Oh yeah, big up Sosa, old type peace be with you. Old type renegade Wrath, my G. Yeah man. Old type Gash True Zama, old type Captain. Yeah man. My guru. You got a guru, cuz. Yeah, man. Trust me. Carrot and far right, stand alone. Yeah, me. Trust me. Yeah, man. Yeah. Trust me. Bad man, now we at bad man. Bad man. Yeah. Trust me. That's it. Yeah, man, you might get cracking me up still, man. I said the guru's missing, you know. So, see, yeah. I would say, I would type Marty McFly, Kevin. Jeez. Hey, Marty, I'm still waiting for them, that hoverboard. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Back to the Future hoverboard, G. You get me? Yeah. Yeah. Mm, yeah, man, come on. You know, we're all specialist subjects, man. Especially Islam and Christianity. If you want to chat to him about Islam and Christianity, he'll sort of chat to you all day, cuz. I don't know about the other stuff. Science, he'll chat with you all day about it. I don't know about any of this empire stuff. I never hear him talk on that still. Nah. True stories, I wasn't expecting Rob to be involved in the empire talk. I never really hear him talk on anything like that anyway. Anyway, yeah, man. Yeah, mate. Okay, all tight. Love is the law. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Road Warrior. Yeah, what's good, LB? Big up yourself. Big up, man. Big up everyone rolling through morning settings. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We got Britain and Trout still, yeah, but I keep hearing this. Ah, yeah. Robin G. plus Atheist Wikipedia. Yeah, man, boy. It, it's good to have knowledgeable people on the same side as you, man. No? Not a bad thing to have knowledgeable people on the same side as you, mate. You know what I mean? How true stories. When it comes down to religion or mainly Islam or whatnot, I've never really been bothered about it like that. So finding out all this stuff that I've learnt about it is from speakers school. And then on my end that was not really the same as the ones that gotta say that still. Yeah. True stories though, man. I have religious debates with man on the end. So if you're on the team, you're on and you're on the end, you're just on the team. Innit? Now nothing happened to Rob, man. He's still back, bro. He's still back, bro. But you know what I'm saying? Like we didn't debates on what's it called, innit, man? On religion right now. So let's go back this way, yeah. No, no. All right, yeah. So he said, no, Rob usually debates religion and shit, man. So this one's not really a religious one, man. You know, but it'll pass through, man. You get me? We were talking about the Most High again. Yeah, yeah. When we chat about the Most High again. Yeah, yeah. I had a number was I. What them say? What them say? What them say? What them say? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, don't worry, man. Trust me. Listen, you might just be happy that Rob's not on the set at the moment, innit, man? You man always buying, oh, Rob, oh, if it weren't for Rob. Rob's not here at the moment, innit, man? Come and give us some smoke and let us know what time it is. Come tell me now. If you feel say you're bad, come touch me then. If you feel say you're bad, come touch me now. Be big bad and brave, boy. Do what you want to do. Say we don't want stress. Do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. I just trace, you want trace. You say we can't come back, oh yeah. Just do what you want to do. Duffy conqueror. Say you a bulldog. Yo, just see. You said, no bulldog, no Duffy conquer. Go for your Uggies, go for your pamper. I will. Yo. What one G? You telling me?
You.
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Nada, Medea. What you saying?
Come on. Guys, I'm at that.
Are you listening, yeah? Yo.
Yo, there, man.
We might have taken the L yesterday still. I'm not even going to lie. It was my fault as well.
Wow, what did we do?
Nothing, because Shaka wrote, yeah? Real bad man, na muggle in the shots, yeah? And these times, I was like to him, because he spelled it MAGGLE. And I was like,
yeah.
And I was like, these times I thought it was model, you know. And then I think
it is model, but it's
nah, cool. You see what the L is? You see where the L is? The L is, yeah. That I thought there was another word that was specifically in patois that was spelled MAGGLE.
Oh shit!
For that
morning, lads. Morning, lads.
It's happening, son.
Morning. Straight.
You ready?
Yeah,
you ready to take some L's today? Like, yeah, ready?
Yeah, man. Smoking out. You get me? Yeah, I was smoking.
No. What are you saying? You're gonna take belly a draw?
Yeah, that would definitely be an L, fam. You won't get your money, fam.
Oh, go on, James.
Nothing, my brother. What are you telling me?
Nothing, man. What are you saying? You still looking for ways to catch me out, man? Shit. The other day talking about.
You started it, bro.
You talk about behooved when I meant to say bemused, didn't it? But I was so I was in such a rush. It just came out. You get me? But yeah, what's good though?
Yeah, man.
Wait, man. Get me. But check this though, Bank Boy. Yeah. You got Britain on trial, British Empire on trial. However you wanna see it or decide it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we ain't had none of the people that complain and say how shit Britain is, the UK shit, and you lot never do no shows about England. We ain't had not one of them come on and discuss any of the points to do with it. The only time anyone's come on, yeah, is when someone's been able to bait and switch the topic to Islam.
Yeah, they like doing that shit, man. They like doing that shit, man. Don't watch it. The British Empire, man. Like, I was speaking about this with my brethren the other day. Like, you gotta give them props, like, because they're such a small nation, and they stuck up the whole world, cuz.
Jeez, put them up. Put them up, guys. Put them up.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. If you made a skit, yeah, of the British Empire going around the world, yeah, it would be like some small midget that was hench, or a small midget that's got a massive gun.
Yeah, something like that.
No one's got those talks.
Not really.
Or like they,
hey, listen.
or like, go on.
Hey, listen, though. Sorry, I just want to say this real quick, yeah. I saw some. What was that movie? I can't remember the name. It's where they wrote Bank Job. Bank Job. You know, with my man, Transporter.
Okay.
Jason Statham.
Oh yeah.
Remember that movie, The Bank Job?
Was it that with Mike Wex? Mike Wex.
Yeah. It's mad as well because someone brought him up the other day as well. I think Terry or someone. But yeah, remember that movie? Yeah. Do you know?
He's a real dude, isn't it? He's a real don, you know. That really happened. That
Terry brought him up the other day. So like a Jamaican version of fucking thing, innit?
Yeah.
Well, not Jamaican. Caribbean, anyhow.
Trinidad or something.
Yeah, Trinidad. That's what I was going to say. Trinidad. But you see, there's a scene in that movie, yeah, the man smashed it. Like this guy's a tailor, and he's doing like an army officer's suit, and the guy, whatever the blazer or whatever you call it, yeah, jacket. And my man's like, oh, it's a bit tight. It's a bit tight over here. And he's like, yeah, no, he's like, it benefits, man. It's I can't remember. It's like it will benefit you to basically not be able to surrender. You know, one of them ones. Like the tighter it is when you put your hands above your head, the better it is. Like man, you don't want to surrender or whatever. You know, like one of them ones, yeah. And like obviously, that's one of the greatest things. You know, like that stiff upper lip, phlegmatic English gentleman, that whole sort of attitude, yeah. That's some gangster shit. And like one of the best ways to show you that is I can't remember exactly, but it was one admiral, some navy officer. Imagine like man assessed the scene of some battle, and then thought it best to retreat, regroup, and hit them again. Yeah. For that decision, man was hung, fam. Like man was court-martialed and hung for retreating on the battlefield. So you know, like when we describe Britain, like obviously the size, yeah, but attitude, you have to say man's Mike Tyson. Like you know what I'm trying to say, man might be small, but the attitude is different still. Like the attitude is different.
It's like David and Goliath. That's the way I see it, you know, like that. It's like David and Goliath. You know, what they did to the world, Britain. You know, such a small nation. Such a small nation went round and just stuck up the whole world and said, give it up. You know? So in that sense, you go give them props. You know what I'm saying? Now,
no, hold on. Sir, can I just read this real quick? Admiral John Bing, I don't know, Bing, I'm going to call him Bing, yeah, like Chandler. Admiral John Bing was a Royal Navy officer who was court-martialed and executed by firing squad. Sorry, not hung. Or hanged. You say hanged, didn't it? After joining the Navy at the age of 13, he participated in the Battle of Cape Passaro in 1718. Over the next 30 years, Bing failed to relieve a besieged British garrison during the Battle of Minorca at the beginning of the 7 Years' War. He had sailed to Minorca at the head of a hastily assembled fleet of vessels, some of which were in poor condition. He fought an inconclusive engagement with the French fleet off the Minorca coast, and then elected to return to Gibraltar to repair his ships. Upon return to Britain, Bing was court-martialed, found guilty of failing to do his utmost to prevent Minorca falling to the French, sentenced to death. After pleas for clemency were denied, he was shot dead by a firing squad on 14th of March 1757. That's gangster. That's gangster. You know what I'm saying?
I'll go on witness.
Morning, Bank Boy. Good morning, James. Good morning, Belly.
Big up with it, bro.
Yeah. I remember, Belly, you were giving that talk 2 days ago where you were talking about serfdom in Britain and Europe. Yeah, I wanted to come on because I found out surprisingly that serfdom wasn't the lowest role in the class structure in Britain in the 12th century. They actually had slavery. They had slaves, and so you could be a lord, and on your land you could have serfs, and you would also have slaves as well. Yeah, I was reading up on it. I got some research. They had slavery. Slavery was rife in 11th, 12th century England, Britain. Yeah, and of course when the Vikings
slaves of what like nationality, if you like, were they British?
Irish.
Yeah, they were British. Yeah. So the Anglo-Saxons. So you could be a Saxon lord, and you would have serfs, and you'd also have Saxon slaves as well. Yeah.
So maybe some of these far-right racist apologists are right about the first slaves in Britain being white, isn't it?
No, but in Britain, probably, yeah. But yeah, they had slaves. Of course, the Danes were coming as well. The Danes used to invade, and they used to.
Niger, we're running. We're running. Сука, иди нахуй, блядь. Ригр.
Got it. Hey, listen. I don't even know what he was saying, yeah, but man had a picture of some dick on the screen and all that, but yeah, no one didn't get to see it though. Still, so
you messed up. You messed up, Jay. Unlucky, mate.
Jay, unlucky, son. You get me? G Block still undefeated in this bitch. Jeez. Yeah,
Bess, he must be really cheesed up because back in the old days with Google Hangout, he could have just come on and done some madness and gotten away with it. StreamYard messed that up for him.
Yeah, back in the day, people used to jump on, right? Show beheading videos, jump off, and other Muslims would come and call them their brothers. Samaya. Samaya.
Right, so Veli, like, if you were given like a OBE or MBE, would you accept it?
For what? Why would they give me an OBE or MBE?
Yeah, for like, you know, your services to YouTube and that.
Our services to YouTube.
You like that one, yeah?
Yeah, I probably would accept it still.
Veli. When you're free, check out you guys check out a drama, a TV show called The Last Kingdom.
Yeah, that's a Danish. Sorry, that's a Scandinavian Viking.
Utrecht.
Yes, Utrecht of Bebenbauer. My name is Utrecht of Bebenbauer. I've been kicked out of my homeland. Yeah. Because you know why? Because you reminded me yesterday, Veli, you were talking about the Aldermans, and the Aldermans get mentioned in the Lost Kingdom.
Yeah, and like I was saying about with I think it was after William the Conqueror, a lot of those that family and whatever, they was all Danish, man. Anyway, so
yeah.
I watched that the first one, the one with Ragnar Lothbrok, and I watched that for a few seasons, but that was garbage. It just got stupid.
Really? They just did a season 4.
Season 4, yeah, I finished that. It was
you finished it.
We're talking about Vikings. You're talking about Vikings, yeah?
No, the Last Kingdom. There's Vikings, and then there's the Last Kingdom. They're based in the same era, but they're different shows.
Yeah, Vikings put me off all Viking shows.
I can understand, because Vikings almost did that for me. Then I decided to give the Last Kingdom a chance, and then I actually enjoyed it. But Vikings almost did it for me as well. It almost put me off. But the Last Kingdom should give it a go. So you finished it, Bank Boy, season 4.
Yeah, man, I finished all of it.
Wow, you didn't waste any time. I'm only on episode 6 of season 4.
Yeah, man.
Nah, it's a good damn. They have some historical stuff there. You see the slavery. You see the Christians in England using relics of the body parts of saints. You know, that gets mentioned. It's like they bring all this history. You're like, whoa, I didn't know they were doing that. Okay.
That's why, if I can cast your mind back to the Vikings. I remember watching that and thinking, that's like when I talk to people like Shakara, because I don't actually believe any of it's obviously real. I don't believe in any magical dimensions, but I see that there's far more utility in monotheism than in any type of polytheism, as evidenced by the sort of almost economical or business-like decisions they made in transitioning from polytheism to monotheism. Like what we can make, we have access to more lands, or we have whatever, no problem. That sort of just makes it seem like monotheism is just so much more of a better proposition, isn't it?
Yeah, but how do you explain the kingdoms that weren't I've forgotten the word monotheistic, like the Romans or the ancient Greeks? They had different gods, but they were powerhouses.
But at that time, conceivably, aside from the purported sort of origins or provenance of Judaism, if we remove that for a second, just for the sake of argument, then all that did exist amongst all great empires at the time was polytheism, from your Cometians to your to your ancient Greeks to your ancient Romans. They all were. So it makes sense that there was no like logical reason for them to transition toward it. And then at the introduction of monotheism, it subsumed the whole globe, isn't it? So I don't think it's not a prerequisite.
It was more of a alpha religion. Consumed the globe by invasion war, which I think is the way you have to live. I think being a peaceful, loving, intelligent person, you're just a beta male and you'll get wiped out. So you might as well be an aggressive bastard like the Mongols or the British Empire and just dominate everyone.
Are you an African spiritualist, by the way, Witness?
No, I don't follow any spiritual system. I'm willing to entertain spirituality, but I don't believe in any God. I don't believe in the Israelite God, the Christian God, the Muslim God, or the African gods or goddesses. I don't follow any of their gods. I don't believe in them. So.
I didn't know you're atheist, Witness.
I wouldn't say I'm an atheist. I do believe in poltergeists, so I guess I can't be an atheist. I never said it. I spent like ages doing research on like haunted houses and poltergeist activity, getting all kinds of documents, documentaries, camcorder footage. So I have beliefs that they are like energy, good and bad energy, but I don't follow any God. So I used to be a Christian, but don't follow that anymore. Pentecostal stuff. Yeah, but don't do it. Used to go to churches where we used to have what they called night vigils. So you go to the church 10 p.m. on a Friday night. The service finishes 5 a.m. Saturday morning. And they have deliverance, praying for people. You see a lot of people, mainly women, fainting, vomiting as they cast demons out of them. I used to do that for years. Then I stopped going to those.
Right. You know what, Witness, speaking of Pentecost, yeah? So what do you think of the speaking in tongues stuff?
I never did it. And I remember family members were always talking to the pastor to try and get me to do it. But I never did it because I just thought it was psychobabble nonsense when I was in the church.
I think it's hilarious. Honestly, you know why? Because that doesn't mean to say that I don't feel that speaking in tongues isn't real. I just feel like what they do in the Pentecostal churches, it's just basically taking a piss, because it says, when the Spirit of the Lord comes upon you, you'll be given several gifts in it, and the gift of speaking of tongues is one of those, as well as interpretation. Now, from a young age, I understood it to be something like when the Spirit comes upon you, you will be able to speak in other tongues. Like that's not your natural tongue, not necessarily like the psychobabble that they do, the shabba and all that nonsense. Yeah.
What? So you see, Belly used to go to church as well. That's why.
Yeah, me.
Yeah. Belly knows that, man. Belly knows, you know what I'm saying? But what I feel, it's like the way I took that, it was like, say English is your natural tongue, yeah? You would be, when the Spirit comes upon you, you'll be able to speak another language, say like German, fluently, and you don't understand, you've never spoken German in your life, it would just be another real language that exists, but that's the point. The Spirit, you won't understand how you're doing it because it's the Spirit, and that's what I took speaking in tongues as, to be. What do you think about that?
I thought speaking in tongues was supposed to be like a language from the angels or something.
Nah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
I don't believe it. Like in demonic possession.
Yes.
That happens as well, yeah. So in demonic possession, they can just start speaking in any sort, in many different languages that they've never spoken before.
The only time I saw that was in the movie The Exorcist, when the ghost.
The Exorcist, and stuff like that. Now, because that's the demonic side of it, but seen as the Holy Spirit is the Holy Spirit, you can do the same thing, but it will be with the power of the Holy Spirit. So
okay, I see. I never thought, but that would make more sense to just speak a different language.
Because it's tongues, isn't it? Like when on the Tower of Babel, he scattered tongues, isn't it?
Yes,
you know what I'm saying. So when you think of it that way, it's just tongues. It doesn't mean that like a language that doesn't exist on the planet.
True.
Some bollocks. It will be a real language, and that is the miracle, because you're like, hold on a second, this person doesn't speak French, doesn't even understand French, but they're speaking French so fluently, and they won't know how they're doing it.
That is true.
Yeah, not like they're just babbling nonsense.
No.
And then no one even understands that language. They're like, what is that?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Has
Now,
anyone ever interpreted any of that? Shala walla walla.
Exactly. You know, and the spirit of interpretation is the same thing. Now, someone else will be able to interpret what the person is saying, and they've never spoken that language either or understood it. And that's the miracle. That's what I feel anyway. So I just think, you know, these Pentecostal people, like they just need to allow it, because I feel like it's making a mockery, you know, of the Creator, to be honest.
They used to do it at my dad's church. When the pastor's reading out one of their verses, that's the people that love. Yes, Jesus, my Lord. Jesus, my Lord. Lord, Jesus. Lord. And all that shit, you get me? Yeah, we're all men enough in the corner and that.
I was doing some research. I was doing some research yesterday because the Lost Kingdom, I was seeing all this stuff about relics, body parts, and I found out in this country, do you know they have the relic for St. George? St. George's relic, and you know what his relic is? St. George's relic is his right hand. His right hand. And they've been doing a tour because of all over the UK, because the right hand is kept in a church in Greece called the Holy Monastery of Xenophontos. But then this year they brought it, and I found the itinerary for it, and it said the 5th of March 2020, arrival in Edinburgh. And it goes 6th of March 2020, first salutations in Edinburgh. Then the 7th to the 8th of March, departure for London, St. Sophia, Bayswater. Then the 8th and 9th of March, dormition of the Thenokos in Wood Green. Then the 9th to the 10th of March, it was in St. Constantine's and Helen in Croydon. Then the 10th to 11th of March, the hand was in Battersea. So if you'd followed this itinerary, you could have turned up to any of those churches. It finally ended on the 17th of March, 2020 at the Apostles Peter and Paul in Bristol. If you had gone to those places, you would have seen St. George's right hand.
Hey, Whitney, lucky that we never knew, boy. I would have done a live stream from I would have done a live stream from the
I couldn't believe it. I thought it was only the Italians, the Roman Catholics, who did this. Even in England, the Anglican Church, they still have the relic of St. George, his right hand, that they venerate. I was like, damn, this stuff is deep. It's a lot deep.
The Protestant Church is basically the same as the Catholic. It's got all the exact same rules and everything, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. It only split when Henry VIII wanted to get divorced, didn't it? But yeah, it's basically the same thing.
I keep getting that mixed up though, innit? Because that's the Anglican and then the Protestant thing, the German thing.
Yeah, that's true. I think that the Anglican came out partly out of a Protestant thing. It was mainly the Protestant movement that started with that guy Martin Luther, and then from the Protestant thing, the Anglican thing came out of it, but it was mainly the Protestant thing that started it all.
Oh yeah, I'm in the tunnel yet.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, Bank Boy. So what do you think of Lost Kingdom so far? Do you think that I've only stopped at episode 6.
Yeah, man. I love it, man. I've loved it from season 1. You know what I mean? So I was actually waiting for this one. So when it came out, I was like, yes, you know. And yeah, I went through it. It's nice. I've liked the show from the beginning, anyway. So
it's a brutal world, man. I mean, because you're looking at it from the world of the aristocrats. But if you're if you're not a rich merchant, your life is messed up because you're a serf or you're a slave. Oh, damn.
Wow. If you like that, then you need to watch the Medici.
Which one? There are a couple of... Is that the one with Jeremy Irons in it? The one you're talking about?
I don't really know the actors' names in that, but yeah, it's the Medici one on Netflix. It's banging. Okay. And they just got brought out a new season as well, and I finished that too.
Yo, Jeremy Irons smashed the shit out of Ozymandias, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, you were watching what's it called again? I can't believe I forgot.
The Watchmen.
Yes, The Watchmen. Yeah.
That show is cold. Minus the little gay.
Yeah, everyone always said that. It's always the black. Everyone always says that because I was on another panel where we were trying to talk about TV shows that had black people in that black people could watch, but then when Watchmen was mentioned, someone said no because of the gay scene.
It was so fucking gratuitous. Like, why? There was no need for it.
I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what, guys. You guys need to see what's this one that came out a couple of days ago? Hollywood, man. Watch that.
What?
It's called Hollywood on Netflix. Like,
Hey, Bank Boy, I've got this little system, yeah, of how to filter through recommendations. So, do you watch Power?
no.
Okay,
I
I
was
watched
watching
I watched
Power
the first
ages
one.
ago. It just depressed me. I just stopped watching.
I watched the first one and I just thought, what the heck?
Okay,
You know.
then I'm gonna take any recommendation you give me seriously, because anybody that watches Power,
Debs, watch Debs. Devs. Debs. Both of you watch it. I don't want to spoil it for you, but both of you watch it. Devs. You will. I'll be surprised if the both of you don't like it. I don't want to spoil it for you. So it's I think it's on Netflix as well. Yeah, Debs.
Is it insane?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna watch it.
What I will say, sci-fi, mixture of
Okay,
sci-fi.
I've already checked out the IMDb page. It seems.
Don't read the synopsis. If you can, don't read the synopsis. Don't, just watch it from it's worth it. Both of you, Bank Boy, James, watch it.
Oh, what? It's
I'll
on,
check that
on
out as well.
Netflix, yeah?
Yeah, it should be on Netflix. Yeah, Debs, Devs.
All right,
Debs.
Yeah.
all
I'll
right.
check that out.
Watch it. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's supposed to be short for developers, it's supposed to be developers, but is it really? But just watch it. It's worth it. Devs.
Salesman, man said, is it really?
Yeah, it's good. It's damn good. But you know the funny thing, most black people don't have a problem with Godfather of Harlem, right? Even though there's a couple of scenes of homosexuality in there. But no one has a problem with it. Because there's the bit when is it Frank Lucas, or I've forgotten the name of the gangster, not Frank Lucas, I've forgotten the name of the gangster that Forrest Whitaker plays. But when he gets someone and he's trying to get information out of them, and he has them beaten up and they won't talk, he calls in this really big, tall, strong black guy, and then all of them leave the room. And you don't see what's happening, you just hear the other person screaming. So you wonder what the hell's going on. And then when they come back, that person tells them everything they want. It's only towards the end of the season where they've got this guy, they're beating him up, he won't talk. They then call that same big, tall black guy in, they all walk out the room. You're then left with the scene with that black guy and the other guy who's tied up to the chair. Then the black guy starts undoing his belt buckle and pulling down his trousers. He's going to bugger him. And that was what? That was it. He was buggering him. That's why they were screaming in pain.
I remember, you know when you're a kid, you know like how when well,
that's mockery, man.
Yeah,
I know,
man, that's
you know,
bonkers.
you know when Pulp Fiction, yeah. I feel like when I first, because when I was a youth, I used to watch bare movies that my original judge, bare 18s and that, and so this is so random. Do you remember that? Do you remember Samo Law?
Samo Law.
That it used to be on like Sundays and that Chinese, I think it's called Martial Law, and there's some chubby guy that used to have.
Samo Hung or Samo.
Okay, yeah. Remember that show though?
Yeah, I remember.
I used to go around my Bridges yard, yeah, and it was like 7 o'clock on 7 p.m. on Sundays, isn't it? That show, something like that. And then from then on, yeah, I don't know where his pops cut to, yeah. We just put his pops had bare DVDs. We just put any DVD we wanted in and just watch some fucked up movies. And I remember when I first watched Pulp Fiction, yeah, I just didn't understand that gimp shit. I didn't understand what was going on there. I was like, why are they trained to that shit? I couldn't for years. I didn't like it.
How old were you when you watched it?
I don't know, probably like 10 or something.
Okay, yeah. I see.
But you know when like everything else makes sense, but there's always like, and when you get into adulthood, it's like weird deja vu feeling about what something mystified me about that, and then like as you get older, you're like, oh yeah, like that's like kids. That's like kids.
Yeah. I understand what you mean. I went through the same thing, but I was younger. I must have been about 8, and I saw The Terminator back in Lagos, Nigeria. and the scene between Sarah Connor and Reese, I could tell they were doing a lot more than kissing, but I couldn't. I was only 7 years old. I was like, they're not kissing, they're doing something extra. And then about a year later, I saw 9.5 Weeks with Mickey Rourke and Kim Basinger, and they were doing all kinds of erotic stuff. And I was like, there's a lot more going on than kissing, but I don't get it. It was only when I was like probably 11. Then I was like, oh, now I know what they were doing. Okay.
In Scandinavia, yeah, they got hardcore porn on regular TV channels. Like ITV. You see, like ITV, like after the Watershed, like about 10 p.m., ITV turns into hardcore porn. Like,
yeah, it's a different culture. Psychologically, they're in a whole different headspace. It's not that big of a deal to most people.
Yeah. It's like they do their fucking. Well, I mean, I can't speak for the youth then, but it's almost like they don't need the same level of sex education that we do.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there was a documentary they did in England where they did like an exchange thing. They had a couple of Dutch. They showed it was based on sex education. They showed the Dutch kids the stuff that they were showing the English kids, and they then showed the English kids the stuff they were showing the Dutch kids. And the Dutch kids were laughing when they saw the videos because they were like, "What's this? This doesn't make any sense." Whereas the English kids, when they saw what the Dutch kids were looking at, they were like, "Whoa, this is." It was like a big change. They were like, "Whoa!" They couldn't get it. I think it's just the culture. The culture is very repressed in England from the Victorian times. It's just repressed, and people don't know, but they've taken on that conservative attitude.
That's what makes us so savage, though. I say, I'm being honest though, because it's that let loose. Like even the whatchamacallit culture, what do you call it? It's not drinking culture. What do you call that? Like boozing and that. They got a name for it.
Binge.
Yeah, binge drinking. Thank you, brother. The binge drinking culture. It's like people are so pent up during the week that they just let loose. Whereas like in let's say the southern European countries, it's like every day after work is siesta. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they sit down and they have their wine and they eat their ciabatta and their cheeses. Yeah, in southern Europe, whereas in Britain they still have their descendants of Saxon and Danish psychopaths who just used to binge drink. So that's why they still binge drink up till this day. They're just doing what their ancestors used to do.
So James, so if you were offered the MBE or OBE, would you take it? Would you accept?
That I don't get no money, innit? Extra money.
You could do. You could if you like leveraged it. You know what I mean?
No, okay. So if I don't get straight up money for accepting it,
no, it's not a money thing.
No.
You're a member of the British Empire, then, innit?
No, I told them I'm busy.
Officially,
I told them I'm busy.
Why would you take it, Bank Boy?
Would I? I would, because I am not Benjamin Zephaniah. I'm a different kind of poet.
Jeez, big up Benjamin Zephaniah and them blood clot. You see me?
Wait. James wouldn't take it. Veli isn't gonna. Did you ask Veli? I think you did ask Veli, didn't you?
Yeah, Veli said he'll take it.
Oh, Veli will take it.
No, I didn't.
Didn't you say that though?
No. Nah, man. They give me the same thing, man. They don't get no extra dough or nothing.
Yeah, if there's no money, I don't want it, bro.
You didn't get no extra dough or nothing, fam. You just get plucked saying, yeah, you're OBE or MBE or whatever.
Yeah, but you know what you can do with that, bro? You can leverage that differently.
Hey, can I just say, if I get like a grant, or if it just comes with like £10,000 cash, even if it's nothing amazing, any money, I'll take it. I'll just take it. I don't give a shit,
bro. You could leverage that into money. Like, what are you talking about?
No. If it's no direct, I get a grant or I get paid cash. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in it. If I
don't give a damn about the money or the title. I ain't bowing down to the Queen, so it ain't happening.
So you wouldn't take it, Eva Witness?
Because I'd have to show the Queen respect. I ain't showing the Queen respect. The aristocrats, the Saxons.
Okay, this is why I disagree with you, Witness, because I feel like there's bare situations where I'll take one of these principled stances and someone will put a gun in my face and then I'll start showing the Queen respect. Or like if I owned a restaurant and the Queen was coming to my restaurant, I'd show that bitch bare respect. You know what I mean? Sorry, that woman.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. Oh my God.
Listen, if they said that you know what,
show that bitch fair respect.
like if they said to me, you know what,
Bitch
like
better
boy,
respect, man.
we're gonna give you like OB or MB for your contributions to literature in England.
The fucking up religion. Hey, James,
I'm
they're gonna give
taking
you an
that.
OBE for fucking up religion. You
Just
say that you're in so many man's streams, yeah, and now no one believes God's real. We're gonna give you that OBE. You get me?
That's for you. That's for you, Veli. You know what I'm saying? For me, they're gonna give. I'm gonna try and get it for my poetry, like that. And like I said, I won't do the Benjamin Zephaniah stuff. I will take that stuff and run with it.
But what leverage is it gonna give you?
Huh?
What leverage is it gonna give you? Like, what's the benefits of you getting the OBE and MBE?
It's just like you've got OB and MB in it. Like anywhere you go, you got that stuff in it. So like you can just use it in it.
So you just be banked by OBE.
And
Jeez,
OB,
You might as well just be like ODG. You get me?
that's got a ring to it though, innit? That's it, like man, like Bank Boy. That's your new name, innit? Fuck it, OBE. That's it.
And like bad boy OBE.
Bank Boy OBE. You get me?
Boy, OBE, bro. I'll take that stuff. And
Well, I don't understand, Bank Boy. Before they gave you that, you were already valuable. You were worth something because you had created that. They then came to you. So why do you need to take that from them to reaffirm that you're valuable? You already proved to yourself that you're valuable.
Bro, witness, stop hating. Bank Boy wants to work in the house, man.
Hey, trust me. You guys think it's a joke thing? I will take that stuff and I will run with it so far. You don't understand. I'll go to Germany and start singing my OBE name. You know what I'm saying? I'll start singing. I'll go to France. I'll go everywhere and say, yes, that's me.
But you say you're
OBE.
Yeah, I hear what Witness is saying, because Witness is saying, like, for example, because your talent was so great, they came to ask you to whatever, for your services. But from that point on, whatever bookings, let's say you would have got, or whatever like book deals or whatever you would have got, it would be based on your talent. So it won't be that you won't be able to leverage.
Say that again.
Like, you wouldn't really be able to. It wouldn't be that much of a difference, because most of the money you're getting already is based on your talent.
Like what's his name? Goy, innit? That SBTV guy, what's his name? Jamal.
Yeah, but he's been like he's not. You get me?
Yeah, I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did with his one still, because SBTV went.
Hey, Jamal's not one of them. He's not one of them.
Oh, he's not one of the James.
No. Do you know what it is? I feel like it would have never gone against his principles anyway. So it's not like a tough decision for that kind of man to make. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, as in, someone like you've literally jumped on to argue with me.
Dynamite got one though.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's half English.
Dynamite's got one.
But she's half English though.
What you thought she was? You didn't know she was mixed, Belly? You didn't know she was mixed?
Yeah.
James, finish what you were saying.
Yeah, listen. If there's any way for me to get money, from it, I'll do. I don't give a shit, bro. I don't care what. But because
James, finish what you were saying before, though. Like what you were saying, like I dropped on the show to have a go at you and what?
What? What was I saying?
You were just saying something.
About, I'm saying the only reason it's funny coming from someone like you is because you're all jumping off to bad up the British, but these times you're ready to take over me. Like,
yeah, you don't understand, bro.
That's funny, like.
Yeah,
it's like Star Wars. You know what they said in Star Wars about Anakin Skywalker? He was seduced by the dark side.
Yeah.
So Bank Boy will be seduced by the aristocrats and the upper middle classes.
Nah, you know what it is? That would be my reparation. I would take that. You like that?
What?
Bangboy's whispering in his ear like, "Look, you can leverage it. You don't know how much more money you're gonna make." Like,
you can make.
Hey,
I'll be like, tell me, please.
hey, Bangboy. Hey, Bangboy, you're gonna get rushed by MA and Shakira. About you're gonna take that as reparations. MA and Shakira are gonna rush you for that, man.
I know. If Shakira comes, I'm gonna hide.
That's what man splash you out here, guys.
I'm gonna hide.
Shakira told me off in Speaker's Corner because I was there. I was wearing a rugby top, but it said England rugby. So I greeted Shakira. He greeted me. He goes, yeah. I don't know about this top though. I was like, what? He was not happy about it.
You know what? Someone on Hangouts when it was England, one of them man, they were like, oh, to try and ascertain who was like English or who supported England, they were like, oh, do you support England, the football team? And I can't remember who it was, but they were like, yeah, but this person had previously been like, it was someone black. I just can't remember off the top of my head who it was. And I was like, that's how you know it's mad, because man will argue, man will say, oh, you believe England's superior, blah, 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 blah. You know, London is where I say I'm from. These times, you know, but I've never supported England, the football team. I've always had a reason.
I've never supported them. I just like wearing white, and it was a white top.
But you back. You're gonna catch Mandem in the pub, yeah? You can feel
Your ball's coming home. It's coming home.
I'm like, fuck England, you get me? Yeah, steady and present. And then, you know, it's coming home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, you know what it is, yeah? When they're playing football, yeah, when you see like England is playing like your actual country, say like England is playing Nigeria, that's when you see the realness or the fakeness.
But hold on, let me rephrase, sorry, because I don't want to sound like a fool. I support players, innit?
Right.
So I support like Raheem Sterling, or when Wazza was the captain, and I wanted him to score goals. Like, so obviously I want England to win at times, but like, you know how man are just like, I support England. It's like, if none of my guys are playing, fuck England, bro.
Wait. Do you still support your guys if they're in interracial relationships? Because I've seen black people, who've lost their minds when they've seen a black footballer suddenly in a relationship with a non-black person. That black person becomes enemy number one.
Witness, you know who you're talking to, fam?
Hey, did you guys hear this? Did you guys hear this? Hey, did you guys hear this?
You're talking to the black guy that is wanted to be killed by pro-black people.
Yeah, I'm fell out James. And you heard.
Hey, you guys. Hey, you man. Have you heard? Yeah. Did you guys hear about this one? Because I only heard about this yesterday. That Dave was getting a lot of slack apparently because his girlfriend's white and he's supposed to be pro-black.
Who?
Dave, the rapper.
I didn't know that.
Oh, the rapper.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Dave Smith.
No.
I thought you were talking about Dave Smith. I was like, what?
No. Yeah, the Dave the rapper, isn't it? Apparently,
he's a kid anyway, man. Leave him alone, bro. He's a kid.
Do you know what I mean? Isn't it? Why is everyone getting on him? But they're saying he's supposed to be pro-black. Yeah. Why has he got a white girlfriend or whatever? And these times it's not even been confirmed that the girl that he sent the birthday thing to was his girlfriend. You know, but the whole Twitter sphere just went crazy, like, and they're trolling him differently, like, that you can't be talking all this pro-black stuff and you're going out with white girls.
Because you got to be careful though with this pro-black stuff, because we're living in an age where we've got a large population of mixed people, part black, part white. So if you start cussing out mixed relationships, you're indirectly cussing out the mixed kids because they're a product of both black and white. But people don't seem, they don't get that. So they're attacking interracial relationships, but it's like, I'm sure the mixed person standing next to you is giving you the side eye, wondering what you're talking about. Because
it's mad though, yeah. Because you know what, yeah. I don't care. I want people to Shaka or what? Yeah, I said it. What? Yeah. Because it's mad how one of the people that's always quoted, yeah. Kwame Nkrumah, yeah, is not only did he marry an Egyptian woman, have children with an Egyptian woman, he previously had a child out of wedlock with, guess what, another fair-skinned Arab Egyptian woman,
Who's
and
this? What, Nkrumah?
Kwame Nkrumah, yeah. And not only that, but when the argument people use is he also fathered other children out of wedlock that were black or that were.
James, that ain't gonna work. People have come to Shakara with that before.
No. I'm not trying to come at him specifically. I was only fucking around. I'm just saying though, the actual irony of it is when they use the excuse that he's also fathered other children. Imagine none of those children or their mothers have ever seen the spotlight. So outside of wedlock isn't a precluding factor in whether or not he will sort of claim the child, if you like. The fact is outside of dark skinned child, and this is arguably, at least on the continent, what some people believe the father of the sort of neo Pan-Africanist movement, if you like. So and he doesn't he may face criticism, but somehow rises above the criticism. So there's no one in the UK or anywhere in the world like sort of in this period that should be criticized for who they choose to marry. Because
all right, let's go around the panel. Let's go around the panel, yeah. Starting with Veli. Veli, do you think you can be pro-black and have a white girl?
And have what? A white wife?
Yeah.
Not in them super pro black giggity black.
Niggity black. Okay. All right, James, what do you say? James.
Hold on, sorry, I just fucking cut myself, man. But
Take it easy. Yeah. So, what's your stance? Do you think you can be pro-black and date a white, well, outside your race?
brother, you've been late. You haven't heard this, but I've answered this question 150 times. It depends what your definition of pro-black is.
Yeah. Some people say like you can. All right.
You just say no, man.
Yeah.
You're just gonna get some answers. Say no, man.
You know,
yeah, go
like,
on. Yeah.
the way I've heard it, like people have argued it, is like if like pro-black is different from just being like having love for your black.
Shaka, do you want to? Can you be? Let's say Shaka's version of pro-black. No.
I believe you
Witness,
can be.
yeah, you were the next one. Witness, what do you say?
I believe, yes, you can be pro-black and date outside your race. The question isn't whether you're pro-black. The question is whether black people who are pro-black will accept you. You can be even white and be more pro-black than an average black person. I believe in that.
But the prophet Marcus Mosiah Garvey would definitely not accept that. And I remember reading in, I can't remember what book it was, but it was one I was reading. It was scattered.
Yeah, but ask Marcus Mosiah Garvey, how would he treat white people who were part of the underground, who were helping black people escape to freedom?
But he's saying that to build, I think his logic was, which it does check out, is to build upon, I mean, Shaka says it often where he says him and his wife are a political statement, that him marrying his wife is a political statement, which I understand. I completely understand the perspective. And obviously that is from the teachings of the prophet Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And his logic is...
Hang on. We didn't get Bank Boy's answer. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't think you can. If you're screaming pro-black, I don't think you should marry outside your race.
No, that wasn't your question. That wasn't the answer. You asked, can you be pro-black if you marry out? So you're saying you can't.
No. My question was, can you be pro-black and marry, outside your race?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, or date outside your race. I don't think you can be, fully, like, truly pro-black in the original sense of what being pro-black means. I don't think you can, because it just defeats the purpose.
So what pro-black affects the emotion called love?
In a way, yeah, because you're all right. Being pro-black here is promoting and progressing the black race, isn't it? That's basically what it boils down to, yeah? Pro-black. Now, how can you be trying to or be claiming to promote the progression of the black race and having a white woman by your side when you're there screaming that shit.
Isn't that what that American did? What's that famous American with the big hair? Black American guy. His second wife was white. Frederick Douglass.
Oh.
Yeah, his second wife was white. You know, Frederick Douglass.
Okay.
First wife was white, and she died, and then he remarried, and he remarried a white woman.
Yeah, a white woman.
Umar Johnson claims him as well.
Yeah, and I think
Umar Johnson claims him as his ancestor.
Yeah, Frederick. He's mixed.
Umar Johnson is related to him, isn't it? He's a descendant of Douglas. Yeah.
That's what he said there.
Yeah, man. But I just don't think you can, man, because at the end of the day, especially when it comes to like, you know, the socio-economic factors of it, like you marrying a white woman, calling yourself pro-black, you know, once you're gone, you know, it goes to her. So for that alone, you can't call yourself pro-black and be doing that kind of thing.
So
you just can't. Go on, Jay.
Wait a minute. So what happens if you're a black guy, you marry a white person, you become successful, when you die, you then give a lot of your money to a charity that's helping black people? What then? Because the money isn't just going to the white woman, it's now going to the charity and the organizations that are helping black people.
Yeah, but majority of the money will go to your family, innit?
What about if you've got a business though? If your business is employing black people and your wife is running the business, when you die. What about if you've got a business that is employing black people, helping black people, and your wife takes over the business and carries on employing more black people?
Is that to me or to witness?
To you.
Okay, so all right, so let me get that question right. So the white woman, the white wife, is still employing black people. Is that what you're saying? Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's a tricky one. Because when it goes into the marriage stuff, yeah, when you're married and you've got children and everything, yeah, it's quite tricky. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna go to her, innit? It's gonna go to her. Let's be real, and your children. Now I don't have a problem with it. I just think, because I'm not screaming like pro-black like that. I just love my black people, innit? I love black people. I love all people, you know, and I'm for my black people. But at the same time, I don't think you can be like screaming that militant pro-black stuff and have a white wife.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you in that point, because I've seen a lot of militant pro-blacks who go around insulting other black people, saying you're not black enough, you're a coon, and it turns out that they have a white partner, and it's like, whoa.
You feel me? Like, whoa.
Can I read something from message? Go on, say something, bro. No, I just want to read something quickly.
I just think that was mad too. From
Message to the People. This is a book by Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Message to the People. So I think, so in the chapter Leadership, yeah, special notes on intermarriage and race purity. For a rich Negro to marry a poor white is an unpardonable crime and sin, because it simply means the transference of wealth of the race to another and the ultimate loss of that wealth to the race. It is logically evident that if a Negro is rich, he gained most of his wealth from his race. Therefore, to ignore the opposite sex of his race and intermarry with another race is to commit a crime or sin for which he should never be pardoned by his race. Teach the people to abhor such Negroes. Have nothing to do with them so long as they continue in that relationship. This 100. Must be done diplomatically, not to the hearing of the white race. For safety, let the advice take the form of a whisper campaign. Don't say it from the platform. Whisper it right through the neighborhood and never stop until the burden of your campaign is felt by the individual, so as to teach them a good lesson that others may not do the same thing with impunity. For a Negro man to marry someone who does not look like his mother or is not a member of his race is to insult his mother, nature, and God who made his father. The best tribute a race can pay to nature and God is to preserve its species. When it does otherwise, it is in rebellion. Don't be in rebellion against your God, nature, or your parents, and that you know of. They came before you, and you should have known better. Insist on a campaign of race purity that is doing everything moral and social within the race. Close ranks against all other races. It is natural that it is a disgrace to mix your race with other races. To split up the race is unwholesome and does not tend to morally dignify the race. It will be a beautiful thing when we have a standard Negro race. There's
That's
a lot
crazy.
more.
That's
I'm not
crazy.
gonna
But
lie. If he
the
was
word.
alive today, he would be mortified.
Yeah. But you know the
Dangerous.
word, hey James, you know the word that stuck out to me there, the key word, yeah? Did you say species, yeah?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. That one was the punchline still.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he, you
Species.
know what? Sorry, I don't want to misrepresent him. Earlier on in the book, he speaks about how basically the racial division is you know what? Message to the people, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, read it because there is context surrounding that because he believes that basically white people have put sort of different races at odds. So it's like it sounds like he's like a super like he also speaks about how Jesus is white as a way of yeah, read the book anyway. I don't want to speak for the
Yeah,
prophet.
I really, but right. So if we're talking species, yeah, how would you define the word species, James?
Not even that. Like, let's just keep it real. He was wrong, bro. Humans are a species. Obviously, there are fundamental differences. Like, some people are highly melanated. Hashtag my Sudanese brothers. There are some people who are quote unquote black but have zero melanin. They're albinos. Then you've got the mayonnaise motherfuckers. We call them white folk. But essentially, we're the same species. Do you
Right.
understand what I'm saying? We're the
That's
same
what I'm
species.
saying.
Yeah, he
Which
but
is why
like
we can all interbreed. So I'm saying,
no, but
like,
Exactly. Because
if a lion fucked a crocodile, nothing would come of it
not
because
hey,
they're a
but
even that,
different
not
species.
even
hold
like
on,
the
hold
lion or
on.
the crocodile, like just
Don't
like
stick it on him though.
a lion and a tiger who are both
Bank boy,
like
bank boy,
big
bank boy.
cats, innit?
Bank boy, you can't stick it on Marcus Garvey because he's living in a time where white people are putting forth that message of Negroes being different species, different races, whatever, and he's only responding to it. Like he speaks about that earlier in the book where he's saying that all of the sort of condemnation that we face is hypocrisy because all of the quote unquote racial impurity that we suffer is as a result of the white man raping slaves or whatever. So that, you know, on the one end he thinks we're abominable, and then on the second, on the other hand, say that again louder, my friend.
It's okay to race.
Say that again.
He said they failed the test.
Say that again, man. I can't hear you, man.
Say
He
again.
said, he said they failed the test.
Yeah, but nah, man. I think everyone should be able to, like, you know, be with who you want to be with, innit? Like at the end of the day.
Wait. Bank boy, that's going against what you just said earlier, though.
No. What did I say?
Because I said that with love and lust, those emotions don't know anything about race. But then
Yeah,
you were asking the question. You were asking, so you were saying if
you
someone
didn't let me finish though, or witness.
Okay.
I was gonna say, personally, I would say be with whoever you wanna be in it. Be within it. Like it's love, in it. Like just be with who you wanna be with. But if you are screaming militant pro-black stuff, you best mind yourself. You can't be doing that.
No, but what?
Yeah, I agree, Bank boy. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Do you agree? Forget whether it's militant or otherwise. Do you like? That is a good point though. Like what? See with the rich black man and poor white woman. That is a good point because it's not even so much that he'll give his wealth. It's where did he obtain his wealth from?
Yeah, like O.J. Simpson. He got his wealth from American football and movies, and then he married Nicole Simpson, who was a waitress.
Yeah, but not really, because he got his money from white people, realistically.
Right.
If you're making money,
but especially at that time, slavery literally just ended, and black people were being severely mistreated. You can understand the point that he's, you know what I'm saying?
Now I understand what Marcus is saying. I have no problem with Garvey at all. I don't have no problems with what with what Garvey said. To be honest with you.
So then
You know what I'm
Garvey doesn't like Frederick Douglass because Frederick Douglass was mixed and had a second white wife. So
Yeah, Marcus Garvey. I'm not sure how he specifically feels about Frederick Douglass, but Marcus Garvey's on record criticizing other quote unquote Pan-Africans or pro-blacks. I don't think he's shy. He would shy away from any kind of confrontation within his community. He doesn't strike me as a.
But I do believe, though, when it comes to the socio-economic
context of time, though, you do have to come on that. It's like man are gonna say, Marcus Garvey saying very racist stuff there, yeah. But man ain't thinking about the actual times where he wrote the book.
Yeah. I get that. We have to take that into consideration. We have to.
I think during the time when he wrote that book in the South, it was actually illegal for interracial marriages or relationships. It was a criminal offense in certain parts of America. Yeah, it still was. So
Where in the 30s?
This is
yeah,
why,
in the US.
this is why hero worship is not really a good thing, you know.
Yeah.
Why?
I think we can all.
That's not hero worship. It's telling the
No,
truth,
but what I mean.
like, we're saying, look into the context of the time to say, right, obviously it might be, we can say that.
Veli, the most high don't want to hear you speak, bro.
Yeah, but we're saying, right, moments are right.
Veli, your signal.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you're back. Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, I was back in the building.
Who?
Yo, can you hear me?
Oh, Talhaka, yeah. Talhaka's. Oh, yeah. Shakara's in there. Oh, look.
No, Scattered Minds. What the fuck?
It's Scattered Minds.
Yeah, he's in there. Morning, Scattered Minds. Morning, Scientific. Morning, Shakara.
Oh, my days. Hey, Shakara.
There as well. Morning, Cotton Socks.
Hey, Shakara.
Can I say something? Yeah? Because I just wanted to say, yeah, that like man's not trying to make excuses for Marcus Garvey. Obviously, he's a Jamaican national hero. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of Jamaica and who they should say, yeah. But I'm saying like you do have to put into context of the time that the book was written. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, but that was going to be my follow-up point about hero worship, bro. Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up because I was saying, like, if we put it into like the context, it makes sense.
And you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He could never have got nothing wrong. Of course he made mistakes. That's why that's how the thing didn't pop up as it should have. You know what I'm saying? That. But
I don't think anyone on this panel's really attacking Marcus Garvey anyway.
No.
Nobody in this panel's doing that anyway.
No, but can I just
the Scattered Minds, just so you know, in your like fucking absence, you slipped down to number 3 on my favorite Muslims list. Sorry, bro.
I don't care what I was gonna say. Who's number 1 and 2? Go on.
No, it's not important because
Ultra.
it's not important.
I was gonna ask.
No. Who's number 1?
No. Who's number 1 and 2?
Would you look at the time?
You dickhead.
Hey, Ultra, you listening?
Yeah. Go on.
All right. So if you were offered, if you were awarded a peerage by the Queen, such as an OBE or an MBE, would you accept it for your services to the G block?
He would. That's why he's thinking.
Yeah, no. I'm thinking about it. Wait. I need to think about it. Just give me a second, right?
For your services to the G block.
Yo, Marcus Garvey to the world. What is something right now? And Marcus Garvey was saying, I will not make no friend. Marcus Garvey. Marcus. Mosiah Garvey. Marcus Garvey was saying, yo, blessings, Wagga.
Yo, Shakara.
After Ultra, I think we really need to ask Shaka the OBE question.
Hold on a second. Can we have a hold on a second? We need to have a moment of silence for Brother Scattered making an appearance.
Yeah, I agree.
We need to sacrifice a goat in the name of Shango. And you know what I'm saying, about these things, you get me?
Hey,
So, yeah.
Can we make sure? Hey, can we make sure it's halal though, please? Right?
Yeah, most def.
Wait.
For our Muslim brothers and sisters, we can do the halal.
Astaghfirullah, you can't be doing
That's what you call cross. What's it? Cross religious unity and harmony in these things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I mean? So we sacrifice the goat for Shango, but we make sure it's halal.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Wait, don't let Ultra get away with it, James. Don't let Ultra get away.
No, Ultra, you got
Ultra needs to answer, bro.
No, bro. I was just not interrupting Shaka. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you accept the MBE or the OBE? We need to know this, B.
Who you asking the question?
All right.
I'm
Ultra.
I know Shakara's answer. I don't know Ultra's answer.
I don't know what Shaka would answer. I'm really not sure how he would answer that.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. The truth is, it genuinely depends, right? If she give me an OBE for being on G Block, then it's down, innit? But if I was doing, and let me just say something quickly, Shakara, and
as a bus driver, the services
wait. No, because if I'm honest, I'm not gonna lie. Even though I'm running around, I'm a hero. To be honest, I'm really not. But I like the fact that
if the Queen jumped on your bus, man, and you gave her a perfect.
Yeah, no, bro. Listen, I've had the mayor on my bus. I've had actors. I've had Game of Thrones actors. I've had General Zod on my bus from Superman 2. Terrence Stamp. Yeah, significant. But I'm saying,
James,
wait, hold on.
James, let me answer.
Yeah, let
Ultra,
me
answer the Rascal question.
No, I'm gonna answer. Right, look, if I'm honest, Shakara, until you popped up on the scene, I had no idea who you were. Right, but like I didn't. No, it's not like, and I do not mean that as a slight. It's just I wasn't conscious, right? And then like when you popped up on the scene. And then 2-2s, I do just the most cursory of research. I think, my goodness me, this man is big, fucking pillar in the community. My goodness, and I'm
big
sorry, right now, if I was doing something that personally I consider on or equal works to what you currently do, and the Queen of this country decided to recognize me for my efforts, I would appreciate it, and depending on if I could use it to my advantage or not.
Jesus Christ! Can you get?
Right, I think my answer is I would accept it, but it depends.
Again.
But it depends because there's like because it depends. If she gives me a fucking OBE for being a singer, then it's dumb. Like if she gives me an OBE because like I've been putting in work in the community, real tangible works where we're just trying to. You understand what I'm saying? It depends.
So basically, what you won't do a Benjamin Zephaniah? No.
If I'm honest, I'm not gonna lie. It depends. It depends because if I'm honest with you, the works that I'm doing, I'm not doing it for the recognition. I'm doing it because it needs to be done, and it's within my power to be done. But recognition. Wait. Hold on a second. Recognition is always nice. It gives that warm, fuzzy feeling in your stomach, and you know.
Even asking if it's justified. You say, would you accept it? Would you do you feel a certain way about accepting it?
You would just tell the truth. You would accept it.
Yeah, I think depending on the circumstances, I probably would.
Yeah, the Queen, your brethren, man. That's it.
All right, we're moving on to Shaka right now. We're moving on to Shaka.
Hold on. Wait. So wait, I can't build on my answer now because like you just. Come on.
What you need to build on that answer? You just spent more than 5 minutes building up. What are you gonna tell us?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you that I would accept it, but it depends. Yeah. All right,
Shakara.
Yeah.
Shakara, you know you're my brother, innit?
Most there.
You know I got love for you, innit?
Yeah, bless King.
But Shakara, don't hate me, cause like if that OB came my way, I'm gonna take that stuff.
Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what? The one time I was actually disappointed in somebody accepting an OBE was a couple years ago, 2018. Yeah, Miss Dynamite.
Well, she's half white.
Nah, I was disappointed.
She's half white though. She's half English.
What's your point? I don't mean
that's not people. Them. Listen, for all the turmoil, the trauma the Africans have gone through. It's been a period of grace for the British people. It's been successful. It's been, you know what I mean. So,
well, if you read her article, I believe it was in the Guardian that she wrote when she received it. The reasoning I just didn't think. Yeah, it just disappointed me in it. She put it on.
What she say? What she say, Shaq?
Something to do. She went to go see her grandmother, and she received it in honor of all
what
of.
What color is her grandma?
Black. On the black side.
Oh, okay.
And she received it in honor of all the the things that they went through and so on and so forth and so on and so forth. And the thing is, like, Wiley received the OB, and it just didn't register to man. Like, I expect Wiley to take it in it. So, but Miss Dynamite, I expected something different.
Is he mixed race as well, Shaka? I saw he's mixed race.
Who, Wiley? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
What can I asked? It was a question.
No, he's not.
Red skin.
Yeah, but mixed race people, I think that's unfair. Like, because
no, it's not. It's not just about her being. It's not about her being mixed race, bro. It's about how she's profiled, in relation to knowledge and
the pro-black thing, innit?
Empire. Yeah. It's about all them things.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what we're talking about.
So yeah. So when she accepted it, like I didn't condemn her, but I was disappointed. I really was. You know what I'm saying?
I guess maybe because you're very influential in the community, I guess it probably matters.
I don't know about all this very influential, but can I just say though, yeah, like first,
you should have corrected
What if Carla took it? What if
no. I do work in the community. I'm not denying that, but I'm saying that.
Said how important you were, so I'm assuming that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but to me, can I kind of say though, yeah, to me, like in terms of recognition, what Ultra said means more to me than whatever the Queen could give me. You see what I'm saying? Personally, that's just me personally. Like, you know what I'm saying? If a brother or sister took me out to dinner for something, it will be more to me than the Queen. Like, Elizabeth don't mean anything to me.
Wait, can I just respond to that, please, Shakira? Please let me respond, please, James. Hold on. Right, Shakira, big up for those words. I'm not gonna lie, you gave me that warm, fuzzy feeling, and I'm feeling like I can face the world today. Right. The reason why I was saying. And the reason why I brought you up as an example is because, like, if the Queen did decide to recognize you for your efforts, I'm not saying like it's because it's the Queen and it's all great. I'm saying it by accepting the award, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually reading an article which is sort of laying out why it's actually problematic to accept it. But my thinking was, if you by accepting this award, you're now nationally recognized as opposed to just a pillar in the community. I mean, you're still a pillar in the community, but you're nationally recognized, which would improve
as a member of the British Empire.
Are you mad? This is the part I'm trying to make. Like, I'll be honest with you, yeah. If I was ever nominated for an OBE, I'd think I was doing something wrong.
Fuck's sake.
Like, it'll be an insult.
I hear you. No, I hear you. I hear you, bro. No, I hear that.
So what are you saying, Shaka? What if I got an OB or MB for my literary works? What are you saying? We can't be Britons no more?
No, I'm not saying that, bro. I might be disappointed, but I wouldn't condemn you like Miss Dynamite.
wait, Shaka, wait a minute, hang on. What about someone has to take one for the team, innit? Like, so I'm saying, what about I accept the award, yeah, and recognize in my acceptance speech why it's problematic to accept it, and then thank people that have led me to this point, like Shakira. What about that?
Nah, you know what? Nah, man, don't call up my name and there's something there. Nobody call me to say, yo, Shakira inspired Ultra to take the OBE. Like, it's not a good
not to accept it, but the guy that I am today, the person that's been recognized for whatever works or whatever the fuck, right? recognize the people that have got me to or inspired me to do the works that I'm doing.
Well,
then whilst also acknowledging why it's problematic as a minority to accept this reward. But what I don't know, I feel like if I take one,
you know what it is, Ultra, yeah? Here's my thing, right? So like, I'm probably the highest profile black man to actually refuse it was Benjamin Zephaniah.
Benjamin, isn't
it? There's been a few others that I know of, but they're not as high profile. Like, I don't, if heads know John ZD, like who's like a stalwart in the UK hip hop community, and like he runs a breaking convention every year. He was offered one and he refused it, and then he wrote a play, called The Letter. He received the letter saying that he was up for it, MBE or something like that, and he refused it. Yeah, but then he wrote a play about it, right? And it took him through his emotions and then kind of things there. And he's not the most hardcore, like, black revolutionary anything. He's what I'm saying, but he just couldn't bring himself to receive the thing in it. I could never have a title with the term British Empire associated with it attached to my name. Yeah,
but you have the title. You have the name British citizen associated with you.
Yeah, and that's a consequence of history. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, being born in the country was you could say, a necessary evil.
Not even that; it was happenstance. Nothing you can do about where you were born.
I would say simply because I don't support the aristocracy. I don't like.
That's what I'm saying.
Like the upper middle classes. So it's not even a racial thing. That's not the number one thing. It's just aristocrats. And I've even had.
Do you guys not enjoy the warm, fuzzy feeling that comes with being recognized for all your hard work?
Can I get a second?
If you already. What were you saying, James?
No, go on. Finish what you said. I wanted to say something to Bankboy when you're done. Go on.
Oh yeah, I was just saying to Bankboy, if you're already doing something that's valuable and you already know your self-worth, why do you need someone to give you an award to acknowledge it?
No, you don't. But it's just nice to be recognized. It's when you put in that extra effort with dinner, and then the wife's like, "Ooh, did you use extra garlic? And did you fry it for longer?" And like, it's just like, actually, baby, yeah. Instead of one day, I season the chicken for 2 to let that flavor really sink in.
I could never go in front of Elizabeth II and have a sword on my shoulder, because I would take it and chop it with it.
Can I say one? Okay, you're just thinking about my bar, because this is what I wanted to say to Bankboy. Hey, Bankboy, see earlier when you asked that question, I said, if we're talking about Shakara's definition of pro-black, yeah, and just put in a caricature his perspective of pro-black, it goes something like this. I find far more value in a black bus driver than the Queen of England.
Yes.
Yeah, the highest authority, white, kind of around the low authority, black. Yeah, sorry, Ultra. That's the equivalent he made instantly. He said far more value in Ultra. So just to let that's
no, but to be fair, by the way, that's the thing, James. There is far more value in
the Queen. It's not just because of Elizabeth's whiteness, though. She represents the British Empire. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you know, like, the British Empire, man?
Okay. Who's the most Taylor Swift or Ultra? Who's more valuable?
Ultra. Who's Taylor Swift?
I don't know.
No, yeah, no,
I'm not gonna lie, James. Just recognize that just rolled off the tongue. By the way,
I'm not saying race doesn't play a part in it. I'm just saying that really, like, the Elizabeth II was the monarch of the British Empire.
This is where I would clash with Shakara, though, because I wouldn't want to accept an award from like an African king or something. I might have to do it out of respect because my family's there and they might want the respect. But me personally, I don't like aristocrats anywhere in the world, whether they're black, brown, white, or yellow.
So, can I say something? Lads?
You know, respect's the Prince of Gambia, isn't it?
I wouldn't necessarily accept an award from an aristocrat because they're African. You know, there'd have to be more to it than that. Like, I know, for example, them who have like accepted honors from the Asante Hene and they've been given land and responsibility in a community to help develop it and them kind of things there. And some of them may not be too hot on the Asante Hine, but they understand, you know, that they have that if they're given a certain role, they can do something with it.
Okay, so you would bite the bullet, you would lie just so you could get a bigger.
No, it's not about lying. I don't think that the Asante Hine is 100% a corrupt institution. I think that it had been co-opted to certain degrees, but I also know some people. Like I met a man a couple of years ago called Nana Nketiah the Fifth, who's a part of the Asante Hine. I can't remember what role what position he actually plays, but he has responsibility for a community. He has a social position, and he's a significant Pan-Africanist. And if he wanted to do some work with me and he wanted to give me a title in relation to that work, I'll accept it, understanding that this man is a man that I respect. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I would accept it. Yeah, with the OBE. Put it this way: it's like, all right, one, I wouldn't be chasing it, innit? So if I got the letter, that means they've noticed my work in the community, right? Working with young people, trying to introduce them to literature, you know, and getting young Black people to be poets and write more. Now, in the sense of that, I would accept it because it would help me. I think it would help, you know, to further the work that I'm actually doing.
How?
Within the community.
For me personally, but again, on a level, for me personally, I would get more just for my own reputation. If we're looking at it purely selfishly, I would get more out of refusing it than accepting it. Personally, like it would be more beneficial for me on a selfish level, any level that you think of. Say again?
I ain't gonna lie though. Yeah.
Yo, listen, yeah. Even my white brethren would be like, yo, what? MB? Oh, fuck that.
That's true. That's totally true.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Sorry, James. Continue.
No, of course. But Shaka, there's far more value in someone like Shaka rejecting it than accepting it. Like, I feel like from any kind of PR perspective, even a someone who was someone who agreed with Empire, if you like, would say based on your history, there is far more value in rejecting it.
No, I'd lose credibility overnight if I accepted anything.
Yeah, I know, but that's because of like your reputation already. You feel me? And you know the particular type of work you do within the community. So it makes sense for you to actually turn it down.
If I ever got that letter, yeah, like I'd go on the most maddest Fireborn Babylon speaking tour ever in history, because I genuinely feel like I've been there. I ain't been hard enough. Like, like are you mad?
You know, hey, can I say though, it does raise an interesting question to, you know, this argument about, you know, are mixed race people part of the community, whatever. Because instantly when you said Dynamite, if you had said I'm trying to think of a conscious Black rapper / activist. No, but he's Black.
Who's conscious Black though?
No, but come on now. You don't think that if Akala accepted OBE that you wouldn't think to yourself, rah.
Yeah, man.
This is the problem. This is the problem with that. They are like the exploit. Like, for example, yeah. Often people come to criticize you and say, "Oh, African people sold slaves as well," and you know for a fact that is pure whataboutism, and it's completely changing the whole dynamic of the discussion, because it's like we're not saying that Black people are infallible, but we're saying that one crime was perpetrated for a period of X amount of time by another region, and they have profited off it. Right? They have profited off it to this day, and they've underdeveloped other people as a cause of it. But if you're the exploits, you still revere the sort of the period of, you know, Black excellence or Kemet or whatever it is, right? But we know that there was probably some immoral actions taken by the governments of that time, but we still show some kind of deference to that, whatever that civilization. So why can't a white person or a half Black, half white person, whatever, even though they know that there were some, you know, immoral aspects of empire, why can they not sort of extol the sort of successes of their empire and and why can't they receive a reward from what they believe is that institution?
The white person can. They just have to understand that once they do, we're at odds. That's it. Like they're entitled.
Mixed race person, I'm saying that's like that they can receive the reward
again. The same.
So then, was Frederick Douglass? Is he pro-black in your opinion?
Yeah. I don't. He's not. I don't follow his politics. I critique it, but I would never disregard his dedication to his people just completely.
Right, Shakara. On that point.
The same with Martin Luther King. I'm not a follower of Martin Luther King politically, but I believe he's one of the bravest, most dedicated men to ever walk the planet. I would never take that.
Shakara. On that same point, on that note, yeah, the other question we were dealing with on the panel was, can you be pro-black and marry outside of your race?
Put it this way: there's levels to the thing, and no matter how pro-black you are, without manifesting that in terms of your choice of partner, you just haven't manifested pro-blackness in your choice of partner. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I pro-black is a very broad term, innit?
We pointed out, Bankboy and I pointed out, it's even worse if you're pro-black and you go around telling black people they're not black enough, but then you marry outside your race.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. There's levels to the thing, because pro-black is a very broad term, innit? It takes into consideration a spectrum of ideas and perspectives. Yeah. Right. And right. So if now there within that there are more specific ideologies. If you're a black nationalist, then marrying a white woman would be an absolute contradiction. But you know, I wouldn't say.
What if you were Santan Dave? Because I'm sure you've heard of he's getting loads of trolling right now because apparently he's girls white apparently.
Okay.
And he's apparently
surprised me. I've heard narratives that suggest that the brother has a bit of a light skin complex.
He's a kid anyway, man. He's a little kid. Like, it's not. I don't really think you should use him as any.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
Rich Porter.
I don't have no problem with what anyone is doing, especially not Dave. You know what I'm saying? But they're saying
the thing is,
you can't be coming out singing. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Like, you can't be coming out singing all this pro-black stuff. Yeah, talking about.
What does he sing about?
He's got a song called Black, James.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. Fuck. I know he's young though. He's like mad young, isn't it?
Yeah, but can I just say though? Yeah, this subject is dead for me. Like in the sense of the fact that everybody asks it all the time, at least once a week on like. So, somebody asks this question: can you be pro-black and marry outside of your race? And I'm saying to myself, well, boy, like really and truly, like why does this have to be the question that we ask so often? Like we're trying to just find excuses and justifications for not having a dedication towards marrying black people. And so we got.
would trade the Queen of England female for black, but not obviously not sexually, but for black bus driver, random black bus driver. I'm sorry, Ultra. You don't need to ask them kind of questions. Random black.
My only thing is this here. Like, why can't?
No. Use my name, bro. Use my name. I like this. I'm feeling important this morning.
But I'll say these words to you, Shakara, and they're important. From the words of Michael Jackson. We are the world.
We are the children.
We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making.
Yeah.
We're saving our own lives.
Yes,
it's true. We'll make
Wait, Captain. Hold on, man. Hold on. Oh, witness, by the way, right? That is actually one of the principles I live my life by the way.
Okay.
Shakara, is it possible to be pro-black in your actions without having to scream it out all day? Or
yes, you can. Ultra.
No, you have to scream and shout about what you do in the community, bro. Don't you know?
No. James Jones.
Fuck you talking about?
James. What do you mean that's what we do in our community? So is that what you do? You undermine your very own black self community by saying we must sing and dance and talk about what we do in our community. What?
Yeah,
also
wear bright clothes. Wear bright clothes so people see you. No.
Yeah. Right, listen. The most thing you're answering still, yeah. If you was a black nationalist or pro-black, no, it won't be good for you to be with a white person or outside your race. Yeah, because no matter if you feel you love the world, yeah, your people won't love you for that. And for you getting a Emmy or OBE or anything like that, Shakwa, boy, you would get jungle justice. Yeah, you know that can't happen. So, but at the end of the day, though, yeah, what I'm trying to say to you, yeah, being pro-black and being a black nationalist, it won't be in your good favor or your good interest to even do that.
Oh, where's Shakwa gone, man? I was going to ask him a question as well.
Shakwa, are you there, brethren? Yeah, big up James Jones, big up Witness, big up Bank Boy. Yeah, big up everybody.
Big
know
up,
what I mean?
big up Rambo.
Yeah. So Bank Boy Witness, James Jones, Captain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it possible through one's actions to be about it, to be pro-black, right? And just in your actions, without having to wear it on your sleeve and hold a billboard up.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is possible. I believe so. Yeah.
Ultra, well said. Yeah, well said. And that's another thing about us as well. Some people like to sing, dance, and chat and say, "Look what I'm doing." You know what I mean?
Like
you don't have
do
to
the work, innit?
Exactly. Some people like to just open up the youth clubs, open up their homes, letting few of the homeless in their homes. Some people will go and use their own Dutch pot, big pot, and feed the people, yeah, off their own backs without even chatting.
Some people say letting homeless people into your home is called burglary, but I'm with you. I don't agree. I think it's charity.
No, I'll be real with you, yeah? If you really want to help people, fucking help them, innit? Like, if you see a homeless person and you really want to help him, better his fucking life, innit? Do you know what I like? It's when a person wants to give you a career, they just give you, somebody who wants to give you knowledge for you to go further with it. Not to just let you just go day by day with it, bro. That's why I like to show you lot, like, you know what? You could be pro anything and shut your mouth and do your thing. You don't have to have.
Speaking of doing work,
real quick, yeah. When you know the question you've asking everyone, because someone's pointed out, which is a good point. Big up Kane Brown, yeah. Man saying, "Oh, are you talking about white people, or are you talking about any other race like Asians, whatever?" Because when you say
outside the race, period.
Oh, okay, cool. Carry on.
Yeah. No, speaking on the point Captain was making about, if you want to do work, in the community, just go ahead and do it, innit? Now, I was having a discussion with a couple of my friends a few weeks back, and we found out that the minimum wage in Jamaica and Africa is roughly £30 to £40 a week. Yeah.
You know what? You're kind of realistic, because I tell you what, if you go really look after the worker, like I gotta be honest with you, yeah. I've got land and I've got house, not my land, my family house, but we got people in our land looking after it and everything. Yeah. We know, say, you know what, because they're looking after our land and doing good things, we don't like to exploit them. And I'm being honest with you. Some people just give somebody a $500 for maybe a couple of hours work, bro. Yeah, sometimes.
No, this is what I was gonna say though. Yeah. Let me finish what I was gonna say though, Rambo. So it's like when we figured out that it was about £30 to £40 a week, yeah. For
that's true.
Minimum wage in Jamaica or Nigeria, we thought to ourselves, like, if we really want to do some good, if like 5 guys came together and just gave £40 a week, that's that's 5 people that we could be looking after in these places. Can
I ask one more question from the chat? Yeah, Grostar TV, big up Beefy, says, who decides what black is?
Well, that's the whole point. That was the whole point. We were pointing out the hypocrisy. Any fool can suddenly decide what black is and then start saying, "Well, you don't fit according to this, so you're not black enough." It's a stupidity. It's a nonsense. But there are people.
I'm not black anyway.
Are you doing a shiffer? Are you doing your dog?
I tell you what. I think we should start. Imagine if someone asked me the next time someone asked me, "Where you from?" I'm from the planet. Where you from, man? Come on, don't be silly. Where you
And
from?
do you know
All
what?
right.
That's a very
Just
good.
say your
Tell
tribe.
you what, that's a
No,
very
listen,
good
let me
narrative,
finish
you
what I'm
know.
saying. Let me finish what
I
I'm
hear
saying.
you.
So, you know, they're gonna be like, oh, don't be silly, man. Don't, you know, where you from? All right, I'm from I'm from Middle Earth. I'm not even gonna say
Yo, you go.
Africa.
Yo,
Yeah,
you hear? Oh,
Middle Earth.
I'm from Middle Earth, innit?
I said,
Go,
I'm
go, go.
from Middle
Yeah,
Earth.
I'm from Middle Earth. What do you mean? All right, where in Middle Earth are you? I'm a Robo. Simple.
Yeah, just say that.
You know, can I say something? Hold on. Can I say one thing though? Yeah, and this is what
Good.
I'm kind of trying to say to Shakara. There's a lot of people, especially like you find it more amongst the I guess for lack of a better word, right wing people that take pride in where they're from, that take pride in the exploits of their forefathers or empire, however you want to describe it. And I think sometimes there's, and this is what I think Shakara is is unhappy with, is we tend, African people, black people, we tend to shirk our responsibility in sort of promoting our own history, so that when we're met, the inclusivity of like, we don't mind. So for white people, generally speaking, it's an unwritten rule. It's like there's how many jokes about a white woman's father will be horrified that she's brought home a black man, or the same as the Asian. And then when do you have the reverse of that with the black family? It's like we're meant to be too inclusive, and if ever we do take the same approach as white people, it's seen as so much worse. So that when you get into moments like this, where it's like, I don't even need to promote I'm being black, man. I've had enough of this whole black debate and this black discussion. It's almost playing into their hands, right? Because it's like they don't. Second, Captain, they don't do the same when the shoe's on the other foot. It's like even if someone is so sort of fucking hippie, peace loving, I'm not even proud of being white, they still at their core accept that they're white. They're not saying I'm not white. So even if they're not proud of it, they're still accepting it. So it's like
quickly, Rambo. Let me say something quickly, Ram. It's like this, yeah. I have never met a white or a British person, yeah, that's white, yeah. When I've asked them, "Oh, where you from?" I have never ever heard them say, British," or I've never heard them refer to themselves as British. It's always I'm Irish, I'm Welsh, Scottish, or English. I swear down to you, it's like I've never heard a white person use the word British to describe themselves. So
who's this back boy? Back boy, what I was going to say to you is you will say the same thing I was going to really say to you, yeah? Listen, look, I'm just saying to you, it's very good to be proud of yourself and your race, nationality, wherever you're from. You understand? And for you to really prove it, sometimes they say empty barrel makes the most noise. I'm going to be real with you. See, when people chat, argue, they lack in the doings. You get where I'm coming from? Somebody who's proud to be black. Like, as you say, I got white friends, yeah? Don't get it twisted. I work with white people. Don't get it twisted. And they don't have certain arguments, as you say. What you say is down the line. But remember, bro, you got to realize this, that most of you has never experienced what your other fellow black brothers and sisters has experienced in it. You understand? The older generation would understand the racism when we used to watch football, and you know what? The pitch used to be covered with fucking bananas. You don't see that today, you know? And if you do, you most probably see one or two. But when we were young, being black and being called a monkey was the norm. You understand? Our teachers used to treat us like that when we were in school, bro. Things has changed for most of you younger men. You understand? So when you talking about black power or black pro-black, you talking in your times, bro. See us elders and the elders above me. Say like your grandparents, best people to talk to. It's like your dad or your grandparents. Talk to them, bro. Don't listen to some people in the panel talking fucking ideologies all the time. You got the very own people in your fucking family. You got white family, you could tell oh, how was it for you, Grandma? She would tell you, you know what? I'm not really English. I'm really Irish. I had to hide my Scottish or my Irish accent and play and act like I was English. Enough grandads did that. You understand? It wasn't just black people acting like coons, you know. White people's running for their shit as well, fam. Don't get it twisted. Enough, man.
Remember when they used to use the word wogs, but they didn't know they were being racist. They said, yeah, the bleeding wogs.
No, listen to this. No, they had gollywogs, fam. And gollywog is the thing what talk to whoever's got white family, ask them about the gollywogs and the Jim Robinson jam jar, talk to the elder man them. You know what? It was fucking racist, bruv. Yeah? But what it was, they made toys of it. They accepted it in the community so much. They was pushing it out and convincing black kids it wasn't racist. I was one of those youths who used to say to my white cousins and my auntie, that's racist. Why are you calling me a gollywog and go back on the jam jar?
Used to be the Robinson's jam jar.
Don't forget, I'm coming from an old generation to you. Tell me if you grew up in secondary school and somebody say, you know what, go back on the fucking jam jar, you cunt. Yeah? Get the fuck out of my country. You know what? Go on your fucking banana boat. And this banana boat happened to be the Windrush. Yeah? So don't try to get it twisted. When you start matching up all of the disrespect, you know who they used to call Black Dolman? The big monkey man. Not bounces. Fucking big monkey man standing up with my sister, fucking Tracy. Look at that nigga, yeah. All of that, bruv. You don't know nothing of this stuff. And this is all homegrown in England, bruv. You don't know half of the shit what the man who grew up from the 70s generation. See the 80s generation. Some of you lot knew about it through the 90s because of the death of Stephen Lawrence and the tension in the football. You understand? Bro, it's only 2000 black men really start to go watch football and feel comfortable without being called a nigger enough, fam. Don't get it twisted, bro.
I hear that. So, James.
Go on, bro.
James, are you there?
James.
So, James, what are you saying? Am I allowed to say I'm from Middle Earth then?
Say what you want, mate. I'm just saying that. I'll say this to you there, yeah. Like every single person that speaks from their perspective that is quote unquote woke or conscious, yeah, always assumes that they can observe social conditioning, but somehow it hasn't affected them, or it has affected them, but they're completely conscious of it, so they're in control of the extent to which it's affected them. And I'm saying sometimes you have to. I do not see I am not like Shaka on that. I don't see that the concept or the term black has the most utility. However, I definitely see that now that I'm, excuse the pun, tarred with that brush, it's incumbent upon me to make sure that it has value in it. It has to have value. If indeed that's what describes me, it has to have value. So to completely shirk it or to completely try to rid myself of it is serve. I don't know what purpose it will serve, but I'm going to assume that I've almost been engineered to be hostile towards this concept, because guess what? Everybody else is hostile towards it too. So
I want to read a comment from Atticus now. It relates to what you just said, James, and what you were talking about, Punk Boy. It's from Atticus now. He says, I am not black. I'm African. I advise the diaspora to stop referring to themselves as a color. Africa is associated with land, culture, history, languages. Black is a crayon color.
Now, witness, I'm taking it.
Hold on. Can I just say one thing quickly, Bank Boy? And while I don't completely disagree with that, right? Technically, if you like, the issue is you are black, though. If you're called black, you are black. For example, right? You don't have to internalize it. No one's forcing you to, but just for example. So where there is value in other colors, races, whatever you want to call them, and I gave the example of like a hippie or someone that's supposedly conscious that says, I hate that I'm white. It's unfortunate that I'm white. I'm painstakingly white. That kind of description of themselves. They still accept that they are it, right? So whether that's because whether they truly believe that being white is bad and they still accept the term, that would be more evidence for why one should be cognizant of what they're referred to and maybe internalize it. But more, I think, really what's happening is,
James, yeah.
Hold on. Really, what's happening is they see a value in it, and we want to rid ourselves of this concept of black because it has been devalued historically. So you have two options. Then, do you become colorless, as it were? Do you become translucent, or do you attempt to put value back into what you've been labeled with? Now, one of them's obviously a much harder task, isn't it? But
so you don't agree with what Schiffer does, calling himself dark-skinned instead of black?
No, but ultimately, of the two options, one is far more laborious, but it actually there is an actual path to success because it's been done historically. White people are evident. The other one, uncharted territory. What do you mean you're nothing? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like,
check this though, James. James, listen. Indian people are known as what? Brown people, right?
To us, not to them.
Brown.
Yeah. The black and white dyad. The black and white dyad is symbolic of the whole construct of races. It doesn't extend to yellow and brown. Call a yellow Chinese person yellow seen as racist.
Why not? Why doesn't it extend to yellow and brown?
I'll tell you why it doesn't. Because we live in a construct, and the construct that we're living in the UK has decided when it comes to race, we are black, they are white, the other people are called Asian.
Thank you. I see one, I see two, I see three, I see four, I see five. Categorized. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with you, though. Yeah.
Hey, Captain.
No. Let me finish. Let me land.
I see 6 people on the panel right now.
Right. Let me. Thank you. Let me just land. Say my thing and land. Yo, all you black people, African people, or whoever you are, I don't care what you want to remind yourself. What you want to say you are. This government and the Western government, go to America, would always remind you who the fuck you are. Go anywhere in Europe, they will remind you of who you are. You could come with all this colorism and shit. Best do what James Jones do. You know what? Make your future and your present the best you can as a black person. If you mix and you choose to identify with your white counterpart or your black counterpart, that's for your business. But I don't know how it feels to be a mixed race who's got a whole white mother and or a black father. I don't understand that combination. I don't understand it, so I won't even try to comprehend it. Well, I understand with my flat nose, deep voice, big lips. I'm an African, and you know what? This is what my past. This is what my history was. This is what my present is, and this is how I want to make my future. But what I ain't gonna do is butt dance and tap dance around my shit. You understand?
I know. So then, listening to what you said, I just wanted to quickly say, Atticus now asks the question, who came up with the term black? So I'm assuming all of us are going to assume it's going to be the supremacist structure that created that term, and we were forced to accept it.
What do you mean black? Because black as a color, I imagine every civilization has had a word for black.
Yeah, but what he's saying specifically is BLACK.
Yeah, so well, that's English, people, obviously, because it's in English. And if you're saying Negro, that's, I think, Europeans, Western world, if you like.
Oh, that's Latin, Spanish, Negro.
I think the actual racial, like the taxonomical classifications, I think that was in like either 16th or 17th century, German. And that was by some craniology, German craniologist. Yeah. And then obviously that was
and then it was pushed down onto us because we were colonized and conquered, and then we accepted it. But we've disconnected ourselves from the matrix. We understand the BS, but we're still fighting with the word itself.
Yeah, no, but I think this is what I'm trying to say, right? It's at this stage you can see, like, when Bankboy, I thought you were gonna fuck up earlier, Bankboy, because you were like, when I asked white people where they're from, and I thought you were gonna say none of them say white, and I was almost charged, ready to say to you, but white isn't where somebody's from, right? So if you're black and African, and you prefer to put African before you're black, if someone asks what are you, for example, or whatever, and you only refer to yourself as an African, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. No one's saying this.
Right, so
I'm someone that says that I can see now there isn't that much utility in black other than a banner coming under a banner of the most oppressed group. If you want to, substitute black for the most oppressed, quote unquote, racial group or ethnic group or ethnically racial, however you want to describe a group, fair enough. But I'm just saying the fact that you have an opportunity to change the circumstances, right? However difficult it's going to be, and then something like black could have the same value the word like white obviously has. I'm saying is something to aspire towards, in my opinion. But you don't have to. No one's forcing anyone to call themselves.
But who's undermining the term black?
Witness.
Yes. Sorry.
I mean, white. Some black.
What are you saying, Bankboy? Sorry, someone called my name. Was it Bankboy?
Yeah, Witness. I was going to ask. So, what do you think about the Middle Earth concept then?
No, I just stick with what you said about Urobo. You just say you're Urobo. Last 2 years, I've just been saying I'm Yoruba.
Yeah.
But the only time I did use Nigeria was when I was in Fiji, because if I said Yoruba, they would never clue what I was talking about. So.
But then that's your opportunity to help them understand what you're talking about. Feel me?
True. Yeah. True. Can't disagree with that. Yeah.
The goddess. Sorry, man. I think you were gonna say something, goddess.
Oh, give thanks. Bless up family. You don't know grand rises and all that good stuff. Yeah, obviously I'm listening. Ultra favorite family man. You don't know. So I'm listening. Yeah, pick up yourself, Rambo. So I'm listening, and I'm getting a little bit confused. So, like, what is it that we're saying here? Sorry if I sound a bit dumb, but because it's sort of gone from one point to another. So,
Anifa, what do you mean by that? What's that, sister? Welcome.
Yeah, salute, Rambo.
Yeah, salute, man. Respect her manners. Yeah. Continue.
This kitchen's getting a little hot for me. I think I need to step out a bit.
No, what do you mean? There's no the kitchen. The fire's not even on, man. There's no nothing like that. I'm good. So what are we, Bang Boy? What is it that you're? Because I hear you talk about. Is it all right to say if I'm from Middle Earth or something? So what is it? Are you sort of not vibing with the term black? Is that what we're really talking about?
Yeah, I'm not black, innit?
You're not black, okay?
I'm not black. I'm not even African.
Yeah, it's like Michael Jackson said. I'm not gonna spend the rest of my life being a color.
I'm not black. I'm not even African.
Yeah, but like I put in the chat to witness, yeah. Like I put in the chat to witness, he did say that in the early days.
Okay.
But like I said,
9 Ether 99, Captain Rambo. It was a bad joke. Don't take what I said about Michael serious, please.
No, but even with that being said, it's still valid because the point I'm making is that
what I'm saying is I'm not black. I'm not even African. I'm from Middle Earth, and if you want to know exactly where I'm from in the Middle Earth, I'm a Robo. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So what's the advantage? What's the advantage of that, man?
What that does, it highlights my tribe. You feel me? It highlights my tribe, which is really who I am, without all these societal constructs and names and that they put in for us. Like, if I want to claim my own identity back, I would refer to myself simply as what I originally am, which is an Yoruba man from Middle Earth. From the southwestern part. From the southwestern part of Middle Earth, to be precise.
So does that make you feel more complete?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Well, fair enough, man. I can't really say nothing to that still. Do you know what I mean? That's why I say, you know what I mean? If we all acknowledge ourselves and gods and goddesses, all of this, I think, would become not incidental, but do you know what I mean? At least certainly not so important. But yeah, all right, fair enough. I mean, I'm listening. I'm like, I don't even.
Goddess, do you get what I'm trying to say though with that?
Yeah, I do in a way. I'm not gonna lie. I guess to myself, I just find it interesting that, in 2020 now, where, in my mind, there's been so much work put in to, make black positive, as it were. You know what I mean? To take away all the negativity from being black, etc., etc. You know what I mean? If we go back to times gone by, there's loads of like reggae tunes, even other songs, you know what I mean? Young, Gifted and Black, all these things that where we were coming up now, we were proud to be black, innit? We not exalted, but do you know what I'm saying to you? Like we were in your face kind of black, as it were. So I find it interesting now, you know, years and years later, whereby there seems to be like a change again, whereby
I'm taking it a step further. I'm taking it a step further now. Now that we've done all that black consciousness stuff, and you know,
do you know what it is, Nanifa? So do you know what it is, Nanifa? These guys here, he's got all of these skin tight trousers, yeah, skin tight clothes, yeah, wearing fucking makeup and acting like it's not makeup. They do like, you know, manicures and this sissy shit, yeah. They're losing their black masculine selves, yeah, and going off with bleach, powder face Michael Jackson and the rest of them. Yo, Bank Boy, witness, you're African. Be proud.
Sorry, why did you bring my name into it? How did I suddenly get dragged?
Hold on. You don't come from the middle bomber cloud. No,
I never said I was from middle. Yeah? So how did I get pulled into this? I don't understand.
Hey, Rambo, I am from Middle Earth. You cannot take that away from me, Rambo. I don't want
Middle Earth, Africa. Eh?
Yeah, that's
what
I mean, innit? When you check it on the map, Middle Earth is Africa, innit?
Right, so you're African. No more. You're African. Be proud.
Go on.
Forget you for a moment, yeah? Do you think that there are children, young adults, whatever, in this world that feel pressure because they understand the implication of being black, right? And they're not maybe as aware as someone like you is of the investment or the social or the mechanisms that are put in place to make a black child or a black person feel inadequate, yeah? And would you feel like they may take the same position as like you're doing now, even if you're doing it in jest? For example, say like if someone asked them, do everything they can to not have to accept that they're black. Do you think that there are children that are going through that kind of experience or experiencing that now? Can you conceive? Can you imagine that there's kids going through that now?
No, not really.
To put in layman's terms, that don't like to call themselves black, but don't particularly know why exactly but they know that they don't like that term black used for themselves. You don't think there's kids right now?
When you put it like that, yeah, I think there definitely will be young people like that who might not want to identify with the word black, but they don't necessarily know why.
Okay, and as an adult now, and you are kind of aware of politics and whatever and some history, do you think that it's more beneficial for them to take that route, or do you think it's more beneficial to embrace what society calls them and see the positive in what they're labeled, the positive history
with the stance that I'm taking now, I would say it's more beneficial to big up your tribe, where you're from, man. That's where I'm on right now.
No, but I'm saying like historically, people have been called black, and historically, people who have been called black have achieved great things. So, do you think it's more beneficial to say them to sort of demystify the term black? And attempt to remove some of these negative connotations, or do you think it's good for them to just steer clear of the term completely and for lack of a better word, pretend there's something else or to embrace another?
Pretend there's something else. My whole point, the point I'm trying to make is not to do with pretense. You know what I mean? It's
black power.
It's
forget pretend. So that's a bad word, right? Forget pretend. To just omit that part of their heritage, if you like. So completely stay clear of that.
That's the word. That word you used there, heritage. There's no black in heritage, you feel me? But when I stand on Urhobo, it's like, ooh, I feel connected to all my ancestors just through that one word, Urhobo, you know?
Yeah, but I understand why you're doing that. I understand because I understand that. I don't see anything wrong with it, but I also understand if someone else wants to call themselves black because of the circumstance of what history has done, they might not have the knowledge of what tribe they belong to. So it makes sense that they would say they're black, which is a good thing. I see them being both good. If you want to say you're black, yeah, it's good.
But black people have been. We have a shared like there is some. So Witness and somebody from Jamaica maybe may share the exact same level of oppression within the UK, for example, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
just and the reason that they share the oppression, this is the important part, is because they look very similar.
Yep.
So black isn't where they're from. They're not from black.
It's a political.
It's how they look. When you ask a white person if they're white isn't where they're from, it's how they look. But there is value in how they look, and there is no value apparently, yeah, in ostensibly in how you look. And we're saying you can have a paradigm shift within that community to make how we look good. So there is value in how we look.
I fully get you, Jay.
Yeah, so
you're talking about two different things though, because Bank Boy's answer was in regards to being asked where he was from.
Yeah.
And then he went straight.
Yeah. No, I know. But we know there was some context to this, and this is what preceded was him saying that he's not black. Sorry, actually, let me before I catch myself out here. What was the opening statement? Because Middle Earth came at the end of that little flourish. So what was at the beginning?
I did say I'm not black. That was what I said.
Yeah, right. Sorry, I just wanted to double check. So it is important because when, you know what, I'm gonna be real honest here. The reason I always say I understand, I don't see the complete utility in the concept or term black, is because I definitely identified when people used to say I'm not black early, like some of the early Speakers Corner debates I heard when I'd hear you saying it and that. And I think like, yeah, I understand what they're saying. Yeah, no, you're right. And the more I thought about it, but that is what you believe is working against the conditioning is actually a result of the conditioning. Because the only reason you're definitely gonna who has definitively gone on record and stated that black is bad? Who is on record as saying that? And who is on record as saying black is good? The people that would fight for people like me would say black is good. The people that would fight against people like me would say black is bad. So the moment I start saying black is bad, who's winning that war?
But the thing is, I'm not even saying black is bad. I'm not.
But you are though. I don't want to. You're implying it by saying I'm not going to accept it as a term to describe myself. You are, of course, you are.
Yeah, it's just simple.
Bank Boy, I don't want to answer your quick question, Bank Boy.
Yeah, go on.
Are you proud to be black?
I'm proud to be from Middle Earth. I'm proud to be a Orobo.
So, are you proud to be black?
Done. I'm done. I can't take you lot fucking serious no more. Are you not fucking
calm down,
stupid,
Captain? Yo, Captain, calm down. It's early morning, man.
Black. I'm proud to be black. Okay, in the sense of how you're using the word, and
can't we take you lot serious?
James is coming from, and where James is coming from. Of course, I am. Yeah, but with this, I'm trying to change my own narrative. Feel me? You know, and I'm proud of where I'm from, and I want to highlight it, and I want the world to know about Orobo. You know, just like I feel. You know, the world should know about Ashanti.
But okay, let me ask you. Wait. Let me ask you a quick question. Sorry to cut in. Yeah. Do you agree or appreciate, rightly or wrongly, that we are now living in a world whereby people are defined by color?
Yeah. I understand that 100.
Yeah. So we agree that white people have a color, right?
Well, they agree. Yeah, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, so white people couldn't be white, but they could obviously be Spanish, English, British, the whole nine, yeah? But
you see, funny you say Spanish and all of that. I don't see Spanish people or Mediterranean people like as white, personally.
Yeah, but we're not talking about how you see them, man. Yeah, there's something I'm saying to you.
Like, for example, in Nigeria, yeah, a person from Morocco or Algeria will be considered a white man. Do we consider those people here like white? Witness, be my witness on this one.
Yeah, no, but we know that people from Morocco are not white, innit? So that's just ignorance, isn't it? We can't.
No, it's not ignorance.
It's like I said earlier, it's the social construct. We're living in a country where there's a construct. The construct is that we are black. So we can rebel against that and say we're not black. But the fact is, within that construct, that supremacist society, we are labeled and we are viewed as black. We were denigrated as being black. And then over decades, loads of black people fought to promote blackness as being good. So it's like...
What I was saying, Witness, is in Nigeria, for example...
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying... I understand what you're saying, but we're not in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. So the current place that we're in, you know, it's a whole different ballgame. You can't Nigeria is just the way it's. We're in England, in London. It's in Western world, so it's a different paradigm, different construct completely. So we're black and other people are whatever that construct has decided, white or Asian or something. So it's just that accepting what we are, taking pride in it and just promoting it. And when you say you don't see yourself as black, I understand intellectually what you're saying. It's just that politically, it looks like you are denigrating blackness and black people. You're not doing it. It's that indirect inference that that's what you're doing, which is what James was mentioning earlier. It looks like you're then...
No, I fully get what James was saying. I get him 100%. Like, you know, in the society construct that we live in, I also get what Goddess is saying. You know, I fully don't think that I'm not with you guys, yeah. But what I'm trying to say, I'm just trying to redefine my own identity for myself, and I have a right to do that.
I don't disagree with that, but I think that's more. Yeah, obviously you've got. I don't need to say not internal issues. That don't even sound right. But you see, that's what I'm saying. You see, if you get to a level whereby
do that, if that's what you're trying to say, I've got reasons. I've got personal reasons for.
No, of course, okay, fair play. But all I'm saying, you see, if once you get to a point where you're proud to be black, yeah, and you understand what proud to be black is, and you've emancipated yourself from mental slavery, yeah, being black wouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? In fact, you would know the powers. You see what I'm saying to you? So for me now, I'm listening to, you know, of recent times, I'm trying to really ascertain, like, where are these new sort of thoughts coming from? Like,
so when you said powers there, yeah? When you said the word powers, I know my powers. I feel like I know my powers more when I'm standing firm on my robo. You feel me? I feel like there is where I can actually, you know, I feel empowered just by saying that, period. You know?
And there's nothing wrong with that, but all it is, isn't it? Because okay, you're Yoruba, and then obviously there's all different other tribes, etc.
No. Like, he is Urobo. Yeah. There's a difference. Yeah. Urobo. That's the importance of it being because if you call him Yoruba, which he's not, then you're kind of like
yeah. Okay, my apologies. But like Witness said, yeah, in Britain, you know what I mean, when people, you know what I mean, no one can, well, maybe amongst ourselves or whatever, but do you know what I mean? No one can like distinguish tribes, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Now, like I hear what you're saying, but I think it's sort of going backwards a little bit. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you're wrong, but like I said before, I just think with all the hard work that's been put in to really put positivity on the word black and so forth, whereby
is it going backwards when a white guy says I'm Welsh, I'm Irish.
But he's so white though, he's not saying that he's not white though, is he? Yeah, exactly. So he's not okay, and that's the important thing, Bab. He's not rejecting his whiteness, is he? He's saying he's white and Welsh, he's white and whatever,
No, he's not even.
And I don't see how that is different for our.
He's just saying.
Listen. No one's saying you have to introduce yourself as, "Hi, I'm Bank Boy OBE, the black guy." No one's saying you have to do that. You know what I'm saying? But if indeed that is a component of your identity, is it something that you consider as a negative aspect of your identity, or is it something that you're actively trying to make a positive aspect of your identity? Is it something that unifies you with different people, or is it something that repels you from people that share the same moniker?
It doesn't repel me.
These are questions. I'm being honest, bro. And I'm not trying to say it patronizingly. That you have to honestly ask yourself, because we are all socially conditioned, and the fact that people like us are programmed to dislike and hate ourselves as well as other people that look like us, we need to ask ourselves far more tough questions than our white counterparts need to.
But a point I have to make clear, James, I'm not saying this because I'm repelled. I'm not repelled by being black. You know, I'm not saying it I'm not coming from a negative stance when I say this. Does that make sense?
I know, but you may not always know. Like a real simple. This is really, really crude example. Yeah, but you know, no, but you know when you were young. I hate when people. I always have these arguments with people where people talk about they don't find white women attractive, and I'm like, if you were watching TV when you were young, there was only one message that TV was programming into your mind, that the apex of femininity and beauty is white women. You're fucking Pamela Andersons or whoever else. As you get older, you start to ask the question, which is, who do I like? What do I really like? Of all these, what's my girl from Love and Sanaa Lathan and
Carol Vorderman.
Get out of here! You're still on the white. We moved to black now, man. You're late. But I'm saying, and there's points you ask yourself questions. Now, that's an easy question to ask yourself: which chick do I find the sexiest? But there are in the same vein difficult questions that you must ask yourself to highlight whether or not you've been programmed into thinking something, or that's something that you genuinely feel. And when it comes to associating yourself with every other sort of aspect of your identity other than what has clearly been explained as negative, yeah, it makes sense to think that maybe it's not all you, or maybe it's not the most sort of reasoned. Or it is reason. Maybe it is. Maybe someone's thought through every aspect of what they consider their black identity.
Put it this way, James. Yeah, to cut a long story short, To cut a long story short, I get what you're saying. As a collective, am I black? Clearly, But as an individual, that's what I'm trying to. That's where I'm coming from. So that it's just.
What, Bank Boy? I'm not going to leave you out to dry. I kind of feel that way myself. As a collective, black all day long, but. I'm sorry, like the term black in the dictionary is fuckery. Where did this term come from? Is it inherent? Was it us giving it to ourselves? I'm not sure if it was.
It wasn't. It wasn't. I think I read something somewhere, where it says, it actually started being, popularized and used really after the abolishment of slavery. And it was done to because apparently
because remember we were Negress. Yes,
before the abolishment, right? And after the abolishment, it's like, okay, there was like there were two types of whites in it. There's the white in the house, and there was and there were the poor whites who were the ones like whipping people on the fields. You feel me? Those ones couldn't read properly. In fact, all the way black people speak, like Massa and all of that, they learn from the poor whites, because those poor whites
cut a long story short, there is far more utility in Orobo or Nigerian or African or British African. Like, there's far more utility in all of those terms in describing yourself and to getting a better understanding of you and your identity, what have you. But I'm just saying that it doesn't take a rocket. Like, no one's disputing the fact that there are clear negative connotations to the term black and to having a black identity. I'm saying if anyone's going to be able to change that, because we are getting tarred with that brush, the only people it's going to be is us, in it, because it's sure shit ain't going to be white people. So it's true. Ultimately,
you know what the funny thing is? You know who fucked up the word black for me? Khalid Muhammad. I watched one of his lectures, and it was him that fucked up this whole black business for me. It was like, like, remember what black means, yeah, and then remember that word was then put on us, yeah. Remember, if so, for instance, if the word for like completely depraved, irredeemably depraved. If we called irredeemably depraved, I don't know if there's a word for it, but let's just say Mondo Sismo, so that word exists, and then you go to a foreign land and you beat up everyone there, and you fuck them up, and you bring them back home, you enslave them, and then you start referring to these people as Mondo Sismo, I don't think that's a term you should embrace. Like, even once you've broken the bond of slavery, you shouldn't then still retain the Mondo Sismo, because initially it means like irredeemably depraved.
No, right? but you know what? It's different. It's different because essentially what you're talking about is the word nigger, right? Because
no.
if you're
No. I'm talking about the word black thing. Remember, what does black mean?
I'll tell you why. Listen, forgetting English, right? Black.
Yo, Freddie's backstage.
There is a color, right, of black. There is a color associated to black. So black's part of a spectrum of colors. So let's say either the absence of color or the complete opaque. You know what I mean? However you want to describe black. It's one end of the spectrum, white's on the other. Now there would be a time in history where white people were referred to by a color, right? Or they were distinguishable from black people. Now the associations, the connotations that a word like black has, I would agree with you. I'm not disputing any of what you said. What I would say is ultimately you will always will be reduced phenotypically to a distinguishable to a distinguishable factor. And I'm saying the fact that you can the connotations that exist, they do exist, but you can reduce the differences between us to come kind of color difference, if you like, for lack of a better word. Yeah. So if you want to change,
you got the red man and all that shit. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, if you want to do brown and pink, if that's the fine, but they ultimately can be. Now, if you're saying that the people that are distinguishable from Asians, like Southern Asians, East Asians, and Europeans are X group, I'm saying, are you going to place any value? Because the real devaluing is the group itself. People that look like this, sound like this, come from this place are X. That's what's being said here. So I'm saying, regardless of what that is, now nigger, we know what nigger is literally.
And that's my point, James. Yeah, sorry to cut you, but that's my exact point. Because a time come, like I said before, whereby positivity is put on the term blackness. You know what I'm saying? And I think that a time come when the powers that be, saw that, and basically started putting things in place.
Hey, me, Ultra.
Oh shit! Sorry, fuck.
Yeah, go on.
So what I'm saying, family, is that I believe that, like I said, there was definite power and positivity with the term black, and like I sort of said before, you know what I mean, there was certain songs, this, that, and the other. Okay, and I think that a time came whereby the powers that be saw that, you with me, and then started doing their fucking skullduggery, you with me, in terms of negating it, and that's why we're here today. That's what I believe. You know what I'm saying to you? Because I don't understand how the younger generations now, no disrespect, but I don't understand how the younger generations now are starting to to question this term blackness.
Let's see what the black intellect or the black intellect has to say about this.
And also, I'll just add one more thing, because you see, obviously it's easier for I don't even say it's easy for Africans, but no, I don't even. Obviously, you have Africans and you have Afro-Caribbeans. You with me? So I could see that it would be easier. It could be argued for Africans maybe to just go strictly tribal. You know what I mean? So there might be that sort of bit in it as well. I don't know if there's like trying to be a split between Africans and African Caribbeans. You know what I mean? Especially with all this flipping persons like Tour or whatever with them kind of vibrations. So there's definitely something going on out here. You know what I'm saying? I've not been able to put my finger on it, but there's definitely some anti sentiment to go on, and it's not doing us any good at all, because there was a time when we were actually coming together, you know what I'm saying, under the one banner.
Let me ask this question. Please,
I want to ask you a question real quick. You see, let's take everything you've said at face value and accept it, for the sake of argument, that you're right to say you're from Middle Earth, whatever. If an Afro-Caribbean and that you're Orobo is you prefer to be identify with that, if someone who is Caribbean says to you that they don't have the luxury of being able to trace, where exactly their tribe, what their tribe is and where exactly they come from on the continent, and that they, in the way I've described, they want to, bolster or make robust this black identity, and that, the fact that you face the same oppression as them, they want you to help in their struggle. How would you respond to someone like that who says something like that to you?
I'll help with this. I'll be part of the struggle. I'm part of the struggle, obviously. So I would help.
In that making black. I mean, to make
to invest in the term black, you would see that as a benefit to help your brother, yeah, or your Caribbean brother.
He would say, "No, Mr. Fudo, no."
I was gonna say that's why before you ask this question, I was gonna ask the question, is there any other term we could use collectively? You know, is that a possibility, Shakara?
Suggest one, isn't it? And then we'll reflect on it. Suggest one.
I'll get back to you on that one when I come up with
personally, I suggest Hobbits. Yeah, Hobbits.
Middle Earth again. You feel me?
Hobbit. What the hell is that? A midget?
I wanna go for
No. Hobbits are not just midgets. They're midgets with big feet, and you know what they say about men with big feet, right?
Yeah, they're big.
And that they're from Middle Earth.
Yeah, you know, like that. That's beautiful. Hey, Isa.
Yes, brother.
What's good? Now, question of the day. Yeah, like
just bless up the panel. Still bless up to the panel. Bless up 90, brother Bankboy, James Jones, Shaka Ra, Ultra Funky, the Refuted Annihilator.
Yes, right. So I was going to ask if you were awarded a peerage from the Queen, like an OBE on MBE, would you accept?
Before the Black Tillett even answers that question, the reason I came on was specifically to deal with Shaka Ra and his points about this, whatever it is, OBE, MBE, all of that stuff. So if we can go there first before I get down with that. So what is the real problem?
Let's answer. No, you answer the question first, and then you can do it.
No, brother. Please, because that might go on to why. I've already got my answer, yeah, so that's not a problem. Shaka Ra, you had issues with that. Can you please give us why?
What, the OBE and the MBE?
Yeah, all of that. Why would it not be right?
The thing said Order of the British Empire, member of the British Empire, and I burn out the British Empire.
Yeah, but why do you burn out the British Empire as a black man?
Because the British Empire is an institution of oppression.
Is an institution of oppression.
He's got something under his sleeve, Shaka. I don't know why.
He does. He blatantly does. Well, we'll see how it goes, isn't it?
No. I'm just saying. So we have order of and member of.
Yes.
What would you say order of is? What's that?
The order is the order, isn't it? So it's the composite value of the institutions and the social order that is created by them. So being order of the British Empire means that I abide by or am seen as beneficial to that order.
Okay, brilliant. But if it's changed somewhat, or if it has aspects to it which are not as it used to be, what about that? Like if it's towards not being as bad and they're trying to evolve it into something that's better,
then it's not the British Empire. So you wouldn't need to call it the British Empire.
I see. Brilliant point. That's good.
All right, can you answer the question now, Isa?
I haven't quite finished, but it would be a no. That's a simple thing. But I mean, I think most Muslims it would be haram anyway, so that's quite simple. Yeah.
Oh, are you telling me there's no Muslim with a peerage?
Hey, Isa.
No, I'm saying that
James, one sec. Let me. Are you telling me there's no Muslims in the world with a peerage?
No, there is, but I'm saying. I haven't quite finished, but it would be a no. That's a simple thing, but I mean, I think. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You are? Yeah.
So someone's playing their usual. But how the fuck are you? I thought there was something good coming at the end of that, man.
Yeah, no. I'm getting there now. So if somebody was to take up an ideology, that was at least that had a massive empire that specifically enslaved black people for 1,200 years. And maybe the empire was not as powerful as it was, but the ideology remained. And they became a member. would that be a betrayal to pro-blackness and Pan-Africanism, etc.?
Sunny in the morning. That's how he wakes up. He wakes
I know,
up.
fam. I know. That was brilliant.
Did we not? We spoke a bit about it yesterday, and I woke up hearing this. So obviously, you know, I mean, you got Ultra, and then I'm hearing this. So all of it.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Issa. Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Issa. Yeah. Are you then therefore suggesting that when you say what if they've changed, yeah, or the society has changed, yeah, are you suggesting that there's been no changes in this ideology for the last 1,200 years?
Not in regards to this, no, hell no. Not in regards to
would you suggest that there's been a change in relation to the British Empire in relation to this subject as well?
Nah, not really. It was just a point of when people in the UK at least see it.
The difference is, bro. Here's a significant difference. Yeah. Religion is obviously a choice, but on the scale of equivalency, you'd have to make that specific to, let's say, Saudi Arabia. Yeah. In that respect, hear what I'm saying? Being joining a religion and saying I am a Muslim, and you join the dominant expression.
I didn't say Islam. Come on now.
Just wait 1 second. Let me finish what he's saying.
Yeah, but I'm not a dickhead, and neither are you. So
I didn't say Islam.
What's it called? Right. So yeah. So again, in that respect, now I coming from my perspective, might agree with you to some degree. I might agree with you to some degree, except for I understand the nuances in the thing. If a religion can be considered the equivalent of an empire, which is a nationalist institution that goes around colonizing and that kind of thing, there's an equivalency to be drawn. At the same time, again, I have a British passport. It's not, I don't hold it as a badge of honor. It is a part of the circumstance in which I live, and that's different to me to holding a title of the Order of the British Empire. So I would understand how somebody who is a member of a religion might see that as different to subduing themselves or abiding by particular institutions that have been dominated that have dominated that religion. You know what I'm saying?
But all right, I'll give an example. Seems you mentioned Saudi Arabia. Agreed, Saudi Arabia could be spoken about as the anti-black clear form, right? Salafiyist, Wahhabiyist. So let's put aside the hybrids in traditional so-called African systems, where they've either merged 50-50 to a degree, or even where their culture outshines their Sunniism in many parts of Africa. So they would be rejected as being deviants, if not kuffar, by the Orthodox groups. On that basis, where somebody makes a choice to go to that side, where the Orthodox are specifically focusing on blacks not merging their culture with it, but they're okay with Pakistanis and the rest of it, and they're still Muslims, number one. But number two, that Orthodox has been the same one that has been okay. So 1,200 years of scholars in the first, second, third, all these generations coming down, they've all been cool with enslaving blacks and castrating them and so on. So if somebody chooses that version, would you not agree that would be the equivalence? Because
I would suggest, like, coming from my position, I'm of the a plague on your house's variety of the argument, right? As far as it relates to black people, that's my position. Would I project that onto somebody in the sense of the fact that clearly, if we look at the British Empire is the British Empire. Somebody who's following a religion, and where they're coming from, where that is concerned, maybe different. You know what I'm saying? So I can have my position and also appreciate what their perception is.
No, but hold on. This is what I'm saying. You're trying to put the layman's argument where a religion and British Empire. Now we both know if they accept an OBE, MBE, etc., they're not going to be like part of a big influence in this empire. So they literally convert into an ideology in that sense, where they're accepting something, joining to a degree, getting certain benefits. And there may be certain things they agree with. So they're supporting that agenda. Likewise, if somebody's joining this ideology, it's the same thing. Calling it religion doesn't change that fact.
But I might agree with you again to some degree. I'm just saying that my ultimately my own personal proclivities doesn't mean that I cannot appreciate where somebody else is coming from. And me arguing against the British Empire, like I understand why, like say for example, a lot of our elders might take it on like that. You know what I'm saying? It comes from a colonial.
And I was going to say to you, Shakira, that's an excellent point, right? Because one of the things I grew up with is we love the Queen more than you. Like,
not them someday.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I used to hear it growing up, but obviously I'm not a stupid idiot child. I mean, I'm still a stupid idiot child, but at the time I didn't understand the gravitas of those words. You know what I mean? And then this is Caribbean people saying this, so I was like, rah. Okay, if that's the thing, go do your thing. I just want to play 40-40, so I don't really care. But big elders in my community, we love the Queen more than white people. I used to think, bro, okay, that's mad.
Yeah, no, I heard that saying before, definitely. But can I just take it back to the black argument?
Before you take it anywhere, you got to greet everyone on the panel, bro.
Yeah, man. Bless up, man. Everybody. Don't know my thing, man. Come on. Straight blessings, man. You ain't even got to say nothing. But for real, give thanks for reminding me. But yeah, what I was saying though is, does the panel think that there's a difference between like being black or being African, or being proud and African, or being proud and black? Because for instance, like I'm black in Britain, innit? And I could just be regular black, like don't really care about nobody else. You get what I'm saying? Or be proud black, where everyone in the UK, I want them to succeed. Black person, I'm proud of every single black person. Or I could be like one of them Africans where, like, yeah, I found my tribe, I found my people. I know that I can identify the people from Gambia or Ghana or wherever. I'm just gonna stick with them. I'm a Ghanaian, and like I'm not a proud African. I don't give a fuck about any other Africans. Do you think there's a difference between the two?
It's a thing for me, right? Because I asked a question in the chat now, which was, can anybody name any identity which is not a social construct? Yeah, and I mean any. As far as I'm concerned, all identities are social construct, including I'm just a human being. Yeah, I'm just human.
Exactly.
Right? It's all a social construct. Yeah. What's it called? My man James said, when I asked the question, he said spirit, and I said, nah, even spirit, even the idea of spirit, like as we understand it and as we make functional, in our lives, is a social construct. So for me, the question is like, the idea of black being a social construct is neither here nor there. For me, within the context that we are in, the term black has validity within a context, and I think it's necessary to put it in the context of pride because of where we're coming from, but it's also necessary to put it within the context of African because of where we're also coming from, and the fact that beyond just being black, we have to attach identity to history, culture, and land. And all of those things is where the actual pride comes from. If you're proud to be black, what does being proud to be black mean? What are you proud of? And it's the history and the culture, and the struggle and the overcoming, and the victories and the, you know what I'm saying, and the excellence that comes with all of those things, and that comes from.
So real quick, I'm not trying to make this a semantic argument because I actually agree with you fundamentally, but I think another way of framing it is identity is independent of human beings, in that things have different properties, different substances have different, for lack of a better word, identities, isn't it? So if you could substitute any of these concepts and you could still see the major quote unquote racial divide, be it that people are receiving an inordinate amount of oppression in relation to, and we're just using the two here, the dichotomy, as opposed to white people who are considered to be, what is considered as an identity to be a beneficial identity. And in the most simplest of terms, whatever you're referred to, does it make sense to ameliorate that identity and make it better? Because we are all arguably indistinguishable by something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing.
Can you rephrase that question, Shakara?
No. I think the basic point is that whether, because we were called, the fact of us being black here is a designation that was given to describe the color of our skins. The color of our skins is a fact. Whether we like the term black or not, the color of our skin is a fact, and that has a significance in the world in which we live. So is it functional or more viable to reject the designation or attach positivity to the designation, given that it is a natural fact? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not necessarily the term black, but what it is referring to is a natural fact that we're not going to get away from anytime soon. So do we maintain the shame and the denigration around the concept, or do we actually challenge that denigration and attach positivity to it? I think
there is
positivity.
There is a clear pathway to success in this instance, because literally the people that designated us as such have done it for themselves. So we have not only cause, but we have the method, or we have the sort of pathway to that success, because people have already done it. Being white is a good thing, even in the worst of circumstances. Being a good thing.
But James, this is
being black is a beautiful thing as well. That's why I always got, sorry to cut you there, Issa. I always got taught to attach pride to the words when you're saying it. So when you're saying I'm an African, you're not just saying I'm an African, innit? I'm a proud African. Like, I care about the whole continent. I one day, God willing, I wish to visit every crevice and corner. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a proud black man in Britain. I'm not just black in it. I'm proud of it. Like, I care about black people in Wales, Scotland, everywhere, Ireland. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm proud. You get what I'm saying?
James, although it's semantic in what you're saying, but the difference is we're not talking about an arbitrary term. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and it's not, let's say, a description in relation to behavior. They've had to slap those meanings to it, but the color's been there ever, you know, from nature. So therefore, we have all the power we need to reattach or to highlight all the positivities relating to that, because it's part of nature. It's not something that's made up out of the blue. Do you get me?
Identity is independent of humanity. It is a logical principle. So it's gonna have to be something for everyone that's upset about the name. You're gonna have to be identified as something, because this isn't one big glob. This isn't one big the primordial soup, or however you want to describe it. There are different substances which have different properties throughout the planet, and they each have identities. Sorry, carry on.
No, but what does that have to do with anything?
Quick question, Select. Beg you, quick question. Are you black first or Muslim first?
There's no separation at all between the two. I think you've asked that before. There's no separation.
How could there be no separation?
Well, because if Allah created me a black man, which he did, and being black is part of nature, which Allah creates, is the source of nature, then it doesn't make sense. How can there be a different, it doesn't make sense. It's like, am I black first, or I don't know, am I a male first?
So all right, when you was did you think this, so as a Christian, is that how it was also?
No, because Christianity is not part of nature. You're not taught to think in Christianity. You have to believe something that someone told you and told you and told you. Whereas Islam is about, science. It's about the nature of life.
I don't think you can say that though, bro. That's a bit blanket still.
No. I'm saying. All right.
So now, hold on.
Because there's Christians that can think independent of the Bible. Do you agree with that though?
One sec. What I'm saying is Christianity is telling you that somebody, an individual, died for your sins. Yeah, and you have to believe that. Islam is saying use your brain to conclude that there's one source and to live in harmony with the nature according to these principles and laws. you understand?
Yeah, that's one version of Christianity.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
hold
one
on,
version
hold
of
on, hold
Islam
on,
you're
hold on.
describing.
Wait,
You know what
I'm
I
not
mean,
trying
though?
to make this an Islamic argument. Yeah, I'm just trying to ask the question. So in that instance, you separated Christianity from Islam. Yes, you're saying that they're two different things. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go on. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so you said that when the Most High he made you black, which I agree with. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
But he didn't make you Muslim, though, did he?
Well, the word Muslim, of course, because if we go by the term Muslim, yeah, what I'm saying to you made me Muslim. So there's being a Muslim by nature, and then there's consciously deciding to submit. So, for instance,
yeah, but with all due respect, to let those are two different things, aren't they, Bab? Because at the end of the day, however beautiful this, that, and the other, the things that like Islam, Christianity, or whatever, these are all man-made. Yeah.
Even if you think that, the point is
no, it's not even if I think that. That's what it is, isn't it? But what we do know definitely is that the Most High made us to be who and what we are.
Right.
This is me. Right. So that's why I asked you the question, because you're saying, boom, they're both the same, but I'm saying that can't be correct. Because when you were born, you were not a Muslim.
But this is what I'm saying. You're using Arabic words. So if I said to you,
what do you mean? I'm using the words that I know, Bab. Yeah, and at the end of the day, what I know of Islam and Christianity and these things, they're also constructs, aren't they? They are theologies, are they not?
All right. 9. Very simple. Yeah.
No, but are they? Are they first?
Hold on. That's simple.
Are they theologies first?
No, they're not. That one is, and this one is. So I'm getting to.
Wait. So you just calm down, man. You're going on like you're in a rush, man.
No,
so are you saying that
you mention points and then jump away, and you're getting it wrong as you go along?
I want to solidify one point. All right, you talk. Go on.
Yeah. So where you made the statement about us being born, you weren't born Muslim, etc. It's an Arabic word. So what does the Arabic word mean for you to say you weren't born a Muslim?
Isa, just tell us what Arabic
Muslim means submit your will or something. Is that correct?
No.
What does it mean?
It's one who submits.
Okay, one who submits. When you were born, was you submitting?
Of course.
Huh?
Of
course you were not. Stop your noise.
Wait, stop.
That's nonsense to let, man.
Stop.
He's not going to answer it in any other way.
James, wait.
You're going to change your answer.
Wait, James, submitting to what, Nanifa? And this is the problem. What we submitting to?
What is you said it means to submit, yes?
Yeah, and you rejected that without asking.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm rejecting it is because when we were born, that's not how we were born. We were taught that someone had to teach us.
Oh my gosh!
Just
listen to
what do you mean? Oh my gosh!
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Stop rambling on elsewhere. I'm saying to you, submit.
I'm rambling.
Submitting to what? That's the next question.
Isa, just answer the question, though, innit?
Okay. We are born. Yeah. For instance, when a baby comes out, there's been a thing where if you left it on the belly of the mother, it will wiggle its way up to the breast. What is it submitting to? The system there, right? It doesn't even know it is following nature. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's not submitting. It's
okay, go on,
bro.
You what? Ultra, what do you say?
That isn't he's not. The baby's not submitting to fucking to nature. I think it's a ridiculous thing
I
to
understand
say.
What Ultra, all right, Ultra. I know what you're saying. When it says that the sun, moon, and stars and everything else submits to the natural laws, I'm saying.
Isa. I beg you, sorry, can I say something? 9. There is no amount of context that is going to make him revise his position. He's told you they're the same thing that you can't. He's not going to, and there's nothing you can say that's going to illuminate this any further.
You might want to understand it though. That's what.
Fair enough. But at the end of the day, what he's saying is incorrect. That's all I'm saying. And you're making an equation.
It doesn't make sense you telling me that, and you haven't. I'm saying I've studied it so in depth. And when you come along to tell me that, it doesn't make any sense, Nanifa.
Yeah, but Isa, I'm saying this argument's kind of long because obviously if you've had it already and there's still not been some type of compromise or you can't understand Nanifa's position or you can't be able to show her the position and you won't be able to understand her position. So this is
I understand the position. Bro, what do you want me? You want me to just ignore her?
So, Freddie, do
I'm
you
saying
agree
leave
with
it
what he
because you
said?
know what you know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Freddie,
Alhamdulillah.
wait. Because listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, you know. So I'm asking you, Freddie, do you...
A pair of titties is God. That's what he just told you. A pair of titties is God.
No, I understood what...
On that front,
I understood what my man was saying about the Middle Earth thing, you know, because when I first got to Africa, I wanted to wreck them so hard and wreck
Can somebody elaborate, Freddie, elaborate on this Middle Earth thing, please? Because like when he said it, I thought he was joking.
I understand fully what he meant, blood, because obviously since I've been grown up, coming from the 80s, people have identified as something else, like apart from black, like 12 tribes, Orthodox, like Bobo, like, you know what I'm saying, something else. And even our own Caribbean people haven't understood it to the fullness. Do you know what I'm saying? They've been like, sorry?
Is that what you're calling Middle Earth? Is that what Middle Earth refers to?
No, I'm just saying I can understand the need to identify something else, but I would never ever dash away the word black, because I know the pride that I instill in that word.
That's what I'm saying.
But I can understand the urgency and the need to identify to something else. Because as I said, when I got to Africa, if I dropped to Somalia first, I would have probably been, you know what I'm saying, one of the Somali tribe or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? The way I dig black people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I can understand. Like it just depends where you drop first. Because I dropped Ghana and Gambia, and I've been a couple other places in Africa. I identify with their side of things more. Do you know what I'm saying?
You know, Esau's that boy. I don't know about Somalia.
No, I don't.
But you know what I'm saying.
So,
though,
Issa, hold on a minute. I heard you trying to equate the baby coming out and wriggling up to the mum's breast. Yes.
Yeah.
So, what was you trying to equate that with, Bab?
Okay. Nature, we observe it as following law, correct? Yeah. So for us, it's doing what it's doing. Yeah. From the Islamic perspective, it's, let's say, submitting to something. Yeah, which is the command, so to speak. Therefore, the baby is following that natural law too. But there comes a point in time where there is a choice. There are influences, obviously, when you're raised, but there is a choice at a certain age whether to seek to be in harmony with those natural laws around you, etc., or you want to go way in straight. Do you understand? So therefore, being black is part of nature, as is being Muslim, seeking to be in harmony with nature. No contradiction.
Wow.
Yep. Very simple.
Wow.
Yep. Amazing.
Wow. No, it's not amazing, but it's just wow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
I understand. You have to study, though. That's what I'm saying. Is you're impressed by the.
But you're saying you have to study. Study what?
Right.
Study what? That wow should prove to you that you're never going to understand each other in that respect.
No, it's not that. It's
so that's why I asked Freddie, do you understand, man?
Oh, all right.
I understand what I need. You know what I understand?
You were born submitting your will.
Understand. One sec, sis. Everything I understand is nothing to do with division. Everything I understand is in a harmonious fashion. If it's not harmonious, I jump off. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sometimes certain
things. Everything, my whole paradigm is to do with harmony.
But Freddie, I can't cover everything because there's some people going to tell you, look, I can't merge with certain people because they might.
Cool. Those are the ones that man's going to get rid of. But I'm saying to you, for now,
but you can't
everything is harmony.
When there's enough of them. You can't just say that, Robert. You're just going to get rid of them.
What I mean when I say get rid of?
We're even scared to discuss our own self. It's mad, man. But anyway, Issa, I completely disagree. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think anyone's born submitting. Yeah, I think it's something that we are taught.
Oh, sis, listen to you're not responding to what I said. What I said to you was the concept. Like, for instance, if you look at Kemet, if you look at Voodoo and Ifa, there are expressions in the language which, if you just translate them straight to English, you'd be like, "What the hell is that?" Because it may not make sense in the English paradigm. So I would have. That's why I gave you a bit of the paradigm, which was nature and all these other things in nature. They're considered to be submitting to what? Some sort of law, because they themselves didn't create that thing. Something was there before they came into existence that they're following. Something was there before the baby was born. The baby don't choose to go up to the breast. How does it know it's there? It's following what it's got in it. So I'm saying we reach to an age where we can follow this natural law, or we can go astray from it. Do you get me? So what you're basically
okay, even if I were to
one sec. So what you're basing, I think what you're saying back to me is, when it comes to what I'm calling following natural law, you're saying that there is a man-made construct and it's not relating to following man-made law, following nature, sorry, correct? So you're saying the system is man-made and that system is a more cultural bunch of ideas from man as opposed to seeking to follow natural law, correct? Is that what you're putting back? Basically.
I mean, I think that we can follow natural law without religion, if that helps.
No, but no, what I mean, would you say the same? There's a choice between being black and following Kemet, or Voodoo, or Ifa.
There's not a choice. No.
Oh, so hold on.
You can choose to follow Voodoo, whatever. But you're born black.
No, hold on.
It's not a choice.
No, listen. Sorry. What I mean is, can you say to somebody, "Are you Voodoo first or black first?" Do you get what I'm saying? In your paradigm. Okay, maybe your angle of questioning. Are you saying which one do I take? Do I put first in life? Is that your point?
Yeah. Okay. So because I think we're veering off, and it wasn't even supposed to be that long. But yeah, essentially, because if you know what we were talking about, so now obviously I've heard persons say that I am Muslim first. You with me? Right. Before I'm black. You know what I mean? So just bringing it back to this whole conversation in which we're having, because I'm saying for myself, it seems in recent times there's a school or a vibration somewhere whereby being black is becoming secondary, tertiary, and it can even go down. You with me?
Listen, Isa believes there can be white rulers in Africa. So he's not. You
got bun up, and everyone else agreed.
That is a quote.
No, 95. Very simple.
All I know where is the rule is the only plan.
No, we're gonna come back. Freddie, this was actually one sec, Freddie. This was a quick question, actually. 95. I think what you're saying is in relation to being pro-black and being Muslim. Would that be a better way to phrase your question? Like in what you were saying?
Not even being pro-black, it's just being black, innit? You know what I'm saying to you? Because the thing is, okay, I guess what it is, the thing, like, you were born black, you understand? Mm-hmm. Then you become Christian, yeah? Then, so, you know what? I've forgotten my train of thought now. It doesn't even matter if I remember it.
To the Nation of Islam, can you ask that to people like Farrakhan? Do you get my point? Could you say that to him?
I'll say anything to him.
What, the same question?
Yeah.
Couldn't say that to Khalid either. Couldn't say that to none of them brothers.
Could you say that to Khalid Muhammad or what name I get Farrakhan?
Couldn't say that to Malcolm X. Couldn't say that to none of them brothers.
Oh no, what's it, Freddie?
Them lot wouldn't have a white leader.
James, bloody hell, man. Go on, 94. What are you saying? Because remember, the religion.
Are you saying
if Farrakhan is inseparable from black consciousness and black power? Yeah, just like mine is. But with Farrakhan now.
It was for Khalid.
No, please, 94. What are you saying, sis?
But you just said a really important bit at the end there, and I mean that's why I need to listen carefully, because you said just like yours is. You know what I'm saying to you? And I've already discussed with you that in my mind your thing is completely different, innit? You're on some one-away thing. You with me? Whereby somehow you sew it together, innit? Because you are definitely.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying. So you know what I'm saying,
sister. Listen, I've messaged you on Hangouts, yeah, and we can have a conversation in private, yeah, and I'll show you certain things, yeah, and then you'll see where I'm coming from. You'll be like, okay.
I think that's best, you know.
Let's do that. Yeah. Let's
arrange that.
Let's leave that. So what I want to get into, Freddie's, what was it again? The black and the What I'm finding is, to get back onto the train we was on, is that I think, what was it? Bank Boy said something like he's gone further. I think he said than black. So we were black to us, black power. Yeah. So that was the stage at which we were putting some positive.
When you say us,
okay, those people. Not you, James. Anyway, as I was saying, So let's say
definitely not you, Jay.
Oh God. Let's say us that are carrying the baton, that was where the stage was, where they were slapping, they were sticking, they were sewing, welding the positive ideas and attributes to the term black. Yeah. So therefore, when our brother's saying he's going to step further, is that the case? Or does it have to go with it? Because I'm thinking we're not out of the stage yet where we could do that. That's what because as long as this structure system of classification of white and black exists in controlling us, I suggest we should always have that term black and the pro-black thing with it. You get me? But
I don't have a problem with the term black necessarily. I think that it must be understood within the context, though. And as I've said before, the idea is that identity must tie you to land, heritage, culture, and related concepts. The term black in and of itself doesn't do that. So we need it's what context do we view black in that gives it validity.
Are you saying African does?
I think it does, and I'm saying that not based upon this my own personal opinion, but how the term as an identity develops among black people, and the purpose for which it developed suggests that when you get white as a concept, white was not enough. They had to develop nations around whiteness that was based around it, and give that validity at the same. So
they had the nations before, didn't they?
Yes, but I'm saying that the nations became a conduit for the supremacy of whiteness. Yeah, that's the only context in which it.
No. So you've gone a bit far. So with Africa, you said you basically said yes. Is that correct?
Yeah, African in the sense of the identity of African and what that means.
No. So you were saying black alone. What my point was is that it's clear that just having the identity of being African and being black does not naturally come with this self-worth connotation. Do you get what I'm saying?
But neither does black.
I said black.
African. It has value in the diaspora and in tying those without a sort of clear, like obviously they know where their heritage is from, but like clear sort of pathways to finding their heritage in connecting those people, the diasporans, with those back. It has far more value within the diaspora and as a way of some commonality amongst those in the diaspora and those in the continent. But we all hope there is a time where there is is defunct. There is no utility in the term whatsoever because we have achieved some kind of parity. So
I want to keep it forever. But hold on,
I actually disagree with you.
You just respond to that, James. The people on the continent I've known have been more influenced to be proud to be African from the people of the diaspora. James Jones. Yeah?
Yeah, so, I'm not no. Listen, we're the stupidest.
African.
What I'm saying is where it has the greatest value. Let's be honest, and I was trying to say it to Bank Boy as well, that while I commend him for being proud of his heritage, there are some people that don't have those cultural connections with their homeland. And what do we and we know that we are connected to them, yeah? We know that we do share not only oppression, but we probably share a close proximity with regards to our homeland. But what banner do we rally behind or under? And this is what I'm saying, it has far more value in connecting the diasporans to the Africans and connecting, unifying those Africans that are in the diaspora. And hopefully there'll be a time where we're not in such, there's not such large numbers of us scattered around the world, and that we are all.
Hold on, James. This is what I'm saying here. By us in the diaspora putting on our dashikis and promoting Africa and the aspects of it, and being proud to wear natural hair and being proud to follow beat drums and express natural tradition, so to speak, or so-called African traditions, right, as they call them. That gave those on the continent a sense of pride because we were right in the face of the devil, so to speak. Do you get what I'm saying?
But Issa, you're right, and there are many who are from the continent that will attest to that fact. But it would also be true to say that a lot of the brothers and sisters in the diaspora got that inspiration from the continent already anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like if you talk about the people that started wearing dashikis, they learned about the dashiki from people from the continent.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
And they they were taught about it and that kind of stuff. So
what I mean is, if you're in your country, on the landmass already, on the motherland, right? You're wearing your natural clothes. Yeah. the people that are advertising these things to the Western world is the diasporans. Do you get what I'm saying? Because for instance, you had whites and ignorant blacks in the West dissing people from the continent for speaking like in broken English or whatever and wearing those clothes. And then you had others in the diaspora who were saying, no, we should be proud to have that. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm saying where it came to be a thing of globally proud, etc., I suggest was us doing that majorly. I mean, I don't want to put it us.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not denying our contribution. I'm just saying that at that time, it wasn't us in isolation. We did it, and everybody else followed. Like there was it was a bit more intricate than that.
Oh, okay, so there's a contribution.
Pan-Africanism or being an African is a far superior identity, in my opinion. And if you can even reduce it down to a specific tribe or ethnicity, that has the greatest value. But so Pan-Africanism over Black nationalism, if you want it in an equation form. But when it comes to unifying people in the diaspora, then clearly Black is a useful identity because those are the people who are being targeted. If I wanted to say every single person that has been persecuted, come here, and then certain groups, I'm like, yeah, but you don't get persecuted as much. And I'm like, okay, everybody that's, and then we kept reducing it. We would ultimately get down to all you black folk, you're over here, right? So that is useful in extricating ourselves from the bondage of, do you know what I'm saying? This forced migration. But outside of that, no, I would agree with what everyone's saying there, and ultimately what Shaka, not the Pan part, but the African part, that is the greatest. That is the thing to be lauded the most.
Why can't you be Pan Black then? What's wrong? Yeah,
again, because that's which brings me back to the point. Black is beautiful, Black is powerful, all that. But in relation to the social constructs and the realities of power power dynamics that we're in, identity must connect you to land, people, heritage, culture, etc. And so when we look at the term African and how it comes about as an identity, that is what that is designed to do. And skin color, as in Black, you can apply pride to it, but it doesn't necessarily connect you to all of those things in the same way. So that's the point. In understanding Blackness within the context of Africanness gives both validity and power, and in my humble opinion, maximizes the power potential of either.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Well, maybe not the term African, but what it represents, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. You agree with it up to the point of elections, and then it's like, you know what I mean?
This guy. Ultimate troll, you know.
I've got to deal with this. Hold on, so E asked me a question in the back. Sister Nanifa, are you there? Sister Nanifa, call it. Well, she gone for siesta.
Hey, can you stick
on me, Bab? Stop your noise.
You went to sleep the other day. Sorry. Yeah, well, I got this. Yeah. Is there a reason why you cut off the word Black in my name?
Snitches get stitches. Say that again, Bab.
Come on, welcome to my show. We just going for little. Sorry. Yeah. Is there a reason why you don't have but why you keep taking Black off my name and call me Telect?
Jeez.
Not really, Bab.
Leading questions there.
No. Listen. I would never. No, nothing like that, Bab. I'm not taking away your black card, Bab. That's not my vibes, man.
Okay.
No, that's not.
It wasn't that. It wasn't relating to that. It might have just been either what you're shortening it. You know, like endearment, you sometimes shorten name, or
No, sometimes to say Issa the Black Telect, that takes up a few nanoseconds still, but.
It's a lot to pronounce for real.
Let me come to the point. The point.
Issa, get Ultra, man. I swear that's what you're coming for.
Oh no! Because E put in the back here. The reason why I asked that, Sister Nynaeve, yeah, E put in the back. E said, "Why call yourself the Black Telect?" So the reason is because, as well as the term having that role from Elijah Muhammad, etc., but also my studies way back when, and I come across Al-Sar in Kemet and what he represents, which was one of the terms was Lord of the Perfect Black. Okay, so one of the things that Al-Sar represents in Kemet, amongst many other things, is the supreme intelligence or the universal intelligence. Do you get me? So in a sense, that there is the goal, if you like, of the Muslim would be to become the Awsa in Kemet. So that's what a lot of people don't even know that. Obviously, you just think Nation of Islam or Muslim and da 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 da. But like I said, the Islam of ancient Kemet is what I represent too. And inshallah, in the future, you're going to see more of that. You know what I mean? So yeah, somebody asked me, "Oh, get Ultra."
Oh, yeah, get your Ultra, fam.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, James, I saw your comment earlier about letting me die. It hurt my heart a little bit, but because of Shaka's kind words, like it picked me up and it
No.
I read it pretty well today.
I saw the video where you threatened to kill me to save Veli. You threatened to actually kill me, yeah? And all I said, listen, I would save Taylor Swift because she's a multi-platinum Grammy-winning artist and she would offer me a reward for saving her life. That's all I said.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, do you know what the funniest thing is, James? That's really short-sighted because Taylor Swift don't give a fuck about you, whereas, like, my son is essentially a Premiership footballer and gets more money than he's got more money than sense. I would bank on Ultra every single time. If you're in my good books and I've got time for you, like I'm a safe bet. Like,
is there any way I can take back everything?
Yeah, it's not too late. It's not too late to change your answer.
Listen, Taylor, fuck that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
God. I'm a safe bet, James. Jeez. Come on.
Right. Yeah, James, do you want to put the point to Ultra?
Ultra, if I can remember correctly,
I'm black before I'm an atheist. Sorry, I'm black before I'm a chocolate agnostic.
That's a good
one. Mashallah. Yeah. He said basically that where's line? Okay, he said if I could tell me, you said something like his argument was wrong for my
No. I thought the way you explored. Okay, so let's say you were being criticized, for what's the word? Supporting what's the word? It's not slander. What's the bloody word? Character assassination, right?
Yes.
And your response, which I found interesting, was to explore the concept of the test. Yeah.
Wait. No, wait. Hold on. Are we? Right. The thing is, if somebody accuses you of character assassination, right? Like, for me, there's no charge there. For the simple fact that, remember, I didn't say these things about said people. Said people said these things themselves. Other people have made videos about words that said people had said, and words that said people had said left an extremely bad taste in my mouth, and I stand by it.
Hold on. That's not the point. Hold on.
What is the point, then, Lisa?
No. I'm saying the issue is not always just the words that said, right? It's, people can take your words out of context. The same person who's complaining is one of them. But anyway, right, they can do, yeah? But what my point was, even after the explanation, it seemed the explanation still didn't change your view, nor seem to add any defense to the whole argument. I just wanted to explore where you said something like, is the person who fought back the one who passed, and the people that didn't, have they failed? Something like was it like
that's the crux of my argument, Issa, if I'm honest. That's where that's the place my headspace is in, and I can't get past it, Issa, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
I'm just trying to work out the whole thing. So let me get this correct. Veli says, why didn't your God stop slavery? Somebody says, what do you mean stop slavery, fam? Slavery is a test from Allah, right? So your point is, or your angle, is that this God has enforced slavery, yeah? So you're understanding these words. This God has made slavery specifically and more or less forced these people to enslave others to test them. Is that how you understand that statement?
Sorry, Issa, my daughter was talking to me. I apologize, my broski. Sorry.
Yeah.
What did you say?
So do you understand those words in the statement that this God being referred to, so Allah, I don't want to say Allah because
no, we can't. You can't say Allah because we don't know where they stand. Like
no. That's been confirmed, bro. Forget that. What I'm saying to you,
okay,
that's been thoroughly. I mean, I knew that. I knew that long time, but hear what I'm saying. So what I'm saying to you is, because it's offensive to me, because I understand tests and stuff, but the context is wrong. So I'm saying to you, do you understand it to be the God of certain people who they attribute things to? He forced the people to enslave others to test them. Is that how you understand those words?
No.
Okay, go on.
No, and like I said, like for me, Esau, remember, I
not. Do you agree? Do you understand?
No. It's not about agree. That's not where my headspace is at. My question, and I still believe it's a valid one, Esau. And remember, I don't know if you heard, but we was on Matthew's stream, and I kind of clarified my position. I said, like, I was charitable, and I said, look, I'm willing to concede that it is indeed a test from whatever the fuck, right?
No, you're going. You're going a bit far.
Listen.
You just said no to my point.
Where my headspace is at is the people that didn't pass the test, and I'm not talking about the slave masters because according to their logic,
hold on. Sorry, before we can we just deal with the foundation because you said no to something to a question, then kind of confirmed it. Before we get to that point there, right? About the test itself, I'm saying the conceptualization of those words in your head is that if it's a test from somebody, you're in authority. If I'm testing somebody, I'm enforcing the conditions that make things hard for them to see how they do something within that test. So in your head, is Allah, of course, is the one who's forcing the people to enslave others to test those who are enslaved. Is that in your head? Yes.
I wouldn't say wait. I wouldn't say look, because I don't know this God. I don't believe in it. But the way I understand it is this God that this person's trying to tell me setting up the test has set up the parameters for this test to happen. Okay. And therefore, in a roundabout way, is kind of responsible. But the word forced is the snap premise you tried to just slip in there that I have to just sort of sidestep that.
It's not snap. That's the main
wait. The force bit is where that's the word that kind of fucks it up for me. What I'll say is, from the way I understand it, which could be wrong, this God set up the parameters for this test to happen.
What were the parameters? If not forcing,
I don't know. Remember, I don't know, bro. Listen to me. I don't know. All I know is I have a question, and I don't believe it's had a sufficient response.
I'll just say this is the problem now, where you don't have, because if your whole response is kind of like dependent, I suggest, on the forcing thing, because that's where you can interpret the test. Do you understand? And the God and so on and so forth. Trust me, because it's very intrinsic to it. And that's why I didn't slide it in there. I pushed that first. Because obviously, if somebody believes in predestination, which wouldn't make sense anyway in relation to a test, because it means you had no choice in the first place. I'm suggesting that if it's a test from the Most High God, then he has to make sure that those things are done for you to be tested. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, how is it other than that? Do you know what I'm saying?
No, you know what? Beefy just put literally put what I believe the other person was alluding to. The last comment in the chat from G. Russell. He's saying if the slave master freed a slave, the slave master passed the test. The slaves who did not fight failed the test.
I hear that.
That exactly. I think I would have thought that's the test. You get me? What do you say?
Freddie, that's not the point. You're missing my point. No, you're missing my point. My point is, are we saying that the millions of our ancestors that were beaten, raped, lynched, castrated, dehumanized, enslaved, set against one another, our history, our names, our land taken from us? Are you saying, my question is, are you saying these people failed the test? Because if that is what's being said, You sacrificed your
But
humanity.
a test is just one way to look at it.
No, Freddie. No, it's not about one way to
You
look
don't
at it,
have
Freddie.
to look
My
at it
question
as a
still
test.
stands.
You don't
No, but
even
you need
have
to talk to other people. That now you're changing the question, bro.
No, what I'm saying, I'm not changing the question. I'm
You are,
saying
Freddie.
if
You're
you
saying
fucking,
look at it
if
as a
you
test.
didn't fight for your freedom, maybe, I don't know, life would have
Yeah,
been
but
sad
this is
for
the
you.
thing. It's easy for you to say
I
that, Freddie.
respect
Nah, it's
and I
easy for you to say
honor,
that.
1 minute, Ultra,
Right.
I honor and respect all the fucking people that fought for their freedom from then till now. Is that okay?
Yeah. One second. No, hold on, please, everyone. So when God has given this seemingly insurmountable task to black people, on the flip side, all white people have to do is, if you own one, free one, and you get to go to heaven too. Is that how that works? Yeah. is that how you envision your God?
That's bullshit, bro. That is crazy.
No. Then don't get involved in an argument if you don't know what the other person is saying. Because the other person is saying that if someone says, why didn't your God, in the same way man saying, don't eat pork, don't eat this, don't eat that, why didn't he say slavery is outright in any way you cut and splice it, wholesale, wrong? Why didn't he say that? Man saying, oh, because it was a test, fam. Well, why is it only black people getting tested? Why isn't it white people getting? Oh, they're tested.
Bro, you don't even know, bro.
All right.
Don't try that one with me, bro, because you definitely don't know what my God is or what I believe in. So do not ever try that one with me, bro.
But why are you defending it?
You're on the division thing, innit?
No, hold on. I'm trying to keep this limited rather than going left.
One second, Issa. We've got to do this. Fred, why are you defending? That's why I always say to you, your thing is not the same as these man's thing. You don't have a God that tells you slavery is okay, but certain man do have a God that tells them slavery is okay.
Did you hear what my thing is? Did you hear what my thing is? My thing is harmony, innit? So I can understand the position from another man's perspective. Are you fucking? Is that so much to go?
But hold on. Look, James, let me explain the perspective here. Is that certain people, if you think about it, James Jones, here, we are in a situation where we can't just say certain Muslim groups live over here, certain Christians live here, and you all live harmoniously in your own little areas, and we're apportioned out. Yeah, right. That's not the situation we're in. Our liberation depends on us working together. So there's going to be an amount of ignoring principles and beliefs that other people have for us to work together, James. And that includes me with Sunnis. That's why I got Sunni brethren and rare. Yeah. So no matter what you lot hear me saying, I've got people that are close to me that are Sunnis, right? So when it comes to the action, I will work with it. Yeah. But they know my beliefs about the religion, just like I know.
I don't know what this is in aid of. Yeah? I don't know what this is in aid of.
No. Hold on. James. Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah. I agree. That Freddie probably, if that's his view, then it's not part of the conversation. I'm just saying, in relation to the thing, all I was trying to get from Ultra Funky was the viewpoint of what he sort of really had angry. Like, I understand what he was saying at the end point, yeah, where if you're tested, right, this is the main crux of it. Are black people saying, forget what anyone else is saying, that if you didn't fight, you failed the test? That there is the crux. Because I'm saying that
not. That would be crazy. All I'm saying is that we remember how
Freddie, that is exactly the point, Freddie. That is exactly the point. The same things that are relevant, bro. The same things that are relevant, Freddie. You're cutting in with irrelevant things, Freddie.
Forget it.
Ultra, let me finish, please. Because this was James. This was my point. Freddie's just saying that there are different ways to look at it, and we have to accept other people because we're all on a growth thing. And that's the point.
Issa, that's besides the point.
No, Ultra. I'm trying to.
No, I don't know. No. Yeah, it was in context of a discussion. It's been broken up. Hold on, the discussion has been broken up and segmented, and now people have used it to try in any way to redeem themselves in the eyes of the people because they believe they do not like the way they're being perceived. The reality is, within the context of that discussion, the only thing is why didn't God stop slavery is Allahu Alam or whatever it is that you man say. That's all you say there. You don't say because it was a test. One, you presume to know exactly why and how God is testing you, which kind of defeats the purpose of the test. Fucking you a human knows, number one. And number two, the question here is, why wasn't it outlawed? So why didn't your God stop it?
hold on, that isn't a pertinent, that isn't a salient response because it was a test, fam.
Right. Hold on. So there's 2 points there. Why wasn't it banned by Allah, etc., in the Quran, etc., or by the Prophet Muhammad? That's one. But the other point I'm saying is that I want to get to the test because I'm trying to get to the predestination viewpoint that some people may have, right? And how that can be harmful. Do you understand? So this is where I'm trying to go with this conversation rather than certain individuals, because I mean, I don't think we recognize perspectives anyway. So I'm saying what you brought to the argument, Ultra, is what I'm really trying to get at. Yeah.
Perfect. Let's get there.
Right. So I'm saying where you said that what the distaste in your mouth is to do with those who fought passed the test, those who failed didn't. Is that what you understand being said by that whole thing?
Say that again. Again. Just clarify, and I'm going to say I'm only going to say yes or no. I'm not even going to long it out.
Cool. Do you understand by certain people's statements that clearly that this is the clearest thing they're saying?
Isa, the last time I cut you, I swear. Don't ask us the question anymore. This is an Ultra. Tell me if you agree with this. Man said it was a test from God. The test from white people is to free slaves. What do you think? Yeah, in that context, in that dynamic, what's the test for black people then? Or is there none?
No, he said the test for the slaves to rise up.
He said we're not dealing with racist thing. We're dealing with his thing now. So we're asking you.
I didn't say that. Hold on.
You're dealing with other people's perspectives. That's literally what you said.
No. Listen. I'm saying I don't care in the sense that although they mentioned it, I'm saying there's a bigger argument because
forget everyone else.
There's millions of people that believe the same blasted things. So
I'm asking you now.
So that's not me.
Listen. In the context,
James.
With it through this prism of it being a test, I'm asking you, if for the white people it was to free a slave, what could you conceive? What would you imagine this test was for black people then?
Well, in the context that's put, obviously the test would be, it could be of varying degrees. To fight, just what they did in general, how they dealt with it.
So what's the confusion over what Ultra's asking? There is no other way to infer. Like what else are you going to take from it?
James, hold on. I can give an answer on behalf of those people, yeah, which would actually allow them to wiggle out, and I don't want to do that. That's why I'm just trying to.
I'm fucking intrigued. Listen, I want to see people as I can. I want to help you.
No. Not, but that's what I'm saying. It's bigger than this. Any individual. That's what I'm saying is, yeah. A lot of the reason why I don't say certain things.
Are you of that school of thought? Oh, Isa. Are you of that school of thought?
Not in that way.
Huh?
No, not in that way. This is what I'm saying. For me to go into detail. Not in that. Like I could say.
So
we agree.
So why? I don't think that you should try to speak upon it, Bab. You see, because again, I think you're going to be putting your spin on it. And I think you're one away.
Sis, I'm trying to get Ultra's view. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to speak like represent the thing. I was trying to get into the mind of Ultra because of his.
Clear, bro. Ultra, say it one more time, just go. I think Ultra's been very clear.
Wait, hold on, Isa. Listen. I'm not gonna cut you either because I won't lie, Isa. You've been cut like at least 3 times now, and I apologize for that, bro. Please forgive me. Yeah. When Ras said, "What do you mean, fam? Slavery is a test." Yeah. When I spoke to him about this, I said to him, for the sake of conversation, I'm willing to concede that yes, maybe it is indeed a test, and that is fine. Yeah, for the sake of the argument. And he said the slave master was supposed to free slaves, and the slaves were supposed to. Their test was to rise up, right? And that is fine. I have no problem with that premise. Where I have the problem, what has left me with this disgusting taste in my mouth is what about the millions of African brothers and sisters, our ancestry, that didn't pass this test? Are you like, for me, what I hear from that is they failed.
Well, this is
and for me, that is a sacrifice of your humanity for reasons that I don't quite understand.
Well, Ultra, somebody made
what is helpful? Black victim, white abuse.
Hold on.
Somebody
mentioned to me that no one needs to talk about it in past tense, because if you wanted to literally physically fight in line with them, you can go to Libya and fight, or Mauritania and fight today. So you don't need to talk about it in past tense. You get me? So I'm saying that test, if you like, is still here.
Right now,
so I'm not aligning that to any individuals as such. I'm trying to get to the principle. So I know it comes off the back of a conversation, but I'm also trying to have a conversation with you lot's way of thinking in relation to life and in relation to circumstances that we end up in. Anyway, do you get me? That's where I'm trying to go. And I'm just saying, with Ultra responded that way, I was like, wow.
But Issa, have a go answering my question. I mean, do you think that my question is valid? Because, like I said, even though I watched the Analyze Dunya video like shortly after I had the conversation with him, and the reason why I had to watch it again is because the visuals are fucking powerful and they're hard to watch, and it just made me realize, no, my point is still valid. Whether Analyze Dunya and Respect fucking hate each other, and they're both going to slander each other, and they're both going to assassinate each other, and all that is fine and dandy because it's online and whatever the fuck, I don't care. My question is still valid in my mind, and I don't believe there's been a satisfactory answer to what about the millions?
Did he say they failed?
Yeah,
can I ask a question quickly?
Did he say they failed?
Big up, brother E. What going on, bro?
Yeah, let E come to you.
Yeah, big up, everyone.
Ultra, did he actually say that, or is this what you asked?
No, bro. He said, I think he said something about the slaves that didn't rise up and fight. He don't rate them.
But did they fail if they didn't succeed? Like, so if they tried to run away and got killed, would that count as passing the test?
But
I don't know.
Yeah, hold on. You know why this is irrelevant,
I
agree. Well, I tried to agree with what Issa said earlier, because my man ain't here. So any questions that's personal to him. But I have to say this, and this is why whether you're doing it tacitly or you want to be perceived as defending this position, Issa, yeah, or like
I was trying to explain.
Cool. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Whether it's me mischaracterizing you or you're doing it intentionally, either way, the reason it appears that you're even fielding questions on this topic is because both you and Ras have one thing in common, in that you don't wholesale condemn slavery. You believe that there are certain iterations. You do. You literally said, no, stop. What if ISIS is attacking you on a beach? What if I'm chilling on my beach in my sun hammock or whatever? ISIS come, No. Why? Hold on. This is why these are fundamentally flawed. Let me say this to the people, maybe not to you. This is why these are fundamentally flawed positions to hold, because they're not coherent. Because when people probe and ask you questions, you end up either embarrassing yourself or literally sacrificing your fucking humanity, bro, to make a point. Right. So
James, stop. Let me just rock up your foolish ideas right there, yeah? If ISIS, as I said, we were in the Caribbean somewhere, yeah, on an island, and we see them rolling up with ships and boats and we knew that ISIS had the flag, etc. And we saw, let's say, the army in that Caribbean island roll up, and they said, what you lot saying? Are you going to join them? And the ones you capture, what are you doing with them, James Jones? Answer that question. Hello?
Bruv, forget what... Are you, do you hold
Stop.
James, wait. I don't like arguing minutia with stupidity. Like, it's stupid. Do you or do you not? If not, you're condemned. Hold on. If you do,
you're running away. Forget it. Because don't make comments.
If you do not wholesale condemn slavery, then you are No,
because if you're trying to run out of your position, and this is where it's looking sticky for you, bro. It's ridiculous. I'm saying to you, what would you do? Wait. James, stop. We've got a scenario here today, yeah? And I'm saying these people have done these things to other people. Then, all right, Libya, those ISIS over there, yeah? I'm saying to you, for those black people there, if we managed to get them free and they wanted to re-enslave re-enslave those people. Yeah, what would you say, James Jones?
Listen, what I'm saying. I'm not getting drawn on this. I'm saying that for anybody that condones any forms of slavery, they are going to be inextricably tied to my man's position in that argument, which is ultimately if everything is a test from God. Hold on.
This guy, blood, James, get a back.
Can I just say something? Can I say something? If everything is a test from God, therefore,
stop all of that. You're talking to me, James.
I know.
Me.
I'm just saying something.
Don't do that, because I responded exactly to what you said, yeah? So don't
speak then.
Right. I'm saying to you, you mentioned something and you said I'm inextricably linked, blah, 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 because I accept slavery. I've made it very clear. I've said if ISIS were to turn up, or I was in the situation of the Caribbean and we got that upper hand, I would enslave them to whatever. They would be back up in there, digging up yams and dashing and eddos and planting. They'd be doing all of that, bro. What's your problem? Tell me how that's wrong.
Yeah, okay. This is the issue with this kind of discussion. I don't want it to evolve into this. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by your definition of ISIS. So whoever you think it's okay that your God permits you to enslave, you think that's okay. And what I'm saying to you is the fact that he hasn't condemned it outright. I beg you can
don't go all the way over there. What definition of ISIS have I got wrong? Wait. No, don't do that, James. What definition of ISIS have I got wrong? Considering all their beliefs are available for us to flip and look at, and the video footage of what they're doing. So tell me what I've got wrong with ISIS, bro.
Well, I don't care what you will do on a beach. So now we've done that part, yeah. I'm not convinced by whatever you define as an enemy combatant that you want to fucking enslave. I'm not hold on. I think the process is wrong. So what I'm saying to you is anybody that believes they have been divinely ordained, have justification from a God to enslave another human being, ultimately believes that this forms part of a test. And what I'm saying is the reason it's incoherent is because what happened when we extend the test to everybody, to the slave owners as well as those who are enslaved. If this is all part of the test, and then we say that God has permitted X, but there's certain stipulations on certain X practice. There's certain stipulations. We would have to extend that test. By virtue of the fact that he's a God for everybody, we would have to extend it to both the recipients of said punishment and those who are giving out the punishment. And what I'm saying is that proves that your concept is incoherent, much like many other laws, probably human rights conventions. You could find a prediction in them. Just wait for 10 seconds.
No, stop. What was my word relating to the ISIS scenario? Number one, I said, even if there was no rules or laws in regards slavery in Islam, it's what I would do. So you bringing all of this test, all of this divine legislation, all of this rubbish that you put in there, it's a conversation between your mind and my mind. Don't bring all of this other baggage with it, bro. And that's the problem. You can't argue that point.
Did you just admit did you just admit that was magic? Did you just say don't bring in all that magic? What did you just say?
No, that's not what. I don't remember. But stick to the point, James. No. Listen to what I'm saying, James Jones. Listen carefully. I want you to listen carefully. Listen carefully. If I'm an atheist and I say that point, you don't have all of this stuff to bring back in. I said baggage. Sorry, not magic. I said baggage. So I'm saying if you don't have all of this divine ordained and tests and all of that, and I just say the opposite of Veli said he would just kill them, right? And I'm saying, what if the people themselves say, no, they enslaved us, we're going to enslave them back? You coming along with your principles now.
Aki, for real now. I'm not trying to have this discussion.
No, stop that. You tried.
No. You know why you're dishonest? You know why you're dishonest speaking to you? Because you condemn, you wholesale condemn slavery. You don't argue with me. What are we arguing about? You don't.
No. I'm telling you, stop. I want to. What I'm proving now is that either you're a damn hypocrite to your point, where you're claiming slavery's wrong and justice and all of this other rubbish, you're trying to human rights and whatever else rubbish you've been putting forward. I'm saying to you very simply, in the circumstance where those people have been enslaved, right? Let's say they turn atheists. So they've been enslaved by Muslims, right? Or people that say Allahu Akbar. And let's say they were even of the same religion as them and they've left it now. after they've been enslaved, right? They say they want to enslave them back. Where do you stand with that, James Jones? Is that right or is that wrong?
I don't know why we're talking about this. It's gone right off my original point.
No, it hasn't, brother. It hasn't. Just let him answer that, please.
This is ridiculous.
I think it's clear though, isn't it? Like, if you don't like condone slavery, then there will be something not to condone, innit?
No,
if you do, then you can, innit?
No, he's trying to tie it into a religious thing, and I'm saying you don't have to be religious to enslave people. Is my flipping point.
No, we're not. It's not about religion. Nobody said religion.
Yeah, don't worry.
Nonsense argument.
Just forget it.
Anyway, Issa, I don't know why you took it there, but listen, nobody mentioned religion. My question is, but no, forget that. But you addressing my point. You said
let me do it.
Opening gambit was, I want to find out where Ultra is. My point, my question, which I believe is valid, it might not be, but my question that I believe is not only valid, but also hasn't had a satisfactory answer. If this is indeed a test, right? I'm assuming it means the parameters of this test were set up by the God. If it is a test, and the slave masters, they've got a test, and the slaves have got a test, the millions that died in subjugation and pain, right? What about them?
No, I hear that.
That's my question. I'll be honest. That's my question. And like I said, that's the bit that leaves the taste in my mouth that makes me think, oh.
Apparently, there wasn't a response of them failing, or was there?
No, there was. He said, I don't rate them, man. The ones that didn't rise up, I don't rate them.
We can't. Yeah, that's garbage. I mean, that would be absolute kufr in Islam. That would be a statement of kufr. But that's my religion, innit?
But no, do you know what it is, Issa? Do you know what the funny thing is? I think this is the thing. I'll tell you the truth here. If you just think about it for like a second, right? Whilst it might be a test, and that's fine. And look, I won't like. Obviously, you know, I don't believe in this afterlife garbage. Well, no, let me not call it garbage. That's deliberately offensive. No, I don't believe in an afterlife, right? And in the absence of an afterlife, essentially, like these people just died in a state where they were being treated as less than humans. Now, let me be charitable and say, all right, fuck it. The afterlife is real, and specifically heaven, where everything is like, for lack of a better term, perfect, right? I still feel like the rape, the lynching, the murders, the stealing of land, culture, language, the decades, the centuries of being treated as less than human, the stabbings, the Jim Crow and all of that, but it's okay because you're gonna go to heaven. Like I have a problem with that line of thinking, bro.
I hear that, and that's my point. Where this is why I'm separate. This is why I don't like it when certain people try to put me in the same thing and pretend I have the same understanding of the term test and what all these things mean, and pretend that I'm trying to cape or stick up for that idea. As I said again, I'm trying to explore your mindset because I know the other mindset. Yeah. So I'm saying when they're expressing their views, right? Whether that even be Christians, because I've heard Christians say the same thing, right? It's a test from God and a punishment. And I mentioned yesterday, Ultra. I also mentioned Hebrew Israelites who say that was a punishment. Yeah. They're basically saying that God forced white people to enslave them. Would you agree with that, Ultra?
Of course not. I don't believe in their God.
Bruv, I'm saying from their paradigm, that statement would imply, if God is going to punish you, right, that it could be interpreted that the white people that enslaved blacks were forced by God to do so. Correct?
I can, by their paradigm, yes.
Okay, brilliant. And that's the point I've been trying to get. Okay, good. So, so the main problem then you would agree is ideologies can turn people into it can cause big problems basically, and it can cause major divisions, and that's kind of where I was trying to. I don't know. I've just been put off by this bloody James Jones bit. Okay, yeah, that's the bottom line, really, isn't it? Are you saying they failed there was something else to do with predestination where I wanted to take this conversation.
Yeah. But this is the thing. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, in the conversation I had with Respect, yeah, I was, because I don't have beef with Respect, right? All this character assassination, for me, that was just a nonsense, stupid BS, right? I'm not interested in assassinating characters with stupid shit. But I had a legitimate question, and like I said, even though we're discussing it, if I'm honest with you, and if I think you're honest, you haven't even answered my question. We're discussing it, and you sort of said, well, you know, some people's ideology will get their paradigm, shift their paradigm into somewhere that's crazy.
I haven't answered what? Sorry, Ultra. I haven't answered.
Hold on. Can I just quickly, Ultra? He's gone on record saying that he doesn't outright condemn slavery. He was part of the defense team for slavery on that slavery week. So how is he now going to come and then he also, by the way, believes in his God in life being attacked and there being a carrot.
James, don't talk on that. That's what I'm saying, bro. You're trying to mingle the two, and you sound like an idiot.
Stop. I don't like wasting time.
Exactly. Stop. No, I'm here. Stop you lying on me while I'm on the panel. Like, what kind of stupidness is that?
Listen. You've interrupted me bare times, and I've gone on mute. So this time, let me just go through. Yeah, we're all narcissists.
You're gonna chat rubbish. Don't work, does it?
Bro, be a fucking adult.
Guys, don't fight over me. Don't fight over me. I'm not worth it.
That's what I'm saying. Wasting time. You're not gonna remix this thing. You can remix the vote in a white president, but not the same thing.
Don't be a child. If you want to respond to something someone said and clarify it, feel free to do it when they're finished speaking. That makes the most sense.
No, takes too long.
I will defend the thing for you. This guy has obviously he's conflicted now because now what my man essentially agrees with is a similar principle to him, which is this war captive concept, yeah, and that's what they're hiding behind when it comes to condoning or condemning slavery. So now he's in a position where he wants to hear as much of the argument as he can, and he can essentially derive from it a position which is what he will argue is consistent with both, you know, a humanitarian aspect as well as an Islamic. This is what's happening here. That's
all right, James. Hold on. So why did you run, and you're still running from my question to you? I asked you a question, and you still didn't answer it.
Are you slow in your head? Are you getting these rules from yourself, or are you getting them from God? Are you getting them from God or yourself?
I know the lockdown's hard on some people. Calm down. It's a simple question, James. It's simple. I'm asking you because when you ask me, I wasn't talking from religion. I'm talking about me, what Issa the Black Tillet would do regardless, yes? So I've got my own mind. I'm asking you who claim you got your own mind. In the scenario, just answer the question.
The Gaza. Kill them all and done. If I see him on the beach, kill anyone.
No. We don't want you to give Veli's answer.
Yeah.
What kind of idiot?
No. The Gaza. Listen with G-Block. So not the Gaza. Same way. Deal with it said way. You get me? That's it.
Right. So you're hold on. Right. So the people then who have been enslaved, yeah, they want to enslave those people that slaved them. What is wrong with that, James Jones?
What do you mean? What's wrong with that?
Listen to the question. Just answer. What is wrong with it?
You just asked me, what would I do if someone was coming to kill me?
Yeah, you said that. I said those people. That's you, James. So I've asked you, what is wrong?
No. You know what? In the interest of fairness, now I've answered your question directly.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Issa the Black Tillet, you're bringing in a different paradigm. Wait, one second. Because the original, all right, go on.
Those people. So we know what you said you would do. But
no. That's two questions. No. I'm asking a question now. Answer my question, and then I'll answer anything you want. You condemn?
No, right. 10 minutes.
Say again. Do you condemn slavery outright?
Answer the question quick.
You condemn slavery outright?
James.
No. This is no.
This is my question to put yours there. You're not 5, James. Stop running. Simple question to you. Yeah.
I answered your question, and I want to ask now.
No, you didn't, because I gave you that question before. Yeah. Simple again.
You're ready to answer my question? I'm answering you.
Stop. Oh my! You shook like those people that have been enslaved, because you haven't been enslaved, so you can give your position from over here. But I'm saying the people that have been enslaved that say that's what they want to do. Should they do it or not, James Jones? And if not, why?
Whenever you're ready to answer my question, I'm happy to answer yours in a 1 second. You'll get half a second.
All right, latest.
So who's a coward? Who's a coward? I'll answer your question in 1 second. I'll answer your question in 1 second if you answer mine. Do you condemn slavery?
I've asked you already, James. If I've just said to you, sure.
For a minute, I would. If
but yo, James, he does condone slavery in it under certain circumstances, isn't it? So, like, I think that's what it is.
Ask me that question for you, stupid James.
Go quiet for a minute, please. Yeah, right, arbitrator. Listen to an arbitrator. So he asked me the question earlier. I tried to answer it. He wasn't happy. He's asked me a sort of remodeled question of that thing, refashioned that question, and I answered it directly. And now I said, now it's only fair because you're going to fire questions at me, and I've asked you. You interrupted me. You interrupted me to say that I said something wrong. So I'm trying to clarify about what he thinks I said wrong. Is it not fair now? After I've answered his question, he answers one of mine. And I'm happy to answer anything he wants. I just want one question answered. Is that fair? Am I being unfair?
To be fair, innit, Issa, I think it would just be quicker for you to just answer it.
All right.
Move on.
All right. So just so you lot know, I'll say it again because I've said it so many times. And I gave the example. In an instance regarding people like ISIS, 100%. Yeah, so therefore that means I don't do away with it outright. What more do you want to
answer your question? No, it's not right. It's not right that they enslaved those who enslaved them because literally them being enslaved was wrong in the first place. So no, it's not right. It's not right for them to enslave people. No, of course not. Being a victim of a crime, you've been raped. Does it make sense that you go and rape people? No.
Stop. It's not moral. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So hold on. Don't run. So on what basis would you enslave them and make them help work for their lives?
I said no. I answered your question. No, it's not right.
I heard you. What we're doing, what I'm doing, James, is showing the flaw in your blanket statement. It's not right, this, that, and that you're a damn hypocrite. So let's explore that and let's prove that
it's right for them to enslave you.
Issa,
how comes we're still sidestepping Michael?
Would you enslave the children also? Like, say for example, if a woman was pregnant, right? And then she gave birth after you created the slavery situation. Yeah. Would you allow them to be free?
No, that's nothing to do with it. Children, nothing to do with it. No one. I said the people who so literally the people who had the control and command. Yeah, that's it. But Ultra, you keep saying.
Then I definitely think that wouldn't be intelligent because, like, if you enslave their parents, right? I think like it's only natural that they're gonna come back from it, and it's just gonna be a mad cycle.
Well, it depends how you do it, innit? But I'm just saying that's the answer. Ultra, you keep saying I know in a question, Ultra, and letting off James Jones. But go ahead. What was your question that I'm supposedly ignoring? Ultra. Okay. Yes. So
this test thing, you think there's a modern equivalent to this test? Like, or anyone thinking that now there is a current test going on that is,
Well, that's what I was saying. Somebody mentioned to me the other day. When they heard those words, they said, "Well, you could say the same. What you just said. The test is going on today, then. So why don't they go over there and fight?" Do you know what I'm saying? If they align themselves with them, why don't they do that? And I'm saying, although I think it would be hard for them to answer, I'm just like, well, I didn't really want to make it about the individual and that thing there. I wanted to explore Ultra's thinking and go another route with it, as in predestination, because apparently atheists believe in predestination, and I wanted to go down there with it. Do you get me? But
can I say that? You mean determinism, yeah? And not all atheists have to agree with determinism. It's not like a precept. But quickly, on what you were just saying a minute ago, remember that whole deviation, that whole deviation was based on Issa not accepting my first statement, which is Issa doesn't wholesale condemn slavery, which he just agreed to at the end anyway. And then the second one, I said about ISIS, and he literally used the exact same fucking example about ISIS on a beach. The irony of that is not lost on.
Are you stupid? If you're saying I've said it, and I've said it so many times, then why would you ask the question?
So why are you interrupting me for fucking a whole 20 minutes to say
I'll tell you why. Because you carry. I'll tell you why. Because you kept putting tests behind it and divine revelation and divine. You put all of that, and that has not influenced my decision. So I'm saying when it's me and you talking, I'm not quoting the Quran or Hadith. Prophet said that's not what's happening. So you really need to do some weight training on your mind as well, unless your brain is being drained to fuel your muscles. It's very simple. If I'm talking to you, stop. I'm saying to you, there are things in Islam that I may disagree with, and I might just have to go because it's Islam. So when you ask me what I would do, shush. If you ask me about my opinion, I can give you what I want to do and so on. I'm saying to you, even if it said nothing about it, it didn't say it's halal or haram. I'm saying my view of what should happen is if those people enslave us afterwards, you might even say I got it more from the Hebrew Israelites. In fact, when I heard them shouting. But so,
I would just say that
you're allowed to disagree. I didn't even know that.
I'll just say that you're an ignorant narcissist, and you never pass up an opportunity to clarify something, which in turn means you're just speaking more about absolutely nothing.
Really, everyone else understood. If I said enslave ISIS, bruv, that means I don't outlaw slavery all the way. What the hell are you stupid? What did you say? Sorry.
Yeah, no, because when you were saying about like, you know, your teachings or whatever, in terms of like some of them you disagree with them, right? So like I was like, I didn't know that you was able to disagree with them.
In the sense, for instance, there is advice to be patient, with certain people or certain things. And the next thing, so let's say women, there's quite a few women that have been brainwashed by the Western way of thinking that they have an issue with a man, their husband having 4 wives. Do you understand? But it's still part of Islam. It's still part of the Quran, isn't it? Yeah, Veli, when you say James' point still stands, it don't stand nowhere, Veli. Like, it's ridiculous. The man run from a simple question and then didn't want to pursue how he looked ridiculous in the answer to the question. Like, you both said, oh, you would kill them all and done. But what's that got to do with those people?
You reach it, baby. You reach it, baby.
You know what, brother? It's like you turn into children, like, and just come with some little answer, like some little believing bloody Christian or Orthodox Muslim or something. Like, you got no, all of a sudden you haven't got any intellect to argue the thing, kill them all and done. Like, okay, there are now some nuances, there's now some other bits and pieces where you have to think those people, let's say they were following African spiritual tradition. Let me finish.
You want to answer? Here, I'm speaking now, so in it, let me respond. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Why you thinking all of this?
Shush. So I was saying, if they were African spiritualists and they said in their rules, we believe in a type of slavery, right? They're caught up in Libya and then they get free, right? Now what? Is that wrong? According to your Western version of
no one takes bullshit questions anymore. This is the reality of the nonsense you're saying. On one hand, listen, man. On the one hand, these people are talking about, Islam revolutionized slavery. It's so nice to the slaves. The slaves have a chance. Look at Bilal. The slaves have a chance to be kings.
Why are you telling me that for? I didn't say that.
Then on the other hand, you've got it's ISIS. It's the most deplorable humans in the world that are coming to kill you. They're coming to rape you on the beach. So then I go from, this is the jump I'm going to have to make. They're coming to kill me. I shouldn't kill them. I should enslave them and make them kings of my tribe.
All right, so just to clarify, Issa, what you're saying is the only. Can I just clarify one thing? Because I feel like this is like a long point.
One sec. This guy needs to just come off the panel because he's always bringing Sunni arguments to me when I've said it's a separate religion. Do you get me?
But that's a mistake, bro. To be honest, if you're bringing Sunni arguments to Issa at this point in time, more for you. More for you.
Ridiculous.
But Issa, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I literally didn't hear anything that was said in the last like 4 minutes. I was on the phone, Okay. Sorry for interrupting you, brother E. I apologize.
Yeah, Roger.
I need someone to answer my question.
Yeah.
Because I feel like my original point, like I said, at the end of the day, like, I'm not ignorant, even though I think religion is fairy tales, I'm not ignorant to the fact that everyone believes a certain thing. Right. But my question is just like, I think it's a valid question, and to all now, nobody said anything to me that makes me think they're not having to sacrifice their humanity for an idea I don't really think they believe.
Well, this is the thing. Trust me, Ultra. This is where I want to go with this. Like, what does it produce in people? Yeah, especially our people, yeah, where you take on the commentary of a book and a religion from other people, and how does that make you go against yourself? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get my point now? Yeah, so I'm saying if you were left to just be black people, how would you see this? But when somebody gives you an interpretation of a book that you then start to see your, rationalize what's happening in favor of the enslavers, yeah, and then you look down like on the people that were that didn't fight back. Let's say, I'm not saying anyone's doing that, but I'm just saying if that comes about, then that's why I wanted to go with that. Sorry, E. I think Ultra's muted up again, isn't he?
Yeah, no. I didn't want to interrupt you. That's all. But E, come true, bro.
And like to me, innit, yeah, like we debating something that comes from a source that, there'll be 1,000 debatable arguments in it, and there'll be loads of holes in it. Like, it's just mad, isn't it? One, yeah, if you don't know that there's a test in it, like, how can you really be judged on the performance in it? If you got children and you're like, boy, I don't know if it's the time to run right now, because I don't want something to happen to my child, or and then you get killed, like before you end up getting to run, then you fail the test, and it's just a joke thing, man. To be honest, like, yeah, man, it's kind of like that, country lines being sexual assault thing. It's just a joke thing, really.
Esau, do you agree with that? Like for instance, like the people, the those of our ancestors that didn't fight and were just born into it. This is what it was, and that was life. Yeah. What, like, essentially by saying it's a test.
Yeah.
Like we're minimizing the fucking pain, and I feel like even if you're doing it unwillingly, you're minimizing the pain.
That's where this is where I wanted to go with it. Yeah. So the problem is I don't want to tell. If I answer, yeah, I will be giving other people answers out of where they've got themselves. Yeah. So they will use, and it's happened too many times. Yeah. So when I talked to you the other day, I explained certain things, and it said that I broke it down perfectly, right? And I'm kind of like, I'm not happy with that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I'm unintentionally representing someone's point, maybe better than they would. Do you get my point? So I'm saying I want whoever it is, not any individuals, all of them, to represent raw from their perspective. And when they get refuted from their perspective. They don't comment.
No, for me, Lisa, remember, this isn't about refutation and like I need to beat up your argument. It's just there was something that was said that didn't sit well with me. That's all. And like I said, for me, like, I re-listened to Maku's stream the other day. I re-listened to it to feel like, just to make sure I made myself clear. And I did. I said, like, I think 3 times, what about the others?
Yeah, no, I heard that.
Because, Esau, especially, let's just put no, in fact, we can't. I was going to say, let's put the Arabic slave trade aside for a second. No, we can't. Right? So we're saying the Arabic slave trade, transatlantic slave, and the transatlantic slave trade. We're literally talking about millions.
I would have thought billions, but yeah.
Right? Of black African brothers and sisters that got fucked up in a way where it's all lovely that we can read about it, because we only have to read about it. But the reason why that Analyze Dunya video is powerful is because he puts those nasty visuals to try and like hammer the point home that this is fucking heinous. This is heinous.
This is the point.
This is a crime against humanity. And my point is, are you saying that those people failed? And I mean that might have been all fine and dandy.
I know what you mean, bro.
No, I don't know.
Bruv, I don't even want to take it seriously. Like, sometimes you can block things out because the things that I get angry. You see, like how you're angry at that, yeah? Just think how much I've studied this ideology, right? And how long I've been amongst the people. And this is distasteful in your mouth, but they've basically the whole thing says that to me. Do you understand? But you can't see that because you haven't been in depth. I'm saying the sum total of that is this is our position. Yeah? Do you get what I'm saying? You see like how you're taking that distasteful. I'm saying that almost is the mindset, although they won't express it the same way, of a lot of the black converts. And that's why you find me having issues with the ideology. Do you get me? I'm saying that we're inferior, and you have to put some sort of interpretation from their angle to then just to basically downplay your people's suffering. Do you get what I'm saying? Ultra, let me just ask. You may not agree with slavery at all, but do you think that there would be some justification for those people, and you would have no right to try and stop them if you had the power? For the people in Libya right now being enslaved, if they managed to get in power and they said, look, I'm going to slave your Clark just like you did me, do you think you would, if let's say you had the military might to go in there and stop them, would you have the right to do that?
See, the problem is I'm not a diplomat, and like the world stage is not my forte. However, all I can say from my little dirty position here on the ground in Battersea is slavery is what are you doing? Oh, she here. Oh, okay. Sorry, my mother-in-law just got it. Slavery for me personally is wrong, out and out. So I don't agree with. Right, you get out of 900 years of slavery, and then you do it to the people that enslaved you. The reason why it sounds great and it sounds like justice, but no, because all that then means is you don't have a problem with slavery. You just have a problem that it happened to you, and that's not my position. I think slavery is out and out wrong. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm saying I believe. I believe that's what I believe.
What should happen to them? All right, what should happen to them, Ultra? Do you believe it? Do you agree with the kill them all and done?
Nah, it depends. If it was war, like if you was coming to kill me, of course I'm gonna lick down your pussy.
No. The example is Libya right now. Libya right now, they've got a structure of slavery going on. The people enslaved have been liberated, and the people that are enslaved, according to James Jones and Veli, kill them all. But look at this though. If you say
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
Watch this. The same way how everyone's putting a blanket statement of slavery full stop, then when we say then they advocate for killing them. Because they're saying to kill them, and I'm saying only enslave such people, therefore they're saying to kill people, innit? They're advocating for killing. Do you see my point? Because that's what they're saying to do to them specifically. And I'm saying for people like that specifically. I'm not saying that for other types of people. Do you get me? I'm not even talking about other war captives. You know, like some people might have a war, but they may not have that policy of enslaving. So I'm saying, I'm not suggesting we enslave them. Do you get my point? But I'm saying because of the nature of ISIS and how they treat people, I'm saying that's what they get my point. So when they come up with kill them all and done, so what they're promoting then is killing people. So they don't advocate slavery.
Not really, not necessarily though. Not like, all right, fair enough, innit, But at the same time, innit, that's like more of a self-defense situation, right? Like you're getting rid of the people that are the threat to you, right? Where like when you enslave somebody, like they enslaved you, that it's not necessarily saying that they're not a threat to you no more, right? Because you're basically you can overpower them and put them in bondage.
But hold on,
so I think it's a bit of a different situation.
Hold on. Listen to what you just said. You said they're still a threat to you, therefore you kill them. But if you free them, they're not a threat to you. Did you think about that before you said it? You refuted yourself with you said the point from killing them all and done is because they're a threat. That's what you said, yes?
Yeah.
Right. So therefore, if you free them, they're not a threat anymore. Like
no, that's not what I said. So basically, if you're able to enslave them, right? Now you have the upper hand in terms of power, in it. So the power dynamics is much more different than if you're in bondage and you kill someone that is holding you in bondage.
No.
Just because you can kill somebody doesn't mean it doesn't. No, wait. Just because you can kill somebody doesn't equate to you being able to enslave them, does it?
That's not the scenario. You've got a military power now. You're not a single person, not rebelling and stuff like that. You've got a military might comes in there. They have no power. You now have a choice how to deal with them. They can't do nothing. You can just blow them to smithereens, or you can enslave them. You're not killing.
But they can't enslave you again.
No, they can't. That's what I'm saying. They can't do nothing now. So you have a choice: kill them, or enslave them, or you have another one to let them go and live their life over there and build another army and come back and kill you. Those are the three choices. What do you say?
I would kill them, or I would kill them, innit? Like you know, they done their dirt. Now you get me. They're gonna suffer the consequences, and we're gonna move on.
Fine. So I'm saying, so let's say half of them are African spiritualists, and they believe in a type of slavery. That's their tradition. What are you saying?
I'll kill them same way.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. The people, not you.
You asked me a question.
No,
what's wrong? What do you mean? What I'm saying to you? You asked me a question, and I answered it.
Listen to the question. You didn't understand the question. I'm saying those people. Shush, bro. Shut up, man. Shut the hell up, you idiot. Right, E. So what I'm saying to you, is that you have the power, but you're looking at their choice. I'm saying, are you justified to tell the people who are African spiritualists, who have been enslaved, you freed them, so you got over here on one side, you've got the people that were enslaving them. On the other side, you've got the African spiritualists, and they're saying in their African spiritualist tradition, they enslave these type of people. That's what's supposed to happen. But you've got the choice. Are you going to deprive them of the right to follow the African spiritual system, Mr. E?
What, enslaving them? Well, like if I got the power, they wouldn't get the choice in it because they'd already be dead. Like all the people that enslaved them would be dead already.
Okay. So you wouldn't
there would be no choice. I wouldn't allow the choice.
So you would ignore
all of them. Then I can sleep properly.
So you would ignore the African
slavery, even in African spirituality and all that.
Of course it is, sis. Of course it is.
I didn't hear what Nine said. The signal's really bad, or is it my signal?
She said, "Is slavery in African spiritual systems and all that?"
Is it? That's a good question.
Yeah, of course it is, bro. Come on now.
Wait, where's Shakara? Shakara, you need to get your ass on here now.
Come on, bro. That's a done thing, bro.
Nah, but I meant in terms of, hold on. I meant in terms of it being written in a book and all of these things that you have to adhere to. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, for myself, a lot of this is inconsequential anyway, because it's making you're
No, go. Were you saying a lot of it's inconsequential?
I can't hear you now.
That was the dumbest line of questioning ever, guys.
My point is because I keep hearing all these different paradigms and whatever. But at the end of the day, the slavery in which we were talking about, is one whereby people just came to our lands and done what they'd done in it. It weren't no fighting thing, all the rest of it. Like when you make out like people that be coming to the beaches of the Caribbean as ISIS and whatever, because you know that they're coming to fuck you up, innit? You with me? But that's a completely different sort of scenario. You with me? The slave trade that we're talking about. So I think, and this is what I'm saying, like I think they hold on, and then I'm gonna finish.
Yeah.
Because for myself, like I really think that there's some schooling going on somewhere whereby like we come to take the shine, you know what I mean, and change up the parameters and change up the shit and all the rest of it, man. And I'm telling you, I'm burning fire on that, man. You know what I mean? Because I see there's people in the chats, it's like we can't even have a conversation amongst ourselves, you with me, without I don't know if you're gonna call them insiders or outsiders, you understand saying to you, but it's like and these are the kind of situations which we're in, like we're so separated and divided that we can't even come talk together and talk about our
guys, is it just me or is my signal just popping up?
Yes, 90 for signal.
But
90 for what the issue is this. I'm saying
I told you this is what you want to do. I told you this is what you want to do.
Very quick, James. One sec. I'm saying, Nanifa, if I'm having a conversation with you, I'm not going to get you mixed up with Shakara or Lady Divine, etc., and trying to spread over you what they're saying. I'm going to listen to what you have to say and respond to what you say. And that's where there seems to be cross lines and whatever else. You get me? So when people, it seems, can't defend their position because they know they're intellectually inferior, then they want to start throwing all kinds of garbage in there. It's a simple thing. What do you as an individual think about a situation? And that's it.
I don't know, Issa, let me ask you something.
Yes, sis, what would you do?
I was just going to give you this though, innit? Yeah. I would I understand
you're giving
somebody
completely
that point.
To the original.
One sec, 90 for
I don't know if that's what about.
One sec, 90 for. So we have in African spiritual systems, slavery as a concept, it exists, right? Basically based upon whether it be crime or war, etc. So Nanifa has power in Libya today, right? You're over there, you got 1 million man army, you got all the weapons you need. So you now separate on one side the people that have enslaved black people. Yeah. You have on other side African spiritualists, right? They say to you, they want to enslave them. What do you say to them? Are they allowed to do that under your command or what?
Bro, why are you? Are you God?
Like Issa, yeah.
Like,
one second, Issa, yeah. I'm gonna give you something, yeah. Like I would understand in it, yeah.
James, you know
if
what?
certain
Just
people wanted to do that, innit?
So, say that again.
Yeah. Like I would understand if certain people wanted to do that, innit? Like I wouldn't be like, oh, you're wrong for thinking like, you know, you want to do to them what you done to us, innit? Like for me, yeah, it would more be a logical situation. Like let's just like move on, innit? Like, but say now, if man was like, say for example, they destroyed all our things, yeah, and was like, you know what, yeah, man's gonna make you fix that.
It was your thing. Thank you. That's what, bruv. This is where I was going with.
But for me personally, I wouldn't do that because, like, you know, we escaped slavery in this scenario, right? So it's an opportunity for them to then escape slavery and then put us in that situation. So I'll just dig the hole or make them dig the hole and put them in it real quick, and we can move on.
But all right, listen to what I'm saying here. I hear this is you're quite funny. Where I was getting was the absolute hammer with this clown here, right? What I was saying was, after all the destruction they've done to you, they've burnt out your life, you've got all kind of bruises and stuff, yeah? We're talking about rebuilding a place for you. And that's where I was going with it, yeah? But the guy didn't want to question it. So the point is that they should be doing the work to help you compensate for your life, to help you come back up to speed. Do you get my point? That's my whole, however you enslave them in a factory, whatever the hell it is. Do you get my point, bruv? That's all I'm saying. So you are saying,
like, morally, they don't agree with that, right? And I can understand that they don't want to agree with that. At the same time, that's cool with me as well.
Are you serious?
Man, I say you lot saying kill them, but the reality is this: you've given us a specific scenario in which somebody's attacked this idyllic beach that you're lounging on. What do you do?
No, Libya, forget the beach. Libya, stick to Libya.
Literally have been talking non-stop.
Ridiculous.
Fucking break.
Libya, bro.
Come on. Let's look at it like we're trying to get
guys. Come on, guys. Don't make it
at each other's expense.
He's not going to waste my time looking at other scenarios in Libya.
Are you the only person on the panel? I literally said E when I started this.
No. You're not going to talk me into your thing and then use the previous example.
I don't know if you had friends when you were a kid, yeah? But there's 6 people on the panel. Every conversation doesn't have to involve you. Yeah, every conversation has to involve you. Go take a piss or something.
Guys, you're making it, babe. You're making it personal.
Let him just say his thing. Let me say his thing, and then afterwards,
wait, Issa, come on, bro. Issa, come on.
Like, we're all having a civilized conversation, except for one idiot. Like, what's going on with this now?
No, Issa, it's both of you now. You're gonna have to reflect. You have to reflect.
No, but you know what? Just talk, and then we'll carry on.
Well done. You saw the writing on the wall finally. Is this guy is posed the scenario in which you've been confronted on this idyllic beach. Listen, you had not a care in the world, and you've been confronted by ISIS. Yeah, what do? Your response is, haven't had time to think, Issa. If they tried to kill me, maybe I'll kill them. Yeah, and then the response is, that's immoral. You should think about enslaving them, then going and enslaving their wives and their children, because that's the more humane thing to do. This is like, because if you let someone dictate to you the terms of what you're responding to, you might escape the broader point. And the broader point is Islamic slavery justified? And in Islamic slavery, not only can you enslave those combatants, but you can also enslave the combatant's wife, the combatant's children. So we're saying if someone comes onto a beach and attacks me, I'm going to attack you. And regardless of how it ends, more than likely, if you intended to kill me, I would kill you as a response. And I think that's justified. I didn't start the war, you started it. His response is, no, I'm going to justify this other practice. I'm going to say this is more humane, in which if you win, you round up all of the survivors, you enslave them, make them do your bidding, make them work for you for free, and then go grab their wives and children that had fuck all to do with the battle, and they get enslaved too.
Right. Where did I ever say that in Islam you enslave their wife and children, Jones?
No, Islam says it. I don't need to hear you. You're not important here.
Where does it say that in Islam?
Wait, James, you have to be. You have to be specific, because if you're bringing an argument that Issa doesn't necessarily subscribe to, then it's void.
This is my whole point. If I put an argument on the table, everyone else's argument, and not come to what I'm saying.
This is why I'm best served to not respond and probably to bow out of this discussion, because you were present for how many discussions where this was his rationale. If it's a wife of an enemy combatant, then technically she could still be part of the enemy. She could still harbor, she could still want to kill you. She could still foster ill feeling towards you. He literally engaged to the point of enslaving wife and children. But for the sake of this argument, he would be dishonest and pretend he didn't. Just like when I said, do you condemn slavery? He said no, got to the end of the discussion and said he did. Just the stupidity.
I'll be real though, yeah. Like if we're talking about like chattel slavery, yeah, and there was a situation.
Sorry.
This is just going to turn into a personal thing. Like, it's just long.
No. This is what I'm saying. He just said I condemn slavery. When the hell did I condemn slavery? I've always said, and I gave the example for the type of people.
No. I got that wrong. What I say is, when I said that Issa doesn't condemn slavery, you disagreed with me. We got to the end of the discussion. You literally agreed and then used the exact same example I gave. So literally, like whatever you say now, if I bring you a recording of you agreeing that it's justified to enslave someone's wife and daughter, you'll change your position and say, okay, fair enough, I said that, but this is the context. Let me explain it for you for another half an hour, rather than just being honest and saying you do agree with that. You do think it's right. You do think it's right. Am I lying or not? Am I lying or not? Furthermore, say wallahi now, and I waste my time. Say wallahi.
I don't say wallahi in conversations like this. Let's say you're kind of right, but you might have been representing, but that's not a point.
The dishonesty though. This is dishonest, bro.
But he was not going to do that though. Like in the situation, yeah, like say we're talking about like slavery times, right? Say we're on a plantation, yeah, we duppy all the men. What? We just gonna leave everyone else like about? The ones that have just been like chatting shit to man and maybe got certain people sold off and all of these other things. Everybody, I forget duppy, innit? What do you mean?
Hold on. So hold on, let me get this right here. You go back to the plantation, yeah? So are you saying after you get power, then people just had you in the field doing all kind of things? You're not going to have them enslaved doing the plantation? Is that what you're saying?
No, man. Like to me, yeah. Like it's just, why would I want to even be around them people afterwards? I'll just get rid of them. Like, the ones there. I might even build a ship and then go to the home country. And do you get what I'm saying?
You're going to be
taking it a bit more serious.
You're going to get the people that have been worked to the bones, got all bruises and stuff, to build a ship. Seriously,
but that would be light work to us by then. You know the ones there, we do that in a day.
Wow, this is what I'm saying. I swear you lot. It's so interesting when you.
But we're doing it for ourselves though. This is different though, right? Because like what? So now because we had slaves, or because we were slaves, we can't do any kind of work anymore. Like forever or something. Is that what you're trying to say?
Because I'm saying if a people have mistreated you like that, yeah, I swear you lot, please mark it down. Issa the Black Tilek supports the type of slavery I described. What do you call it? Reverse slavery or re-enslave those who enslaved you. Bruv, 100%. No apology. You get me? So you lot go with this, no, kill them, and then work your own people to the bone. Like, why can't we just rest and sleep? Flipping hell, bruv. I can't even believe the type of thing you lot are saying, bro. Seriously.
No, but it's not that, right? Because you forget, like, about, like, in slavery times, right? Like, the slavers was having to live with a different level of paranoia. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, because like the numbers was generally outnumbered, right? In the situations. So for me, yeah, I don't want to have like that paranoia. I don't want to have to think about my kids. When man's, I'll just stop them.
Hold on. So what if you could be secure in the fact that they wouldn't rebel? That's the point I'm making, because I'm saying clearly we worked a hell of a lot because they built a lot. They got a lot out of us, yeah. So let's say it, because like you're saying, there was more of us than them. So therefore, they had no possibility of rebelling against us. Yeah. Now what? So all of that is gone. There's no paranoia need because we've got so many more of us than them. Would you not have them work, build your ship, plant your food, and the rest of it?
No, that's like kind of making them into robots or something. Like now they're not even people because they're not acting how people act. So that scenario is a bit of a trap.
Who's not acting? What are you talking about now? What?
Because why would like people, me personally, in it, yeah. If I've done something wrong to someone and I'm keeping them around me, I'm always going to be thinking, boy, like, at what point is this person going to try and get me back?
Right. So I'm saying you enslaved them, and there's no way of them getting free and rebelling against you. So I don't understand what you're saying now.
I know, but in my mind, I couldn't be fully secure in that that thought, right? Because it's not real. Isn't it?
But you've already agreed, yeah.
So hold on a minute, Issa. One sec, Issa.
Serious?
Yeah. What's your position on the sub-Saharan slave trade?
Yeah, that was all Sunni devils. Yeah, that's done. Yeah, they're kafirs. They're devil kafirs.
This is going round and round in circles.
How's it going in circles? I don't understand.
It's nonsense.
My whole argument has been.
Yo, Issa, what's your position on the sub-Saharan slave trade?
My position, yeah, there were devil kafirs that enslaved, the anti-black devil kafirs that enslaved black people. I don't understand. What's my position? Have you not heard me bun it out and bring light to it? Analyze Dunno, I do defend a form of slavery. Well, a slavery against specific types of people. Analyze Dunno. Yeah, Nani, for go on.
Okay.
Sorry. You break it.
Yeah, Nanifa, your signal's really bad, babe.
Yeah, you break up a bit, Nanifa. Sorry, what were you saying, sis?
Just for the record, slavery, all of it, in all its forms, is wrong.
No, yeah, but you lot are killing. Hold on, Ultra.
Who's you lot? Don't say you lot. No, Issa, I'm not gonna let you talk there because what you just did is you said you lot are talking about killing. When did I ever tell you that?
You said, Ultra, I'll tell you when you said that. Yeah. You said, what was it? If they're rolling up on man or something, you kill them. That's what you said.
When did I say that, or was that Betty?
No, you said that. That's you specifically because I asked you, and you said, well, if they're rolling up on man, yeah, kill them, innit?
Yeah, because you said it was war.
No, I said slavery, but I'm saying the point.
No, you can't just put someone in slavery. Oh, you know what? I need someone to make me some bread. Go and get that guy from the village next door and
Ultra, listen. I'm sticking to the Libya example because it is modern day and it's current. Our brother E took us back to plantation, which was fair enough. And I'm saying the same scenario applies. Yeah. I mean, today we've got technology.
You know what I said? When you asked me about Libya, I said I don't necessarily agree with the killing thing. That's what I said.
No. I know. Bruv, I'm all right. Let me take back the killing thing. Yeah. But you say you don't like the slavery thing. But listen to my point. I'm saying if the people are African spiritualists and within their African spiritual system, they have a concept of slavery for certain people, and that perfectly matches the people that just enslaved them.
I condemn it.
I'm saying, although you
condemn it, I condemn it.
So you would hold on. So you would stop them from practicing their spiritual tradition. Is that what you're saying?
No, listen. This is the thing. Can I stop an institution as an individual? No, but I will tell you straight up and down, if African spiritualists have anything that resembles slavery, I condemn it straight away. I don't care.
I'll be honest, you've not been brainwashed. Like I kind of get your point, but I think you need to think about it a bit. But and this is a problem when you not try and make.
I think it's the opposite.
Hold on, wait.
You trying to trick us, like because we're pro-black and like we have to like side with something we don't agree with because someone else is on that.
Just flipping out, bro. This is what I mean. I forgot what I was gonna bloody Ultra. What I'm saying is, forget religion. We're talking about human beings. Right, so I'm saying those people that have just been treated that way, I'm saying they're saying to you, I don't want you to just kill them or free them or whatever else. Because as far as I know, Ultra, you didn't have an answer for what you're going to do with them. What would you say to do with them, Ultra?
Yeah, you're not gonna... probably like the Libyans. It would be seize them, jail them, and hand over their assets and everything else to the enslaved.
So let's say you've got 1 million people that have been in that part of the slavery of blacks. Who's going to be?
Issa, I'm not going to lie to you. I need to think about the institutions, the economy, how things work, the temperature, the weather, the needs of the slave. I can't just give you like an answer and say it's going to be perfect if we just roll it out. I need a minute to think about it.
All right, that's Ultra. I agree with you, and that's my point, my brother. So please, on this, maybe think about it, because all I'm saying is this, is that every answer you lot have given, apart from killing them, which might make the people of African spiritual systems angry, right? Because they're saying you've deprived them of a right to do things. Now we have to do that ourselves. So you'd be doing injustice to those people, right?
Wait.
So
Whoa. Hold on, Issa. Wait a second. No. Hold on a second. If somebody rolls up on me
right? And it's a fight, and or they're coming to obviously collect bodies, yeah, and I refuse to either go with them or become a slave. Can I defend myself?
Sorry, what was that last bit? Sorry.
Can I defend myself?
If someone rolls up on you, yeah.
Can I defend myself?
Yeah, of course. What's that got to do with it? I don't know.
Right. So if I get into a fight with somebody,
yeah,
and as a consequence the opponent dies,
yeah,
is that injustice?
No, I don't get you.
What about if I best the person? And then think that wait, if I best the person in this fight.
Sorry, let me reverse that answer. It depends. Sorry, I shouldn't just answer so quickly. It depends. But go on.
Okay. All right. If I best the person in this feud,
yeah,
where is the justification for then taking the person as property, as well as their wives and children, or as well as his wife and his children?
No, bro. Forget. Listen, I'm talking about Libya. Bruv, will you not stop bringing arguments from everywhere else? We're focusing on Libya, brother. Please, no fights in the
street. I gave my answer, and you agreed with it.
No. I'm asking you, what would you use, bruv? I didn't get an answer as far as I know from you in relation to. Oh no, you said you had to think about it. So yeah, fair enough. You have to think about it. Yeah. So I said that's an injustice. Then you went to a scenario of a fight in the street or something. I'm saying to you. If that's been their tradition, it's part of their belief system, right? And their head teacher, their hungan, their priest of their community is saying this has been passed down, this is our tradition, this is what's supposed to happen. Would you enforce on them your Western Christianized viewpoint? Well, sorry, let me take that back. I don't want to argue on that. So your personal viewpoint that you don't like slavery at all, the slavery in all forms, right? Apparently. So therefore, you're going to stop them, correct?
Where possible, yeah, I would like to do that, yes.
Right. Boy, that's a war already. This is what I'm saying. That's a war already, bro.
No, but Issa, listen. Imagine, I said I would try, where possible, to abolish the slavery, and your response was, that's war. Now, imagine the type of people we're dealing with, and this is my point, Issa.
Hold on, Ultra, wait. I want you to listen. The people have just been enslaved, and their tradition says that they can do that. You're bringing your tradition to tell them who have been enslaved. You haven't been enslaved, yeah? You come over from the nice West, and you're telling them, no, you can't do that to the people that just.
Because it's wrong. But listen, you asked me what I would do, and my answer was, where possible.
Yeah,
I will try because it's wrong, Issa. It doesn't matter if it's this man's tradition. It's wrong.
We disagree,
but Issa,
in the circumstances, because but you also hold on. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Ultra, would you also agree it's wrong to just shoot them and kill them like these lot are saying?
If it depends on the circumstance. If it's just like, oh, we're going to slave you, they don't want to be slaves, so shoot them. Yeah, it's fully wrong. But if somebody's coming to war you.
No, there's no war. No power.
Oh wait, are we talking about Libya? Are we just talking about Libya?
Yes, they've got no guns.
Yeah. No. That's wrong. Yeah, to just roll up on the Libyans and murder them. I can't condone that. I can't condone that. That's wrong. The reason why I can't, I'm a lefty tree hugger.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. All right, you're out the argument. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No, I appreciate you being honest, and that's good. You're a bit more consistent than certain people, yeah. But man, they're gonna kill them. And African spiritualism and blah, 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 all that crap. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Sorry, my brother.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm being inconsistent or whatever. It doesn't seem like that to me. But like, say now, yeah, with the argument, like when you're bringing the African spiritualist into it, yeah, like to me, yeah, all right, they've been enslaved, right? But say if it was a African spiritualist idea where if you stepped on their shoes, they can kill you. Should I not now like feel any way about that?
Hold on, well, I think
like, you're saying, to me, that's like what you're saying. Just because that's their beliefs, right, like I should just accept that.
Yeah. So you're saying because it's an African principle, you're saying that's not the reason to accept it. I agree with you. What I'm saying is, generally, humans like a sense of balance and justice, right? So I'm saying that not only the forward thinking of you have to now rebuild whatever been broken from you, right? I'm saying that would help compensate. If you kill them, there's no compensation for them, for the people that have been enslaved. That's one of my points that I'm making. So I agree with you on the principle, not just because it's African spiritual system, but I'm also saying trying to take it away from the Islamic thing that these other clowns are trying to push in there. So that's why I put the African spiritual system has this thing, yeah. And to me, it agrees with logic, but you're saying you want to deprive them of it. The problem is now they're saying they're going to go to war with you because you're trying to deprive them of following something that, according to them, is in line with justice. Do you get my point, E?
Yeah, if they want to do that, that's on them, isn't it? Like
Bruv,
it is what it is. I'm not gonna
I said
change my position because they want to fight man over it.
Bruv, so you're going to start killing the people that were just cheese. Are you not really seeing where this is leading? Oh my, I'm glad I had this conversation, bruv. I tell you, this I love logic.
Wait. Because you just basically were saying that they're going to war with me, right? Not that I'm going to war with them. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
Right. You're the president of Libya, right? You've now disbanded the people for them, yeah? The enslavers. You now have the African spiritualists, yeah? On one side, and they're saying our tradition and just logic, reason, and rationality, justice says I'm going to use these people. You come along and say no, that's outlawed, and therefore there's punishments for breaking the law that you're institutionalizing. Yeah, so you're going to punish the people that were just enslaved, yeah, because they want to enslave these people. But you want to.
Well, I never said that. Yeah, what I actually said, yeah, was they wouldn't get an opportunity to do that because everyone would already be dead.
Right. No. Right. So I'm saying it's right.
That was my word. So
I hear that.
I don't understand how that equates to what you said.
All right. But this is what I'm saying to you. You may not get everyone. Like they might have already captured them and enslaved them in their yard, and you come along and take them and shoot them. So now they're vexed with you because you took away the slave that they already got. Do you get me? So for whatever reason, yeah, maybe one of them heard you were coming, and then they said, I free you, and then after they freed them, they got them. You know what I mean? So if you caught them with slaves, what are you going to do with the black people that you catch, the African spiritualists that you capture with these ISIS slaves?
I'll just kill the slaves and I'll keep it moving.
Yeah, so they're vexed with you now and they're protesting. So you're not going to punish them? Is that what you're saying? You just kill the slaves? You make me laugh, you know.
Why do I need to punish them? I'll just do what I've set up to do, and then afterwards we can have the conversation.
You're funny still. All right, at least you've actually got good answers. I'll give you that. You got good answers.
I'm made to understand, yeah, that African spirituality is being used as a scapegoat for justifying slavery. I've missed a conversation. I don't know, but that's the report I'm getting. So I beg someone clarify this to me, please.
Yeah. So what Issa?
No, wait, Issa, hold on a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Issa. Please forgive me again. Chakra, this all started because of a conversation I had with Respect here. Respect was on G Block and said, "What do you mean, fam? No, what do you mean stop slavery? Slavery is a test, or something to that. Is either what do you mean stop slavery? Slavery is a test, or slavery is a test. What do you mean stop slavery? Whatever way you said it, I can't remember. Right, but and I said to Respect for a couple of days later that like those words leave a bad taste in my mouth. Not because I'm an atheist, but because I feel like those words minimize the pain and the struggle, the strife, the lynching, the stealing of land, culture, language. Because essentially what you're saying is the people that didn't rise up failed the test, but maybe it's okay because they get an afterlife. And I said, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And I'm saying that is a valid question. And to this moment, I haven't had a good or satisfactory response to that question. What do you think about that, Shakira? If somebody says slavery is a test, what do you mean stop slavery? And I respond with, okay, for the sake of the argument, I'm going to be charitable and grant that maybe this is a test. But are you then saying the millions of our ancestors that didn't rise up?
Ultra, a test by who? A test by who?
I'm assuming he means by his God, because that was the grounds of the conversation.
Yeah, he did say the Most High. Like he clarified, he said the statement again to me. He said about the Most High.
Yeah, big up, brother Mo. And I'm saying, Shakira, the reason why I have a problem with these words is because to me it minimizes
the struggle of millions of our African brothers and sisters that died in essentially failing. I'm doing air quotes. I promise you, just have to trust me. Failing the test. Now that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And I've asked like for a clarification. I haven't got one yet, but you know.
Yeah, man can't really back the characterization. I can't support it. Yeah, I just can't support it. If one just said slavery is a test in the general sense, I could get with that. Like any trauma is a test in it. Yeah. In the general sense, it tests your character, it tests your mental state, and I'm saying it that you could say that
your resolve. It tests your resolve.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I could get with that argument to whatever that is a reality, and that's
Shaka, I'm going to interrupt you, and I apologize. I actually agree with that initial premise, but if you think about it carefully, you still haven't answered my question about. Fair enough. It does indeed test your resolve, all these tests and tribulations, and I get that. But what about the millions?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I wasn't quite finished. I would agree with your assessment. What I would say is that this is not from an Abrahamic perspective. This is not an uncommon argument. Yeah.
Wait, Chaka, sorry to interrupt you, brother. I have to disagree. I've never heard this before.
I have. I've heard my Christian brothers and sisters say that that we were taken into slavery because we were rebelling against God, for example, and various different variations of that narrative. I've heard it. It's not uncommon, to come to that conclusion, from that kind of perspective. I would say that what happens is, when you're talking about fighting back against enslavement, there are a number of different ways that our ancestors fought against enslavement, and not all of them were military. Yeah?
Like Rosa Parks, for instance.
When you consider what slavery was and what slavery is, and the extent to which it really redefined the entire nature of an entire continent, and destroyed cultures and wiped out people, you would have to understand, you would get to understand that, like in any such situation, people find different ways of dealing with that situation. And so, to what barometer, the question would be, would we be using, or is the Most High using to decide who's passed the test or not? That would be a question that comes up in my mind. And the fact of the matter is,
but that's the thing that was clarified on the conversation, Shaka. It was said that all the slave master's test was to free the slaves, and the test for the slaves was to rise up against the slave master, which is that's what prompted my question about.
No, but I'm saying though, rising up. What does rising up against the slave master mean? And in that sense now, so we're giving the. So are we gonna give the slave master an out? This was his test, isn't it? So his test was to brutalize us and come to a holy epiphany. At the end of
they failed that. Yeah, it took them a few decades, a few centuries, but they got there in the end.
What about freed ones as well?
And our test was to be brutalized and rise up. Yeah, my point is that rising up takes it. What is the barometer by which we measure rising up? So that say like a group of people retreat into the hills, and they have nothing to do with slavery from that day forth. Have they failed the test, or have they passed the test because they ran away? Is that failure or success in that regard? If a group of people, right? Yeah, if a group of people, like many people did, throw themselves off the ship and commit suicide, have they failed the test or have they passed the test? If groups of people on the continent flee and form new communities, that want nothing to do with any trade, with any of the people that are around them, for the sake of protecting themselves, have they passed the test or have they failed the test? And I'm saying all this to say that most people are very unaware of the myriad of ways in which Africans actually fought back against slavery, especially because we tend to do, and I'm being careful how I'm saying what I'm saying, because I realize that a lot of this thing is personal, and I really don't want to get into the personal back and forth. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. However, it will be true to say that we do a lot more research, or we do a lot more exploration from the perspective of religion than the perspective of our ancestors. So we have all of the arguments and the research and the information coming from the perspective of a religion in relation to slavery, but very little coming from the perspective of our actual ancestors who went through it and the various different ways that they would have responded to this dynamic.
I agree.
And I think it's very unfortunate.
All right, so Chakara, that's where also I'm glad you're on the panel for this. I was trying to explore that viewpoint in relation to predestination and all kind of different things, right? But let's put that out for now. Now that you've mentioned that specifically, for the people, let's say, who kept their tradition and so on, who were in that situation, and even for the people that didn't, how would you say we can look through their glasses, so to speak?
That's a very broad question. You need to be more specific.
Just in relation to what you just said, looking at it from their view.
I'm saying that there are a myriad of different perspectives, and as people who are the descendants of our ancestors, we're business to study the myriad of perspectives. Yeah. What I'm saying is that Africans responded to the enslavement process in different ways, and the only way that we want to really characterize the whole African thing is to say them did slavery and slavery. Yeah. Like it's. I know, man. It pains me. I'm not gonna lie. It does pain me.
Shaka, I think we should do a show on that still.
Hold on, where did that come from? Who said that today?
I'm saying in general, that is the dominant perspective that is put out there. And I'm saying that we seem to have more information about that. Yeah. What's it called? It's couched in that kind of way. And we seem to have more information about that than the myriad of different ways that our ancestors on the continent fought against slavery. Yeah, and all of it wasn't military. So what I'm saying is that when you talk about the putting myself in the perspective of those who are facing it, there is not one perspective. Yeah, there are, and the perspectives are very complex, and whereas books have been written and presentations have been given and arguments have been given and constructed, yeah, that allows ones and ones to reconcile what the institution of slavery with their religious perspective. It seems that for the most part we are not inclined to do that as much work and go through as much rigor when it comes to the varying different perspective of our ancestors. Yeah, that's my issue.
No, right? But here's the problem, Shakara. The problem is the person who, when you keep broadening it out to we, Ultra's talking about a specific person who you would say is learned and has studied all those things. So I think that's where his issue.
Whether that's the case or not, the argument that I'm making is specific to an individual person.
Yeah. Also, my argument isn't specific.
One second.
Because Shakara said he's heard this argument before, and I haven't.
Right? No, but it's not just that. Shakara, Ultra. What I'm saying is, he's saying that we as a collective haven't learned this, and this.
We haven't.
I agree. But I'm saying if what's put on the table is an argument that doesn't fit your response at all, then how would you respond to that?
If my response is not specific to Rasbek enough for you, I make no apology for that.
No, brother, it's not that.
If Rasbek was here, I'd say.
Why do you lot keep doing this? I'm saying to you, he's not the only person like that. So I'm saying answering something else rather than, because there are people similar to that, yeah, who I've known many brothers, I think are Rasta, this, that, and they converted to Sunnism same way. So I'm saying, not the individual. What I'm saying to you is, when you're answering for those people who are ignorant, what about those who did know all of that stuff? Now what? And they've got this new view.
Again, I'm suggesting to you that just one, because one is learned in a certain particular area, doesn't mean that they have they are learning within the context of what I am saying right now. Yeah, what I am saying is, and if you're saying that it's not one person, there's a broader perspective, then I'm speaking to the broader perspective. I am saying that even on the when it comes to issues of blackness, people reconciling the enslavement period with their religion can be done in various different ways, and people go through the whatever to do that. But when it comes to our ancestors, that same rigor is not applied.
When it is applied, bro, that's what I'm saying. When it is, in other words, they know all of that.
When it is applied, then people don't do exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm not talking about those instances. Evidently, and I'm not referring to the fact that people can proclaim pro-blackness and still not have gone through what I am talking about. Still not have applied the level of dignity to our ancestors that they attempt to do with their religion. It's possible to do that. So I'm not making it specific to any one school of thought or any individual in that sense. What I'm saying is there is a sensibility, yes, whereby religiously speaking, people take the time because they value their religion. Yeah, right. Whatever religion perspective that they have to ensure that they go through the rigor of reconciling the enslavement process with their religion, and what happens with our ancestors get neglected in that attempt. Yeah, so with regards to
sorry, ancestors, do you mean those who were enslaved, those before, all together, or
everything? Yeah,
okay,
everything. Yeah, and I'm saying that when we talk about passing a test, in the context of passing a test, the question would be, what is the criteria for passing a test? And we cannot answer that question until we have actually engaged the actual history of our ancestors and how they responded to this thing. Yeah, because when I hear rising up, in my mind I hear pick up your cutlass, you know what I'm saying, pick up your gun and kill the slave master. And I love that. That's the energy that I want all of my ancestors to have. But the reality is, all of them didn't have that one. All of them didn't have the opportunity to manifest that particular possibility to its fruition. Some of them planned, and the plans didn't come to fruition. Some of them actually got some way with it, and they got killed in the end. Some of them never had that as a possibility to consider. Yeah, and they found other ways of addressing that situation. Okay. And the question is, in what context do I judge those people that never had that opportunity, or didn't feel like it was their most viable option in terms of protecting the community in which that they were a part of?
What about just fearing, just being broken? What about that? Is that a
all of that too? Yeah, I put it to us that at least
is there a fail situation, Chakra? Simple as this: is there a fail situation? And because I mean, let's go to the other extreme. They're broken so much, they actually say, you know what, I'm going to submit to whatever he says. That even means selling out my own people.
And I would understand that. That to me, given the horrors of enslavement, would be an understandable product that a number of our ancestors would have said, "Me can't do with something." Yeah. And for the sake of not feeling any more of this pain, I'm going to go along with the thing. And some of those people would have done so to save their children. And some of those people would have done so ensure that you know what I'm saying, that they were around for somebody else's child whose parent was killed. Yeah, some of them would have just done it because I don't want to get raped no more. I don't want to get whipped no more. Right. And I'm saying that all of these things are consistent with the experience of enslavement. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah?
This is why I'm glad you actually respond. So would you say, for me, I can't put failure on any of those things. Yeah. Would you say there is a failure thing in there somewhere?
I am saying that whatever we're gonna put it this way, if my ancestor who fights back militarily looks at my ancestor who doesn't fight back and says you are a failure, he's entitled to that.
Right, got you.
Right? He's entitled to that. And going forward, we would use the example of the ancestors who fought back for the sake of our children. Yeah. But to condemn our ancestors who didn't fight back,
yeah,
we don't want to emulate their example,
right? Got you,
right? But we want to understand what they were facing.
Yeah. Especially, I would say, especially in this time here, where we could say we're not even receiving nothing compared to them in this country here, and the amount of things we could be doing, we're not doing. Do you get what I'm saying? So, yeah, definitely.
Shakara, I'm not gonna lie. I think your input has been invaluable, and I think maybe you articulated my question a lot better than I probably did, because I feel like the whole it's a test, in fact, I'll go as far as to say it's inhumane and it's irresponsible to say something like that from the luxury of Wi-Fi and Virgin, and you can fly to Jamaica for £400 and Adidas and expensive salons, and I feel like I think it's an irresponsible thing to say, and I think if it's something that you genuinely believe, it means that either you don't care or you sacrificed your humanity for the sake of an idea.
And this is the thing.
And it's not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that to attack anyone individual. I'm saying that particular belief there, where you can put the plight of our ancestry down to some sort of cosmic test, is insane, right? Because remember, Shakira, we're looking at it through fucking hindsight. Hindsight is the best type of sight, apparently, right? So the people that was born into it. So remember, let's put the first 200 years aside, right? Anyone born after the first 200 years of the slavery, for them it was normal. Normal. So, okay, it's 7 o'clock now. Time for maths to rape my ass. If I dared to pick only 9 grains of rice instead of 12, my ass is gonna get whipped. No. And my thing is, and I won't lie to you, Shakira, and I stand on this. What about them lot?
But do you think you've been answered, Ultra?
No.
You don't?
No.
You don't think Shakira's answered your point?
No, I think Shakira laid out my premise like orders of magnitude better than I did, but he didn't actually answer my question. If you listen to what Shakira was actually saying, he was setting out the premise of what I'm saying. He didn't actually answer the question.
No, he did. Where he
no,
basically.
Wait, Shakira, would I be correct in assuming that you were sort of laying out my premise on a broad scale as opposed to like towards
let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Wait, Issa, listen, I have to go in the bath, bro. I'm gonna put you on loudspeaker, but I've got to leave for like 20 minutes. Yeah?
From what I understood of Shakira's answer is that we're all in, let's say, in my terms, a resurrection of our black mind stage here, and some of us are trying to reconcile what's happened with whatever systems we've got. So I heard him mention Abrahamics. So let's say, depending on what, let's say, system you've got, you'll try and see what's happened through the glasses that you have. Do you get what I'm saying? So therefore, possibly don't condemn those people that have that, although he totally disagrees with it himself. So therefore, the answer to it is that some of us may not have come to the viewpoint of Shakira and myself in that sense, but don't condemn them because they're on a learning process as well. That's what it seems to be what he's saying.
No, I'm saying a bit. Go on, E.
I just want to say this, and I'm about to bounce. Yeah, big up everyone. Yeah, Shaka. Yeah, if you could do a show on, like this other side of rising up, I think that would be really interesting. And the ones that's also needed. You get what I'm saying? But everyone else, big up. Yeah, I'm gone.
Listen, what's the other side of rising up? What's that other side of rising up?
I'm saying that all of it wasn't military.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe one day I'd say for now, there's 2 books: Destruction of Black Civilization and Fighting the Slave Trade. Yeah, by Sylvian A. Diouf. It's probably the only book here that actually addresses how Africans fought back on the continent. Yeah, it's probably the only comprehensive text here that actually addresses what did the Africans do on the continent to fight against the enslavement process.
Can I say, Shaka, that was beautifully said. The way you articulated what I feel like is any normal person's position in response to a statement like that. And
Isa.
No, James, I'm not having this, bro. You've been out of breath all fucking morning. What are you doing?
Are you doing cardio or what, bro?
No, I'm just training, but it just takes like 3 hours because I'm just doing other shit in between. But in between, yeah. Right now I'm doing shrugs with 40 kg dumbbell.
Listen, fuck your workout. Talk to Shaka.
Yeah, cool. Masha, alhamdulillah. Thank you, Aki. Shukran. The point is, and also apologies, Isa, for getting heated, yeah. But I said to you last night that it was an asinine proposition in the beginning, and the man is doubling down on. So I think the early sort of rationalizations you gave, Shaka, could have come with a full stop at the end, which is everything is a test. Therefore, I have to assume it's a test, the particulars of which I'm not aware of, kind of thing. If someone that kind of a blanket statement, I wouldn't accept it. Obviously, I don't accept the God, but we can accept that. Every one of these attempts to sort of hyper rationalize what was in my opinion, an illogical statement from the beginning, given the context of what was being discussed. Why didn't someone outlaw what you considered to be a net sort of negative thing that happened to your people? I think all these attempts, and I said to you last night, bro, you said, I'm going to ask Ultra this. I said, bro, it's stupid. This is the argument in a nutshell. Do you see how it's retarded? Now, I can't remember if you agreed or disagreed. I can't see how you would have disagreed with me. I don't think there's any reason to bring it to Ultra. And while Shakara articulated it beautifully, you almost made me say hallelujah, astaghfirullah, yeah. But legitimately, there is no need for that in any rational mind. There is no need for that because it's absolutely ludicrous to believe that. Absolutely ludicrous to believe that the default protocol is white man in charge. Let's see if he does good or bad. Black man enslaved. Let's see if he does good or bad. As a base principle for anyone to begin the discussion is, in my opinion, condoning slavery, condoning racism, condoning structural inequality. That's what you're doing. Initially, just even attempting to open it, your opening gambit is always going to be from that paradigm.
The problem is, James, this is what I'm saying. Stop trying to pull me into your argument with them when I have a different concept of God. I understand the Quran different. So the whole test, all of it will be different. And once I say that, just take it as it is. And then when I put an argument on the table, deal with the argument I put there. Don't keep saying, well, you believe. You don't know what.
But whether you're doing it unwittingly or not, brother, it's like something that didn't need to get off the ground. You have literally flown into outer space.
Which was
this idiot argument about it's a test from God, fam. Man embarrassed himself.
I didn't
analyze on your remix.
Bro, listen carefully. Yeah, I'm saying to you.
Well, that's my 2 cents. Anyway, you speak.
All right, cool. So the only point I was making was I wanted to explore Ultra's when he said specifically what about those that didn't rebel, because the answer in relation to the test, from what I remember, was something like, do you fight and rebel back or do you not? Something like that. So I think Ultra was trying to ask what about those that didn't rebel, and I don't know if there was a clear answer to that at the time. You get me? So I wanted to explore where he was going with that. I did want to get into predetermination and so on and so forth, but obviously that's just thrown out of the way now. So
not all atheists are determinists, Isa.
That's where I was going with that, to say, well, how do we look at the whole thing? Do you get me? But obviously we've been stuck to this thing here, because what my point is if you want to blame religious people for believing in slavery a certain way, your belief also says that basically it's the same damn thing. Your natural law has decided that, or your molecules and whatever else, natural law has decided this is how it's supposed to be. Do you get what I'm saying? So
yeah, listen, I'm not confident to say I'm a determinist in that I don't really understand the cosmos or biology, enough to say that I have a definitive position. So, like, I could understand the argument. I could also understand slavery from a philosophical point of view and see philosophical.
Do you ban the sub-Saharan slave trade?
Sis, you must have asked me that 3 times, and I've been done to you. But
I'm not hearing an answer. I just want to hear a yes or no.
All right, 100%. Yeah, sis, come on now. I'm the advocate for that. And these.
Thank you. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, good. Because I think it's very important that you're clear on that. You get me? All right.
My point was, that's one of the reasons why you must focus on that particular ideology because it was them that have been doing it till now. Oh, you didn't hear that, sis?
Yeah. No, I hear you, but you know what it is? Oh, you know what it is, Tits? It's like when you start bringing in other, you know, when you use that, ISIS coming to the islands and that, and obviously you're going to burn fire. You know what I'm saying? And I just think you need to be careful because it can get maybe misconstrued or a little bit conflated. You know what I'm saying to you? So obviously, if they come to the and the thing is as well, just even when you even use that as an example, because that's why I don't think that they're similar. Because at the end of the day, yeah, we know that we did not go and try to hurt anyone, you know what I'm saying to you, to be then enslaved. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, we were just minding our own business, and you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And
you're getting it wrong way wrong. What it is, they're telling me, yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah, if let's say we're on the island.
No, I just want you to be clear. Wait. I'm gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna done. Yeah, it's a little bit like what James said in it, because it could be seen that you're arguing for something that I don't think you necessarily are. You with me? Because you know, so your thing is different already. You know what I mean? You've already said that the way in which you read the thing and others read it is two different things. Yeah. So I just think you got to be really, really careful, but it could come over like you're sounding like really and truly you're backing it, but you're just backing it in your select way. You know what I'm saying?
This is why.
Whereas over here we burn fire on all of it.
No, but sis,
test of it, result of it, everything.
Hold on. This was my point. We're not talking about any tests. We're not talking about any God, any spiritual system. I'm just talking about you. So I don't think you managed to answer the question because everyone was interrupting. If, sister, you are made the president of Libya today, you have an army at your disposal. No one can refuse you, right? Big army, all the weapons you need. You now put on one side all the people that have been enslaving our black people, right? You now have African spiritualists amongst those who have been enslaved. They say, under their tradition, they have to enslave those people that were enslaving them ISIS people. What do you say, Sister Nanifa? You're the government now, yeah? So you can outlaw and say they can't do that, and if they break the law, you punish them, right? They've just been enslaved, and they say they want to enslave those people.
But I wouldn't necessarily punish them by enslaving them, Bab. That's the problem, isn't it?
No. Listen, you haven't been enslaved. Hold on. You haven't been enslaved. I'm saying the people.
Yeah, you're saying that I've got the power to determine what happens to the persons that have just enslaved us, right?
Yeah, as in, no, but you have to take into consideration the people that were enslaved have a tradition too, right? So they say the way they want to do it is by enslaving these people. That's their tradition, African spiritual tradition. Now, what do?
Right, so first off, like, this is what I'm saying, because again, I'm sure, like, you know, I'm not a debater in it, so I can only reason the thing out. You with me?
Yeah.
But I'm hearing you, but like I'm hearing two different things. You know what I'm saying to you? So in terms of African spirituality, yeah, what does enslavement look like to you? Because even in the chats, because now we've even gone to the chats, a man is asking ask you if slavery was even practiced in African spirituality. And that's what I'm saying, because what we may have been practicing is not what we would necessarily deem as slavery of today. So this is what I'm saying about there's this vibration.
Now you're going into the other guy's argument. This is the problem with that. This is the problem.
No, I'm not though, Bab, because I'm not, with all due respect. I'll stop that because I've got my own headspace, yeah.
No, listen, when somebody else responds and says they're captives of war, is not the same slavery, and then you look get at the other people for saying the same thing. So my point is,
don't apply it.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let me try and be a little bit more basic. Let me try and be a little bit more basic.
Sis, if they don't have
one question. In your idea, wait, one, I beg you. In your idea of African spirituality, yeah, and the slavery system, for example, yeah, did they castrate mans?
No, none of that.
They did.
No. What are you listening
to? They
to?
didn't castrate mans.
No. None of that.
I am, but I need to break it down a certain way, Bab, because you have to appreciate that your mind is set in a certain way, whether you choose to believe that or not. But I'll go on mute and listen to the story.
Yeah, all I'm saying is,
why are you leading her though? You asked the question. Just let her answer how.
Stop, James, stop. What I said, African spirituality here, and in general, I've heard it several times from various angles that they've had a way in which they dealt with certain people. The point is, they didn't have the freedom.
You're bringing a hypothetical right now, yeah. So bring an actual situation, and maybe we can discuss it in a context.
Well, the actual situation, I don't know what actual situation. I'm giving a hypothetical, which
is.
So
have you answered this question? Because I don't see.
I haven't.
No, hold on. No. I want Nanifa because Nanifa comes in every now and again and asking me if I agree with this slavery or that slavery. So I want her.
But she's not God ultimately, bro. That's what issue is.
So why do you want? Why do you want only you to understand?
One sentence. The only issue that but hold on. The only issue that we have is that irrespective of everyone's individual morality, people are saying that the moral guide in this universe is if the moral guide says it's right, therefore it must be right. Your literal definition of right and wrong is what God decides. So if you ask Nanifa, she may accept that she's a flawed individual and she's vengeful and spiteful and vindictive, and therefore she agrees with the slavery. However, the real question is it right? And if it's wrong to be enslaved, then how can it be right to enslave?
Right. So listen to my answer. Don't bring in God, because I've already said, I'm saying, regardless what I would say to do, right? That's the point. So I'm saying it might be a thing of, a religion. Let's say it says what you claim it says, right? Let's say my interpretation is exactly what you say, right? I'm saying the argument I'm having is that I can argue from another perspective. And I'm trying to see if there are other people that can relate to, no, you don't have a slavery as a normal thing, but under some circumstances. Just like you, James Jones, you don't just kill masses of people, do you? Kill them all and done? No, you have an exception for these people.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, this is what I'm saying to you, though, Ethan. This is where I'm getting a little bit frustrated because you keep bringing in a completely different scenario. Like, no one in their right mind is not going to say that we shouldn't defend ourselves if people come to us. You get me? And try to go on dirt.
No. You've gone back to the island. Libya. No. The example, no, please don't do that. The example I gave to you was you are the president of Libya. You have a whole army. You've captured these people that were in slavery, your African brothers and sisters who practice African spirituality. They said, listen, under our thing, these people are going to work for us. They're going to build up the system for us, build our houses, da. Now,
why can't it just be prison or death? I don't understand. Prison or execution. Why are you insistent upon this concept of slavery being enforced?
And to be honest, even the way in which you just surmised that, you know what I'm saying? That sounds too pretty. You know what I mean? Build our houses. Nah, man. Nah. All pretty business. This is what I mean. I feel like there's a school or a vibration somewhere that is here to take away from our history. I'm dead serious about this. Like, dead serious about build houses.
Prison.
Whatever you want to say they do with them, I just threw that in there. If you want to say they bake cakes, fine. I'm saying they believe in slavery of some form. Just can you please answer that question?
They're going to be put into a type of jail and all that. That's what I'd be doing.
And who's going to build the jails?
What do you mean? Ain't the jail there already?
You don't know how Libya bombed to pieces. Anyway,
so now we have to look. How many options?
All right, then. The same people build the jails. Now what?
What was that? Hold on.
No. You don't have to give him a soundbite. Look at this stupidness. You're going to keep reframing it until she says what you want her to say.
That's what I'm saying. This is dry cleaning of the 20th century. This is madness to me, man.
You know what the funny thing is, though? I think that prisoners of war as an institution, within history, I don't think too many people have a magnificent moral objection to it. I think it's generally speaking understood within the context of what it is: warfare, capturing prisoners. Like, generally speaking, hardly anybody is really trying to fight a moral case against it. It's understood within the context that we're talking about.
But individuals don't own anyone. But individuals, and you may argue the governor, and we could go into all of that. Like a special example is like with the IRA.
they get different privileges in prison to regular prisoners. Not only that, but when there's some armistice or some, detente achieved, they also get benefits other prisoners don't get, be it clemency or whatever the fuck else they're offered. Yeah. So there is clearly different rules governing prisoners of war 1. So enemy combatants may get some privileges, and they may get and there may be harsher punitive measures. But the main point is there isn't the ability to auction them off in the same way.
But this is the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying that's the point I'm trying to make. The difference, there's a very big difference between prisoners of war and a system and an institution of slavery. It's they're two completely different things.
But Shaq,
and I
sorry
find
to cut in, but this is what's being done, Shaqs. From this whole thing's come up. These are the type of tomfoolery that's being done. You see what I'm saying to you? No, and that's why I'm saying I'm getting frustrated.
What the hell is going on?
I'm hearing you. I'm just saying that the two are not. You cannot equate the two because it isn't.
Of course you cannot, but they are trying to do so. Then, my problem.
What do you want to do with them, Nanifa? Stop running What is going on here? What are you going to do? You're the president.
I've answered the question.
No. Listen.
You see what I'm saying to you?
What?
I heard the question. I answered it. You said, "Are you gonna go and let them build your houses, whatever?" I said, "I'm not really trying to, I mean, that sounds a little bit pretty and whatever, but cool. But what I'm not gonna do is then enslave them back." You understand what I'm saying to you? So if that's what you're waiting to hear from myself.
No, not
not
you.
One second.
Hanifa.
No, but hold on. Is this meant to be intelligent? What if I asked you? What if I asked you? The only way to save your mom's life.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying you're ruling over people. James, shut up, man. Nanifa, I'm saying you're ruling over a people. Yeah, so you haven't got
the goalpost like 7 times. You moved the goalpost like 7 times. You want her to say something. You just want a soundbite. You want a soundbite. That's it.
I'm not talking to you, idiot.
I want her to agree with you. So you can go there. You can go there, Nanifa. You're wrong. You said this last week.
Nanifa. Yes. So very simply, Nanifa. Yeah, you have not been enslaved. You weren't freed. You are just the president of the country. They were enslaved. This is what they demand. What are you saying to the people that demand it? Not you. What are you saying to them? That they can or they can't enslave
them? Isa, define the slavery, please.
Oh, bro, this is so embarrassing, man. It's so embarrassing.
Whatever she wants.
Embarrassing, bro. This whatever happens. She heard your question.
You were talking about something important. We want to in the conversation.
She heard your question. Cool. I'm a fool. Yeah, I'm a fool. All right, no problem. Yeah, no problem.
Come on, respond.
No problem. 9. Yeah.
So sometimes my button gets stuck.
He just wants a soundbite. He just wants a soundbite. That's it.
I'm having a conversation, bruv. She don't need no cake.
But I think I've been very clear in it because at the end of the day, Issa, like I said on that Thursday there. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna answer you, Bab. Yeah, as I said on that hashtag that Thursday there. Yeah, and even previously before that. Yeah. I ban all slavery. I ban all oppression. You get me? So in terms of your scenario, the only thing that I can do, you with me, is put them in a type of jail or whatever. You get me? But what I'm not gonna do, and like Shakira said, what does that slavery mean to you? What does it look like?
Nanifa, listen to the question. I've said you were not enslaved.
I heard the question. I heard the question.
Hold on.
So now I heard it 7 times. So like Shakira asked, what does re-enslaving them look like you to Black Tillett?
Right. So I'm saying to you, the African spiritualist, according to your definition. So if you give us your definition, and then we'll roll with that from there.
Again, this hypothetical is.
What do you mean? My definition of African spirit? What do you mean?
Absolutely.
What are you talking about?
I think you should tell him.
Listen. Right about now, the only 2 books that talk about slavery, is in fact is slave. This is fooded, man.
Yeah, leave it. Just leave it there, man.
The answer you gave him that he wasn't prepared to accept was no. You don't condone what you consider to be slavery.
I know.
That's right. I don't know why James is so invested in stopping you from talking from your own head. Like,
I'm not talking about. I was trying. I was trying to make a clear. Whatever answer she gave you.
It don't matter, does it? It's not you. She's a big woman. She can answer for a bloody self. She's done in a caping idiot. You get me?
I can't help it. All right. So listen, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna go. Yeah. So at the end of the day, yeah, all these hypotheticals and all these new scenarios and all of these things is irrelevant. You with me? It's just irrelevant. And to me, it's just trying to perfume what shit has happened in the past. And I'm not having it, man. Like, seriously, it's starting to actually frustrate me now.
And how's that?
You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, what we're not going to do is use certain hypotheticals, this, that, and the other.
Yeah. Hypotheticals are there, 9 ether, to elucidate a perspective. That's what they're there for. That's why you find these are asking a bag of questions, and even you asking me, do I put black first or Islam first, and all these other questions? Like I go around thinking, am I black first?
No, but that's not hypothetical though, is it? Because there are persons that do that. So that's why I asked you that question.
No, but
you understand? That's not a hypothetical.
No, this is what I'm saying. When you ask such a question, yeah,
man,
you not get up thinking and walking around thinking, am I Muslim first or black? I am black and I'm a Muslim. Like, they go together, innit? I'm a black man and I'm a Muslim. Like, how do you separate those two things?
Well, you're offended by that one, so that one stung a little bit.
No, but I'm saying I've answered it to the same woman, Sister Night Ether, many times before, right? And on panels where she's been there before, and she's asked it, another panel where someone else has asked, and it's been answered. You get me? But anyway, Sakura, what are you saying with this thing?
I actually don't know what to say to bro, because it's an entirely hypothetical situation. There's any number of ways that if somebody invades your land and you win a war in your own land and you capture those people, I would assume that there's going to be some punishment between prison and death. Yeah. Death is, off the top of my head, is a likely outcome because they've invaded your land. Yeah. So kill them and done might be the most viable way to go, right? In a situation like that. But as I've already said, I don't think if you're gonna challenge anything when it comes to war, it's gonna be war itself. Prisoners of war is a product of warfare. Yeah. And I think 9 times out of 10, most people can understand how that situation comes about. That's very different from somebody just invading your land and taking you as a
what we're talking about. We know that already. So I don't get what's that got to do with what we're talking about?
Whoa, what the fuck happened there?
The MI5, the MI6.
Ratted. But hey,
what happened?
Tripping.
What happened?
I don't know. Can you not hear me?
That was a mad switch up right there, bro.
Can anyone hear me?
Did everyone kick up?
That was like 3-card Molly on the panel right quick.
I lie. Everyone got kicked off and came back on.
Right. Okay. Well, just me. Yeah, Shakara. If in case you didn't hear me, I was saying that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So
I love you for the sake of Allah. Yeah,
things. Will you just let the man talk?
But you gotta stop doing that, man.
If me and you have already spoken for so long, what is the problem with me having a conversation with someone else?
There's no problem. I just said for the sake of Allah, can we move it so because if you
because we're trying to get further into it, just like you would speak for hours and hours on blood clot subjects you want to talk about. Flipping hell, we're trying to get somewhere.
I'm failing to see the point of the line of questioning. That's the only point.
All right. But even if I notice when we're being questioned, we don't have to see the line of questioning. We just have to answer. But anyway, Shakra, the line of questioning is this. I'm saying, from me, regardless of what religion says, my own logic, my own reason and rationality is yes. Certain people like Libya, and I give that example because it's modern day. We got it on camera, and we got all kind of knowledge about their beliefs and their behavior. Not historical books where we have to interpret and they got all kind of angles. We know exactly what's happening. So I'm saying with that realistic example, I'm going to put a hypothetical to it and say, right, if it so happens that we were put in this situation, they said, Isa the Black Telek, you are.
Well, here's the situation, Isa, right? Let's say now the people them have been enslaved and they've worked, and we can quantify how much they've been impoverished and detrimentally affected, and we say the people that have enslaved them are responsible for restoring them to a certain state of human existence. Yeah, as an act of reparation, I don't consider that to be unjust.
Right, but I don't. No, that wasn't my point. I'm saying the people themselves are demanding that they enslave them. Now, one sec. I'm saying, do you put rules? Flip is wrong with this guy. Do you put rules?
Until you say out of your mouth, I agree with slavery, he's not going to stop reframing.
Yeah, Issa, listen, bruv. We don't agree. Issa, listen.
No, I want to speak to you now.
I beg you, innit? We don't agree. No, listen.
I'm talking. He's a grown man. You couldn't speak for yourself.
I told you, Issa, but you're not hearing.
I'm talking to Shakara. That's fine. You've
all right, go on. Ask the same question. Go on. Ask the same question.
Right.
No problem.
Yeah, the answer to your question is no. I would check any sensibility among my people to just be enslaving other people. If reparations is due, and a part of that reparations is they must rebuild what they have destroyed, I think that's an act of justice. But the idea of we want to enslave them, I would guard against that sensibility completely.
So you'd outlaw it as the president?
The question would be, enslave them for how long? For what purpose? Are their children also in slavery?
No.
Questions, right? So I'm saying to you, no, but that's a different scenario. So we're not just talking about we want to enslave them. We're either talking reparations or justice, or we're not. And if we're not, then it's not happening.
I don't know what's wrong with you lot. Like you lot actually, it come like you lot. This is your weakest point, yeah? Because you lot run everywhere. Shakara, very simple. The nicest type of slavery you want to put on there, right? So whether you say,
I've already answered you.
Hold on. They're just gonna build stuff, and they haven't got a choice. Hold on.
No.
This flipping idiot. Shakara, they haven't got a choice. No, you haven't, Shakara. So I'm saying, are you saying they are going to be forced to build stuff and other things?
Are you holding up ransom here or something?
Yes or no, Shakara?
I've already answered.
Issa, with all due respect, my brother, you've got to Issa, you're gonna have to go and join the
You ducked and dived so many times.
No, but he's answered you.
He has not answered.
He said the same thing as me.
He said, let go.
One more time.
Hold on.
One more time. If you invade my land and enslave my people.
No, Shakra, we're in Libya. They invade nowhere. I don't know why you keep throwing scenarios that ain't on the table. It's simple. Right?
People in Libya are invaders.
Who are you going to choose when they're hanging off a cliff? We didn't flipping change the scenario if we're on a plane or if we're going to move on. On the table. Simple. We're in Libya. You're the president of Libya right now, Shaka. People in Libya are saying, under our
circular, man. We got it. We support slavery. No problem.
Is this guy a donkey or what, bro?
Once again, I'll answer again.
Hold on, Chakra. Hold on. I'm saying you might.
Oh my God, bro. Hey, Sakura, you're starting to irritate me as well. Tell this man to
stop, this guy flipping idiot, bro. James, you know what? You are wet, bro.
He thinks because he's got a dance partner, he can carry on and he's going to be.
Bro, shut the hell up, bro. Seriously,
I'm going to say the same thing again. I'm going to say the same thing.
No, but Shakra, I'm saying what you said.
I beg you,
I'm saying I'm getting to the crux of the matter.
Because you're saying how long this goes is on you, Shaka. How long he continues and persists.
James John, shut up, bro. We're talking. Right.
I understand.
Listen. No more than 5 minutes, Shakara. Even less than that. And then I'll just stop talking on this subject because when this idiot's on it, anyway. Yeah, Shakara, simply this, right? So I'm saying to you, you're basically saying on the point of you don't like the two right. Right, that's fine. But all I'm saying to you is the form of reparations we're talking about is that let's say they are forced to build certain things and forced to do something to make a money. Do you agree with that, Shakara?
I'm saying, I repeat, if there is enslavement going on, and the people that are enslaved rise up and they quantify what is it that their enslavers owe them.
I asked you a question, Shakara. I want to answer the question.
What is it?
The scenario?
What is
it? It's your fault, Shakara.
Forget it. Done. No, I can't even believe this. It's all right. Leave it there. Because when you don't give us questions, yeah, I have to answer your scenarios as you give them. When we give you it, you're going to change the scenario and answer.
Who's changing the scenario? I'm dealing with the scenario that you gave me. Who's changing the scenario?
What did you just say to me?
What hasn't been answered? What hasn't been answered, man?
I'll tell you why.
Look, we just don't agree with you, Issa. That's all it is, Bab.
Anyone rised up? Where did I
understand? We just don't agree, Issa.
No, you don't listen because I didn't say anyone rised up. No way did I say anyone rised up.
Fine, whatever the case.
The president. No. Because you've done it 3 times. No way did I say that to fight for their freedom. None of that. I said you've got.
My friend, nobody agrees with you, my friend. Let's go. No one agrees.
One second.
Leave it. Bloody hell.
It's very simple. It's very simple. It's very simple. Whatever variables anybody wants to put on it, I am talking about reparations. Anything that goes beyond reparations, I'm not involved in. I'm not advocating.
That's right, Chakra. That's right.
So when it comes to it, however I have got the power to decide the fate of these people, whether it's through rising up, whether it's through they somehow put trust in me and they bestowed it upon me, whatever it is. If people are saying to me, we need to enslave these people, I am going to check that sensibility.
Yes.
What do you mean?
You don't agree with slavery. That's
you allow it, then. All right, good. So you allow it. Fair enough. Good. But you check it. Fine. There you go.
I'm saying that's not what I said. But if
Now, what kind of, is it supposed to be clear?
Stop.
Hold on.
James, take what's the word? Take heart, in the fact that you are correct in the sense of the fact that a soundbite is what was being looked for.
Thank you.
I've answered the question more than once.
Hold on. You're really going to go to him for that when you've been circling around actually the questions relating to spirit and soul, and he's been gunning you for that, and now all of a sudden I want something clear, and he can't agree that you've been circling around my thing too.
I've been clear. I've been absolutely clear.
Abilities, bro. It's a simple thing, isn't it?
I've been absolutely clear. I am not interested in slavery. I've said it already.
Answer, bro. Just leave it there.
I have answered though. I've answered more than once.
We're good. Leave it there. It's all right. Good. At the end of the day, I want my position to be clear for any future references. Yes, he to the Black Select 100% supports enslaving any people at ISIS that enslave our black people. So put that down in the forehead and don't ask me a dumb question about do you take it, James Jones, aka or any other people. Yeah. So 100%.
No problem. Thank you.
Right.
Good. Cool. All I'm saying, can I just say,
okay, so basically you are a defender of slavery then, right?
Listen, is this a joke? All right. If somebody
we ban slavery, so that's all it is. There's just 2 different ones.
You're damn right. You can go there and cake for them and make them chicken and cupcakes, man. Ifa. You carry on.
All right, man. All right, can I just say though, if it would have been far simpler for everyone to ask in the same way Nine asked that question. If you just ask man that question, like not me, but Shaka or Nine, because finding a unique, I always say this, but extreme conditions will produce extreme results. So, and the exception will not make the rule. So you can't just ask them in this specific fine-tuned scenario in which
good. One way. Remember that when you're asking religious people questions, James. Just remember that.
Listen, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, just leave it. Forget it, because I know what you're doing. Because normally you never continuously cut. So you know the end result is that your argument is done. You know what Shakara, why he's using these stupid little terms of curb this and all this rubbish, is because he basically can't say no in a way, because what he's saying ultimately will come under flipping slavery. And he knows the prison for profit industry is still slavery. So no matter what the flipping hell he's saying, as a pro-black Pan-Africanist, he would have to agree it's a form of slavery.
That's not the case though, bro. That is not the case though, bro, because I've already said, where people are not honest. I said from long time, when it comes to prisoners of war and that kind of thing.
But the scenario was
anybody will challenge that perspective. I said in so many terms, I said in so many words I said in so many words. I said in so many words. I do not consider it unjust that a people who have enslaved another people work and labor to pay reparations to those people. I said that in so many words. If you're looking for
in so many words, bro, this is what I'm saying. It's a very simple question, very simple scenario. Yeah, and I said you can go the mildest way.
You don't understand that, then that's on you.
I agree. That's why I said leave it in it. Because I'm saying this is how you like it. Good. Let's leave it there, bro. It's amazing. Anyway, Orthodox more. My brother, what are you saying about this?
Yo, how do you do that, Issa?
Man, James, we're not going to go round and round on the thing.
How do you just... No, I'll rate you. The way you...
James, what is wrong? Bro,
you've been speaking for like 3 hours. Someone else
Witness, please, James.
I might have to speak. I have to speak.
Oh my God. Yeah, you know what? Go on, talk.
Right, thank you. I was just going to say, brother, listen, man, I was just admiring the way you just handle the panel. Like, it's literally like you own everything here. It's like you finish. I want to talk Shaka. Shut up. I want to talk the 90. Shut up. Witness. Like, it's insane. How do you get away with that? It must be Shia. Maybe it's just a Shia thing. But carry on. Sorry.
Now, what it is, bruv, is that when you and your other cronies want to ask, and I see you lot beat up these dumb religious people all the time with your scenarios, and they literally just go along with your scenarios, literally. And you put them into a corner and laugh. And then they get frustrated, right? And I'm saying, all of a sudden, I give you lot a scenario, and you lot do the biggest. Bruv, you could win all the Olympics ever for gymnastics. I cannot even believe what the garbage you lot have been coming out with. Bloody hell, bro.
Listen to this, though. This is the difference between you and everyone else. You asked Nine and Shaka, you can define your slavery, and they both said, okay, so then no. So they don't condone slavery.
They didn't, though. Nine had no idea what she was talking about, and you kept interrupting. You gave some sort of vague bloody caveat for saying yes and no and all kind of flipping. I'm not really going
to chat to more witness anyway. I'm sorry. I just wanted to point out how.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brother. Witness, you there? Brother Moore, you there? If not, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my brother. Assalamu alaikum. What the hell was I going to ask you? With something else still. Pizza and take my money. Yeah. What's your opinion on that, by the way? Right. So I'm asking you from my personal perspective. I'm saying, if the brothers are saying, you see them people there, they just treat us this way. This want to pour plastic in my eye. This want to rape off this. This want to rape off that. So you got different scenarios from the different people that claim to be pro-black and all kind of different people. Yeah. So you got James Jones and we name again Veli saying they would just kill them, right? So they would just kill, let's say, 1 million people or hundreds of thousands of people. That's it. Yeah. Then you got 90.
Did anybody hear me say that my inclination would be kill the man down? Did anybody hear me say that?
I didn't mention you. I said,
am I dreaming?
James Jones and Veli.
Am I dreaming?
The inclination of Shakara also, yeah. But I'm saying your answer was something else. So okay, they told you dance around the slavery thing of working for compensation and all of that thing. But okay, the inclination is not what they said. There was no inclination.
There's a difference between.
Hold on. There was no inclination when it came out the mouth of James Jones. There was no inclination as a caveat when it came out of Veli's mouth. Yeah. So all of this stuff. This is what I'm saying. Anyway. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is whatever wishy-washy answers you got from 94 and thingy, yeah? So in relation to you Orthodox law, are there two positions where you might have your religious perspective, which might say it's not allowed at all, but you might say if it was just up to you, you have a perspective? Or is your religious perspective your perspective and you're 100% in agreement with Orthodox more?
So in short, I don't back slavery in any way, shape, or form, and I also don't believe my religion backs slavery in any way, shape, or form.
Come on, Orthodox more.
But I want to address the previous concept first. Like, so first and foremost, so I asked Prospect on this show to clarify what was going on with him in Ultra Funky, and he broke down his premise again, and so. Just to be clear, in the way that Rosbrecht described his premise as he said, we as religious people and or people of the Abrahamic traditions believe that that everything is a test from the Most High, and that would include slavery. Just that in and of itself, I don't agree with that concept in any way, shape, or form. So just as someone who's of an Abraham tradition, I just want to put that out there. For me, I don't agree with that concept. I don't agree with it because I don't see anything in the scrolls that stipulates such. I mean, I've been trying to figure out where he cited.
Which bits though? Can you? Sorry, even what you said, there's a different parts to it. Do you get what I'm saying? So in general, like, are you saying you don't believe in life to be a test or all of that, or what are you saying? No, but you also said like life or something like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
he said everything is a test, right? But then he also, but he was talking with Ultra Funky, went on and said slavery, etc., whatnot, and then broke down the whole like slave master, slave, etc., and what the roles were, right?
So what I'm saying,
in the concept of how he specifically broke it down to both of us, when I'm just saying like I don't agree with that specific concept because I don't see that anywhere in the scrolls to where it's a test for the slave master to free the slave, and it's a test for the.
But hold on, brother. Listen.
To overthrow the master or whatnot.
Brother, wait. Do you disagree with the concept that everything in life is a test?
In the sense of a test of will, in the sense of a test of resolve, as was stated earlier, I agree with how Shaka put it. Whatnot. In terms of like a Most High God putting slavery on a people as a test, I don't like.
Bro, wait. Do you keep jumping? Listen to what I'm saying to you.
No, I'm not jumping. I'm staying on the topic.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. There's 2 points here. If, for instance, if you say you believe everything in life's a test,
so you know what? I'm going to ask you to chill for a minute because I've been waiting for a real long time to address this.
All right, you go. All right, go ahead. You go.
I'm respectfully going to ask you to chill, and I'm going to jump back and we'll have this conversation, right? So I'm saying I disagree with what Rospec is saying in the sense to where I don't see anything of the sort in the scrolls, right? One, like even if you ascribe to like everyone being an Israelite concept, like I don't hear him doing that. But even if you do, there's nothing in the scrolls that will tell the Israelites to overthrow the oppressor in that situation. You know what I'm saying? That's not what it says, and it doesn't say that they're oppressed, that they're in slavery and captivity, so that that person putting them in captivity can let them free as a test for them and whatnot. I don't see that in any way, shape, or form. If anything, the only scrolls that I see talking about slavery being a test for anybody would be for the Muslim, and that would be for in them personally doing what they can to free the slaves, right? So in how Ultra Funky was talking about the concept, like I had the same bad taste in my mouth in the sense to where like I felt like Rospec was saying that we are the result of failures, right? I got an issue with that because, like, for me, I don't see my people surviving as a failure. You know what I'm saying? I see that as a triumph in it, like, because you got to point to people who went under the same kind of chattel slavery and were able to survive in the way that we did.
Bruv, can I interject, or do
you can in a minute when I'm done?
Okay, all right. No, just was clarifying. All right, sorry.
No worries. Like, so I've specifically had one of my channels shut down by people like Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab because I literally wanted to debate them over the concept of the Libyan slave trade and the Islamic responsibility to free slaves. And like for people who actually believe that the Quran stipulates talking about freeing slaves, that the word there means slave, then they're obligated to free slaves. It's that simple. So like I got a channel shut down once for challenging Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa to a public debate on the concept of can you prove that any of your zakat goes to freeing a slave anywhere? And if so, what are you doing about the Libyan slave trade? Right?
Sorry, you mean today? Not in Islam in general, like them specifically, yeah? Sorry. Yeah?
No, I'm specifically talking about in Islam.
Okay.
So I'll ask you, bro, like when you pay your zakat, right? Like can you guarantee any of your money goes to freeing a slave anywhere?
No, that's what I'm saying. So were you saying as a living today, as we're alive today, or are you saying in the system of zakat, is that what's supposed to happen? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the 2 points I'm making? Are you asking them, does their money actually go to freeing slaves or anything like that?
So in the way that they read the Quran, right? In the way that their tradition tells them to do it, right? Like it specifies that zakat goes to freeing the slaves, right? How they see Islam, right?
So are they following Islam?
I made a video, you know what I'm saying, challenging them to prove that a single penny of their zakat goes to freeing the slave. And if not, you know what I'm saying, then get on job. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to get on the ball and whatnot. And I'm saying like, so I'll say this though, the caveat, right? I feel like when it comes to the Libyan slave trade, Muslims are failing the Ummah, and African people like us in the diaspora, we're failing Africa in a sense, right? Because we're not doing nothing about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we can have a protest here and there, whatnot, but like I can tell you right now, I'm ashamed to be an American citizen and tell you that there was no legislation that the so-called African American people were trying to push or pressure they were trying to put on any kind of diplomat or congressman, etc., whatnot, to make something happen in this direction, whatnot, right? Like I'm saying, like there's legit failures to talk about, but surviving the slave trade is not one of them.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And trying to put that on, trying to stipulate that surviving the slave trade is a failure of a test from the Most High is asinine. Every concept to me, every concept to me. And I'm saying, like, if you're gonna say something like that, and you're gonna walk around in public channels saying we as people who believe in the book believe this, no, you don't speak for me. If you're gonna speak for everybody, cite the sources you're talking about, bro. Do me that one favor.
That would be a good debate. Actually, are you willing to debate him on that? That's a good point. Because you're a Quranist and you lot don't have the history that we have with them. Would you debate?
I would be willing to smash anybody on that topic.
Well, bruv, call him out, bruv. Where you been? Like, call him out specifically.
And to be fair, Orthodox Mo's been trying to get on the panel for about an hour.
No, bruv. Ultra, do you think like he already has been? I think he was on the show when you was on the blooming show. What are you talking about? He was on Maku's channel the other day. So I'm saying
no, it wasn't. It was just me, Nani for Maku and Respect.
Orthodox Mo. When you on there? What channel was he on then? Was it 94?
No, I wasn't on with them, bro.
Who was, bruv? Were you on Maku's channel? Whose channel were you on the other day?
No, I was on this one.
No. You were on the next channel the other day, man.
Listen, stop talking, man. Yeah.
No. Hold on. Let him finish. Go on. Where was you Orthodox Mo?
I was not talking to Rospect. This is the only. I haven't talked to Rospect in the longest.
Bruv. Were you on the show? That's bruv. All I'm asking. Were you on?
I was not on Maku's panel. No.
Right. Whose panel were you on like a couple of days ago?
I was on this one.
Apart from this.
I couldn't tell you, bro. I don't recall being on another person's
panel. Were you on Respect channel in the last couple of days?
No. I just said I literally said I haven't talked to Rospect in a long time. The last time I talked to him was literally on this panel.
I didn't hear that. Okay, so who's apart from this Respect and Thingy, who else's channel have you been on?
What are you not talking about, man? Because like,
I haven't been on another panel in.
He said he hasn't been on any other panel.
All right, fine. I'm gonna
mute point, bro. Yeah, no way. You should go mute and find out, man.
Yeah, I'll find out.
Yeah, sorry, M.A. Brown. Wait. He said, chill, bro. Chill. M.A. Brown, welcome to the panel, bro. Welcome to the G Block. I, if I'm honest with you, I don't want to make it personal about Ras, right? Because you know what Ras is like. He's just gonna get like, it's just dumb. So
it's not a personal thing with me either. It's just the fact.
It's not for me. It's not personal. It's the statement that I'm trying to clarify my position on. Right? He said on Maku's show the other day. No, he said I was character assassinating him. I disagree. No, he didn't say that. That's a mischaracter. He said I was supporting someone that was character assassinating him. But I put to him, no, forget Respect. If somebody random says, "What do you mean, fam? Stop slavery. Slavery is a test, right?" M.A. Brown, am I justified in your opinion to question those words? Because from those words, what I took from that is anyone that didn't stand up and fight and beat up the slave master failed the test, and that leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, you don't even need to finish that. Like, yeah, obviously, if someone says a statement like that, then it's, you know, I mean, everyone.
Yeah, and like I said, we're not making this personal. I'm just saying that statement in general. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think everyone that heard the statement had something to say about the statement. Whether they said it or not is another matter. You know what I mean?
Because do you know what it is? Like, I got a lot of pushback off Respect. I don't know why, but it is what it is, right? But
the reason why it got, I don't know how this got brought up, but to all now, nobody's been able to give me an answer that has satisfied me. Like, if slavery is a test, what about the millions that didn't? Like, what about them?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like I said something in the chat a little while ago, but I was on my phone, so I've lost it and I can't scroll back up. But yeah, man, it's like the criteria. Like, what are the criteria of this test? Who's administering this test? What, like, the man them on the panel have said a lot of what I would have said anyway. Do you know what I mean? And like, my first reaction was, who are the failures? Just like you lot said, like where can you find an individual or group of black people that have failed because they've been enslaved by someone that's imposed upon them? Like, has he gone? Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, and this is why, like, some of these conversations, you know, because they're involving personalities and a lot of personal beef and back and forth. I don't like to have them publicly. So I don't even know what the full context of this conversation was in it. So in that respect, like, like I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know in it. But yeah, I've answered it already in relation to.
This is why I try to broaden it out, because if it's a mentality that so many people have, then we don't have to stick it to one person, and then we can discuss.
But I said that already when I first started speaking. I said I've heard this line of argument or various different versions of it. And I gave a few examples, well, at least one example of it, in terms of the fact that we were enslaved because, you know, we went against God, and so we were enslaved because they wanted to bring us into Christianity. That Christians have looked in my face and told me this before, yeah. And so I'm not even. I'll be very surprised if that's what Ras is saying, right? But I'm saying that it's a variation of the argument for me, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I just think that we need to pay our ancestors at least as much honor as we pay our religion.
You know what? It's weird. Like, the answers I've had today, it come like I'm gonna be giving Rasbek like salam alaikum or something, like, because seriously, some of the things I've heard today of really ducking and diving, where basically the black position is slavery. We support slavery, but in different forms. And then everyone wants to run away from that word, like, oh no, because white massa said, oh, we banned slavery and we got ahead of you. They want to run away from that word. But then we agree prison profit is slavery. Like, it's just some foolishness. Like, we can say.
One second. Veli, Ultra's backstage, let him back on, please.
All the arguments that people are bringing to not just say, okay, yeah, but in this way. Like, how ridiculous is that?
Let me dive into what you lot were talking about before I was actually able to get on. Because Ultra's in the background saying slavery.
It's only just two people who he's disagreed with. I think it's James and 90th and 99. That's it.
Disagreed with what?
His premise, his hypothetical question about slavery.
Who believes that? Because Cotton Socks and a few others made some comments in the chat as well earlier on. Who believes that killing man is better? What?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Who believes that killing is better than enslaving, and from which perspective? From the perspective of the enslavers, or the enslaved?
A bit of both, to be honest with you. But you know the point is, yeah, MA. You see, when it comes to, like, I come from a tradition here where language is important, yeah, and you see when, like, when we say slavery, generally speaking, we know what we're referring to. Not necessarily the literal meaning, but the connotations associated with it. When we say servitude, we know what we're referring to. Yeah, this is the tradition that I come from. Okay, if we say reparations, we know what we're referring to. Yeah, so when we say slavery, if it's a specific thing that we're talking about, yeah, then we're not likening anything to that thing. You know what I'm saying? Right? That is a point that should be understood. So when I say about inclination is kill them and done, yeah, because what was put to me first and foremost is invasion, right, and war and these kinds of things, right, and all kinds of different things. So I'm saying, well, yeah, let's deal with the kill him and done. If we're rising up, yeah, everything people then.
But that wasn't the scenario though.
Hold on, wait, Issa, because I wanted to speak on this still. One of my answers was it depends who's invading me and what their intentions are and whether they, you know what I mean? There's bare different kind of...
ISIS, that's who, ISIS.
ISIS is coming to invade Dominica, yeah?
Yes, yeah. So let's do Dominica, right? And the same ones that are enslaving the black people in Libya right now, somehow they got all kind of ship and boat and stuff and airplane, and they're coming to Dominica now. Right.
Come on, man. It's a wrap, isn't it?
Okay. But then the other scenario, yeah, was actually so the ones you captured even in Dominica, are you killing them or are you enslaving them?
Well, here's the thing. You got to do something with them. You know what I mean? What you gonna? You can let them leave. You can be like, yo, you lot, we're gonna fucking spare you.
Right.
Just know what time it is if you try this thing again. You know what I mean? You could do that. And then two twos now they come back with quadruple forces and whatever, and then you're in shit, yeah. And your people, then your actual the subjects that you're ruling over are like, bro, why did you let them leave? Yeah, you're actually an irresponsible leader, and we're gonna remove you right now, and then we're gonna deal with the thing properly. There's so many different scenarios that could happen.
I like that. So you brought up another scenario of somebody. Yeah, that might have been James Jones actually. So James Jones said, no, let them go. Okay, fine. So that's eliminated. So you have two more options. Let's say I'm putting two more. You might have a next one still. So the other two is you kill them all and done, as Veli and James Jones were saying. Or you enslave them in some form, right? Whether it be maud or servitude, whatever you want to put. Yeah. What are your options out of those two, M.A. Brown?
What are my options out of?
What are your choice out of them today?
Look, I'll be honest with you. I could choose any one of them. Yeah, I could choose any one of them. I don't think people are objectively looking at this thing. Okay, look, I'm the son of enslaved ancestors, innit? Mm-hmm. So the fact that I'm here having a conversation with you is due to the fact that certain people them survived, right? Mm-hmm. Now the context of their survival, I don't know. I got no idea whether they were, you know what I mean, like doing a what's his name, Solomon Northup thing, or you know what I mean. I don't know what they were dealing with. I don't know. But all I know is that I'm here, right? And if I in any way, shape, or form give thanks for being alive, then I have to also accept and even support whatever it is that they did to remain alive, right? So, in the context of me being the offspring of enslaved Africans, I can't say that I'm not grateful for not having been killed, for my ancestors not having been killed in some shape or form. I can't say that. I can't say that.
You're going to put that on the people who. Yeah, but they didn't not kill them.
I'm not giving them credit
because either they couldn't or it wasn't.
I'm not giving them credit for mercy. I'm not giving them credit for mercy or whatever. I'm not putting it on the enslavers as being the reason why I'm here. Because they're the ones that put my existence in jeopardy in the first place. Do you understand?
Okay, but between the two options, kill them all and done, as they're saying, or enslave them in some form, for the extreme form of which they've been enslaving you, or the mild servitude, which one would you go unless you got a third?
Like I said to you, I don't really care. Like honestly,
Okay.
let me tell you why. Right, servitude. Yeah. So if you can compare servitude to the prison system now, let's just say it's that. Yeah. Dash a man in jail. You know, dash a man in jail, and in fact, dash a man in jail for life, right? He's not on death row; he's just there for life, right? He's there for life. You get me? Like what? So we're paying. So now me and my nation, we're dashing these people in jail. We're making the jails. We're paying for the jails, and they're in there. Are they going to be working for us? I would think that that's probably the most logical option. If you're going to dash someone in jail, you're going to make them do some work for you. Otherwise, you're literally paying for them to exist in this confinement. This is stupid.
Right. So therefore, and the point was more not even you. It was the people that were enslaved. So you weren't enslaved. You just had the power, and they were saying they wanted to. That's what they wanted to do in whatever form. So you might say, you know what? Yes, you can, but this is the only way. You might say they're going to be working in factories, and that's it.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So if that's the form, but the point is that these lot want to run away from this word slavery.
Slavery. That's the point. That's not slavery.
All right, whatever. You get what I'm saying? There's people defining this thing because they're saying you're not free to go where you want. Yeah.
The point is it's not slavery. It's not slavery.
Yeah, that's all right. The definition changes according to people's whims.
Let's unpack. Okay, let's really unpick this, because the thing is, I agree with Shaka Ra's position on that word slavery. I think it's a delicate.
Is that unless it becomes the Muslims? Like when you find Muslims telling you what it is, where it's more servitude and they've risen in ranks and really, although I'm not even saying I agree with it. All of a sudden, it's like, no, they can't do that if you believe in slavery.
That's foolish. If nobody would argue that if a group of people attack Muslims and in response, Muslims have subjected them to servitude, I doubt anybody's going to say, well, how evil and wicked is that? It's not the point. We're talking about people that were enslaved and now have the power in their hands.
Argument, bruv. That was what they were saying, the whole lot. Have you not been hearing what they're saying? No forms of slavery. Ultras just saying that. What the hell? James Jones been arguing that ever since. They've been shouting it down ever since. So I don't know what you're saying.
Truth is, historically, this whole thing about slavery goes deeper to different generations and civilizations.
Exactly.
So you have stuff that the Aztecs were doing with slaves. You have stuff that the Vikings were doing, stuff that the Romans were doing, stuff that the Saxons were doing. So this idea that chattel slavery is only like, I don't know, I don't get it. It's all slavery. Even the Maoris in Aotearoa, they had their own slavery system.
But witness. When people who come under claiming to be Muslim or whatever, and they're saying they banned chattel slavery and it wasn't chattel slavery and all these other arguments they're giving, people are saying, do you believe in slavery? So all slavery is wrong, da-da-da-da-da. But when you lot are trying to give it servitude and give it all kind of definitions and say, well, it's not slavery.
I don't give it different definitions. And you have to be, not you, Issa, but you have to be careful. People keep on using servitude because you have to be careful what you're saying with servitude. Do you mean indentured servitude? You can't just say servitude. That's just a blanket word. I mean,
I hear you, brother.
The point is, when you're talking about the Muslims, that say these things, we're not the scenario about you have been enslaved and then you have the decision to how to treat those who have enslaved you. That generally speaking, they're not answering those scenarios. Yeah, so it's not an equivalence that we can draw here. If you're talking specifically about a people that were enslaved by another group of people, whatever happens to that group of people must be seen in the context of the crime that was already committed. So to just call it slavery is to do an injustice to the situation.
Hold on, what do you mean? Sorry, what context of what? So you're saying what they decide to do back, that has to be seen in the context of what was done to them. Is that what you mean?
Most definitely.
Okay, good. But this is my point. So I'm saying you may not be bunning the choice that those people have to say they want to enslave them back. But I'm saying the people are.
You're asking what would I do? And I'm saying to you that when it comes to my inclination is kill them and done. However, when it comes to reparations, I do not think it's unjust. I don't think it's slavery that if a group of people that have been enslaving another group of people now have to repay back the debt of labor, based upon what they have stolen from those people, that's not slavery to me.
Okay, hold on.
Let me jump in. One second.
Define slavery when you can, Chakra.
This is what we need to do, because when does servitude become slavery? What is the defining features that separate?
That's what I mentioned earlier. I said you have to be careful. You have indentured servitude and you have other forms. That's why I mentioned it earlier.
And big up James Jones for not being on the panel, blood. Seriously. Yeah,
I agree. Right. Now, the point is that when you got systems, I'm one of the people that I don't regard all systems of labor by force as the same. Yeah, I think that it is necessary to define the terms of what we're talking about. When you have, generally speaking, African historians have differentiated indigenous systems of servitude, just or unjust, from chattel slavery. right? What's it called? And the reality is that when you're talking about invaders into a land, you don't class them in the same in the same category as you would people of the land who may have differences and go to war and things happen between them. It's two very, 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 very different things. Yeah. So if in a society where there are no prisons, and part of the punishment within the social order is servitude for a crime, is that slavery?
That's a tough one, because I was thinking about this a little bit earlier on. So the laws that are put in place. So if you're say you're put in prison, but you're not a member, you're not a civilian of that particular nation, right? You're basically subject. You're unfairly subject to the laws that have been put in place by a society you're not even a member of, right? They could put so imagine this Kaffir thing or whatever, yeah. Imagine that was punishable by being dashed in jail and whatever. You're not part of that, but just by virtue of being who you are, you're now placed in jail, or you're now owned by the state, so to speak. Does that make sense?
We're not following you. What do you mean the Kaffir thing in jail? Like, I didn't get it.
So I'll say, Shakara, ask your question again. The last bit of your question again.
I'm saying, if you are in a society that does not have jails and you commit a crime, and a part of the punishment for crimes is servitude, yeah? Let's say you thief the man goat. Yeah, man's got 10 goat and you thief his goat and you carry them. Yeah, right. Is it slavery if you are now required to work on that man's farm because his goats? Provided a form of a resource for him. Is that slavery? Right.
No,
so again,
what is slavery?
Definitely not.
Can you just define what you mean, like the word itself?
Well, let me read out the definition. There's a couple of definitions I got on the page, yeah. So because even Shakara mentioned, so sometimes people mention slavery and then they mention chattel slavery, but they mean the same thing, and I don't know if that's true. So slavery is any system in which the principles of property law are applied to people, allowing individuals to own, buy, and sell other individuals as a de jure form of property. A slave is unable to withdraw unilaterally from such an agreement and works without remuneration. And then a chattel slave is an enslaved person who is owned forever and whose children and children's children are automatically enslaved. Chattel slaves are individuals treated as complete property to be bought and sold. Chattel slavery was supported and made legal by European governments and monarchs. Is there any difference in those two distinctions?
Yeah, the primary distinction is the perpetuity.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Issa? Nah, he's gone.
Sorry. I did. And that's the thing that's been brought to the attention of the shapeshifters and hypocrites. When you have this concept that if somebody has a system in place and they have a way of dealing with those people who were either criminals in relation to the system that they lived in, so they're one of the citizens, or they were invaders in war or whatever it was, and that is called slavery. And then there's another scenario where people have stolen people, they've taken them to enslave them elsewhere, and they've got them and their children, or they haven't got their children because they've castrated them. So but that's called slavery as well. In both scenarios, you have an umbrella term. In these discussions, how are we going to go forward with what we're calling slavery?
Again, it's very simple. When we talk about slavery, generally speaking, people are referring to an unjust situation in which people have been forced into labor. They're not referring to prisoners of war. They're not referring to to punishment for crimes. Yeah, generally speaking, that's not what's being referred to. When people are talking about slavery, they're generally referring to people that have been kidnapped and bought and sold by various different groups of people. So when you talk about in relation to Arabs and Europeans, you're talking about people that have invaded lands, yes, and instituted systems of trade in human bodies for profit. That's what we're talking about. And I'm saying that those systems are distinct from, well, in your society over here, these people work forced labor because of whatever reason, even if it's unjust. Even if there are unjust systems of slavery or servitude in a society, it's very different to people just walk up in your thing and create a whole
good
of slavery.
So therefore, brilliantly, those people in Libya, with my example, that wouldn't be called slavery then. So if they want to capture them and make them, if they say to you've been made the president of Libya, somehow you've managed to, capture these people that were enslaving our people, and the people that were enslaved say, hey, I want them to work for me in compensation. That's not slavery, is it, Shakara?
I've been saying that for the last half an hour.
No, are we saying that
gosh,
invasion of a foreign land is key? Well, apart from the ownership thing and whatever, that an invasion is key. So if you're imagine London, imagine everyone wearing Nike trainers. Suddenly there's a law passed that says everyone in Nike trainers have to be captured and blah 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 blah. Is that like, can slavery come from that as well?
Definitely. It need not require invasion. It just so happens that often it does.
But this is weird, because how does what you're saying, and I think this is the problem with what Shakara's trying to say. Yeah.
It's very simple, You see
No, I heard what you said, but I'm saying the problem with what you're saying is that the pattern with which somebody else can thief somebody and make them not be free to work is based upon, obviously, systems that done it to their own people under the basis of this is a punishment. So somebody took that principle further and said, you know what, I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to thief someone else who's innocent or who is not part of that process. Or
bring a historical context to that.
Well, let me give a contemporary context. So I kind of listening to the argument. I'm in between things, innit? Like I'm in between arguments. So if you, like I said, the night trainer scenario, if you are able to consciously devise a plan and institute laws that are designed to persecute one group over every other or over another, right? And then you're able to execute that plan. Take people into ownership, a form of ownership, restrict their movement, imprison them basically, and get them to work for you at the same time. And some of them are going to have to work for you until the day they die. On top of that, the ones who work for you, you can actually, leverage their work and the fact that they're a body and a number against investments that you can make on them as property. Right, so and build prison systems around. You know what I mean? This is the problem that I have with the argument, is that the fight for or against the word slavery is a bit of and I understand it from a political perspective, and I support that particular battle. But outside of that, it's problematic, and it's like I would even want to know if people believe that Black people today who are in prison are
slaves
are still part of that
the prison for profit
pathway. And is it like if we remove the argument from the reparations claims and stuff, would we be able to call that slavery, and would we be justified in doing so?
Well, this is
the point. It's very simple, Whereas people consider the private prison industry. And they got terms like the prison industrial complex and so on and so forth, and we understand what that is, and we understand its relationship to chattel slavery. People still specify what they're talking about when they refer to it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
So you don't just call it chattel slavery. You call it prison for profit, the prison industrial complex.
Oh, no. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. You could call it.
Wait, Issa, Shakara, finish, because there's more to what you're saying, isn't it?
I'm just saying.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you have connotations and denotations. Yeah. So again, if we use prisoners of war as an example, generally speaking, people don't fight against the concept of prisoners of war because they understand that that is a product of the context of war.
But people have them, bro. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
here's the thing: we did not invent the word slavery, right? It's not like the same way that who is it? Dr. Frances Cress Welsing or whatever, I think it was her that recoined or redefined the term racism, right?
Yeah, added to it.
Like, we're not doing the same for slavery because at the moment it's like we're fighting. We're
right.
We place value in the.
I just said that though. Yeah.
But hold on, M.A. Brown. Listen to what I'm saying. If that's been happening, yeah, but people want to try and twist and say, well, you're caping for it. When you're saying this is what the system says or religion or ideology says, other people have not been practicing what the system says. So stop trying to stick what people have been doing to the ideology. Do you get what I'm saying? So in the same way Shakara will bun out, let's say, things that are practiced by African spiritualists, but he will say that's not part of it. You get me? But all of a sudden now...
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Here's the problem here's the problem.
People are Muslims though, but no. You have to accept it. Do you accept slavery or not? Do you get me?
The difference.
What are you describing? Hold on. So let me just put that. What I'm looking at, M.A. Brown, is what is being described. Okay, and this is where you break it down. Are you free to go about your daily life? No. Right. So what systems are like? You can put it into kidnapping, whatever else. So some people get kidnapped, yeah, and they're not free. But are they made to do work? So this is where the word slavery comes in. You're not free and you're made to do work. Unless you can add more to it, I'm thinking when you break it all down, that's what slavery is in a nutshell. It's just those two main principles. You're not free to go where you want, otherwise there's consequences, and you have to work. Simple as that. Why?
Attempting to do that though.
Yeah.
What's it called? It belies the actual experience.
No, it diminishes.
Right, exactly.
It diminishes and belittles the pain and the suffering.
One second. That's why I said connotation and denotation. Now, I'm not usually a part of all these arguments here. When people are saying this, that, and what next to Muslims and blah, 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 blah. But from what I have seen, 9 times out of 10, they're reading from books that they consider to be authoritative and instructive in relation to their religion. Yeah. Which on the face of it, you know, it is not a disrespect, yeah. And people can definitely, you know, use that as a trolling or an unjust beating stick or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that if you're quoting from somebody's actual authoritative text in relation to their religion, then they you know, and to the extent to which they choose to put themselves in a position of answering to that, and that's that. You know what I'm saying? But regardless of whether the text say or not, there is an actual experience that comes at the hands of the major institutions of particular schools of thought. Yeah, and so the idea that when it don't say it in the book, yeah, is a cop out, because if you're talking about 1 or 2 incidents of a thing, then we could probably say, all right. You know what I'm saying? We let that pass, isn't it? Yeah. If you're talking about a dominant characteristic in terms of behavior, or even a significantly repetitive characteristic in terms of behavior, then that becomes a very, very different thing. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Shaka, so then I would say this is what the point I was trying to get. One of the point I was trying to make is that we like it really are black people. The victims of the transatlantic slave trade and the Arab slave trade, are we the ones now defining what slavery is and isn't?
Yes and no. I'm saying that if I say the word Holocaust, it has a literal meaning, but it has a contextual meaning in the sense of the fact that when you say Holocaust, 10 times out of 10 you're referring to Jews and what they experience. Yeah. We don't have a question about, well, what Holocaust is it, and what type of Holocaust did they go through, and are there different Holocausts, and blah, 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 blah. Even though there's a literal meaning, but contextually, based upon our historical context and how language has developed to this point, when we say slavery, generally speaking, people are referring to a particular thing, which is why I said it before that language is important. So we differentiate between different things. Beyond using slavery and servitude and serfdom and so on and so forth, there are terms like ma'afa and ma'angamizi, that are Swahili terms that we use to define specifically what it is that we went through, so that we know we're not talking about this over here, and we're not talking about that over there, and we're not talking about this hypothetical or that hypothetical. We're dealing with specifically with this thing. And I'm saying that if we were to be in a position of power to force the hand of those who have enslaved us to repay repair the damage, for what they have done, this is not an act of injustice. So why would we call it slavery?
So would you agree then there's a third thing to add to that then? So we got number one, you're not free to go. Number two, you should work. And it's based upon the principle of the thing of justice. Yeah, so those three. So it has to be something that's just. Yeah?
What, slavery has to be something that's just?
Oh, sorry. So for it to not be slavery, right? It's something that's just. So it's part of a system of justice, so a punishment. If it's unjust, then it's slavery. Yes.
Right. Well, no, that's you guys agreeing to that. To me, it's all slavery, but some different from you guys.
That's what I'm saying, witness. It's like the word killing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that it's part of a punitive system, but to me, it's still slavery. But that's just my opinion.
But Shaka is right, and this was. I mean, I wish Shaka introduced this point when he was making.
I said it a very long time ago.
No, not said it. Introduced. That was the angle that you were coming from because of the nature of the conversation. So I'm saying, obviously,
he laid out his premise early, Issa. He did.
Not premise, bruv. You're not listening. What I'm saying is, he was arguing a point, that was not addressing the angle that me and James and so on were talking, and even you were talking about. So he's saying, for instance, what he classifies as slavery, and is different to what you classify as slavery, Ultra. Do you know that or not, Ultra?
I would disagree, because if I give my if I give my definition of what I believe slavery is, I'm more than confident that Shakara will agree. In fact, I bet 2 weeks' wages on it.
Hold on, bruv. When I gave you the scenario of having these people work in Libya,
I gave you my answer. Remember?
No, right, and I'm saying your response was that they shouldn't be kept and worked and forced to work and stuff. Right? Because that's slavery to you.
No, I said to you, I need to think about it. But slavery, like Issa, like the thing for me, remember,
slavery,
you have to understand, Issa, you have to understand. I'm a lefty, tree hugging wanker. Yeah,
you are or not. I don't think
I don't agree with slavery. So I'm not of the persuasion where just because I've been enslaved, I now need to get someone else.
No, stop going down that road. That's not the point. I'm saying you considered what I described as slavery. Hold on. You considered what I described to be slavery, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And he's saying that's not called slavery to him. Do you understand? So if those people
I bet if I change the wording ever so slightly to it's a form of slavery, I bet we no longer have a problem.
Try it, because it wouldn't make sense, because he's already given the aspect of what's just and what's not just. Do you understand? So therefore, whatever you say to that, the people. So, for instance, he might put something in there. You're not allowed to cut their face and beat them up and stuff, but you can just make sure they work. You get me? So once he puts that in there, you can never move him to call it slavery. Already put the definition in there. You understand?
To me, like I said, it's slavery. I can give another example. It's like capital punishment. That's murder. Yes, it's been done by the law, and the person has gone through a court case, and the judge has decided that they'll be executed, but it's still murder. Even though it's
I agree.
But here's the thing: I think you can
murder is killing unlawfully. That's the difference.
No, but you see, that's where you and I differentiate. To me, whether it's lawful or unlawfully, it's still murder. It's like, what's the difference between a man taking a gun out on the street and shooting someone, and a soldier being sent over to another country to kill someone? They're still killing people. No, but you're not listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying. They are still both taking a life, whether it's legal or
we understand that. No, hold on, witness. You can never compare them two. If a man break in your house, yeah, and he got a gun and you got your pickney there, and you blow off his frigging head, bruv, that's not murder. Do you understand?
Wait. You missed the point. You still life.
I'm talking about the word itself.
No, Amanda, one second, because we had this conversation about 2 weeks ago, yeah, and you've already, by calling it murder, you're already applying an already established lexicon or whatever to the thing. It's killing. Like, forget murder. Murder is specific.
Yeah, it still falls into what I'm saying. You're still taking.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but don't use the word murder. Just use the word killing, innit?
Okay, I get it. Some people get triggered by the word murder.
No, it's not that. It's the fact that murder has legal ramifications.
This is the point.
Yeah, so murder is a crime. Killing is not necessarily a crime.
Yeah, but that's if you believe in the legal system.
All right. Here's an example. You go into a bank and you come out with money. In one way, you came out and you put a gun to someone's head and you stole the money, right? You're called a thief. The other way, you gave me a card and your details and you took money out of your account. Both ways, you come out with money. One, you're a thief, and one, you're not. Now, come on, man. Simple.
No, you just came up. No, that doesn't match with what we're saying. You come up with
something. One, you call it, bruv. This is what I'm saying.
It's a stupid analogy, but I get it. It's a stupid analogy.
It's stupid. I just give it simple, bruv.
Which part to say? Which part to say that you're taking money? Is that the part you're either way you're taking money?
I'm saying if we look at it from your perspective, yeah, they come out with money. You're just observing it from that. So you're saying at the end of the day they're killing somebody, and we're saying we'll call it killing. As soon as you use the word murder, you're now saying it's unlawful according to a certain standard. Just by taking money, just like for instance, somebody might say them robbing a bank because the banks got set up their banks off the back of slavery. So if they go in there with a shotgun and so on and so forth, and they get the money, that's not unfair to them, innit? Do you get what I'm saying? So I said under a certain system of how to look at it, of law, then it's murder. Under a certain system, it's theft. Do you get what I'm saying?
Because you're following, like someone mentioned, you're following a legal system. So the legal system stipulates the rules. If you want to believe that legal system, that legal system.
And the ones, so witness could enslave. I could invade witness's yard or whatever and thief out the place and take his people them or whatever. And I'm looking at whatever. In fact, forget what I see that as. Witness sees that as an imposition, innit? Like, and then his thing coming back on me now. Like, imagine it's 200 years later, and and my offspring don't even know what I did to my man. Yeah, we're gonna call it something else. We're not gonna call it reparations. Like, as a victim, you're not gonna call it reparations, right? Because it's the reparations is not on your part. It's on the part of who's being repaired, me or them. It's them. Witness is being repaired by enslaving me or killing off my people and whatever. So it's obviously subjective in that sense. And so where the slavery argument comes in, I do think that we do need to recognize that, okay, if Issa's saying that the original meaning of slave or the Slavic meaning of whatever was to own people. What was it? To work?
I get free to it. Number one, you're not free, right, to do what you want. Number two, you're forced to work. And number one, you're captured and you're not free to go. Number two, you're forced to work. Number three, it's unjust. So you're not punished for a crime or whatever. Yeah.
So then we have to at the very least recognize, and this is where it gets political in it, that the definition that we are giving it is contextual to, is relative to the experience as opposed to the ones who are imposing the thing in the first place. And I think that's where lines are getting crossed in it. Like there's a bit of confusion there over, okay, what is slavery? Dictionary definition, like Chakara said, the denotation and connotation.
Emma, sorry to cut you. This is the point. See how you're coming in with reason, yeah? Right? You're just using logic, reason, rationality, and you're getting to the crux, and you're dealing with the nuances. Other people are just saying, do you believe in slavery or not? So therefore, when you describe this thing and you say, right, not the type of capturing people, not the type of unjust thing, but if someone's been warring and we make them work or whatever else, yeah, then that's what we believe in. Oh, you believe in slavery, and therefore you're wicked. All slavery is bad, and then they want to merge that, yeah, your belief in slavery in that form with all other wicked forms of slavery as one.
But I think.
Hold on. And then you also apparently agree with the enslavement of your ancestors. Do you see what these lot are trying to do with the tie-up?
No, but Isa.
It depends who you talk to.
Not you, Sakura, not you. I'm not saying.
I know, but I'm not.
Isa, I think that's really unfair of you to say. Let me tell you why.
Come.
This all started because somebody asked me something, and my question, and you said initially you came in to find out where my mind is at in relation to.
No, not today, bro. This is going off the time, bro. No, this is way before.
No, but I've never said to you, anything like you endorse slavery. I've never said that.
Not you, bro. All right, James Jones Avelli and what's that guy? Dark Magician. Well, I didn't mention you, bro. I didn't mention your name.
No, but remember, initially this all kicked off because of my conversation with Ras, and I'm saying you can't say these man, you man, because remember, I'm part of this.
All right. No. Listen what I'm saying. There's for instance, 90 for today, yeah? She's currently with that same narrative. There are other the other non-black people in the comments, I don't care about them. But black people who are pro-black, so to speak, who are misunderstanding the point, I do want them to understand. That's my point. So what I'm saying to you, my brother, is they're still on this thing that I'm caping for anti-black slavery, bro. Because I'm saying I agree with if our black people so-called enslaved the people that enslaved them. Do you get my point? And they're making it Islamic and religious and so on. That's my whole point.
There's two different things here. One is caping for anti-black slavery, and the other is whether religions themselves allow for slavery or even promote the idea of slavery.
Right.
Under certain circumstances. These are two different things, yeah? So disavowing what happened to black people is one thing, but if there is justification for slavery within a religious context, that's a separate argument, yeah? In that regard. So the idea that of not condemning slavery entirely is one thing, but then the fact that religions might condone it is the next. Yeah, and I think they're two different things.
Apart from Jem Wallace and a few others, sorry, who are non-black, but I'm just in general. No. Shakara. The point is,
Jen Wallace is not black.
Sorry,
Jen Wallace is not black.
I know that's what I said. So I said apart from.
Oh no, I'm asking.
Yeah, Jen Wallace is not black. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, she's not black.
What, isn't she Sicilian?
You'll have to ask her.
Didn't they have the Emirate of Sicily, the Muslims, the Emirate of Sicily?
Let me get back to the subject. Let me just check. Hold on. Shakara, you were saying about the religion, yeah? So the point is how we haven't managed to pin this down yet, is that when demonstrations have been made to make a distinction between what has been practiced for 1,200 years and continuing on, let's say, the devil side of the Sunnis, and in relation to us and the Europeans, is that you all are trying to say, as long as you believe in, not even you all, but those people who've been saying it, as long as you believe in slavery of any form, then you're co-signing what has happened to us for 1,200 years and continuing. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the problem here, Shakara. Are you seeing that problem and you recognizing it, or are you saying there isn't a problem?
I'm not sure that's the case. I have heard conversations whereby people have been, I'd say, not specific enough when they're talking about slavery. I don't get involved in a lot of these slavery conversations for that reason. However, the argument is, when you see this taking place and that taking place, look, if we're going to be real frank here, there is a lot of, when it comes to the Arabs enslavement thing, and the Europeans, from a religious perspective, there's a lot of mitigation that goes on, yeah, in from people that adhere to the religion, and it goes beyond just, well, that's not a part of our religion. It's an attempt to belittle what has actually taken place, yeah.
Agreed.
And I think there are people that are condemning of that sensibility, and some who are just resistant to it, right? So it may be the case, and I'm saying I've definitely seen that. What's it called?
Hold on. This is what I mean. This is the problem. You mentioned books here, and now you've gone to the religion. So, and again, it becomes more detailed. Like, but I hear what you're saying, and that's why I just cut it off and I cut a complete line and said that religion does, and there's another story over here. So I agree with you, but what are you going to do in regards to the text? Because if you can't argue that the text itself is saying that, i.e. the Quran, then where do you go? Because if man bring you a hadith and they say, right,
I don't have to go anywhere. If the text ain't saying that, then those people who adhere to the religion have a responsibility to correct certain things, whether they're contemporary or historical, in relation to the religion. So if they were all wrong and the book don't say it, then there's nothing for anybody to defend. But what happens seems to be that people want to defend and go out and say it never got so and all kind of different things. It's nonsense. Yeah.
But who's done that though? I don't know.
Well, this is the thing, Issa. All now, with all due respect, the question that I have has got nothing to do with anyone's religion. The question that I have is, if everything's a test, what about our ancestors that came and died in the most fucking fucked up?
You're gonna have to ask that to specific people, and it is religious based, obviously, because the whole concept of test would be the interpretation.
No. What I mean by that is, my question is, what about our ancestors that died, that were born and died as slaves in those heinous conditions? What about them? Did they pass or did they fail?
No, I hear you, bruv, and it is religious. That's what I'm saying. No matter what, once you put a test from the Most High God, the response. Like, look at Moore. Me and Moore might have similarity, in our understanding of test and whatever else. So that's why you didn't get my answer. So I'm saying they're going to have to answer for their interpretation of that whole thing from their paradigm, and the conversation can continue from their paradigm. Because I'm saying there's things you can throw at them at history that you can't throw at me, and vice versa. Do you get what I'm saying? So so it's just a point. But all I'm saying is I don't like it when sisters like Nyanifa are listening to what I'm saying, and as long as I'm saying, like, the conversation was exactly the opposite. It's about us enslaving others who've enslaved us. So because I support, let's say, the slavery of those who enslaved us, that means I'm down for the slavery where they enslaved us in the first place. Like, that to me sounds backward. Do you get what I'm saying? So, and that's the problem I'm having here with certain people interpreting me saying, yes, I agree with the slavery of certain types of people in certain situations. Yeah, simple as that.
I give you an example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, I when I talk about certain things, I talk about Europeans and Arabs. Yeah, I generally don't talk about the religions, except for in the context of the people that brought them. Yeah. And so I've had conversations, obviously, where Arabs are concerned and the domination of North Africa and so on and so forth. Yeah. And I've had North Africans, so-called, come at me. But I've also had our Muslims come at me and attempt to impress upon me that it never got so. Muslims came to end slavery. And it's nonsense.
What? Hold on, stop.
Right?
Stop. So wait, did you say you spoke to Muslims? Hold on, you spoke to Muslims and they said to you that Muslims came to end slavery?
Yes.
Was that Moorish Science Temple people, or was that Orthodox Muslims?
Orthodox Muslims. Islam ended slavery. When the Islam was spreading, it was freeing the slaves. It wasn't.
Okay.
All kinds of shaggery.
No. I thought you meant our slavery, right? Okay, so back in the day, yeah. So you're talking in that time when it came.
Our slavery, yes, partly our slavery. In terms of coming into Africa and the Trans-Saharan whatever, they act like it never did go on, right? And pure mitigation, and appeals to Islam comes to end slavery, as though that means that the thing never did go on. You know what I'm saying? We've heard this bare times.
This is the problem. How even like I have my own take on it, but I'm arguing from their perspective. If they're saying to you that the institution of slavery was there, right, and the point was to try and, I think this is Moore's argument, the point was to evolve it out of society, right?
It's nonsense. You cannot make that claim when the Arab incursion into Africa increased the demand, and created the demand.
No. See, this is where your argument falls right to the ground if you're talking to me, an Orthodox Moor. Because the people that brought whatever they brought, we're both going to say that's not Islam. So that's where you're in trouble now.
You cannot make the claim that the people that were spreading this thing were on a mission to end slavery. It doesn't make any sense.
You're not listening. No. Stop. This is what I'm saying to you. where somebody says, so Moore comes to you with an argument because he's made this argument, and he's saying, or at least another crowd, I think we named it.
You're changing the conversation.
No, I'm not. You said you disagree with the point that Islam came. So that would mean the Prophet brought Islam.
Listen to me again. No, listen to me again.
Go on.
I'm talking about Arab enslavement of African people.
Right. So they brought Islam.
One second. Right, and the context for that, and people are coming at me talking about, well, nah, the Arabs weren't that deep, and Islam, and they came to Islam end slavery, and it came to end slavery, and they bring in all kinds of silly arguments, right, as though the thing never did go on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
So when they turned up already, those people that came and brought Islam in the continent, the people who you're looking at, not in the inception, the people who brought it there, you're saying. They're saying that
it was close to the inception, but yeah, I'd agree it wasn't the inception.
No, bro. There's a big line, and you know me and Moore got a big line between us.
Whatever you got to tell me, yeah. No. 639 invasion started, and a demand for enslaved bodies was created as the people went across.
What do we say? This is what I'm saying. So if we're saying they're not practicing Islam, your argument done with us. That's what I'm saying. It's a separate religion.
And you're entitled to your opinion, and so you lot can have that debate with the Muslims who are saying this thing.
It's not even
the point is that when it comes to defenses, these are the defenses that are coming at, man. The people them are not just saying, well, what's it called? You know, it's not Islam. They're saying it never happened.
What never? Yeah, but if you're talking to any willy-nilly,
a man is saying this to demonize Arabs and demonize Muslims. Yeah, and look at a different thing, and it's nonsense as far as I'm concerned. At the same time, there are and I don't go in on these things. It's not my topic of conversation really. But what the G Block and them have been on is this: they're going into the actual texts that are considered to be authoritative. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Whether it's Quran or Hadith, this is not my thing. I generally don't get involved in them things there. But I'm saying that from their perspective, what they're saying is when we're challenging what's in the thing, it's not like we're creating this. This is what it says, and they're getting some shocking. And I've heard some shocking responses to some of this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I have, right? Whether I choose to get involved in it or not, I have heard some shocking responses. Yeah, to some of this stuff. But it says it there, right? And no one ain't denying that it says it. But they're getting up in whatever about some next thing. Right, so it's nonsense to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that argument between you and them.
Bring slavery. They're going to say Muslims didn't bring slavery. Then you should be fair and say that the Christians didn't bring slavery either, because it's not their belief system to enslave.
Witness, the problem I have is when any willy-nilly idiot just comes along and says, "No, you're lying. You just hate Islam. You're Islamophobe." Who comes along and says that? And you use them anyone use them as an example, as a representative in any way. I'm saying deal with the people that you actually have a conversation with and putting up an argument that at the very least shows that they've done some investigation.
I have heard recognized Muslim scholars, sheikhs, bring this nonsense argument.
You've heard recognized Muslim scholars say what?
Bring these nonsense arguments.
Wait, there was no slavery by Muslims?
No, there was no slavery. Well, you might by the end of the presentation you might think there was no slavery, but the fact that Islam basically came to you know what it is, yeah. One second, when people say Islam, all right, just check and just type in Arab or Muslim slavery, or Africa or whatever, yeah. Just type it in and see what comes up in it, right? But I'm saying that let us say for argument's sake that you are correct. They're totally going against all the authorities in the religion. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The reality is that what they say is the actual creed of the religion. They suggest by implication is what was followed.
So the enslavers are saying they're following the religion, correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, well, the enslavers were definitely saying that, but I'm talking about the people them nowadays that are not actually dealing with the enslavement. It would be to suggest that whatever they're saying, this is anti-Islam, and this is pro-Islam. This is Islam, and it will be to suggest that the people them, for the most part throughout history, have actually followed Islam, right? That's what they're suggesting. Yeah, so they come and you know, Islam came, and when it came, Islam began to end slavery. When they say Islam, they talk about people, they talk about Muslims. Yeah, and they say, well, this is what happened, and you know, the Prophet said this, and the Prophet said that, and then when it came, and you know, but Islam couldn't get rid of it completely because you know it was an institution that was there, and it was functioning, and so it had to gradually do, yeah, and all this stuff, and as though, but that's Islam now, but they're not actually interrogating what actually happened, yeah. And I'm saying that it's a.
You're saying it's a cop out. Well, this is the thing, Shaka. You know what? You're 100. No. You're 100% right, and that's why I'm gonna try and stay at it. This is why I keep saying I'm representing an argument because the people them aren't here to represent. I just want to get you lots of answers because I'm saying you're talking about another religion. Do you get me? So I think I'm gonna try and stop representing them because you're all gonna take it as my opinion somewhere somehow. Not you specifically, but certain other people.
Maybe there's a little bit of Sunni in you yet, Isa.
No. I even represented certain anti-black stances from the other side of the Europeans. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been there. I mean, it's been the memories there still. You know what I mean? You get tarnished. It's our history. But yeah. So as I was saying, most definitely, if you think about it, if you were to say that they're all wrong, right? So for 1,200 years, you're saying these people were wrong, but they include the great people that you look up to in the past. And not only that, your scholars failed for 1,200 years to make any mention of how wrong it was. I think that's the problem that they're having. Yeah, so they don't want to go down that line, and therefore they're diverted. You get me? So I think that's the issue they're having because obviously their religion's going to fall apart, innit? Yeah, it's easy for me because I just say everything's measured by the Quran, and the Quran is consistent, and da 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 da. So therefore, you bring me a bunch of hadith that says whatever, it's gone. But with these lot, it's not as simple because the scholars authenticate their hadith according to a system, and if, like they've done with the Aisha age hadith, you question that, now you have to question all these other hadith that have the same people in the chain of narration that your great scholars have authenticated. And now you have to question those great scholars that have authenticated other hadith. And then the whole thing just falls to pieces. Big domino effect. And that's what they're trying to save themselves from. So,
Isa,
yeah.
I was going to ask a question. Do you think that, because I see some of the suggestions, should we call it, or the laws that the Quran is meant to have laid out for Muslims. I see them as really smart, picking and choosing type decision making, in it. So like the whole thing of like what's haram and what's not haram, and you know, the pork thing and whatever. Like obviously it's harder to stop a man from having a slave and using him to whatever ends that he wants to use him for. It's harder to stop a man from doing that than it is to stop him from eating pork, right? It speaks to my mind. It speaks to the thought that it is a guy who's thinking up all this shit and thinking, boy, if we're gonna get people to kind of join this thing, we need to kind of be a little bit careful. You know, we can't just like run head first and say, yo, we're banning this, we're banning that. We've got to only ban stuff we know that we can get away with to co-opt the people them into the thing, and other things will just be like, you know what? Yeah, let's allow them a little blind. You get me? Let them do their thing a little bit, but like just advise them and guide them or whatever. Because I don't know any Muslim that eats pork. Never met one.
I have, but go on.
Never in my life have I met a Muslim that eats pork.
People from Turkey eat pork, but go on. And certain problems, but go on. Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, eating pork, I guess, is more of a simple thing, isn't it? Relating to wars and the way the world has been since then, before then and since then, you're going to have people trying to invade and conquer you, innit? Regardless of whether you're Muslim or not. So you still need some laws of what to do with your captives. What you're going to do. So it's not just a Muslim problem, is it? And
is there any law, Islamic law that was as much of an imposition but was passed, as in was actually instituted or whatever? Is there any law that is as difficult to pass as ending slavery would have been, in your opinion?
Laws are difficult to pass. Right. So I think you're saying there's no clear sentence for ending slavery outright. Is there anything that's sort of squeezed and narrowed down, but it's not?
Anything that we can deem as possibly been just as hard as an institute, but was actually followed through.
I can't think of anything like that, to be honest, right now. I don't know. It's because it's a balance between things. It's kind of like there was marriage. So the temporary marriage, muta, there was restrictions put on that. Let me see. Have you got any examples? Throw something out there. Let me see.
Well, no, that sounds like it might be an example. So having sex outside of marriage or whatever.
No, it is marriage. Marriage is the.
Or is that hadith or whatever?
Yeah, no, it's both Quran and hadith. So the hadith gives you the scenarios and situations, but the Quran makes it lawful. So it's
Can you just describe that thing to me specifically? So what happens? You're not married.
Yeah. So the Prophet, peace upon him, they were in warfare. There were some that weren't in warfare. So basically, circumstance where certain people don't want to have a long, big contract of marriage, and they therefore put a stipulation of time on their marriage, and therefore they say, right, I'll marry you for so many days or a month or whatever they want to do it, and then that's it, and it ends when that time's up.
Was the marriage for sexual purposes?
Essentially, marriage anyway in Islam, probably all the time, is sexual purposes in that sense, because they tried to get you married from puberty age. So obviously, if you're getting married from puberty, you're not thinking of the big struggles in life. You get me? You're horny teenagers, or at very least, the man's a horny teenager, and he's just thinking, you know what I mean, to rock and rock.
So it's almost like I'm not saying it is, but it's almost like they're saying that the urge to have sex, the urge to have sex is just as hard to remove as the urge to enslave people.
No, that's not true. You said that's an example, but I'm saying to you, it's actually very clear. No, it's not. It's just so funny.
Here's an issue here that ones will have in it, because with these arguments here is at the same time, the a lot of the time people were enslaved in the name of the superiority of the religion, in it, right? In a lot of different cases, yeah. Yet that superiority as imposed didn't seem to be able to inform the people that were imposing about the wrongness of what they were doing in certain circumstances. You see what I'm saying? And so when people would give excuses for these things and still proclaim the superiority of their religion, then they begin to pull it in the context of human error. And you know,
human greed. Like, well, this is the thing.
We're trying to get rid of it because of humanity, but yet everything was revealed by God.
Okay. Have you seen the arguments, the difference in the arguments of Orthodox Moor and Ahmed compared to the others? Have you noticed there's a stark contrast? Where
I haven't necessarily heard them.
Okay.
On this issue,
because this is my point. It's like the less you know, then they can hoodwink you stuff. If they think you know more, they're gonna try and wiggle left and right and so on and so forth. So the bottom line is, bruv, the religion will fall apart. Simple as that. Because their scholars have legislated these things. They've put in there, if you say the Prophet is black, you should be killed. One of their scholars gave out that fatwa however long ago. They've got all kind of thing that was going on for 1,200 years or more and continuing, where the scholars were present in the Ottoman Empire, in the Abbasid Empire, yeah, where this was a normality. So what was going on there? Like they must have had some way to justify it, right? They must have a religious way to justify, and the people then were cool with it, yeah. After the Zanj rebellion, what happened? They changed the rules. They said, right, we won't have so many slaves gathered. They put a whole heap of stipulations of how we're going to treat these black people, right? And people wonder why I'm bunning out Sunnism all the flipping time. I'm telling you, it's the same thing, same mentality. Keep trusting these people. In fact, Shakra, I don't know if you remember the debate I wanted with you. Obviously, that's gone.
Yeah, but you haven't mentioned it since
for a long time.
January.
Long time. Is it January? Boy, you got that idea. Yeah, so it was basically about I think part of it was the compatibility of being pro-black and being Sunni, basically, so, or Pan-African.
Very Ultra Funky's backstage. He wants to come on.
Yeah, so somehow I've been put in a position where I'm ended up repping Sunniism, like, unfortunately, yeah. So.
All these debates has just woken me up to the fact that it's just down to people's interpretation. So
not really, to be honest.
Yeah, from these debates I've had, it doesn't matter. I can talk about mukataba in Islamic law, which says manumission of slaves, but someone will still argue that, oh, the word slave doesn't exist in the Quran. That's just their interpretation.
I don't know, but if you dealt with a Quranist, bruv, you can't bring Sunni legislative law based upon hadith and all kind of things.
No, but that legislative law is actually based on the Quran, Surah 23. I've forgotten the ayah. I can give you the ayah.
No, witness is right. It's all an interpretation at this juncture, man.
No, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying here. There are, all right, witness, there are other things in the Quran where they've commented.
33. That was in Surah 24, ayah 33.
180 degrees. It goes literally against the text of the Quran. So it's not new for you to find another one that goes against it, and they just stuck it onto this and said, well, that's what it means. So they pick a few words out of the sentence and say, yep, that's it. And remember, the people are not in they will argue with each other, yeah? Isa, the Sunni Isa, was debating with them about whether music's halal in Islam or not. Isa brought up the scholarly opinion, he brought the hadith, he brought the Quran. There was an orthodox Sunni on the other side. Every minute the other Sunni saying, oh, I don't know about that, I haven't heard about that. He's getting beat to hell, and the other Sunnis are saying, well, is Isa more knowledgeable than these scholars? He's quoting scholars as well, but he's saying the Quran and the Prophet are the decisive opinion, not the companions and not scholars. So this is the point you have to remember. When these are following, they're following an opinion that the scholars are right. That's it. That's how they've been raised. And my whole point is, should we classify people that are born into it and have not studied as Muslims from our perspective? Can they represent the thing when it's just a cultural thing to them? That's fraud. They're not real Muslims, are they? Because they've just inherited an idea and an ideology. So if they're born Hindu, they'll say they're Hindu and defend Hindu as being the truth, or whatever it is, they would be saying it's the truth because they're born into it. So therefore, having these conversations as though these people are Muslims doesn't make any sense if we're going to have academic or intellectual conversations.
Yeah, I learned that from Speaker's Corner. If someone says they're a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim, I don't believe them. I just judge them on their actions. I don't believe anymore because people just open their mouth and say the weirdest things. So I don't really believe it. I just quietly watch them and see how they conduct themselves. And then I come to my own decision. I learned that from 3 years in Speaker's Corner. People just claim to be something and clearly not.
What do you say? You know that ain't me. I'm not sure what Isa Frimponi means by that. But yeah, anyway, I think Ultra Funky, was it you or someone else was trying to say?
Yeah.
Or said some? Was it you said it doesn't matter? No, was it you or someone else? Sorry, who said it doesn't really matter? It's just that this stuff isn't that important. What did you say?
Isa, 1 second, let's get a phone call. Just keep
all right, bro. No problem. Because can I just say, yeah, although it's a matter of different ideologies, I suggest on things that are as important as this, yeah, it does become a very much dividing factor when it comes to where we stand. Because if somebody's coming to me, unless they're in their 70s or 60s, and they're saying that, what was it they said? We were better off, or slavery was a gift from God, and all of that, better we got taken, or something like that. Anyone else coming with that kind of mentality, we would have to say we can't trust them because they're anti-black in their perspective. So for me, these are very important major perspectives where people stand on these issues. So that's it. So just to confirm, Isa Frimponi is not a blind follower of the scholars, and hence why he was saying, or he was presenting his own research, which is what I do and what I have done. So let's big up Isa Frimponi, and inshallah he will continue his studies and speed them the hell up and just come to true Islam and stop wasting time on that side of the fence. Flipping it. How long is it going to take, bro? Yeah. So Yeah.
But who knows? You might change. Maybe in a year's time, you might become a Buddhist.
No. I've already, bruv. Trust me. You see all of them thing there, and done look through them, and this is why I'm so solid where I am, because I've checked this and rechecked it and compared it and yeah, it's so solid. And I understand you have
in your knowledge. Does Islam teach you how to control chi and how to use chi?
Boy, all of that, bruv. Well,
really?
Yeah. All of that, bruv. You see the physics, all of it, quantum physics, chemistry, the whole lot. The Quran just contains all of it, bruv. It's deep. It's deep. Wicked. It's brilliant. Trust all of it. Amazing book.
Using energy, you can control energy.
Of course, yeah.
Islam teaches you that.
That's it, bruv. Even the Sufis, that's not even like some secret. You know what I mean? We know the Sufis do that anyway. Like that's not some secret thing. You could just read on the Sufi site. That's it. Fried Egg says, Isa, you lie. You know nothing about Buddhism. Fried Eggs, are you dumb? Like, come on, bro. Buddhism. I looked at that a good while back. It's very. I've even said that Buddhism is essentially one of the closest ideologies to the Islam of the Quran. Do you get me? It's more of a philosophical perspective, but yeah. So fried eggs, go and maybe you're half done or something. You're still wet. You get me? Oh, just a bunch of slavery. Why so religious? I'm just coming on. I'll give you 5 minutes if you want to get your. In fact, Why So Religious was one of the people that tried. Why So Religious? Can you jump on quick for 5 minutes? I just want to give you my perspective and then duck out of there, man. Yeah, Witness. So are you saying you support so-called slavery or not?
No, I'm against slavery. Even when I acknowledge that even when it's been used as a punishment in a system, it's still slavery. I don't call it something else. It's still slavery. So
what would you do in a circumstance I gave, which was Witness has been made the president of Libya. He's managed to bring a big army with himself, and he separated the enslavers from the enslaved. The enslaved blacks from so-called Africa are practicing African spirituality as opposed to the Abrahamics. And in that religion, they believe that they have a right to enslave the Libyan people, the ISIS, who enslaved them. You as the person who wasn't enslaved, Witness, you're the president. Do you go along with what they say to enslave them or not?
No, I would try and restore order. So we'd have a criminal justice system. The accused would have their lawyers. They would, like Nuremberg, they would come to court. And if they failed in court, then they get locked up for a number of years. And then they get released.
So if they said, no, my religious system says I'm allowed to enslave them, and you can put stipulation and laws that we can't beat them and mash them up and all of that.
I'm the wrong person to ask because I don't follow any religious system, so I'd say I don't care.
No, not religious. I'm saying they're telling you that. So are you going to reject what they say?
Yeah. We're going to do this way through this system. Those who've been captured, they will have their lawyers. They will spend time in prison, no bail. Then they will come to the court, try and defend themselves. If they're found guilty, spend time in prison.
Who's going to fund that? Who's going to fund all that?
We're going to have to fund it. It's not going to be easy. We'll probably have a budget deficit where the country will be in debt because we've just finished the war. The economy's been devastated. But yeah, that's what we're going to have to do to create law and order.
So you haven't got all of that budget, this, that. You've just basically got, you're almost down to the desert, basically. You've got a few buildings and stuff like that, a few houses. Yeah, you haven't got prisons. What are you going to do?
We wouldn't have prisons. That's a new thing. Then we're going to have to build them, aren't we? Because we're going to have to use them. They're going to be found guilty. So
who's going to build the prisons, Witness?
Well, this is one thing, one way we can give the people jobs, can't we? Because then they're going to start building society, building the roads again, building the system, building the prisons. So they're going to have to do it.
Who the enslaved?
No, I didn't say the enslaved. I said people will be working within the system to.
Sorry to interrupt, fellas.
So they're going to work side by side.
Isa, when you get a second, Renegade Raf asking a question in the chat.
Yeah. Hold on. So, let me get this right. The one who's just raping and whipping, he's going to work side by side in building the prison. Yeah?
No, I never said they'd be working side by side. You put it there.
Well,
I'm trying to finish. This is the problem. You don't let me finish. You keep jumping in. In a war. No, you see, you're doing it again. This is why the others were getting angry.
No,
in a war. You let me finish.
Ultra just came in, so don't accuse me of jumping in. You finished. Go ahead.
Yeah. In a war, regardless, historically, there are always buildings. Even when Germany was bombed to Kaputnik, there were still buildings. Even in Japan, not all the buildings were destroyed when they bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So there will still be buildings where these people can be put in, these prisoners, and they will be housed there. Whether they like it or not, they will not be allowed to walk around freely. Meanwhile, we'll be trying our best to get the system in the country going with the judicial system and trying to find ways to get the economy going by getting people to work, by building up their country.
Got you. Okay, right. So basically, you're not going to have single cell prisons and double cell prisons. You're using a bunch of whole heap of them, 50 to a room or something.
Whatever we can find within our country, whatever buildings.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So it would just be a prison term for you. You're going to give them basically a punishment, yeah?
Yeah, that would be the best.
For me, for that level of thing, if I'm enslaved, if I'm imprisoning invaders, it's life straight. There's no, yeah. It's and it's life up until the possibility of deportation. Should your people then want you back? That's it. There's no nothing else not going on this. You know what I'm saying? There's no civilian life for you after this point. Like I don't care what no one says.
Well, I forgot to mention after the sentence, they would actually be deported back to their homelands. They wouldn't be staying in the country.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Yeah, and even that depends. But like I said, in the event of invasion, I'm killing the man done straight, no long thing. That's that. But again, I do not consider it. If you have enslaved people and you have profited from their labor, that you repay them back their labor. I don't think that's injustice at all in any viable just situation. I don't think that is injustice to say that the labor, the profit that you have gained, or at the very least, whatever you have gained from forcing these people to work, it's theirs. Yeah, you have no rights to it. Give over your things. Yeah, and after that, we'll figure out what other punishments you got. But if you've got $1 million out of this thing, that $1 million is no longer yours. Give it to the people that actually made you the $1 million. Yeah, there's all kinds of different things like that.
Shaka, let me ask you a question, because I think your input on this, I think, would be invaluable, if I'm honest.
Oh wait, sorry, Ultra. Issa, does that answer your question? From me.
Well, I understood Shakara's position. He said it. Yeah.
No, because you asked me because
yeah. No. Yeah. As soon as you mentioned Japan and the buildings, so then it made me think of, I think it was Brazil, where all 50 man or whatever country it is are in one cell. So when you first think of a prison, I'm thinking of UK prison. We've got like 2 to a cell or 1 to a cell. You know what I mean? But when you're talking about just bundle them all in one thing, then all right, I understand what you mean.
Try and do the best with what we've got. It's not pretty, but
I got it. But I mean,
wait, hold on, Issa, hold on. Shakara.
Yes, sir.
In fact, no, I want all of you guys' input on this, right? Because I don't want man to feel like, say, I'm picking on them. So I'm gonna just ask this in a broad sense, right? As somebody who is not of a particular religious persuasion, if somebody says something that I believe needs to be answered, am I right in challenging said thing?
It needs to be what? Saying something that needs to be.
If somebody says something that if somebody of a religious persuasion says something that I believe is outlandish or wild or reckless or irresponsible or just generally untrue, especially when it's got far-reaching consequences.
Right.
Is it not right to challenge said thing?
Of course, well, especially if it's somebody.
Remember, this ain't about anyone.
No. Hold on. So there's 2 things there. Especially if it's about any person, so like myself, who speak out harshly for certain things and against certain things. So therefore, it's the right of everyone else to come back and say, right, what are you really saying? I suggest, for me, the first step is, did I understand you correctly? Are you saying?
I know why this is a deep question. You got the right to ask whatever question you want to ask. It's that simple.
Or criticize, I think.
Because All right, because Shakira, this is what I want to ask you because I spoke to Isha this morning, but witness, I spoke to M.A. Brown, I spoke to more. Like, if somebody says something like slavery is a test, isn't it? If I don't understand what this person is saying, as a descendant, like, isn't it right of me to say, hang on a second, what do you mean? Because I won't lie to you, I'm gonna. This is obviously it's gonna get personal now, but I was accused of supporting someone that's trying to assassinate someone's character, and that's everyone's entitled to feel however the fuck they want. But when Shakira, you're obviously I realize that you're significant in the community now, and I can't believe that
Can I just comment on that first, Ultra, before you go?
Wait, just one more thing, and then please come in. Like, how is it that I feel like, how is it that more people aren't questioning this? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm actually questioning myself now. I'm thinking, is it me that's a fucking moron, or am I like, I don't get it. Like,
welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. But let me say this.
Yeah.
Ultra, in relation to, what's the last bit you just said before I tried to get in there?
Is it right for me to challenge something? I don't know.
No, keep going. Oh my gosh. Last bit.
Sorry. This is why I have to cut in certain times because I can't remember shit either.
That's what. Oh god. What was the last thing you said? Oh, that was it. Supporting a slant. What was the word? Character assassination. There you go.
Yeah, that's
this was the issue. You know what? This was actually the issue that I wanted to get to. This is where I wanted to lead to. Now,
yeah.
If you genuinely believe that the person is wrong, so you've understood, it's not just a snippet of that soundbite, yeah, which certain man used to play on this channel, yeah. You've heard the whole context of the conversation, and then you still have the view within that framework and context. I would say that's not character assassination. That's you believing that that person's wrong, and they uphold a position which you oppose. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why I would say, if you've got the whole context, then it's not character assassination because you genuinely disagree. Character assassination is where, let's say you get sound bites, it's been twisted, and then boom. You know what I mean? You're supporting something which the person is not really saying or doesn't mean, or principles they don't hold.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
At this point though, Issa, because remember, Raspet was calling me out, and like I was hearing all over the place that, you know, man was, let's just say he was upset with me, right? Let's just say he's upset with me. Now his gripe with me was that I was supporting someone that was trying to assassinate his character. Now my thing is, I spoke to him on Maku's stream, Nubian Sniper, yeah, and I said to him blatantly, like, look, bruh, I have a problem with these words, and here's why. And then I asked him even further to, can you please put yourself in my shoes for like a second, right? Because for the entire exchange, I was making it clear that I'm willing to concede that it's a test. I put myself in his shoes. I mean, I didn't, but for the sake of the argument, I said, okay, it's a test. But then I clarified my position by saying, what about those who didn't stand up against the slave master, about those that were born into it for hundreds and hundreds of years, who just died after being raped and murdered and pillaged? And for them, remember, that was normal life. Right? I asked him, and he said, I don't rate them, man. Now, for me,
you sure he said those words?
Bro, listen, no, in fact, I've done this before where I thought I heard something, and I did it to Samaya the other day, and I had to make a public apology, which it burned my soul because I was wrong. But I think it was like at 4 hours and 7 minutes in, Like when I'm talking to him, he said when I asked him, he's like rise up against the slaves, like, but I'm like, what about them? And he said, I don't rate them, man. And I thought to myself, how did that go over everyone's head?
Well,
like, I mean, like, wait, hold on. For me, if what I'm saying is true, like, and listen to how I just worded that. If what I'm saying is actually true, then surely that's problematic.
Yeah, no, I think I remember that. I just remember you were trying to get him to answer something, and he was saying he'll answer it as he wants to and stuff like that. And people were talking and so on. So yeah, I think I remember that as well.
No. Remember, I was having a one-on-one exchange with him. No one was interrupting. It was just me and him. Because remember, after I brought up the thing, that's when he got all pissy with me, and then we hashed it out on Nawabi and Sniper's show, and then like he immediately started hashing it out with Nine Ether.
Yeah. No, I hear that. And just so you know, the reason I brought it up today is because I know there's certain subjects that are not going to go away until we get clear understandings, bro. Because just imagine when I converted, this conversation was going on. Do you understand? Arab, slave, and all of that, bro. So I'm saying it hasn't been resolved yet, and it's still going to be there. And I at least want some genuine understanding, specifically, and more importantly, from my black people then. Because obviously I'm part of the so-called Abrahamics, and I believe in slavery and so on. Do you get me? So that's why for me, you see where you were saying your point, I wanted that conversation to continue, to see where it led, to see if there's a understanding you could both go to. Do you get what I'm saying? And for me, it's like, I don't really want to have it because I've got my own view. Yeah, and I don't want to influence anyone else's view. And it would have been good if people like yourself and others can discuss this and come to some sort of fair, rational conclusions. Do you get what I'm saying? So
see, this is why I was asking like the brothers on the panel, and especially Shakara, because I'm thinking to myself, like I said, if, and I'm wording this carefully because I don't want to be accused of assassinating anyone's character again, because it was a false claim, but I get it, right? If what I'm saying is in fact true, and I said to us, what about the rest of them? What about the millions that didn't make it? If Respect has said in response, that means, like, I mean, like, what?
But bro, this is you see, like, I guess what you're experiencing is what I've been experiencing all the time. Like, you're experiencing it through one incident.
I'm befuddled. No, I'm befuddled. That's what I'm experiencing. Befuddlement.
No, but this is what I'm saying to you is
also, I don't understand how that comment went over everyone's head. I just it's like it didn't happen. Maybe I've made it up in my head. I need to re-listen to
what you're saying is that the people that are close to him and so on should have. You expected them to go, wait, stop, Ultra, stay out of this. You said his own people. You expected to turn and say, "What go on there, blood? You need to explain that." Is that what you're basically?
No. Wait, hold on a second. No, I'm saying nobody bat an eyelid. Nobody.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So how would you know if they bat an eyelid unless they responded? Like, you couldn't see.
and but this is the thing. The thing what I don't get. It's like, hang on a second, right? Being vexed with me because I'm on analyzed with this thing is fine. I get it. You want undying, unwavering support. That's fine. And I get that. It's not difficult to figure out, right? But then if you're in turn are going to say things when I put it to you, what my problem is with your words.
Yeah.
Then you go on to I don't rate them. Like, what does that mean?
Right. Well, this is the thing. You lot are going to have to deal with these people and their beliefs because they've got their beliefs. And yeah, I don't know. That's it. Because Ultra, ultimately, when you can't prove certain people so let's say me, for instance. Let's say I had no one like you questioning me, right, to that degree. But I questioned it myself. So things I disagreed with, for a while, it's like I don't really have the authority because I don't know Arabic and da 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 da. But after a while, you're kind of like asking yourself questions and conversation with other people, and you get a bit more confidence to say, you know what, this is a bag of rubbish. Do you get me? Like, and then when you meet someone that actually,
that's the thing. No, remember, I'm not even licking out against respect. I'm asking, like,
but that's my.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out. Is it just me that feels this way? Because, like, if like I said, and I'm going to repeat this, I think for a third time, if what I'm saying is in fact true, and that for me is like a red flag. Like, huh?
A red flag to what though, or should I not ask that here?
I don't know. This is the thing. I don't even know how to process. I don't even have to process. That's why I need to speak to Shakira. I see him just change his profile picture as well. Yeah, man.
So what, you kind of shocked. So you're basically, I thought you understood Shakira's position, but you ended up basically saying,
what's up? What's the deal?
He hasn't even.
Shakira. Yeah. All right. Listen. In the conversation, so the follow-up conversation I had with Ras on Nawabi Snipers TV, yeah, I asked Ras, what about the millions that didn't make it, yeah? And his response was yada yada yada. Now,
is that me? Can't hear Ultra? Shakira, can you hear him?
Right.
You keep breaking up.
No,
I can't hear.
Sorry, you know what? Somebody just rolled past the cage. Sorry.
Yeah, you're breaking up, bro. What's
sorry.
up?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear me now? No?
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
I was saying to Shakira, when I spoke to Ras, yeah, on Maku's channel, I said to him, what about the millions that didn't make it, raped, pillaged, murdered, lynched, da 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 da? And he was like, yada yada yada. I don't rate them, man. All right. Obviously, there was more, but that's the bit I'm picking up on, because for me, it's problematic, right? Because
I'd agree, Ultra. But to be honest with you, like, man,
he did say that he doesn't hold that position, Ultra. Straight away, I think Shakira sort of gave that.
Yeah, like, man's
He doesn't normally do that way. He doesn't normally come to and say, then explain.
How did it go over so many people's heads?
I don't know. I wasn't listening, so I can't speak to that.
Yeah, do you know, to be honest with you, I don't even expect you to take my word for it, because I made a mistake before with Samaya, where I thought she said something, and then when I rewound it back just 8 seconds earlier, I took it completely out of context. So, you know, the only way you can confirm what I'm saying is if you listen to it yourself. Yeah, but I'll be honest. When that was like character assassination, in my head I was like, I kind of get why you're upset, and like no one really wants anyone to be talking shit about them. I mean, first, I'm not a public figure, so I don't really give a shit if anyone say bad things. But I can understand Ras's position where, you know, Ultra, I like you, man. I don't know why you're supporting people that don't like you. I get that.
Nah, Shakira, it's not. I mean, Ultra, it's not that though. It's what the point is on. No. It's not just that. It's what the point is on. Like, people diss me and they say about my mask. I don't care. People tell me I've never been married. All kind of thing they come with. I don't care about all of that stuff. But if you come against if you try like with 91st saying I support the slavery of black people, all of that, that's where now for me that's offensive. Do you get me? Now again, I can't even believe this. Again, I'm talking like me and him are brethren. I'm saying the point is where the only reason I'm saying this is so that you understand what it is you need to focus on, is where as somebody is considered by themselves and others to be pro-black, and then the narrative is seen that they are actually justifying the enslavement of black people in the past and now. Do you understand? Because it's basically they're trying to do it to me too. So I understand the situation. Do you get my point? So that is the thing where you can say character assassination. Although I don't think that's what you were doing, and I also don't think that's what Analyze Dunya was doing, because he played, as far as I remember, he played a lot of the information. It wasn't just that quotation. Do you get me? So the whole conversation, as far as I know, the context was there. Do you get me? Yeah. So yeah. But
Listen, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I feel like to me, it's just mad. Like, we're like, because I was thinking to myself, bro, character assassination. But then when I probed you on it, you not only doubled down, but said you don't rate the man that didn't make it. And I think, bro, Ras, come on, bro. Anyway, fuck that. It's done now. Anyway, what's on the menu? What's on the menu for today, man? Because I can't deal with this anymore, man. I can't deal with it. It's just hurting my brain because I'm trying to figure it out and I can't.
The issue that we have with conversations like these, yeah, is like I said, like it's about respect for our ancestors and a proper understanding of what went down. But the other implication is in relation to just like our humanity. Like when you're wrong to that level, you know, like humanity comes into play in it, like in the sense of the fact that when people are wronged and they have crimes committed against them, they have the right to justice. And the question is, do African people have a right to justice? Yeah, that's the real question. And a lot of the times, a lot of these conversations that we're having, we probably don't realize how far-reaching they are in relation to what we consider to be the humanity of our ancestors and the right for us to pursue justice for some of the crimes that have been committed. And so all this talk about slavery and the blah 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 and where it was and them kind of things there and rare. If we have a world order that tells us that, you know, for some reason that this particular crime against humanity is not worthy of justice in any way, what does that say about who we are and who our ancestors were? Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's a mad situation, in it. That's my only thing in it. You get me? And I think that reparations is a serious issue. Whether the people are gonna quote unquote pay it or not, and I'm saying pay it is the wrong terminology to use, but the reality is that as a people, let's say that there was a possibility for it, yeah. We're not even as informed and as organized as we should be in relation to pursuing that agenda, because we genuinely just don't know enough about what our ancestors did and what they went through. Yeah. Like,
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. And also as well, I feel like it's easy for us in our air-conditioned homes and apartments and internet and rice and peas and shopping whenever you feel like and come and go as you please. I feel like maybe we've got absolutely no fucking idea just how
this is what I'm trying to say, fam. And that's why when it comes to these conversations about what would man do and them kind of things, I'm not on it. Like when people say to me, yeah, we must this whole slavery argument and kind of thing, there's an extent to which, you know, like I said, I believe it's just to repay what you've stolen or what you gained from enslaving another group of people. I think that's just. But the idea that man is supposed to just endorse slavery, like man can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like even for my enemies in that regard, like you know what I'm saying, in this respect, yeah, payment and punishment and justice, yes. But for my people, in terms of a social order, do I want to develop a situation in which we feel that we have the right to just enslave people? And I think that's something that goes beyond what you think of the people that you're enslaving, but what your view of yourself is. Like, what is your self-perception in regards to a situation like that? Self-defense is always just, and reparations is always a just demand. Yeah, there's no doubt about those two things. You know what I'm saying? But then we have to have checks and balances in terms of what we create coming out of that situation at the same time as well. And for me, it's just all about really and truly, and even for myself, like there's so much with regards to this whole story of enslavement and then kind of things that we just don't know. And more importantly, especially because we're living in Britain and the UK, the actual legacy of it, we're not feeling necessarily the sharp end of it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like where the real impoverishment there, because we're in the belly of the beast. Yeah, as my auntie would say, then there's some of us who are in the bowels. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The bowels of the beast, and are experiencing the more deeper aspects of it. You know, so yeah, man, there's a lot to. So whilst we're having these arguments about, you know, whether it is the religion or not, and you know, all kind of whatever, people are. It's a real living legacy, a situation in it that we have to contend with.
So. Chakra, this is the thing. It's going on now, and it's kind of like, despite you lot think I go on about certain things, I'm saying like it's fundamental to it.
Yeah, but your only issue is that when it comes to the British, you're not as consistent. So that's why people ban you up.
What does that mean? But give me one example of that, please.
Well, because you've brought this argument before about how there's a significant change in the British society and that kind of things there. And people are like, well, that can't run. You said it before, Issa.
Stop. We're talking about ideology, yes? And I've never shied away from the fact that the people who govern still have the same system. So stop pretending when I'm talking about the people that we're dealing with, how there isn't a change. Yeah? Because there is a change. Do you agree?
There's no more significant change than there is anywhere else in the world, regardless.
I'm saying our parents that came here,
and,
right?
and that depends, bro. Yeah, that depends though, because that has been said. There's a rise in certain sensibilities over here, but at the same time,
come out of bloody work, waiting when I am.
None of it equals. None of it, whatever, because it depends on what you call change, bro. Like, is a change?
Bro, it's simple. It's changed, bro. It's
all right. Yeah, it's changed.
How many people go to work now? Yeah, black people go to work, and black women, when you're coming out, a black woman is gonna have to fight a few men.
My point is, anywhere in the world that black people are, there are things that
you said British, brother. Let's stick to Britain.
Yeah, I'm saying to you, listen to me. I'm saying to you, anywhere in the world that black people are, yeah. You could make the argument that for the most part we are not facing certain things that we would have to face 50 years ago.
But we're not talking about anywhere in the world. It's what you said about me and England and Britain.
Yeah, but you keep. My point is that when it comes to the whole colonialism, neocolonialism thing, yeah, like it's to try and. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't even say anything, but the reality is that we're dealing with a situation in which we live in a country that is still feasting off of the ill-gotten gains. Yeah,
of course. But we're talking. No. This is what I'm saying. So you just have character assassinated me. I'm talking about our individual.
Well, I'll take it back to the East. Yeah,
I'm talking about our experience here. I never said nothing about the system because I'm always saying how the system uses our people in other countries. So when I'm saying about this thing here, this ideology that's a threat and a risk to us, and everyone want to tell me about, I keep going on about it and pretending like I've got some.
The reality is that if it is indeed the case, then there's more than one ideology that is out there that is affecting us negatively at the moment.
No. It's not about whether it is, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You keep pretending you're not hearing. I'm saying the difference is we are rushing to this one when it has been the major player in our problem in history. That's the difference.
The reality is that we're not rushing any less towards Western culture, Western democracy, capitalism, globalization, and all of these things all of these ideologies that are run by people that have an invested interest in maintaining certain systems of oppression. So I would suggest to you that globalization is no more or less of a threat than what you're talking about.
That's too broad. You always come with these broad.
It's broad to you. Maybe you
have you not just described something that's broad as hell?
No, globalization in the political context is not a broad terminology. It's very specific, and it is the attempt to globalize the world under a Euro-American
exactly. So it's the world in relation to something, and I'm saying we're all part of that. All of us are part of that thing.
No, we're not. we're not all a part of globalization. Some of us are. Yeah, the part that, well, let's say we're all part of it. Then the question then becomes, what parts are we playing? And I'm saying that the role of the dominance and these things is with Europeans in this regard, and molding and shaping the world according to them. Yeah, and even the most nicest and the most liberal of them seems for the most part to be unable to overcome this thing, and the world is currently run by that order.
Let me get this straight. Every time I talk about this thing, you're going to tell me that there's something over here that is also like that. But anyway, all right. For those that are not,
it's not about what's also like that, bro. It's about the reality that we live in a world that is run by global capital. That's what in which the dollar is the currency of trade.
I agree with you. If the conversation, did you notice you didn't bring none of this up when you were giving your definition of slavery and all this other stuff? You didn't say none of this stuff. How it's defined here and in China and economy. None of that. You get what I'm saying?
It's exactly what I was saying.
No. I'm saying you didn't say none of this stuff. Now I go to an ideology of stuff. You want to tell us about how this is brought out here and the global this and American that?
But I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying fundamentally in terms of the ideology. What I am saying is that this is also an ideology. That's what I'm saying. I don't see what's wrong with that.
That's fine. But in everything we say, we can always bring something else to.
Okay, so we shouldn't focus on what I'm talking about. We should only focus on what you're talking about.
Well, if that's the conversation, bro. I mean, isn't it weird
about the conversation? Can I ask Issa? Can I ask you a question? Would you be able to pull up Nubian Sniper's show, right? Because what I want to do is, like I said, I made a mistake with Samaya in the past where I jumped on her stream, heard something that I thought was fucked up, went back and reported it, and then 2 night that all I had to do was rewind it a further 8 seconds, and I would have got the proper context there. So what I don't want to do is, I don't want to make that same mistake, and like I'm out here saying, Raspect saying, and then 2 now I'm going to get 1 million shows done on Ultra Funky and rare.
Yeah, did you not see the comment he put in the thing? Did you not see the comment?
No.
Islamophobia free coming soon, is it?
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Is it any? I don't mind. I'm not an Islamophobe, but pull up. Could you pull up Nubian Sniper's thing, please, Issa?
Do you want the audio? I don't know if I could do it on my computer.
Yeah, there's no visuals, but you can pull it up if you want. If you could, please.
What part?
I don't want
to. Where to?
I think it's 4 hours and 8 minutes. I think, or yeah, it's between 4 hours and 8 and...
Wait, I have to, bro, because you move on, I'm gonna forget. Yeah. That's a big point. Like it's us as human beings have to rise up and all the rest of it. And for the sake of argument, I'm willing to concede that too. But I'm saying, what about those that didn't?
Bro, no matter what oppression it is right now, it's up to us as human beings to rise up against it.
No, Raspect, I'm with you. I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I did it in the video. That's the thing. Even though I was cut, I still managed to get those words out through being cut. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that for me, that was character assassination. Like if there was a video with you saying something and it was taken out of context, I wouldn't support that video because I know that person's trying to assassinate your character. That's just my personal stance. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and then when man pointed out this to assassinate my character, man's pointing out that man supported man. So it's like man saying, "Oh wait, I can support videos assassinating your character because I support you." Like that doesn't make no sense. And like obviously,
wait, say that again. What did you say that again? I missed that. What did you just say?
It's like man saying that I can support videos that are assassinating your character aspect. Yeah. Because I support you.
Oh, okay. So is that a conclusion that you come to?
Is that why?
Where you at, man? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, Aspect. I feel like I had a feeling that's kind of how you're feeling. But remember, for me, this YouTube thing, I'm not invested in it emotionally. And for the analyzed on your video, he's basically just put your words out there in a way where it looks bad. I can't lie to you. It looks bad
Yeah.
I feel like I hear that. But for me, the reason why it's hard for me to move from this point is because if I'm honest with you, all now, with all due respect, I don't even feel like you've given me like a good even response. Like, because I hear what you're saying when you say us as human beings rise up. But the reason why these words don't sit well with me is because I'm thinking about the people that didn't pass the test. I'm not talking about slaves. I'm talking about our ancestors who died as slaves, like castrated, double castrated, murdered, raped, hung, lynched, slave for their entire life. And remember, I know your views on the slavery thing, where your thing is it's more humane to put them in serfdom for a few years, give them land and all the rest of it. I'm saying, what about our ancestors that didn't get this? So, as I said, Russ, for me, when you say it's a test, Russ, for me, it's like, well, what about them?
No,
they passed the test.
You're taking out of context. I say every tribulation in life is a test, whether it's sickness, whether it's natural disasters, no matter what it is. Like, we are in a test. It's not like man's gonna live this life and go to how we believe in, obviously, afterlife and that. Man's not gonna just get afterlife without doing anything. So we believe those people are martyrs, just like Malcolm X is a martyr. Do you know what I'm saying? But those are the men that are put to high standing because they fought against the wicked man. They fought against the slave master. Yeah,
no, right. I read the man too.
The man that just went along and said, "Oh yeah, it's cool," and bowed down to their slave master. You get me? I don't rate them. Yeah, like man have to fight against the wicked man. That is
you hear that?
Okay.
Wait. Pause it. And now this is the thing. Did you hear what I heard, or is it my misunderstanding? I'm not sure at this point.
I'm not sure I remember hearing that, but obviously just then, because I was thinking you said 8, and that was like another 2-3 minutes left.
Sorry, yeah. I couldn't remember where it was. Sorry.
Yes.
But listen, did he just say the man them that didn't fight against the slave master, he don't rate them? Did he say that, or is that my misunderstanding? Or
He said the man who bows down to the slave master.
Yeah.
Is you don't rate them.
Okay. Now, is it my misunderstanding, or like did I?
I'll say this. I would say this in relate, because the thing is, you're not saying that he is happy that our people are enslaved. You're not saying that he's rated. No, I know that, and you're not saying the slave masters are good, etc. So I'm saying, I can't help. I'm trying to find another way, but you know what? Let me just stay out of this. You discuss with Shaka and M.A. Brown, because
No, I hear you. To be honest, it's a sticky subject, and I realized it was sticky when Raf taking it public that he was upset with me. But
I feel like if we would have played that at the beginning of this conversation, this would have been a whole different conversation from a couple hours ago. You know what I'm saying?
Why would it have been?
Because you see how quick you just backed out? Let me just bow out right quick and let other people deal with this right quick. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're not getting the point. I'm saying there are other points that we've spoke on, but I'm saying these specific words. So in other words, I broke down every sentence. You see the sentence he said before, or the sentence he said on the other show that was played by Dunya, and then the response of Ultra Funky. That's separate to this. Because I'm saying you can analyze.
No, I'm with that. I'm saying, like, so Ultra was trying to get questions answered based upon this statement for a long time. I feel like if we would have played this statement, some questions might have got answered quicker. That's all I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. To be honest, I wanted to raise it in relation to the general thing, because if you've got millions of people that are thinking, imagine you've got millions of our black people that are not even pro-black that think that, or you have them type of mentality there. What about them?
What mentality are you talking about?
I'm saying you got ones that they're not even on no Pan-African pro-black nothing. They're just on, I'm a Sunni and rate it here, and Allah willed it and rate it, and everyone will get the reward, and do you know what I mean? Support Islam and establish this and establish Sunniism and stuff like that. And I'm saying they're just black, innit? Do you get what I'm saying? They're not pro-black. They're no racism in Islam, there's no color in Islam, and all that type of talk. Do you get my point? And I'm saying at least with this individual here, you lot might be able to reason with him, yeah, and get to a point of understanding of what he meant. Do you get me? Because maybe he didn't expect. Because remember, he's new to this, isn't it? Yeah, he just converted the other week, and he might be saying stuff in a context where, if you give him different words to say, he'll be like, "I meant this." Do you get what I'm saying? But maybe not. Maybe it'll just be, look, that's what the religion says, da 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 da. Because me and Mo have a different understanding of tests and what's a test and how a test and da da da, and a different understanding of Allah. Do you get my point? But I'm trying to bring up the broader picture that there are people who don't have a black identity rooted in them. They don't have a thing about caring about the black community agenda, and they're in the same thing. What about them? At least, let's say this guy that we're talking about is 100% wrong right now. Let's say that is a select mentality. At the very least, he might be able to reason with guys and say, you got it wrong. Do you get me? Because he's on the black thing to a degree.
Here's my thing in response to like.
What about the others? Yeah, go on.
If every African that was enslaved and taken on board the ships and raped and deracinated and all these types of things, if every one of them had not rebelled and not whatever, are we saying that entire however many generations of people have all failed the test? That like,
I mean, you're going to have to ask the person who put that there, and this is the point for me. I would never speak to judge anyone, because I even put to, I think, Shakara, that I put like the one who, let's say, who literally submitted, in it. Do you get me? So at the end of the day, to be honest, in Islam, there's a simple answer for this. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, people, but I'm not going to give it. So I'm just letting this play out where the conversations can flow, because I've been warning you lot about this ideology. So you lot are learning. 90, I think she learned the other day. You get me? So hopefully you lot are going to learn. Ultra Funky, I think, is learning now. You get me? So hopefully you lot are going to start to wake up and understand this thing is very detrimental to our people. You get me? Because with this particular individual, you lot on the black power thing might be able to reason with him and get him away from it. But there's millions of others who are not on the black thing. Now what? And they're just going to be against you, because Master said, and Tafsir and commentary and hadith and this and that and straight scholars all said them thing there. What are you going to do with them? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. It remains to be seen, but I do hear what you're saying. Yeah, man. I can't. Yeah, I'm not in that.
Honestly, fam, this is a situation where I think like we all say stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like just off the top of our head without really thinking deep into it sometimes. Like we're in the midst of a conversation and the heat of battle, whatnot. And if we went back and thought about it, we would nuance what we were saying a lot more. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm saying. Like even me, when me and him do not like each other, it's like it must be Ramadan, the spirit of Ramadan that's coming over me. I've never done such pro bono cases in my life. Like, what's going on, bruv? Like, man, represent Nulkad, I represented. Who was it before the whoever it was? I was pretending to be I think the EDL or something like that with Shakra. I say, yeah, I could do that easy stuff. But you know what I mean? So it's like, but I kind of get it's not a simple issue, innit? Like me and you more, innit? We fought this thing through for a long time, the Quranic perspective. We probably had a lot of these points put to us. So we've had so much opportunity to go through the nuances and every point back and forth, and then we've come up with a good answer that can establish and be just from any rational position. You get me? But I'll be honest, because it's such a thing for us, it's really, it's like I want us to argue on other things, innit? Or I want us to differ on other things. Yeah.
Yo, can I steer in a different direction, but it's the same topic. Cool. So if we're saying that, and this like. I have to go. My position on blackness is maybe different to quite a lot of people, at least on the panel anyway. Like I don't use the word coon. I don't use the word. Right? There's a reason for that. So if we're saying that whoever was enslaved, right, no matter what their response was to the enslaving, they are not to blame for their condition, and they can be excused for not having the strength or will or whatever it may be to rise up. Yeah, if we're saying that we excuse all responses to slavery, yeah,
I would say we're not in a position to even excuse. I think that's even an arrogant position.
And then no, but you understand what I'm saying? We excuse, we accept all responses to slavery by the enslaved, right?
Yeah.
And we empathize. We're saying that. How do we now view Black people today who are the descendants of those people, and for better or worse, have specific responses to the systems that were put in place by the enslavers in the first place and are perpetuated today? How can we? Is it possible to take the position that you accept the responses, the reactions to slavery of our ancestors, but don't accept the reaction to this system by our contemporaries and our kin?
Sorry, I didn't understand the explanation of the last part. I understand the last question.
All right, so can we if we're unwilling to demonize or criticize our ancestors for their supposed failure, should we be criticizing our kinfolk today for either doing something similar under different conditions, but the fact that the thread is there? Are we supposed to be just as empathetic towards them as well? It's a question.
That's a very good point. I think number one, if you look at, I think everything has its context in it and its paradigm. And just imagine when we're talking about doing anything, you really think they came to us with a plate of chicken and rice and beans and pudding and biscuits? You get me? So alone, we were starving to do anything. You get me? So look at the system we're in now, so much liberation. How many of our people are in a nut house or antidepressants and all kind of now in the system? So imagine the insanity on the slave ship. Do you get what I'm saying? And in that situation. So that's why I say we're not in a position to judge in a negative way. I've done that. To me, that's it. That we ain't got no situation to make any judgment, and may Allah bless them all. And you know what I mean? May we all be get our reparations for them thing there. Simple as that. You know what I mean? So
it's like when you think about it, if say there's two brothers, forget two brothers, there's one guy, and if we trace his lineage back, we'll find that 6 generations of his enslaved ancestors were towing the line, right? So they weren't rebelling, they weren't willing to risk anything beyond their control. And they actually instilled that in those generations to come, to the point that after the so-called abolition of slavery, that mentality is still in the people, and it's still being propagated to the point where, there might be there might be people that are alive today who are like, why is my grandma like that? And why is my great grandma like that? And why does my mom keep telling me this shit? And whatever. I don't get it. They know that it's because it's been passed down generation after generation. It's actually a guideline that each mother and father would give their children, and the aunties and uncles will say the same thing. And it's now become a family to an extent. It's become a family motto, or whatever you want to call it, or a family position with regards to overseers of a kind or imposers of a kind, right? Like this type of stuff is very deep as far as I'm concerned, and it removes the black and whiteness of the whole argument of who's a coon and who's a this and who's a that, and rather than that, it actually draws out and frames our current predicament and why people have the mentality they do have. You get me?
I think I kind of get you, and this is why for me, one of the most important things that I keep focusing on, and I don't know if you lot are getting it or not, is the tradition over using your intellect, logic, reason, and rationality. So what I'm saying is, rather than just following something because it feels good, or the majority are following it, or whatever else, we have to follow something to do with truth and what's right. Do you get what I'm saying? Because what our people are on, who are, let's say, wrong, are following a tradition. Do you get what I'm saying? So our parents, grandparents, or whatever else, they're following tradition. And then people that are coming with their religious whatever else, they're also a lot of them following tradition. So the only way through all of this is using logic, reason, rationality.
And here's the thing, yeah, we also exalt the idea of, or we appreciate the idea of following tradition, period, as Black people. So, like, if an individual doesn't know whether his tradition is good or not, that's irrelevant. We are always encouraging our young people, and our elders are encouraged, you know what I mean, to respect traditions, right? Now, if you haven't done that thinking on what that tradition is and whether it is even your tradition or not, it's like you can't necessarily be blamed for following that tradition because you're supposed to. Respect your elders, respect follow this, don't upset grandma, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many layers to it. We cannot just blanketly blame and what do you call it? Demonize people. We have to think deeper and unpack layers and have conversations in that way. You know what I mean?
For me, for instance, if somebody hasn't been hasn't come across, like, I see myself quite privileged in it, because not every household that I know with Blacks has had so many different people of conversation and debate of different religion idea quick from early. I heard it, throughout different family, you know what I mean? Especially at Christmas and whatever else, you keep hearing these conversations. So, and then I just happened to buck up on various people. And again, the mosque, the time when I converted, all different type of Muslims used to go to the same mosque. So every Friday they're debating, so I'm learning quick. You get me? So what about the people that didn't? What about the people that, you know, they went through the school system, whatever it is, went for uni, and they were, you know, let's say they're doing well in it by their family, where we're raised to be a doctor, a this, a that, a pilot, you know, all them big job, lawyer and all that crap, stuff for that. So it's kind of like, for me, where we're going, to me, it's about process, innit? So where are we in that process of where we should be?
Yeah.
And this is why I continue to do it, despite all the criticisms of people telling me about Sunni. You know, our people, what I've seen in the past, we normally wait until either the person's dead or whatever else, or a long time, or not part of the community, or he's too old or whatever, before we listen. Do you get what I'm saying? That normally is what's happening. But now we're into the age, I'm saying we haven't got time for that foolishness. Do you get what I'm saying? And like I said, the first set of people that used to see me in the park, bruv, your attitude, your this, bruv, within a couple of weeks, you know what? I'm sorry, you're so right. Do you get what I'm saying? Shias, Christians, all got, bruv, people just said, boom, you know what? I just came to the park. I don't want to boast. I just came to the park just to see you, you know. I rate you, Do you get what I'm saying? And it's like, I didn't even think all of that when I'm running my mouth and saying, doing what I'm doing. I'm just having my debate with the people there, expressing to the people there. I didn't think of YouTube being a big thing that it turns out to be. So it's a thing for me where I've been through the process. I know brothers personally that been through the process. Imagine you're a youngster that converted, and you got another guy who used to play basketball, a few years older than you. Now, before you even convert, you're hearing he converted. After 6 months, he went on jihad and he died. Can you imagine that? Went to Bosnia or whatever it is. Do you get my point? A guy you know.
That sounds like bullshit, to be fair.
So I'm saying that affected, not just that, but then the conversations we're having when we convert are still about jihad, but Afghanistan and Eritrea. Do you get my point? There's no mention of anything in Africa going on, although there was Sudan and there was all kind of different wars, but none of these conversations get. Do you see my point? So this is my point where.
No, but Isa, you know what? That's a good point, and I think for those conversations to happen, like, remember, Speaker's Corner's dead while we're on lockdown. It's for you to bring them to the fore.
And what happens, my brother? I don't mind, but I'm saying people say, "Oh, you're on about Sunni again," and blah, 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 blah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. This is the thing. See, the thing is, for me, the problem that I have with that argument here is if an animal activist is going to ride out for animals hard, but say not ride out for other causes, are we vexed with them? No.
Bruv,
so if Shia Isa is riding out for Shia and fully against Sunni, then that's his thing. But take it how it is, and not even that. Isa, this is the thing. It's really
I want you to understand.
I
want you to understand, and please remember this. My point that I'm saying to you lot is not because I'm Shia. It's to do with us being black. That's the point. So whether I'm Shia or not, I'll still be saying the same thing about that because I know what it's about. Do you get my point? And that's what I want you lot to always remember, because certain people have tried to make it Sunni Shia, Sunni Shia. So as soon as you say what I say, oh, you're involved in Sunni Shia. No, you've experienced what I've experienced, and you've studied what I've studied, and you now know what I know. Do you get my point? And that's how I want to keep it. Because,
I hear that.
And that's the fun.
Yeah, we can hear that woman in the background. You know, don't try it. You know.
Who's that?
Who's got the woman in the background? Is that you, Issa, or is that MA?
I don't know what she's talking. What were you saying? She got headphones on. I don't know what she's listening to. Oh, what's it? Yo, what are you listening to? What are you listening to? Them well chatting about them.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Big up the Reanimator. He's about to have a lot of fun with this joint today.
Oh my gosh!
Fucking no.
Did you see what he did to me? Or her?
Oh yeah,
He's a black chick. He's a black chick. Yeah,
the chick is black, bro. The chick is black.
No,
come on.
When he when he put the empty post up with the no chick in there, I was like, oh, you're wrong for that, bro.
That's fucking. That was wicked. That was cold. That was funny.
That's not funny, Reanimator. That's not funny. Shut up. Look at him laughing.
He's like, you know, you laughed at that shit.
Bro, you know any effects, yeah? And you can't. You're like a chicken, like bloody hell, yeah. And then he goes, no, not chicken, a cockerel. Like, I was like, what difference it bloody makes? Still a flipping chicken, right? And I'm looking at it thinking, I'm watching the hand, innit? The wing as a hand, and it's kind of like, you know what? I think my body language is quite like that as well. Like, like bloody idiot.
Yeah, the Reanimator's doing bits though. That shit is funny, man. That shit is funny. And do you know what I do like about it, right? It's because a lot of the time we're having really heavy conversations. We can get bogged down from time to time, but the Reanimator just puts a really fun spin on something that's otherwise quite heavy.
Facts.
You know what I mean? It's nice. It is nice.
No, but you got to say James Jones and the bloody tortoise though on the floor.
And the tortoise.
When the hand goes up, bro, I'm done.
You know what? Reanimator. I want to know, how do you sort of like work out which animal fits which? Because you got Khan to the T in it, a big bloody whale in a ballet suit.
Hey!
Him perfect, yeah. Some confused transgender, but anyway. So when it comes to Ultra again, like you've got like I looked at it and I thought a dog, but the way that the dog moves and the type of face, and I'm like, yeah, that's Ultra. Like, come on. And then again, the lion that was Witness. Oh my god, that is hilarious. That is
no. Did you see what he did for Dave Smith, the baboon? Oh my god,
yeah.
I was in tears.
I'm not laughing.
I was in tears. Oh my lord. I was in tears.
Oh look, Nani for the butterfly, like that's funny as well. Still, Nani, look at Nani. Like a beautiful butterfly, yeah, isn't it? That's so true. That's so true. Oh my gosh, who else is on there? Who else is there?
Fucking Lady Divine is a zebra. Lady Divine is a zebra. Fucking hell. Who else is there? Oh, that son of a bitch took my space.
Who's that?
Look at this. Sorry.
Sorry, I've got to go. I'll put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. I'll be back soon. Big up.
Yo, so Orthodox Mark, big up, Issa. Take time and relax, and everything's gonna work out. So, other brother Mo, what's the bizzle?
Not much. I'm about to jump off myself. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to come on and clarify a couple of things from my position and whatnot, because I heard I heard the same thing you heard. You know what I'm saying? Like the way you heard it, and so I still got the same bad taste in my mouth. But again, to be fair, I think my brother was just saying stuff off the top of his head, and I think if he was really to reanalyze it, he would definitely, or he would most likely specify it a bit more. You know what I'm saying? Put more nuance to it. And if he didn't, we'd have to talk.
I'm saying to myself, like, fucking hell, like, because remember, for me, when he said assassinate his character, it's like, that's not what I'm doing.
Yeah, that plays to a whole another thing that, you know what I'm saying, that again, I'm not going to touch that side because I'm not trying to get to the personal side, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've seen a pattern with that to where, like, it just is what it is. There's a million things I could say about it. I'm just gonna leave it where it's at.
Yeah, no. Say no more. Say no more. But it's just. I was just like in my head. I was like, these words left a bad taste in my mouth, and then he went on to say other things. But you know what? Fuck it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It is what it is. It is what it is.
It's as simple as this. Some people have a religious justified slavery, and some people don't. And it can be for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason. And this is where I agree with Witness. At this juncture, it's all up to interpretation because you got a bag of people on all sides saying different things. So
yeah. It's interesting as well. Do you know what the funny thing is? In fact, if you just put respect aside for a second, it'd be interesting to know if anybody else feels like slavery was a test, and if so, who passed? That's a question of the day for tomorrow. It's gotta be. In fact, I'm sure we've done this one before. I'm sure we've done it before, but do you know why? It's because it's interesting to get behind the mindset of somebody who says or genuinely thinks that.
So I'm hoping my man meant like, and I'm hoping this right in the sense to where like when he said bow down to the slave master, he's talking about like the people like when Harriet Tubman came through, they was like, nah, we're gonna stay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that's what he meant, right? But if not, like if it's just cut and dry, like black and white, like either you stood up against man or you didn't, like, nah, it's really not that simple though, B.
It's not.
It's really not that simple, you know what I'm saying? Like not everybody was in the Nat Turner situation. Not everybody was in the Haiti situation. First of all, like, there was a bunch of uprisings, yeah. But like at the same point in time, after a certain period of time, they got really good at systematically making it for like those uprisings couldn't happen like that.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
Man like Willie Lynch and all them pussies
got
fucking certain systems in place where we were fucking essentially making ourselves perpetual slaves. You know what I mean?
On top of that, though, like it got to the point where like, they weren't having like mass plantations anymore, to where like it was like where they could like a slave plantation could take over the owners or whatnot. No. Like they had to make sure like the numbers were a certain ratio to where like no, they could make sure they were in power with it. It wasn't as simple as you think. You know what I'm saying? You just overthrow the guy. Nah, man. Like there's logistics involved. Not only that, like let's say you fail. Like what's the repercussions of you failing? You know what I'm saying? Like who's going to pay the repercussions? There's so many variables. Yeah.
And variables. Yeah, because like if you run away and you come back and get your foot chopped off like Kunta Kinte, did you pass? Did you fail? Because I mean, imagine if you get your foot. Obviously, Kunta's a fictional character, but like you run away, you get catch, you get your foot cut off, you're traumatized, you're one-footed, and then you stay for the rest of your life, and then your kids. Did you fail?
Kunta Kinte is like the perfect example, right? Because if you look at the story of his life, at the end of the day, Chicken George was still Muslim a few generations later and whatnot, right? Like, so your man ran away, got his foot chopped off, but kept his culture intact. Was that a success or a failure? Did he pass or fail? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like that, like,
yeah, it'd be worth exploring the psychology behind these statements, because I don't know, it's weird, bro. Weird, bro.
Hey, Vel, Easter's talking. Easter Free Pony somebody wants to come on. Yeah, the slavery conversation is a it's always gonna be a third rail, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'll say this, and anybody who got emotion on this in terms of like they're sensitive about it, like I got no issue with that. Like you're cool with me on that. Like I got, like, for real. Like I got sensitivities about it. You know what I'm saying? I can understand. And particularly when it comes to like someone, if if you're doing any kind of what sounds like apologetics for your religion, like this is where I got no issue with. I need to talk about like, so are you Muslim first or are you black first? You know what I'm saying? I got no issue with that question. I'm gonna caveat the answer. You know what I'm saying? 100%. But at the same point in time, I got no issue with the question because historically speaking, you got people like once they become Muslim and whatnot, they could start apologizing for things that just makes them sound crazy to the fam. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of stuff's got to get weeded out too. But like at the same point in time, just understand what that is too. That's people that are latching onto a culture. You know what I'm saying? And then they're putting another culture above what may be theirs, but they don't have anything to attach to yet. So they're just sticking to that thing.
Yo, my brothers, peace.
Yeah.
Peace, brother. How you living?
Yeah.
Good, man. So I just wanted.
We got both Easters on at the same time, you know.
Yeah.
No,
Is that,
oh shit.
Is that funky? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Do you know what, Issa? Do you know what's funny?
What's good?
I've actually spoken to you in the park.
I know you said this still, but I can't even put the voice to the face still. So.
Oh no! Do you know why? Because I wasn't important enough. I actually didn't like add much.
Bro, are you gonna say you weren't important?
At the time,
bro? You're important as you think you are, bro.
No. At the time, because remember, I was nothing at the time, and now I'm like on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm like a level 2 now. Yeah. Yo, so Issa, what's your take on this whole thing?
Yo, so yeah, I just wanted to weigh in still. I'm not 100% sure as to the context of which Raspect mentioned the test thing, but I was a little bit intrigued as to where you guys' minds went with it, as to where my mind goes with it when I hear it. But maybe that's my Abrahamic bias, right? So
yeah, but that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Part of me in it. I can't really get rid of that. To be honest. So.
No, and to be honest with you, listen, we all know, that there's certain aspects of our life that shape our thinking, our thought processes, and that's all fine. But for me, like remember, not being of the Abraham. In fact, I don't even think it's got anything to do with faith, because it's like if all right, let me ask you, Issa. Do you think the Arabic slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade was a test? In any context, is that a thing?
Yes, it is.
Wait, who's it a test? Who's it a test for?
Right. So let me give you the backdrop as to why I say yes, because it's part of a wider thing, right?
Okay.
Islamically speaking, everything that human beings go through is a test for them. So that's anything, right? And then it brings me to certain verses, which is why when I heard from Raspect that slavery is a test, what I hear from Raspect is saying, like, despite how despicable and horrid it is, right? There's still an interaction going on between the man going through that process of slavery and his creator, in the sense of his creator is putting him to trial. Right, and that trial manifests itself in so many different ways, as we know of, via whether it be Atlantic slave trade or Arab slave trade or any other servitude or slave trade or serfdom that's ever happened. Allah says in the Quran, right? I'm going to read the verse. He says, وَنَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ. He says, and we will surely test you with something of fear, hunger, and loss of wealth and lives and fruits, but give good tidings to the patient. الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. Those people who, when disaster strikes them, they say, indeed we belong to Allah, and indeed to Him we will return. أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ صَلَوَاتٌ مِّن رَّبِّهِمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُهْتَدُونَ. Those are the ones upon whom there are blessings from their Lord and mercy, and it is those who are rightly guided, right? So, from a Quranic context, right, you can see what's unfolded, or I believe that what I can see from what's unfolded in African people and whoever's gone through any sort of slave trade, is that there is this test of, are they going to be cognizant? Are they going to still remain or maintain that relationship with their creator whilst they're going through all those hardships, or are they going to abandon it?
All right, pause. Just pause there for a second.
Yeah.
I want to challenge that, right? Let me tell you why. Because, again, and please understand that for me, this is never an ego thing, because I will concede 1,000,000% that I might very well have a comprehension problem, right? But from what I heard, the reason why I don't like what you said, now whether it's true or not, I'm going to take, the reason why I don't like it is because it's minimizing and it's kind of downplaying the actual horror that our ancestors had to go through. Now, if you're saying they had to go through it for a test to see if they'd remain faithful, I can't lie, bro. That's monstrous.
That's not my narrative, Ultra.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying,
like I said, I was willing to concede that it might be my problem. I did say that right from the off.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
But it felt like you saying, because the parts that stuck out to me were like, during these hard times, are they going to remain loyal or faithful to the creator?
Are they going to maintain that relationship with their creator?
That's it. Yeah. Now, now, Issa, I'm going to put this on you. Yeah. If you was being raped daily, no, that's a bit, that's too much. If you was being raped weekly, beaten, downtrodden, dehumanized, whipped, certain parts of your body amputated, with no anesthetic, with a fucking blunt axe, and you had to witness the women being subjugated, raped, beaten, lynched, fucking abused and shaven and tortured. Could you and then it's not just happening to you, it's happening to everyone around you who looks the same as you, and it doesn't just happen to you and everyone around you, but it happens to your children. And right, could you honestly say that is a good test of faith?
No, I'm not saying there's no such thing as a good test and a bad test. Like, it's all, obviously those things that you mentioned are all evil things.
Yeah.
Right? But at least from an Islamic paradigm, right, the Muslim understands that he's going to be tried, with good things and bad things, right? I'm not at any corner trying to downplay that. That's crazy. Like, who could ever say that they could downplay the continual rape and mutilation and torture of a said people for however many hundreds of years? Like, so I'm working. So
that's cool, bro. Cool.
Yeah. So I'm not downplaying it. What I'm just saying is there is this backdrop of it being okay. So if you think of it from a paradigm of, if the test bit was removed from it, these people don't have a way out. For me, I see Allah talking about it, the fact that it's a test, as a hope and a light at the end of the tunnel, right, for whatever you might go through. So whatever you're going through is not in vain.
Yeah, but what would our ancestors who were enslaved, what was the reward for their capture and abuse and torture? What was the reward?
So we're talking about hereafter and afterlife now, which obviously you don't subscribe to.
Yeah, see, that is an immediate contention, and I'm sure you can understand why.
You have to admit it's going to be, because you don't subscribe to that portion.
No, but wait, hold on a second. All right, I'm going to be charitable. Let's say, for the sake of the argument, I believe in an afterlife, a heaven and a hell. All right, fuck it. For the sake of the argument, let's go. Let's do it. I would still maintain my position and say it's fuckery and it's immoral.
What you mean? The actual slave trade is immoral.
Yes, and this test is the test that I have a problem with, because, like I said,
I think you're misunderstanding what the meaning of test is. Bro.
Oh, maybe I am. Remember, I said from the off, it might be my comprehension. Explain to me in your
there's
words
a context
what a
here. There's a context here, because, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Ultra. Like, wasn't it stipulated that the test was for the slave master to free the slave, and the test was for the slave to overthrow the slave master?
Yes, I believe that's correct. I believe that's correct.
So that's a little bit different than specifically. That's a little bit different than life is just a test and adversity is a test, right?
Whose words were that?
That's what Respect said to me.
So he said that verbatim, yeah? What did he say? He said that the test is...
Yeah, do you know what? Verbatim, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Like, the truth is, I don't want to mischaracterize it because I've done it before. I've made a mistake before and I had to issue a public apology. Hashtag Samaya. I had to apologize. Yeah. So what I would ask you to listen to it yourself, and then that way you don't have to take my word for it. But
fair enough.
He basically said, basically the slave master's test was to free the slaves, and the slave's test was to rise up against the slave masters, right? And remember, that's not my contention. My contention is, if what you're saying is a thing, then what about the people that didn't pass the test? Like, by your criteria, what about?
I hear you, but is Respect, yeah? Is he saying that is the only test? Because there could be that.
I couldn't tell you what because he didn't say other things elaborate off like that. So I can't make an assumption. But
so could we? I mean, are we okay, or is it criminal to suggest, yeah, that it would be a test of morality and goodwill and good morals, yeah, for a person who previously, maybe out of bad judgment, had a slave, right, and released that slave, and then would we contend, right?
If it was a singular slave, yeah. If it was a singular slave, yeah. But you have to remember, I'm talking about specifically the Arabic slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. Specifically, those two examples, and remember, essentially, those are the examples that we were talking about. So you keep it within that paradigm. And I would say, like, let's be real about this. It's not even like we have to guess. If you ran away or you tried to leave the plantation without permission, if you were caught, it was met with extreme consequences, right? So essentially, it didn't even make fucking sense leaving, and that means they mind fucked us. It wasn't even the physical abuse. I mean, obviously the physical abuse was used as a means to understand that, listen, don't fuck with me, but they mind fucked us. So that's why for hundreds of years you would be born into slavery, and for you it's normal. And then for you to be born into that as an innocent person, and then to pass away as a slave, like for me, and then to have someone say it's a test or anything even like that, for me it's dangerous. It minimizes the plight of our people. And I'm like I said, I'm sure. Well, no, I'm willing to concede that this just could be my stupid level of thinking, but I can't get my mind into a place where saying something like that is even like how you even justify something like that. Like, because essentially what you're gonna tell me then is,
I don't think it's being used as a justification of slavery, though. I don't think that's what it's being used for. I think what is coming from, like, for at least from me, if I was the one who was mentioning a statement like that, this is the angle I've presented to you, is where I'd be coming from. The fact that these people have been tested with a trial, with a bad experience, right? And the trial, like, just depends on how they react to that, right? Can either elevate them or elevate them or debase them.
Sorry, sir. I just had to go and do something for a few minutes. Yeah, welcome to the panel again. Sorry, just in case you missed the context, it was Veli apparently said something basically, why didn't Allah? Because their whole point is Allah banned pork clearly in the Quran. So why did he clearly ban this, and why did he ban slavery?
Yeah.
So then your brethren said, what do you mean ban slavery, fam? Slavery's a test from Allah, something like that. And I think then they started talking over each other and all them thing there. So the issue was, like, my point was I wanted to not focus on the individual who said it in that sense, but I'm saying because this is coming up all the time and it's going to come up in any Black Power community, yeah? Right? Who specifically us, because we're more hard and fast to the letter of the Quran and the Hadith, right? Whereas the Christian, they can just wave the whole Bible and say it doesn't matter about the Bible, it's the Holy Spirit. We can't do that, yeah? So it's true, they do it all the time. Every time I refute them, the Holy Spirit is what matters and all that. So I'm saying with us who are standing fast on these principles, any pro-Black people, it's gonna come up, and I'm saying it needs to be dealt with. So we need to go through it properly. And to be honest, Veli, let's leave Veli out of the argument. James Jones really messed up today, but it's kind of like, you know, where people are atheists and they're taking it for joke sometime, yeah, which is fine because you expect that on this channel. That's not the problem. I'm saying because it's a subject which is serious to us as Black people, yeah, and it can characterize people as sellout and whatever else. I think it should be approached slightly differently. Do you get me? Especially if somebody says I'm pro-Black and I'm Muslim and I'm Christian or Hebrew Israelite, whatever it is, then I think you should listen to their angle. Because what they've been trying to do is this. Where it's put to them that Islam says this is what we call slavery or servitude under these circumstances, under these rules. They're then saying, but look at the evidence. So you said all these people that done this were wrong, right? And even if you say they're wrong, it's still mashing you together. Do you get me? And no matter, you'll say they'll agree for that sentence, and then as the argument goes on, all of a sudden they're bringing the same thing they agreed that you separated from back into the argument to argue back against you. And that's what's been going on and on and on and on and on.
No,
so
I haven't done that.
Not you. So Veli, James Jones, Dark Magician. I'm not sure if Rob was doing that, but there's been a few others. It's like they're basically coming off Rob and Dark.
I don't want to hear nothing from no Dark Magician or no Rob either. They're not in no position to be talking nothing.
But what the problem is that them lot sort of they feed arguments and them lot use it or reword it and bring it back to us. So I'm saying my thing was to refute their gods, innit? You get me? So when you look at what's it called, Stargate, and they press the button and the image of their gods come off and they will realize they're human beings, innit? So when these people think that Rob and them man they chat something, and he said it, and they just follow, innit? So it's a thing where it's intertwined with religious belief and how you express what you're talking about if you know what you're talking about. You get me? So certain religious people will say something, but are they expressing themselves properly? But for me, it's like, obviously I have big differences with you all in it. Me and Brother Moore have differences with you all. But I'm saying even then, are they being is their argument being mischaracterized with what they're saying? Like, I gave a distinction between certain Sunnis who are not interested in Black power, they're not interested in our Black liberation. I'm more concerned about them. Because I'm saying with your brethren, these lot here, and you can, let's say he got it wrong, you can reason with him and give him some stepping stones to the right way. Do you get what I'm saying? But with them, there's no color in Islam. You know the score already. They don't want to hear none of that unless Sheikh so and so said the thing. So you know go you're bringing racism, There's no race in Islam, etc. So, but I'm saying the conversation needs to happen. You've seen the YouTube conversation amongst Black Muslims. You see it, even Somali saying, "Are we Black? Are we not?" All this stuff is coming up, and I'm saying we can't be staying over in different camps amongst and throwing mud and have civilized, organized conversation and bring the thing to the forefront. Do you get me?
I agree. That's
So But you need. I think Issa, you need to free up the time.
But that's what we're doing now.
No. I'm saying
you're all of different schools of thought. You got an atheist and an African spiritualist, and we're having a fucking decent conversation. You know what I'm saying? And I think, if I'm honest with you, conversations like this need to be had, because if you're not clear on something, it's important to bring it to the fore, because, like I said, in my subjective opinion, for saying slavery, specifically the Arab slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, those two examples specifically, saying that's a test, the Holocaust, what the Jews, whether you believe it or not, fuck's sake, that's where we are now, right? Saying that type of thing, what happened to the Native Americans, what happened to the Aborigines? If we're saying that this type of death and murder and rape and dehumanization and robbing and raping and stealing, and if that's a test, the person, the entity, the being responsible for setting the parameters of these tests has to be a monster, because to put somebody through hundreds of years of inescapable fucking torture is heinous. It just is, and that's not my opinion. That's what it is. And I would ask anyone who might disagree with me, let's put on the veil of ignorance, right? We're in a room, it's pitch black, you and one other person. One person is being raped and the other person is doing the raping. Would you want to be in that room? Or would you want to be one of the two people in that room? If the answer is no, which, to be fair, if you're a fucking decent human being and not a massive cunt, the answer is no, I don't want to be even one of those two people in that room. And that's the right order, because we know it's wrong. It's heinous. It's a violation. And we're just talking about rape. We're talking about continuous perpetual rape. Hangings, lynchings, mutilations, no freedom, no fucking sign of hope for hundreds of years. And how can anybody say with a functioning brain and a heart, like, say it's a test and mean it? Because anyone, like, I would then go on to say, I tell you what you do: submit yourself to weekly summary rapings, and then after like 3 years of that, come and tell me it's a test and it's all worth it. It's not, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Ultra, you do have to bear in mind though, yeah, you are using two specific forms of slavery, right? And kind of pinning everything down to those two examples. Slavery.
No, only because that was the context of the conversation.
Right. So right. So it's been from the context of the conversation, we are sort of putting two and two together and saying that it was specifically for those two heinous.
Those two examples given, and that's the type of slavery they were talking about. So, for instance, if they gave prison for profit slavery as an example, then it would have been, but that wasn't what they were talking about at the time. So that's where I say, from the perspective of Ultra anyway, of anyone, I feel it needs to be discussed. You get me? And more.
That's a point of clarification that needs to be made. Like,
but I think, to be honest, from maybe not from your perspective, I don't know how far you've come in your studies, but from, let's say, the general Orthodox, I don't think there's going to be much moving and remaining Orthodox. You're going to have to jump ship off that thing. Because I'm saying, in general, a lot of them believe in predestination, and they're having this thing of basically it's a test, innit? The thing, the pen's been written and all of that type of talk, yeah? So,
but I don't even know if that's orthodoxy though, because that sounds a little bit like compulsion, Jabariya, and I don't even know. We're talking about pen being dried, and it's I don't know. I don't know.
But even if you move that, the concept of test and everything being a test from that paradigm, because you've put a load of different nuances on it or different factors to it. But what was mentioned, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, because what was being elaborated on, Ultra got me to find the thing, and I played it, and what he said was there. I don't know. I don't agree with the context. And that's it. So,
okay, but from the context, of I don't really like the term, but I'll use it anyway. From the context of an Abrahamic, right? Do you have anything against slavery. Like in terms, I don't even want
You've been missing what happened this morning.
I'm going to step away from the term slavery, and I'm going to ask you regarding: do you believe that it's permissible, for you to have another human being under bondage beneath you as somebody who's a follower of the Abrahamic faith?
You know what? I'll be honest, it's not something I looked into for a long time, but me by myself, I would think if I did not, there's something wrong with me. So I gave an example of the ISIS people. So if we rolled up on there and I captured them, they're cleaning my rims, bro. They're washing my car. I'll tell you, they're digging up everything. Yeah, man, they're building everything, bro. Carrying bricks, the whole lot. So, and this is the thing I said last time, and whoever gets in my way, like, because I put them, I said, if you weren't enslaved, so we're coming from England or Caribbean or whatever, Nanifa, I gave the example to all of these here, right? And I said, you now got an army behind you. The people that are enslaved are foreign African spirituality, and they say under their tradition of African spirituality, they're allowed to enslave, and that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
And they said, no. So I'm saying you're now going against them, and now they've got a problem with you because you won't let them practice their religion of the people that just finished messing them up. But you're coming with your Western mindset, telling them what to do. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm like, what? So now they got beef with you, and now you're going to end up warring with them. It's like, come on now. Do you get me? So I was like, okay, this is where these lot are getting a bit contradictory and ridiculous. To be honest, it's getting a bit retarded. Because what I said before, a couple of weeks ago, was that if you get in my way too, I was a bit heated. If I want to enslave them, if you get in my way to try and stop me, you go and enslave them too. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what, because I'm saying, how can you see them pouring plastic on our people's eyes and rear to tear, and they have a choice? They said, look, I want to use this person to do this, and you're going to tell them, no, I don't get it. Like, you can't tell me after that. You're mad, bro. Do you get my point? So, and they didn't want to hear it. I told James Jones before, and he came on today. I didn't even call his name still, but do you know what I mean? I've made it clear my position, and I've noticed in certain people want to muddy the waters. When you say something clear and direct, they didn't want to say they want to spread your words over to everything else.
Yeah.
And then spread that further.
The example would have been more viable if there was an actual African spiritual system that was being referred to, and this idea. One second, this idea of enslavement under those circumstances could be validated by it. And so, if you're talking about a shot in the dark hypothetical situation, any number of answers could be given for a question like that. Because the reality is that facilitating a system of slavery within a society, even in the pursuit of justice, can have negative impacts in the long run for the society. And so I think that it wouldn't be negative to take those things into consideration in terms of having conversations with our people, and which is essentially the point I tried to make, in the sense of the fact that if we're talking about reparations in the sense of justice, then this is something that I'd be open to. The idea of just wanton slavery, I would not be open to that under any circumstances, because of the fact that, not because of the invaders and the enslavers, but because of what society are we trying to create around here.
Did anyone say wanton slavery though?
But
that's what I'm saying. But when you just say slavery, then we have to, which is what I said. So we define what you mean by slavery.
I said any the nicest slavery that you lot can put in there. That's what
I'm saying to you. For me, it's not about the nicest slavery. For me, the only question is, to what extent is this justice? Yeah, and is this just? And if and the point at which it becomes unjust is the point at which I'm not on it. Yeah. And again, so again,
at what point does it become unjust?
This is what I'm trying to say. So if we're saying we have been robbed of these things, yeah, and you come and destroy these things, and now you are responsible for rebuilding these things that you have destroyed, justice, yeah.
Right.
The idea now, but again, as I said before, that if you have children, they're not enslaved, yeah. What's it called? And we may have different ways of dealing with them, so that they may have to get sent home so or whatever. I don't know, right? But that's one thing. The idea of, like, you know, the like certain levels of brutality, because it takes it does something to people when, you know, you inflict certain levels of brutality on other people in it. And I'd be concerned about, again, my own people and our own mental state and the society that we're creating, if that makes sense. And so the idea of slavery just for revenge, I would check definitely. You know what I'm saying? Because in our hearts and our minds, we got rebuilding to do. If we're focused on revenge, I would imagine that it's going to affect our capacity to actually rebuild something for our generation.
Have you ever known any people to enslave another people just purely out of revenge?
No, because generally speaking, people that are enslaved are in power positions. They're not necessarily coming out of
serving a purpose.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So no, so I've not seen that. But what I'm saying is that if given the hypothetical situation that was presented, there are questions that would arise for me. This is the only point I'm making. In terms of
you say not out of revenge, and I agree with that, because obviously when I was saying there's certain things, let's say I don't like in Islam, I'm thinking like, so let me get this correct. You just had man enslaving me or whatever else, or whatever in a war, for instance, and the Prophet said once you got your captive, you have to walk with them in equal, like right beside you. Don't mistreat them. You got to feed them your food. And I'm thinking, what, man just tried to kill me, and I've got to feed you the same food I'm eating, like. Do you know what I'm saying? So when I said there's certain things, there's certain standards we've got to live up to, and I'm just saying I would only do it because the Prophet said so, and that's it. Do you get what I'm saying? But when I was talking about the slavery over there in Libya, I'm saying that the point is you have to take into account their feelings and also the compensation. Do you get me? So I don't think it's fair to just say, you know what, that's done. Let's draw a line there, and they're just going to build this.
Yeah, but I wouldn't suggest that at all. Like I said to you, if I'm rising up, everything dead. Yeah, I'm not like.
No, Chakra.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
He's trying to finesse you, man.
Yeah, man knows, bro. Man knows. The finesse is the You know what though? Sorry, very, but you lot missed like a while ago. Yeah, man tried to what's it called? Tried to finesse Mr. Frimpong into Shia though. Still, like it was slick, but I caught it. I can't lie, I caught it still.
What? I missed
it. Man said, yeah, because you can't change the ticket now. So at some point, it's got to come out of that. It's got to come out of that.
Hold on. He's out of that already. That's what I'm saying. So I was talking about them, yeah, because he's out of it already. So what that means is the scholar thing where people, because that's what I was referring to. Those people that exclusively like scholar said, etc. That's where they are. Right, so they're getting the moldy crumbs from the table. I'm saying Issa's already out of that now, so he can relate to that because he used to follow the scholar thing.
Okay, you get me? So yeah, saying, am I supposed to go tell it on the mountain? Yeah.
Yeah, boy, there you go. Yes. In fact, yes. Yeah. Come with it, Velly.
Yeah, got it.
No. I got to go in about 5 minutes or less. But go ahead. I'm here for you. You come on the line. I assume to try and.
Let me come through. Yeah. Let me show you what I used to try to finesse, man. Yeah, this is the finesse that he tried to drop. Yeah, he said, James said to him, "Yo, you agree with a certain certain type of slavery?" Yeah, and he said, "No, I don't." Yeah, but the previous conversation we had, yeah, he put a position to us. Yeah, this is where this Kilimal and Dunn come from. Yeah, so. Me and East is in Jamaica and our families are there or whatever, yeah, we're on the beach and so. And I don't know, it's at the time of no laws or whatever, yeah, there's no written laws or whatever, yeah. He's like, bro, and then Taliban rolled up on the beach and come and try and kidnap you. Like, what would you do? I'm like, what, fuck, you kill them all, innit? Like, kill them all and done, you get me? Yeah?
I didn't say that.
East is like, yeah, well, I will take, like, some of, like, prisoners of war or whatever. You get me? Like the slave captains or the you know how you can do it in Islam, you can have man as prisoners of war and as your servants and shit. You get me? Yeah, so their man's going on some long 2-hour dancing mission, probably even longer. To end up saying, yeah, I did say I agree with one term of slavery, that like only that revenge slavery.
You what? Only what?
Yes. You only agree with the revenge slavery.
No, bro. I didn't. The example I gave, yeah. So, for instance, captive of war. Obviously, that's part of it. But I'm saying the example I'm giving is where you have people current. So we don't know much about invasions and stuff like that. So that will more relate to history in it. But I'm saying where we actually have a slave market right now of our people, I'm trying to bring something more that, you know, you got YouTube video and you got their fatwas, and remember, because they gave all kind of speech and all kind of thing like that. So all I was saying was the example there, those people there, yeah. How would you deal with that situation? And yeah, your guy James, brother, he done some. He was, I don't even know what happened to him. He wouldn't let me talk to Danifa. He wouldn't let me talk to Shakara. He was proper triggered. Like, I feel sorry for him.
That's why. Because all you needed to do was say, yeah, you did agree with that, with taking slaves to prisoners of war.
Bro, but it's not prisoner. It's not a war. That's, bro. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Yeah, it wasn't prisoners of war. We're talking about, yeah, specifically these people in Libya. You've come over. You've separated the two because they've accepted that they can't fight you. You come over, big military might. You're the president. On one side, you got the enslavers. The other side, those who are enslaved. They belong to the African spiritual system. Yes, the people of the African spiritual system said, we want to enslave them. I said the weakest form of slavery you want to put is what they're asking for. Are you going to give them that or not? Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, simple as that. So James Jones knew that was it for him, and then started buffling and doing all kind of things, especially if it comes to Shakara.
Listen, Isa, you're making a whole different conversation here, because that situation is what you put to Shakara and Naifa. Yeah, and then you put that to James after. The original part, yeah, where you started dancing and then the disco shit, yeah, was when man asked you about, when man said about do you agree with slavery, and that was to do with the original conversation between me and you, Kid Lamal and Dunn. You get me? So
no. You see, you even got that wrong.
That was
No. Stop. This is the problem, yeah. Where if we're talking about something, so you hear me say no. But that might have been to what he said just before what someone else said. I'm saying, if I've already said to you, if the conversation I'm saying to you, that my point is that we should enslave ISIS, then how can you then ask me afterwards, do you agree with slavery? I've just said to you, he done it 2 or 3 times.
No, that was, listen, he made a point, yeah, that you agree with a certain form of slavery. Not you agree with all slavery. You agree with a certain form of slavery, which the point to that is that if you agree with one form of slavery, it opens the door for the other form of slavery. Yeah, but that's a different point. Yeah. But the point that was being made was that you agree with one form. That's
right. Maybe I misheard him then, because that's obvious, isn't it? And that's what I'm saying. If I'm giving these 2 examples all the time, and my point is to pin you down for you to say why, because you said you personally. You would do that. So then I put it in the hands of other people who have actually been enslaved. And if you would take their rights away from them when they've said they would like to enslave them based upon how they've been treated, to see whether you're just or not. Do you get me? Because if you're going to take away their rights, that's within their tradition. On what basis you're going to do that? Do you get me? And James knew where that was going. That's why he had to keep trying to cut me and this is this and this is long and because he knew it was over. You get me? And I don't know why. It's just a conversation, isn't it? So yeah. If that's the case, I must have misheard him, because there's no way, you know what I mean, you're gonna ask me that and I'm gonna say I don't, because I do, and I've said that all the time from the beginning. So
yeah, that's what even our Shaka, he was here from the start, Shaq. Is that not what James's original question to Issa was? Like our original statement to Issa was that he disagreed with. That he agrees with.
That's what he said. Yeah, that's
but this, how can that even make
a bridge? No, because he was trying to get at man, and he got in relation to. And the first thing he said was about but Issa agrees with non-black rule or something like that, and then he went into the slavery thing.
No, not that. All right, I think I'm getting. He was saying that was it. No, I think he was trying to bring in. That's it. He brought in another scenario. That was it. He brought in all of this other things to do with tests and all of that. Yeah. So when he done that, my point was, no, stop with your foolishness, yeah? I'm talking specifically what I've given you, no religious thing, my mind versus your mind, my perspective versus yours. And when I put that on the table, he's running like some little blasted chicken or tortoise or whatever he is. You get what I'm saying? Weirdo.
But you don't listen. It's a simple answer.
Wait, I thought you were the chicken, Issa. Well done.
No, I'm the cockerel, bruv. I'm the cockerel, bruv. Get it right.
All right.
And a black one, yeah? So, exactly. You know what's mad, yeah? A black what?
Cockerel.
Anyway, pause.
You get me?
Pause.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Say the whole word, bro. Don't shorten the word, bro. Fine, bro. That's it. Bro, anyway, I won't even get
during them time,
yeah. Nothing wrong with that, bro. You and the Bulldogs. Police? Are you a police bulldog? Like, anyway, all right.
Security.
Oh, security. Security. Hey, but you're behind the bars. You're locked up. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, man. I'm outside the yard. Like, you know when the man they move past the yard and the dog's barking. Like, everyone that goes past the fence. Oh!
Got you. I didn't even see the background still. Yeah. So I don't even know how far in the conversation you got with Issa still. So Issa, what are you gonna make more regular occurrences?
I don't know if I can really. I don't know. I've been told to not really bless the D block like this still. So I don't even know still.
This is the thing, yeah. If you think about it, you as a Christian, yeah. And they said, here comes a man, a wine drinker and a drunkard or bibber or whatever it was, yeah, hanging around with sinners and prostitutes and so on. So obviously, yeah, and that's something we agree with, because the Prophet, peace on him, he went out to those people that believed in shirk, innit? He went to the village and they stoned him, all kind of thing. So obviously, you're over there in other places. I'm not saying don't go there too. You get me? But obviously, you know, people have to know your experience. I believe personally, you know what I mean? Your journey is something people need to know about. You get me? You've got a lot more.
Issa, don't worry about Jordan, man. He'll be all right, man. You get me? He'll be all right, man.
Jordan.
Hey, Jordan. Don't chat about Jordan, man.
I'm missing that. What's going on? What's that? I'm missing it.
Jordan's boycotted everything, innit, man? So,
okay.
At least his boycott lasted longer than Big Arsenal, then, man. There you go.
No. In all honesty, I'm only someone who jumps on when I feel like I can maybe add something of benefit. And other than that,
good. So, like differently, like I'm saying, yeah. If everyone that can add to the conversation is welcome to jump on and add to the conversation in it, on either for or against whatever argument in it, like so. And it's not like a platform like ours. We all have to agree with. You have to agree with my points. Oh, she's not coming on. No. If you're going to be adding, yeah. If you know what I'm saying, like,
yeah, I hear you.
If you've got something to challenge, then it's going to make the conversation worth listening to. I learn some shit as well while I'm listening as well. So,
yeah, no, definitely.
What I'm saying is that because this is such an emotional and touchy subject, and so are some others here, especially in the world we're living now, because a lot of this relates to things that are going on in the street, innit? Yeah, I don't know if you lot see that Tommy Robinson was hanging with Hartoon and some next to you on yeah. So I'm saying, look at what's happening. Do you get what I'm saying? Things are rearing up, because I've always been saying.
It's even the next thing. You know about you know a youth called Hypo.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see Hypo having to apologize and and that's what I'm saying, bro. People are gonna get their backs up because these conversations and people like Issa are not making his word known. Like, he's not bringing out that opinion, and a lot of ignorant opinions are coming out. Do you get me? And
I let man know that thing there was a big misunderstanding still.
Yeah. I heard that. Yeah, that was.
The brother was clear. It was a big misunderstanding, but at the same time, he had a valid point still. I can't really get mad at people and then and throw slurs and that, but like your own house has got something in it where you're not even addressing it. Nah, I get it. I understand. So I wasn't even mad at the brother, to be honest.
But let's say for here, this is a speaker's corner community, innit? Yeah. So you're a speaker that's down there. And I'm saying, if there's a lot of things that need to be clarified, I suggest, you know, that you should be available as much as possible, if you can, obviously, to be there to answer questions and elaborate, because people generally know two sides, innit? My side, or three sides: my side, Quranic side, and the general Sunni side. But I'm saying, despite you're a Sunni, you have a whole different narrative that I think they've never heard. They've heard the Quranics, they've heard the Shia, they've heard and seen the Sunni to pieces, but they haven't heard yours, which is, how many Dahri are there on the planet? Like,
not many.
That's what I'm saying. So this
is we need more Sunnis.
No, Dahri. If you watch certain channels here, blood, it's hilarious. Like the way that certain Sunnis are doing with certain Sunnis. Anyway,
explain this thing to me though. What's Dahri?
Ooh.
So Dahri is just. Do you know what? I'm actually starting to dislike these terms. Like if I'm real with you, there's just too many of them out there, and it causes enough confusion. But Zahiriyya, in Arabic, the word Zahir is that which is apparent, right? That which is appear, that's plain to see,
or manifest.
Yeah. So
okay.
So the origin of the Zahiriyya, right, is taking the text at what is there, taking it on face value, and not reading too much into it or trying to extrapolate mad rulings from it. Right. On the basis of what the Prophet ﷺ left for us, right, for the most part is clear. And so we don't really need people to go in too much to actually explain away what's already been done. You might say, okay, then what's the need for scholars, right? There's still a need for scholars in that the proofs of Islam need to be understood in its totality. So the job of the scholars is to show us the text in its totality, right? And then show us the principles that we use to extract the ruling. Unfortunately, instead of taking the principles in which they used to extract the rulings, what we're taking is their actual opinions, what they arrive at, right? Which sometimes is correct and sometimes is not. The only person, Islamically speaking, or the only two beings, Islamically speaking, which are of authorities, are Allah and His Messenger. Mm-hmm. So that means that not even Abu Bakr, because obviously Sunnis revere Abu Bakr, but Abu Bakr makes mistakes. Umar makes mistakes. Uthman makes mistakes. There's no one after the Messenger of Allah, and I'm talking in terms of message-wise as well, because the Prophet himself, peace be upon him, said his sins, past and future, have been forgiven. So I can't really go down the line of saying he's perfect in that aspect. But in terms of like the message itself, Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is perfect in his dissemination of it. So basically, the Zahiris act on the reports, right? And they basically sidestep all the little ad libs that people add to stuff.
So would that relate to this verse then that speaks about those who take what is apparent and those who take, so there's clear verses and there's unclear verses, and those who there are those who cling to the unclear ones or something like that.
That would go in on a wider aspect. That is more for people who are deviated. So doesn't really speak to the approach of the Zahiris. It would speak to the approach of people who we would deem to be innovators, for example. People will go to verses which may be obscure and then try to derive rulings from obscure verses, whilst there are like plain clear verses for you to understand things by.
Point taken.
I would say it's slightly different than that, but one of the things I want to draw attention to is, would you agree, Isa, that the majority of, let's say, the Sunni world, I mean, we could say the Shia world as well, but let's deal with the Sunni world, has been disputing majorly over the opinions of scholars, not over the clear text of the Quran, not 100%, over the
100%. I can't tell you how frustrating it is. Facts. I can't tell you how frustrating it is that I will go and look for a ruling in the Quran, Google something, and then it will come up with such and such said. I want what Allah and His Messenger said.
Shaka, are you hearing this? This is what I've been telling you, bruv. Yeah.
No, you haven't, because to be fair, Isa, right? You've been telling me for months, that the Sunnis they don't take Quran first, and they take the Hadith. What's it called? These things, So I'm saying to you, but if I speak to them, they're gonna tell me that Quran trumps everything. It's Quran.
No, hold on.
I've not come across a Sunni that tells me that Hadith comes before Quran. It's never happened.
Bruv, listen to what I'm saying. I've been telling you that they follow tradition, and on top of that, the scholar opinion. I keep saying that, the opinion of the scholars. But anyway, but
that's never been in this view, Isa. That's never been in this.
No. I hear that. All I'm saying. Imagine the people that are researching. So let's say, I don't really want to call his name, but as an example, Shamsi, right? He's a scholar opinion follower.
Careful, you know. The man.
No. Because he's a public figure. As an example of someone who you lot believe is learned, right? I'm saying he does follow the opinions of these scholars. So I'm saying, imagine that's somebody who follows opinion after opinion. So imagine the people that don't study and tell you about Islam says this and Islam says that, and you lot run away with their opinion where they haven't even studied the opinion of the opinion of the opinion of scholars. And then you're judging Islam based upon their opinion of opinion. And I think,
can I share with you my perspective on scholarship here? Because I think one should be, of any schools of thought, one should be entitled to question their scholars, yeah. But I don't necessarily think that having a scholarship tradition is necessarily a negative thing. It just depends on the scholars, and you know what traditions they're following. I think that where Shabby is concerned, he's quite open about the fact that man follows the scholars, fam. like,
no, but you're missing the point, though.
It's more a thing from Shamsi's side. It's more a thing of not necessarily scholars following the Salaf, which is a certain a generation, an age of scholars. Like an old golden age of scholars and that is his thing. And they stick to his guns, and that's what they live and die by. So.
Yeah.
No, but no. What my point was.
Here's my thing, though, Issa. Yeah.
Let me just explain this. It's not a problem with having scholars. What I'm saying is as Issa already said, is that the scholar shows you the working. Do you get me? This Quranic guy with that. Rather than saying, here's the fatwa, bam, rolled it.
No, but this is the point, because when I hear, all right, so this is my, because I'm going to go into something that I don't usually go into, yeah. But this is when I hear the difference between scholars between the Sunni and the Shia, yeah. One thing that never makes sense to me, is this idea of if it's not in the Quran, yeah, because I'm saying that from a scholarship perspective, yeah. Because something. That is a religious kind of faith inclination. It's not a scholarship one, if that makes sense. Hear what I mean. Hear what I'm saying. Listen. You get it in a sec. Right? So because hadith are narrations of Muhammad's companions, yeah, their life.
This is the thing, and lots of Muslims don't understand as well. Yeah, let's differentiate, right? Hadith, are the sayings. Actions and tacit approvals of the Prophet. That's a hadith.
Right. That's
anything that doesn't fit that, is a different kind of narration, which are referred to as athar, as narration. Right. So you might get even though you find them in the same sources, that you will find athar in the books of Bukhari and stuff, but it don't have the same level as the hadith.
So in those books, are they differentiated between though?
It's differentiated between insofar as the person it goes back to is a companion, or it's the Prophet, or it's a tabi'i. So you have to identify the person at the start of the chain in order to assess this is a hadith, this is athar, or this is something other than that.
So and my point is that when you're dealing with scholarship and history and them kind of things, there are ways of validating information and invalidating information, and you go through that process. Whereas I understand the sensibility of if it goes against the Quran, throw it against the wall, I don't necessarily consider that to be a scholarly position, in the sense of the fact that it is possible, depending on your perspective, for things to go against the Quran, right? So in a sense, if someone so said that so did and said this, if it goes against the Quran, doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Is the point I'm making, right?
No. You're getting that wrong. It's the ruling. So if a hadith comes along and says that the Prophet did something that we know was not in his character, that's done. So if a hadith says, I don't want to say it, eating pork or whatever it was, if it's clearly at one point in time that they had chicken, they're breaking their fast, and they had chicken and lamb and so on, and they had a piece of pork, and the Prophet was sitting there watching them eat pork and didn't say nothing. That's flung. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying though, it makes sense. It makes more sense to me to have a criteria through which you approve or disapprove a thing, more than it just says, well, and if it don't allow me this. You know what I'm saying?
The Quran. This is my point. It's deeper. When you just say the Quran, the foundational criteria is the Quran as the basis. Yeah. So it's more detailed, etc. And then you will bring the hadith in, and you would have like a whole heap of criteria to look at it. And then you can say you use those foundational hadith and the Quran to then measure any other hadith to fall in line.
But you lot are saying that you don't go through all of that. It's just not the Sunni side, the Shia side. They're saying that they don't. You don't go through all this levels of verification. Like
Where are we doing?
The Quran, that's it. Yeah, like
that's a summing up. That's a small statement, isn't it? It's just that they might say authentication. That's one word, but within that process, there's a lot in there. That's what I'm saying. It makes things like the first. You got certain hadith that are clearly mash up. Yeah. So it don't matter what the chain of narration says.
Yeah, but that's the point. But from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but you bun up the chain of narration. You're not interested in no chain of narration.
I don't say that.
No, that's me. That's me.
Why no, I know you more. Your Quran is straight.
No. When I deal with hadith, I don't care about the chain of narration when I talk to people. I care about what you're talking about. Like, doesn't line up with the Quran or not, right? But that's based on the concept of the Quran saying it's the best hadith, right?
Right, but I'm saying that it's fine to do that from a religious perspective. But if we're talking about in the realms of scholarship,
historically speaking, we don't negate those offenses. So even if Abu Bakr had done something which went against the Quran, well, Abu Bakr did it. Like, we're not saying he didn't do it. We're just saying his action is not an example for us to follow.
All right, point taken.
So that's when they say throw my hadith against the wall. It's not to say dismiss it. What it's to say is my opinion has no bearing over what is the clear command which you find in the Quran or the hadith or what have you.
Are you saying that's the Sunni hadith too?
What's that?
The hadith throw it against the wall.
No, that is the statement of the imams, like the A'immat al-Arba, the 4 imams, like in varied ways. But I would say that a lot of Sunni imams of hadith have and do continue to dismiss hadith on the basis of them opposing the Quran. Yeah, we do.
Okay, no, I hear that.
But what they do first try and do is reconcile the hadith with the Quran.
Right, and would you agree they've gone some distance to do that? So much so, if you just read it, you say, right, this just actually doesn't agree with the Quran at all.
but in that regard, then, if they did that, what wouldn't the hadith change, not the Quran? So wouldn't they mold the hadith to fit the Quran? Isn't that molding the hadith to fit Quran?
Yeah, so that's what they would do. They would explain away the hadith so that it fits the message or the overtone of the Quran.
So Isa, do you reject the interpretation of, is it 65 You know what I'm talking about, right?
What? No, I don't accept that. You're talking about Aisha and Hafsa.
No, 65, not 66. The one where they bring in, I think Why So Religious brought it up the other day.
About the girls.
Yeah, like underage.
Yeah, cool.
Right, so hold on. Do you agree there's all kind of different writings on that?
Mash up stuff.
Right, that's what I'm saying to you. So where would you go with that? Because that's Quran there. Yeah?
Were you talking about Ibn Kathir talking about like pubescent girls and all of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that. But I've had a conversation with Kane about that. Like Ibn Kathir, he's got his scholarship and that. But for me, them kind of talks there is like, I'm not involved with that.
This is what I'm saying here. Just imagine, like you're looking at this man's writings and saying, "Boy, man's deep, right here." And then you come across that, you're like, "Have you never seen a baby? Like, have you never seen a child?" Do you get what I'm saying? It's like it baffles you. I can be so intelligent, and then all of a sudden you're just retarded. And that's
you know what it is, Isa. I understand, that cultural paradigms inform people in it, and sometimes, no matter how intelligent you are, it's not easy to get away from that. So occasionally you find people being affected adversely by their surroundings. So I tend to try and take that into consideration.
Bruv, this is the problem, that would blatantly violate many verses of the Quran, many hadith. When it comes
go on.
No, I mean, with little girls and babies, bruv. That's just.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, bruv.
So what I'm saying is like. How can I put
could it be, Isa, though? Could it be that the works weren't actually preserved and that maybe Ibn Kathir actually didn't even come up with that?
You know what? That would make more sense to me. See, the thing is, even I reject a lot of what he writes here. I got to give him the volumes he's written and some of the stuff, you know what I mean? So I would prefer to believe that if someone could prove it, and it might make some sense. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, it was a lot of going on.
It does seem a bit retarded.
But you know what, Isa? I suffice, for me, I just sidestep the statements. I'm not involved. And I can sleep at night.
But this is what I'm saying. I notice when you talk, you always talk, no offense, in a sense of you in this thing. And I'm saying, just think of it like this, There are other people that are taking this man, Ibn Kathir, Ibn Taymiyyah. You know the score, especially I'm talking about Afro-Caribbeans anyway, yeah? Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Kathir.
Yeah.
So if they got a little weak mind now, yeah, they never thought of this idea in their head before. They've always checked for women, let's say with curves, etc. And then all of a sudden, this has flashed the idea in their head of looking at people, looking at children. Do you get what I'm saying? Where it never would have occurred to them naturally. Do you get what I'm just saying? Like, it's
so you think that there are like normal people who read this thing and then suddenly become affected by it, like adversely?
I think with all the blooming media throwing stuff in our face, I think they can filter it down. Because just imagine this, yeah. When I was growing up, bruv, the amount of black people it would be no hesitation to bun out people who are dressing a bit effeminate and rear-titted. And now all of a sudden, the same type of black people got like live and let live and all kind of different statement. And I'm like, bruh, everyone's different. Do you know what I mean? Even when I couldn't believe it when I went to the Caribbean, brother, at a bus stop, and I just heard a bunch of people laughing. I went over there, and these 3 men that were very well known, apparently, were there in dresses and makeup, and I couldn't believe it. Like, and apparently they got beat up again, and they was getting beat up. But I'm just saying, like, it's just, but they fight though, they rock. But it's just weird. Like back in the day, I don't think they would feel comfortable. You know what I mean? So I'm saying,
yeah.
What my point is, not only that, it's such a big misrepresentation. And my point is, if you come against that, then I have to question that man's mentality. You have to question something where, if it's been interjected into his book, then what else has been interjected? Do you get me? I just have to see what gone. It's just very strange. There's something, you know, because you seem to have done a lot of work where you've said, right, I fling that away, I keep that. I fling that away, I keep that. And I'm saying, to be honest, I feel you're not getting up to your responsibility. Because, as you said, you lot are a very minority group. And people are now asking you, what does it mean? Who's this? To me, they shouldn't have to ask you. You should be out there spreading the word. That's what I suggest. Amongst your black people.
Bro, you're telling me you don't know about the big machine that is... Yeah, let me not even put myself in it still.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yes, he said you know what it is, Issa. Come on.
What machine?
Yes, Mr. Yes. What are you saying, my brother?
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question. Considering
what's it, brother? What machine? Am I missing something? How does everyone else know the machine and I don't know?
Man.
Because you're not meant to be in the loop.
Type it in the back. Yeah, Riggs, set him up. Big up my brother Riggs. Type it in the back chat, somebody, because I need to know.
Bro, everybody ought to know the machine more than that. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro.
Well, I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't understand how he's in that.
He's in his own world of Islam.
What do you mean? Look, anyway, I'm digging. I
want to ask a question, right?
Go on, Riggs.
Right, I want to know, right? Is the English translation to the Quran? Is it fully correct?
Which one? No. That's an easy answer.
Yeah,
that reminds me, Issa, I'm still waiting on that Quran, you know, with a different translation of Kafir, you know.
Your hard is, I put it in there in the back chat. I copy and pasted the specific.
I did not see it. You have to repeat that. You have to repeat the action, bro.
We read from it. That's how bad it is, and we discussed the part of it. We read from it, and it was in the back chat. That's how bad it is. Your memory bad. But anyway,
just repost it. Repost the thing, the man. What you deal with?
Want me to go? Bro, if I open another window, it's gonna crash, bro. Leave my. I've got so many windows. I think it's called the Quran Message to Mankind or something like that. You get where you go.
Yeah, but what I want to say is, if I'm a newcomer and I don't understand Arabic, and I'm learning the English way, how would I able to understand it properly?
Yo, that English translation is a landmine, fam. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, but hold on. This is the thing. What do you need to know as the basis? So that's how it works.
So wait, hold on. So Issa, wait. When you said you posted in the back chat, yeah? 1 second. When you said you posted in the back chat, did you post a scholarship as well, or just the thing?
No. You wanted a definition, and
I wanted some scholarship on it as well. Bro, the Quran Message to Mankind, yeah. It's on Amazon.
No, there's another one. Is it a PDF or something? Yeah, if you go down there. So basically, what it was, it had a verse where it's used, and then the word, the breakdown, and so we read it, bro. We went through the whole damn.
The New Millennium Exposition, yeah, and exegesis.
I think so. I can't remember. It might. Yeah, it sounds like the one. If you post. Just go to. How did I find? I don't even know how I found the word.
But is there a scholarship on the subject though, or is it just the Quran?
I'm saying that they're giving their breakdown of it, but we went through it then, That's what.
Nah, we didn't go for it, bro. We didn't go for it.
Oh my head, even more went through it, bro. You seriously, like me and Moore went there. Moore went.
We didn't go for no scholarship. You lot was giving explanations. Yeah, I remember that, but we didn't go for no scholarship.
What was I reading out?
He wants to know. He wants to see other people, like other scholars, saying what you're saying, Issa. Because like you're posting like definitions and whatnot, right?
No. I'm saying.
Yeah, I got that. I'm saying because if there's scholarship around the fact that because look, you lot are saying to me that like 95% of the time that this term is used, the actual correct meaning is being obscured. Yeah, they're not using it by the correct meaning. So I'm saying, well, is there scholarship in this regard?
And what was my answer? So you seem to forget answers. So let me.
Yes. No.
Hold on. So what I'm saying to you is, I said there was, from my memory, one who I think is a Quranist. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the one I mentioned. And then we went from there.
So who? No, but I don't remember you citing scholarship though. I remember you giving
hold on. Did you just cite a Quranist scholar, bro?
No. I'm saying what I said was a translation.
Ratings. I am.
Yeah. No, I don't mind. I mean,
this thing, you know.
But remember the Shia. I've noticed. Anyway, I'll deal with the Shia another time. But yeah. So what my point was, it's not that difficult a thing when you're going to the actual meaning of the word. Like this is the easiest thing in the world.
I've looked into some stuff with regards to it, and they affirm what my preconceived notion was, and you're like, I say to me that my preconceived notion is incorrect. So that's what I'm looking at.
No. What we did was we explained that some of your perspectives are correct, but generally within the context that you try to put it is not. So, for instance,
you're saying we, are you including me? Because all I did is I pointed out that Hebrew.
That's what I'm saying.
I pointed out the Hebrew confirmation of what you were saying, but I didn't point out any scholars.
I remember you doing that more. I remember you said you drove me to the Hebrew thing. Yep, I remember that. Go on.
Not the Hebrew thing. I'm saying within the framework of what's there, right? I'm saying the context was, I think, to cover blah blah blah, and what it meant. So what I came back to you was that where you keep making it a religious thing within the framework of a secular system, yeah? You're saying, well, these are over here who believe that and go to church, they're kuffar, they're this, etc. I'm saying the reality of the people in the time of the Prophet and elsewhere was that whoever had that belief had a community and they had military, they had all kind of system that was anti what we were on. That's the difference.
Cool. My only argument though is that the idea that the interpretation or the definition of the term is tied to that specific context. And I'm not sure it is. So I'm saying that I get the fact that kuffar in the time of Muhammad may have been people that didn't believe and also were oppressive and wicked and all these things. I get that. But the idea that kuffar in and of itself is all of those things, I'm not sure. I think that non-belief, from my understanding, qualifies you for being kuffar without being oppressive and you know, attacking the Prophet.
Doesn't even make sense, because even in the Quran, it's saying that your belief. I mean, you can't show me anyone who's got a belief that doesn't basically, if they've got a firm belief in a system where it doesn't manifest in their actions. So it just doesn't work. Simple as that. You can't have a whole system of.
Are you suggesting to me that any system other than belief in Muhammad produces wickedness and evil? If that's the case, then what you say is absolutely viable. But the fact is, my understanding is that the emphasis of the term is on whether one believes in Allah and His Messenger, not whether it's just.
Bruv, that would be Lam of Menina, right? And I told you that the whole thing is that why would this word be used in relation? Because it's something where there is something that you're covering over. So when you hear something, for instance, simple example, we go to these other people that believe it's okay to marry children and stuff, yeah? They come under the banner of Muslim. So when we're giving logical, reasonable, rational arguments, and then we're saying even the hadith you're citing, da-da-da-da-da. Sorry, I think Isa actually believes in the hadith, so sorry, right? But anyway, when we're giving them arguments, we can say they're covering over what they know in their heart.
Yeah, Isa. I get that. So even within the Ummah, there are times when the term kuffar would apply. Yeah, right. I get that. Okay, that I can understand. Yeah, in that sense. All right. So that would be the difference between having, I don't know, a word in the general Oxford Dictionary and then having that same word in the Oxford Dictionary, but as it pertains to science. Yeah, the Oxford Science Dictionary might give you a different definition of the word, or you know what I'm saying, or a specific definition of the word. That is, you know what I'm saying, to that thing. Yeah, I get that. Like that makes sense. But I'm saying general usage of this term is in relation to non-belief. Yeah, and that is the dominant way.
Non-belief. I don't get
it. Shaka's right in the sense of even though the origin of the word may not have originally linked to it, with the coming of the Quran, kufr or kafir has become synonymous with disbelieving in Allah and His Messenger.
I hear that. But what my point is fair enough. The conversation now doesn't have the beginning of the conversation before. What I was saying was, when you're dealing with somebody, all right, for instance, Isa, here's an example. When the Muslims were sent to Ethiopia, the land of the righteous king, etc., right? Can he be considered by the Muslims who went there as a kafir? Because he may have believed in the Trinity, right? Do you get my point? I'm saying, here's a man that's allowing you to be preserved, so your religion, your whole Quran could be revealed, and you've got your support network, but you're then classifying him as kafir and so on. Do you get my point? Like,
yeah, you see, because he's aiding the Muslims, right? So we're saying that necessitates
the whole revelation. This is the different position.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. Such arrangements, there is instruction to make such arrangements with people that would be just outright considered kuffar, not even people in the book. If they are aiding the Muslims, for people,
don't make it sound like it's agenda driven. And sometimes it's even if they're not people that are fighting you or oppressive or people.
But so my point is that doesn't. But that the arrangement wouldn't make them any less kuffar, though.
It wouldn't.
It just means that they're protected.
I agree.
Right.
No, but this is my point to you, Shakara. So when you say the furthest view, I think the Quran says is in relation to those who call themselves Yahud or so-called Jews. And then the closest to you are those who call themselves Nasara. You found them humble and bowing their head, I think it says, and they're crying when they hear the wisdom of Allah or the speech of Allah. So I'm saying, like, where do you, in a sense, what I grasp from this is that everyone's on a journey, and some people are on a journey towards knowing the truth. And in that, they can be entrapped in a cultural paradigm where they're a bit afraid. It don't make sense. But because we're dealing with the concept of consequence of heaven and hell and all these different things, it's not so easy to just rationalize and jump out of it, especially if you're born with it. So I'm saying, do they come under kuffar? Do you get what I'm saying? Even though their beliefs are wrong, saying
I've heard a reason for that, and that reason is once you've heard and you decide to,
understood. No, you can't. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it also has conditions as well. Like it's got to be an unadulterated version of the message. Not an ISIS style.
Man hear that. All right, man hear that. Yeah, but my only argument, was when you look at this, whenever I see the word disbelief, unbelief, non-believer in the Quran, am I to assume that if I was reading Arabic, the word kuffar would be here?
All right, that's fine. Hold on. But what does it say? I notice how you never give any sentence apart from the word kuffar. So, for instance, fight the unbelievers in the context of they're trying to mash you up and conquer you.
I'm saying regardless of the context, I'm saying if I see the term disbelief, am I to assume that the word that should replace this in Arabic is kuffar?
Okay,
That's the point. So I'm not saying that it's not applied in the context that you're talking about. I'm questioning the idea that it is reliant on that context. That we're talking about despotic leadership. What's it called? Whereby they're fighting against Muslims. Those are the only times that the Quran says kuffar or refers to people as kuffar, or that the term is supposed to be used exclusively for those people. I don't know if that's the case. So I'm trying to. So you said it. So I'm trying to find evidences for this case that you're making.
Surah 2 ayat 6. Surah 2 ayat 6. So there's the basic claim is that it's the first time I see it mentioned in the Quran where it talks about the kafaru or whatnot, where it specifies that they would disbelieve or they would cover, right, in the context that Issa's talking about, whether they were warned or not. So it says whether you give them a book, whether you give them a warning, whatever, they will still cover. They will still disbelieve, right?
Yeah.
So they're
reject is another term for it.
Yeah, or reject. Like so I see it when you're talking about the covering aspect, it was talking about a certain kind of person, right? Like the way Issa's talking about it, right? So So if you take it as the disbelief concept, it doesn't really make sense there, because it's like, okay, they would disbelieve in God whether you in the messenger whether they were warned or not. Like if they never heard of him, how would they get a chance to reject that, right? Like so, like in the sense of like they would be like a covering type person, the one who covers whether you warn them or not. That makes a lot more sense to me there. Right?
Do you understand that, Chakra?
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not suggesting that there are not specific circumstances where it's applied in exactly.
No, but that's the overall point, though. You're trying to look at it. Look at that one.
I'm not trying to look at it as anything. I'm asking a set of questions because this is my understanding, and you are trying to give me a different understanding. But I'm saying to you, okay, where is the validate this thing? Validate this understanding for me, yeah? Because clearly, for the last 1,000 years, this term has been used in this way, right?
My understanding with you as well, Shaka.
All right.
He said that man, not really.
So Shaka, the reason why I gave you the Hebrew the last time we talked is like, so via the Quran, it stipulates that that the way I read it, I'm supposed to go to the previous scriptures for clarity and whatnot. And via the Hebrew, it can't mean disbelief. It's not even possible for it to mean disbelief. It has the concept of not just covering, but covering with something sticky, covering with bitumen. And there's actually a term. There's one time in the Quran where kafara is used for bitumen and whatnot. So it's
I get what you're saying more. Yeah, the only issue that I have is that obviously etymology defines like the sensibilities of the word, but it doesn't necessarily define its literal definition. So the etymology.
No, I got you. I'm not saying etymology. So for instance, like the Quran stipulates that the Quran came down in Arabic in an Arabic confirmation of the Torah that came down to Moses and whatnot, right? So it says to judge between the two, right? And so in doing that, right, and doing the Surah 10 ayat 94 concept, like going to the previous scripture for clarity and whatnot. That's what I see. Like I hear what Sunni is saying, because based upon like the work of the scholars, etc., for and how they interpreted the concept of kafir, like it for them it's going to mean disbelief. It's going to mean like someone who disbelieves, period, and whatnot. But here's what I'm saying: if you apply disbelief to every time you see kafir in the Quran, it doesn't make sense.
But that's not even necessarily the case. But because kufr could be, someone can be a Muslim and still be a kafir, in the sense that there are several uses of the word kafir. So kufr could be ingratitude, being ungrateful. Right, that's another usage of the term kafir.
Yeah.
But the point is, right, when, for example, Orthodox is not going to agree because he doesn't take the corpus of hadith. But when the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right, when there was a battle, what the companions say, we would wait for people to call the adhan, and if we never heard the adhan, we would strike. This insinuates that by the very essence of them not seeing signs of Islam in you, they assume that you're a kafir. That was the ruling that was placed on your head.
Right.
So for me, I don't see anything other than that.
But Issa, real quick, Sunni said, so do you reject the concept that it can mean cover in certain instances?
No, I'm saying it does. It certainly does mean covering in instances, but I'm saying in the usage of the Quran is clear about certain types of kuffar, and it's clear in the Quran the kuffar that is talking about are people that literally physically opposed the messenger. They came out, they heard the message, they denied it, right? But the Quran addresses the kuffar from a bulk, like as a generality. It doesn't pin down each and every single person in that community. That is to say, for example, right, if you follow the narrative of Abu Jahl and Abu Sufyan and the leaders of Quraysh, being in Mecca, can we assume that all of them that were being labeled as mushrikeen and kuffar, all of them heard the message? We can't guarantee that. But they had the hukum of kafir.
Okay, I'll take your point.
Okay, so sorry, our brother Riggs, like we just dismissed you, like.
Brother, yeah, sorry, brother.
Yeah, it was Shaka's fault actually. He just thought, you know what?
Yeah, sorry. No, you know, Riggs reminded me of a thing. I'm thinking I've been waiting in the scholarship for a while. But yeah, all right. I apologize. I apologize.
Yeah, there, Riggs. I'm gone. All right. Just in case you can't respond and you can only answer, basically what it is, it's accepted by anyone who's learned, whether scholar or not, that the Quran is such that if you were to translate, you'd have to explain a lot of the phrases, context. There's so much to talk about. It's as simple as that. You'd have to break down. There's just in any language, there are phrases that we use in English, which if you translated literal to another language, they would like, well, why the hell are you saying that? It wouldn't make sense. It's as simple as that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Would you say that it was an agenda?
I would say no, not at first. I definitely say there is an agenda.
There is some agenda.
There's always an agenda, yeah. So let me show you how the agenda has changed, right? So
you know Alexander Ross?
Alexander Ross?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Who's that?
One of the first people that came out of King Charles, that came from King James. One of his delegate writers.
Okay, no, but go on.
No, I'm just asking because as I said, I'm just if there was narratives.
If there was what?
If there was narratives of agendas or of the powers to be.
No. What I find is, like, for instance, when you look at one of the Marmaduke Pickfold, there's another guy named one of the first translations way back when, and this was a very interesting translation, and I never hear it mentioned. And he talks about the Jal and all kind of stuff, but you can tell it's one of the old translations. But let's say the most famous are Marmaduke Pickfold and Yusuf Ali of, let's say in England anyway, of the Western translations.
Those are some good translations, though.
They are off, but you can clearly see they're trying to merge and pacify. Like, if I can get close to Christianity as much as possible, I will do that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Although there's some of them that you just can't get away from it. Like what Allah says when you say he's got a son, it almost rent the heavens and heavens asunder and stuff. I don't know how you can twist that. You know what I mean? But yeah, in general, like, and obviously I'm gonna say there are some clear-cut ones, and I've demonstrated it where it's been trying to hide things regarding the Sunni thing. Yeah. So if you just no, I can't deny it. If you go to 66.4 on the Corpus Quran, there's like 7 translations, and it goes from one at the top, I think it is, or the second one, literally to 180 degrees translation to another. So one is saying it's a good thing, the other one's saying it's a bad thing. That's how bad it is. So you can tell there's agendas in there. Do you get me? So yeah.
I'm just going through the opinions of the British Empire.
On what?
On what their narratives are. So in anything in that certain period, I'm just looking at the 16th century and looking at what were their agendas at that period of time. Even like within the treaties between Queen Elizabeth I and the Moroccan ambassador, as well as the Sultan at that time.
Right. Do you remember the one where allegedly somebody agreed to convert when he was communicating with one of the Ottoman leaders? Do you remember that?
One of the British.
Yeah, so one of the British kings or whatever agreed to convert. It was suggested he will convert, and the Ottoman said nah. Do you know about that?
Because they tried to persuade Queen Elizabeth, but because they tried to do Queen Elizabeth I to try to create a marriage, but she refused, as she's as I said, she's a virgin, as they say, even though she had a porcupine around the corner. But in that period of time, I was just looking at in forms of the canon books, because writing was high at that period of time. And
what period of time are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking 1600s, around 1647, around them periods of time. And then there was another translation in 1734.
Okay. I mean, whatever on that, I would have read it a long time ago, but I wouldn't have had this kind of angle that I've got in relation to translation agendas as much
because
as
as English has changed and English has evolved, things don't really mean what they mean back then.
But this is the thing. I mean, no. A lot of it's not that bad. It's things where, how can I put it? You got to look at what is it they're taking into consideration when they're translating. What is it they're looking to do? So, for instance, there's Noble Quran one. I think it says, when it says prepare yourself for war, it says things like, in brackets, tanks, and like it lists the type of weapons, right? So it's kind of funny, like, to put that in there, and it's Saudi Arabia saying that, like, which is America's, brethren, like. So I don't know, bro. Yeah.
Wait. Which one is Saudi Arabia, though?
Noble Quran one.
No, that's what Taqiyuddin Hilali and Muhsin Khan.
Yeah.
They're not, bro. The one that does Pakistani, the next one's Moroccan, bro.
Bro, it's authorized by thing in it. That's what I'm saying. So it don't matter where the translator comes from. I'm saying it's from the King Fahad.
Yeah, but it's gonna come from the religious paradigm of the person translating it, not the person who's authorizing it.
Bro, no, bro. It's not gonna pass through there, bro. You can't tell me they're gonna have some Diabundi version. You get me, bro? You're gonna have some Sufi translation.
In that period of time, you have a lot of people that they commission books because it was competition, even in the forms of books back then. So that you will get some sultans that will commission things regardless of where it comes from.
No, but we're talking about more modern day things. Sorry, Issa, you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, the agenda, yeah, is not necessarily one that is malicious. It's coming from a place of explanations according to the paradigms of certain people. So if there's a hadith that gives tafsir on a certain verse, and that verse seems to not be able, that you cannot translate that verse without that tafsir, then that's what they're going to put in there. Although, as somebody who reads Arabic, you would read the Arabic and think that's not actually what it says there, which was actually for me was kind of amazing and funny at the same time. When I read a passage and I thought to myself, I read something, I thought that's not in the Arabic. But subhanAllah, for me, I didn't have much of an issue when I was reading through the Quran, because like the brother said, it was more about the core things, right? So the messages about the oneness of Allah, them kind of things there really isn't room for you to sort of add an agenda to it. Like the words are clear, the descriptions are clear.
Let me just add to that. Sorry. One of the things, because a lot of people are saying, I think where the brother was going with that partly was, if somebody's reading and they're converting based upon a translation, and we're saying the translations aren't trustworthy, I'm saying the basis of you joining probably are not those particular things that are, let's say, difficult to translate. Do you get what I'm saying? So that the prophet being a prophet, peace be upon him, and you have Allah being the one God, and the various other things said about him, they're more intricate details you can get into later on. Do you get what I'm saying? What it means, whether he's above his throne, rose above his throne, sat on his throne, all of them other things, like, they're not the things which you come through the door of Islam to. Do you see what I mean? So, because when you come through the door of Islam, you can go to all these different rooms, innit? And see what they're saying. So, I would suggest it can influence you once you get into the debates within the house of Islam. But the fundamental thing of you taking your shahada on what basis, I would say most of them things are clear. You get me? But yeah. So can somebody type in the back chat the machine? Like, what's going on with this machine? Like, I still don't know what this machine is.
You're not gonna get to know the machine, bro. You'll be kicked out.
You are. I don't think so, because there's other people. If I get you right, I don't think so. Like, come on now, look at.
How can a big man like you cannot get to know what the machine is?
Well, I think.
It's in your circle.
I'm surprised that would be a thing. That I wouldn't have thought that's something to be worried about in relation to that. Like, all kind of people got their journey. How many people left? You got ex-Muslim chatting all kind of nonsense. Even people that seem like they never was Muslim, they just acting in crisis actors. You get me? So I don't know about that, but oh, brother Riggs, what did I miss out on the other day?
What's happening? Because you see, I thought we were talking on the titles.
What on here?
Yeah, you lot went to a different paradigm.
Bro, today was a. It's what it is. Yeah, I mean, let me see. Britain on trial. So I guess it was within the framework of the conversation. Because can you? That was it. The OBS. It was on. It was on thing. OBE. Did you hear that earlier on? People being given that OBE. Right. So that relates to Britain, isn't it? British Empire. Blah 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 blah. So it went from there. My question was. Certain people are not happy if black people, let's say, or they wouldn't take a MBE and OBE from the Queen because of the British Empire. And my question was, okay, so what about people that become members of, let's say, the Sunni Empire, which continues to slave us now? Do you get what I'm saying? Is that still a sign of betrayal?
Wait, what's Sunni Empire, Isa?
As in ideology, like I'm saying. No, because I'm saying you don't see the British Empire ruling the way it used to, innit? Yeah. Although we see it.
Let's look at the relationship between the British Empire and the Arab people.
Go on.
Yeah.
I agree.
So the British relationship between the Turks. Does anyone know about it?
I know there was, like, for instance, Suleiman the Great had a big influence on the justice system. There was a lot of trade going on. There was. I think they was going to get the Turks were backing, I think, a British king to fight against the Catholics. I think stuff like that. It was
If you understand the war, the treaty between, as I said, I did a lot of extensive research on the Queen and her relationship with Morocco, and why Morocco needed to have that relationship, because the British
brother trying to marry Elizabeth or something.
Yeah, but it was that the British wanted to defeat the Spanish, and they needed an alliance.
Oh, you talking about when the Moors was trying to go down into the Caribbean on English ships and Spanish and whatnot?
And the treaty was the corporate company called the Burberry Company, Bary. And that was where it was influenced, because Morocco was indirectly jealous of the Songhai Empire. They could never infiltrate the Songhai Empire, so they were looking for ways to get in, but they couldn't. So what they did is, when they had the alliance with the British, they were able to get new technology, and we all know what new technology is, innit? You know what it is?
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Anyway, yeah, new technology was gunpowder and guns.
Them guns.
Yeah.
So, and what the British did, they did a smart one. They asked the Moroccans that we need to get sugar. We need as much sugar, or find any place where they can grow sugar. Of course, they can't grow sugar and sugar cane in Morocco. So where else do they go?
Yeah.
So they will go to the Western region, and this is why they overthrew Mali.
Okay.
Wasn't it for sugar as well? Weren't they like a big sugar plantation?
It was an excuse. They used that as the form of the excuse. The British used it because the British needed them to defeat the Spanish. When they defeated the Spanish, the Moroccans now decided to go into Mali. And that's when they joined forces with, like the Fulanis. The Fulanis infiltrated the Hausas. The Hausas decided to have their war, and the whole Songhai thing just went pear-shaped. That was all the mid-Sahara period. Either you convert or be a slave.
Tremendous, isn't it? And both these people are Muslims as well, innit? So when man talk about one ummah and that, I'm like, miss me with that, because
well said.
because you know the funniest thing is it's not even in their perspective they wanted to companies trade in it, but the British were very sneaky in how they manipulated a lot of people through other people's back door. They did it to the Portuguese, they did it to the French, they did it to the Dutch, they did it to the Spanish.
You know what, Riggs? Yeah, I would like to blame it on the British, but I don't think I can. I don't think this one flies still. Like they can't force you to go into the next man's land.
Yeah, the British weren't in it.
Think of it like this, right? How can the British take over a whole big, massive China?
How do they do it? Brains manipulation.
No, but hold on. When was this? Remember, little Japan had China a lot.
Yeah, but the one I'm trying to say to you, because they knew they were addicted to opium.
Right.
Same thing is in certain places like Australia or even in Africa. Well, how did they manipulate most of the African people? They used alcohol. They might use religion sometimes, but as I said, most of it is toxification.
Go
on.
Okay. No, I hear that.
So that's where the British are very what I would say behind the scenes. They don't put themselves in the forefront. Same thing with the Suez Canal.
Right. I get you. Sorry, I thought this was all leaning towards something to do with the mistranslations and the plans and the agenda today.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you is I'm just showing their agendas at that in periods of time. So my argument is that was there a force or an agenda through the time of the universities, like what do you call it? The University of Edinburgh and all them kind of places, because this is where they were first making their translations of the Quran in English.
I don't know, man.
From the times of King Charles the First.
Sorry, bro. Cut out there in warfare. No, I hear that. But I think.
So
okay. What do you think is their agenda now? Specifically, a brother's reminded me something. Assalamu alaikum, Hugo, Revolutionary Guard, my brother. He mentions the alliance with the Wahhabi family, Abdul Wahhab, Saudis, and that. What are you saying about that?
The relationship with the Saudis.
Yeah, because if you want to put it like the way we got it today, one of the biggest influences that have caused any issues has been this alliance between, I think, the British and then the Americans of the Saudi family. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at the British,
problems as it caused, why is Saudi the brunt of all the problems that the Muslims face?
No, I mean, what it is, I'm saying it has big effects, considering, like, if let's say the British had an alliance with Morocco or Ghana or Pakistan or Bangladesh, it wouldn't be the big thing. But once you got an alliance with the whole Mecca, Medina, Saudi Arabia, then there's some influence there in it. You know what I mean? Because as we're going on, books are being printed and flung all over the place, where everyone generally had their village imams and stuff like that before. So, you know what I mean? You've got this ideology which got a bit of backing in it, because people be like, why would Allah allow, non-Muslims to rule his holy place? People might ask those questions there. You know what I mean? And therefore, it's like,
It would seem that the relationship is the same as it was with Morocco back in the time period the brother was talking about, in the sense to where, like some Morocco in other spots, like they were playing the destabilizing role and whatnot at the time, right? And so at that time, Britain didn't have the military power that like maybe Spain and Portugal had at the time, right? You know what I'm saying? So they were like trying to get power without having to flex as much, right? So for instance, like America just gave Saudi Arabia all kind of money through weapons, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so those are definitely going to get used somewhere, right? So there's a destabilizing position that's being played through them by proxy, if that makes sense.
Right. I mean, this is a thing, yeah. I just think when the British Empire basically allegedly crumbled, they just done it from behind the scenes.
But I don't think it crumbled.
What I mean is
they're restructuring, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So that where we would see, for instance, in the Caribbean, let's say Jamaica, for instance, time of Bob Marley, you had two white men vying for leadership over a bunch of black people. And they're fighting and shooting each other over these two white men ruling their country. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, so they're thinking.
Who did it? Think about it like this: if the British and the American are the children of the British, British is the mother. Now look at Jamaica. Jamaica was handed from the British to the Americans.
Jamaica was handed from the British.
Who owns the land?
I thought it was Britain still.
I thought they wanted the Queen.
It's under the American jurisdiction.
Jamaica, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to say to you is that.
Wait, hold on. Break that one down to me, because like Jamaica is not an American territory.
No, it's not American territory, but it's under it in the perspective of the caretaker of it.
Break that part down.
I'll get it down for you. Because what you understand is most of the places, like the Suez Canal, who took over the Suez Canal before to help Israel? Who owned it first and who took it over after?
Couldn't call it.
It was the British, and then the British owned the Suez Canal, and then after all the issues with the Jews, it was handed over to America.
Okay. Do you know when?
I'll get you the dates.
Okay. No, that's cool.
A lot of things that, if you notice, from the time of the times of the World War II, England was getting in turmoil. So the persons that backed Churchill up in them periods of time were the Rockefeller family.
Yeah. I know a lot of the story regarding that.
So you got to kind of look in forms of how they're shifting and how they're working. This is why they were more paramount to come at Brexit and to work with the Americans.
Right. Well, that's the thing there. I was thinking a lot of this Corona stuff is to reshuffle certain economic links and reiterate.
That's exactly what
Look at the Prime Minister now. Where's originally our Prime Minister from? In 2016, he gave up his citizenship to where?
Was it Armenia or something? Turkey?
Who?
No.
Who?
New York.
America.
Boris
America.
Is he?
Yes.
Wow.
Same place where Donald Trump is from.
Same here as well. Like we'll mash up here.
We say they're distant brothers, yeah.
Well, it's completely rough. Like weird.
In high school classes, you might meet up, innit? You see, remember there was a period of time. You see that when we had the Boris bikes, the first thing that happened is that after the Boris bikes got successful, what was the next place it went to? New York.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. They're always gonna have these links. Yeah. There's
Don't forget the original king that was supposed to be before the Windsors. He moved to the States, didn't he?
Okay.
What the one that married the woman you had to depose? What is it, George or something?
Yeah. What happened to his family?
Don't know.
Exactly.
We're saying they've still been running things from behind the scenes and from a.
Remember, this is all family business, isn't it? Even when you look at everything, just look at families. Forget the country or what it is. Just look at the families and how the families are maneuvering. Even when you look at the Saudis, look at how their families are moving. And
they look like they got a clue, but they don't have a clue, bro.
Nah, they do, because some of them remember it's old boy system. if we all went, if let's say all of us went to university and then we finish our uni and then we all go to different countries and become presidents of each country.
Yeah.
We're still going to be talking behind the scenes.
You feel like Saudi's that involved, and it's not a thing of they're being used. They're the useful idiot. That's how I see it.
There's idiocy there, but you see, when you're signing a contract or you're doing some form of contracts, it's who's gaining from that contract. Because Americans are not just going to say, "Oh, here you go. Here's guns. Here's tanks." What do they want from the Saudis? So if I'm your friend, of course, we'll get a little put money in our accounts, and then we can say, you know what, we do the deal. You think they care about the people? Them families don't care. That's why the poverty between the poverty and the rich is getting massive, because they're doing the deals. We have no say.
Yeah, that situation though, I don't know how long it's gonna last in Saudi still, because the unrest of the people. Like Saudi has traditionally depended on the allegiance between the family of Abdul Wahab and the family of Ali Saud, but now that relationship is becoming strained now. So
yeah, because everyone's got their own agenda. So, and this is what I'm saying is putting family into politics. It's dangerous.
What do you mean putting family into politics is dangerous? Like when has family not been a part of politics, really? Like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you have two big families in one house, it's like having two.
Dangerous for who? Sorry, dangerous for who? That's a better question. Dangerous for who?
Huh?
Dangerous for who?
For us, the normal person.
Oh yeah, standard. Yeah, that's standard, bro. But I mean,
but in general, the country itself, do they care about the country or do they care about themselves?
Well, themselves, innit? Remember, that's a standard thing for them.
Then of course it's going to be dangerous if two families fall out. They don't care about the country. They're going to say, "Let's come to a medium and let's have."
Yeah. But you know what it is, Riggs? They can't afford to think like that, because both of them depend on the people. Yeah?
Yeah, but they won't do that in public. This is what I'm trying to say. They ain't going to put that feud in public. That feud is going to be between them behind the scenes. They're going to make each other trip. It's too... when it comes to money and that kind of stuff, it gets competitive. And the Americans are very smart because they use the dollar.
Have you lot seen his comment? Yeah. Where is it? Well, some of these people, blood. Oh my gosh. One of you lot's brethren, she put Boris Johnson's great-great-grandfather, which she blocked me on something else. Boris Johnson's great-great-grandfather was an Ottoman Turk who I think was a Sufi. Like,
that's got credence, you know. I watched I watched the documentary where he actually went back to Turkey. That's why I thought, because he said it.
See, they went from Turkey, they went to the States.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of this is the
time of going to America. That time was the land of the riches, isn't it? You would go there. You go to America to achieve, because where you was suffering. So once you went to America, this is where the Italians went, the British, the Irish, you name it. All these people started to travel to the States, migrate, because they were looking for a better life. Like how we do when we go into when you get African people coming to England, America, and whatsoever. They were doing this years ago. That's why when you go to Central Parks, you'll find out that Central Parks was Sierra Leone village. They destroyed it and put a park there.
Wait, Central Park was at what?
Sierra Leone village. The porthole of where they took a lot of African people.
SubhanAllah, that's deep. I thought because the whole of New York was literally built on a swamp kind of thing, and I heard they bought it off the Indians for something stupid, £20.
Yeah, if you look at some of the roads, right, they're diverted and cut into different parts of each European country. So you get certain parts where you hear Orange County. Orange County, where does that come from?
Is that Germany?
Oh, that's Holland.
That Holland, yeah. I remember there was some dukes or something, some British dukes or monarchy that came from those countries and became monarchy.
New England didn't just come out of just say, yeah, let's call it New England. You know what I mean? They got Birmingham out there.
Can I just clarify? When I mentioned about Boris Johnson, somebody misunderstood. I laughed because it's like they're pretending to be pure white, blah blah blah, but they actually don't mind being exotic. Do you get what I'm saying? So they'll play the role whichever. So if they could have got some allegiance, let's say with Turkey on something, then he would have made a bigger issue of him being Turkish. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
You look at him, no one's going to think that. Do you get me? So it wasn't the fact of I didn't believe it. It's just funny how things work where we look at them and just think, oh, this man is a white guy, or this one's a this, or this one's a that. You get me? Who would have thought the prince would have ended up marrying the mixed race chick lady? You know what I mean?
A lot of people just forgot about what Boris was doing before he became prime minister. He was the foreign minister.
Yeah, exactly.
When Gambia first got their first new president, Boris was there in a shop. Why? Because that prime minister that is there now used to work in Argos in the UK. He was studying here.
That's the madness, though.
Hold on. Sorry. The Reanimator. The Reanimator says the Turkish are Greek anyway. What are we saying?
Huh?
Said Reanimator, yeah? Big up or not?
Yeah, big up the Reanimator for real.
Right?
That's the most ahistorical comment I've read in a long time, bro.
What's that? You want to read out?
The Turks were Greek. Yeah, come on, bro.
No. Well, this is the thing. Is there any link between them and the Greeks?
Obviously, well, they lived next to each other for how many centuries and eons?
Hold on. The Turks do not, like, historically, they don't come from the same area. Yeah?
No, they don't. They are nomadic in origin.
But they're more Mongoloid, right?
Yeah, they are. They are a Mongoloid group. The Uyghur are a Turkic Mongoloid group.
What I'm saying. So therefore, when you say they come from the Greeks, whether they live next door to them is not the point, then, isn't it?
No, it's not. But I was maybe talking more in terms of like language and culture, how it would have developed and admixture. Just because if they live next to each other, they must
proximity. Yeah.
Have had like generations of intermarrying and mixing and stuff.
Migration is always going to be there, regardless of two places warring. There's always going to be someone from the group that's going to be a Greek and a Turkey that's going to come together. But they ain't going to on that.
A Turkey. Yeah, a Turkey. Yeah, is that what you call it? A Greek.
I promise you, Alexander, did not go from Macedonia to Egypt without grabbing a couple of Greek females. You know what I'm saying? Or a couple of Turkish females. You know what I'm saying? Like. That's
or this one's been on some tourism, but it's a bad boy, man.
When you see certain things, you just laugh when you actually see it for yourself.
You
know, so what I was trying to say is that we don't. For us, it's very difficult to know who they know because they got certain political stances. They ain't going to put it on blast. They're going to just keep it quiet. You know, a lot of these people, they're already mixed. They're in the elite stage. So of course, rich always meets rich. Look how many Saudi man, them princes and all that come over here and mix with the mans them in London every summer. You know what I mean? And when they go back, you know, they'll say, "Yeah, Isa, come check me in my palace."
Sorry, when did they say that? What? Who said that? Yeah, no, I hear that. No, but I don't know how to put it. Like, is it anything different than what we've witnessed in history? Like, certain kings had many wives, and they were looking for their sons to be the next ruler, and the other family to administer the government and where to do. So
that's why I always say there's always going to be that dispute. There's always going to be dispute. Especially when it comes to I want to have that power. That power is ridiculous.
You'll need to talk to Issa about that. You know what I mean?
Well, my man basically strong-armed his older cousins, isn't it?
When you open the bank doors and you see the amount of the country's cash, you turn to minus in under 5 minutes.
It's mad. If you could be a fly on the wall when these people have conversations, man.
Facts.
I'm telling you, the things that go on. We'll be saying, yeah, this, and this is why I said sometimes we have to be very careful of what is the agenda.
Of what though? That's what I mean.
What are you saying? You think these men just buck up and say, Raj, you know what? We run the world and thing. Let's just run them up.
Think of it like this, right?
Why would they not do that, Lisa? Like, sorry, brother. Why would they not do that? Like, when you're educated to be governing cities and countries and relative, like, why would you not think of it like a business? Like,
you know what it is, bro? I just think it's devilish, bro. And maybe I give people the credit, of being like human, innit? Like, if you've been put in a position of influence and stuff, you should use that not only to benefit yourself but to benefit other people. That is something which is, I believe, is something instinctively human. So if you do the opposite, like further your own goals, right, to the detriment of other people, for me, bro, you're a devil, like.
Because if you look at it in its facts, right, like, why isn't roads being developed? Why doesn't certain things get developed? Why don't people have jobs? There's a sufficient amount of money for them to circulate it round, but yet they still seem to get rich and the poor seem to get poorer.
Yeah. Well, obviously they have an agenda. We have a lot of prophecies, and I mean, if you think of it, if I was Mr. Riggs, sorry, Terry, my brother. Sorry. If you were to put a system, because you lot seem to know a lot about the ancient or historical events that went on, and all these problems worldwide that they're not coming out and telling us, but is there, and they know it's available, and they're like, and you ain't doing nothing about it, despite all the conspiracies that are going on anyway, right? What system, other than Islam, would you say is the best one for people to roll to set some sort of balance?
It's a difficult one because we're working from people's opinions, isn't it? And if you're gonna say, okay, Islam, all right, for instance, we use the Islam system. Someone that doesn't follow that rule or that regulation is gonna say that his opinion and his religion is better.
No, hold on. This is why I asked you. Because we definitely know Christianity doesn't have it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we could just straight off the table. In fact, we don't even have that on the table.
Yeah.
So Judaism, that can't work again because you have to be a specific bloodline, blah, 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 blah.
Mm.
I mean, what else? How much have you got left? Hinduism, Buddhism? Like, what systems are there that human beings of all races and colors could actually look into and say, you know what? Yeah, fuck what? You get what I'm saying? There isn't nothing left. You can try and resurrect the pyramid system.
It's not even the system. This is what I'm trying to say. It's the person or the people that will try to bend or corrupt the system itself. So the system can probably work, but the problem is the people that are in charge of that system that are going to corrupt it.
Which one are you talking about? Let's say Islam, you mean? The system of
Islam. Let's say we just took Islam, for instance.
Yeah. No, but even if that's the case, I'm saying at least
are they going to follow its full guidelines?
No, but even if they don't, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying with what's on offer today, because there's a lot of information. You can just Google all the conspiracy theories, all the historical facts of what's going on. I'm saying, let's say we've got enough information to know what's wrong. Now, what steps do people take? And that's where a lot of the problems are coming in. Because one of the problems I have with a lot of Pan-Africanist talk, is like they're carrying a lot of agendas where some of their things you might as well just forget it. Do you get me? Like you are planning to do. It's kind of like.
Okay, so we look at the Pan-African system. Yeah. What is the Pan-African's main agenda?
Well, they've got a load of goals and agendas, isn't it?
No. There is a particular system that they will follow.
To make the African continent independent and liberated from colonial rule and powers and influence, etc., etc., and for the people at home and abroad to be of a status of liberation, etc. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying to you is a lot of what's detailed in that, and major points of achieving that. I'm saying you have to forget the world's changed now. You might as well just take that off the list. You get what I'm saying?
Why would you take it off the list if they have their own? If they're looking in the format of taking their own people and they want to drive their people to liberate their people, if they follow the full guidelines of what they're supposed to do as a family,
the Pan-African,
yes.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not working, bro.
No, it's because of the individual. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what's missing as well. Like, you know what?
Put it this way: if I'm greedy, and I'm in, no matter what establishment I'm in, I'm going to be looking out for myself. So I'm going to look at what can I get out of that organization to better my family. I'm not really concerned in that perspective. But if we are working as one people, then we know that we have to share and able to understand that we're trying to build an empire. That empire, if everyone is conducive to it, then it should able to work. Because if the African diaspora liberates themselves and says, okay, we're going to be the middlemen in helping the African people on land to able to do what's supposed to be done, then the Europeans will only have to able to go through the African diaspora and everybody can eat. But the problem is greed, ego. There's too many of that stuff going, so it comes into the individual again.
I would say, hold on, Veli, Shakara's in the comments. He's on the panel as well, so I'm not sure what's wrong with him. Let's see, he has to change himself for time.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off and make room for someone else to jump on. Y'all have a good one, fam. Big up the panel, big up the chat, and big up Valerie time. Big up G Block. Hey.
Listen, bro.
Yeah, I'm out too, my brothers. I have to flip in, go and make some food now still. So.
Hey, what are you going to make? Cotomble soup?
Nah, I got some meat in the fridge still, some lamb ribs, some chicken and that, some oxtail.
You still got about hour and a half, ain't ya?
Yeah. Like 20 to 9. Yeah, I should have started earlier still. I'm gonna have to wash all the meat and stuff, but yeah, my brothers.
Yes.
I've been blessed. I catch you lot on the rebound, bro.
Assalamu alaikum, Aki.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. You didn't think that one was coming, did you?
You've given me salam bedtime, so I was like, oh, let's see what he says. Where's Ultra gone? Is Ultra like?
Ultra's sleeping. He's probably at work or something.
Lord, I must see. Where is it? Is there any videos you can play? Because I've got to go as well. Like, I'm going to stay on the panel, but I've got to go. Mr. Riggs.
Yes.
Awakening the people. Let me mute up a bit. Yeah, you're going to play a video?
But what I was going to say is, though, quickly, though, on that side of things, as I said, you know, let's say, for instance, they did follow the Quran and followed its rules. Do you feel the world would be a better place?
Yeah, definitely. Bro, trust me, that you're not really seeing what it is. All my point was.
I'm asking you, but would people that you know of their mindset today, would they follow it? Or rebel against it?
If they saw the true thing, they'll be more inclined to follow it, 100%.
If they saw the true thing, what is the true thing?
Yeah, if they saw the true teachings of the Quran, brother, in Islam, they would be like,
yeah, but what is the true thing? Because as you mentioned, you've got all different types. So
no. I'm saying as a true thing as it stands, yeah. Hold on, sorry. Let me just type this thing out. Yeah, so basically the Islam of the Quran and what it says. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely. Sorry. Hold on.
Read the comments.
Sorry. No. Awakening the People has just put something. Ah la 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 la. These people are funny, bro. Da da da.
Vic come to you, blood, and he one banged you, bro. Vic come to you and he banged you.
Oh no, I've done that. Too much black people beef, man. Loud it. Yeah, and I thought they said it was someone else. I was like, no way. Oh yeah, yeah. That would have to be gone into in any detail another time, but
yeah. That's why I said it is very difficult when you bring politics and religion together.
Well, it's never really separate. It's just when people have pretended it's separate, isn't it? That's really what's going on. They have to deceive you and make you think it's separate when it's not. You know what I mean? So that's really the real deal. I'm gonna go and prepare my stuff still. Yes, I'll mute up and I'll come back when I can. Yeah, play a video or something, Mr. Riggs. I'm gonna be listening, man, unless you want to give a speech or something.
Yo,
welcome.
What's poppin', man?
Oh man, you see, no matter what topic you put up there, it just goes straight to it, innit?
They can't help it, man.
No, that's not true, mate. That's not true. But you can't help it yourself. Like you were talking about Britain, and you started talking about translation of the Quran, mate. So you can't really.
Can't help it, mate. You know what I mean? Fucking love it.
You know what I mean?
Fucking love it, mate.
Exactly. Look at the mark.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They fucking love it, mate.
They do.
Yeah. Shit, mate. I'll tell you what, mate. They say they're against the British Empire, mate, but that's a lie, mate. Fucking lie. British Empire's been on trial for like 3 days, mate, and we ain't heard one man that's against the British Empire bring a charge yet, fam. Alright? Mad. She's mad, mate. So, hey Terry, do you know much about? So, do you know where we got up to the other day? Yeah, when we were talking about the Virginia company.
Yeah.
Do you want to sort of see if you can get back in from there, trying to get back up to the companies like nowadays or whatever?
I'm looking for a video that talks about companies. Hold on. Hold on.
What is it? Another YouTube video?
Yeah. Let me see if
I tell you what, yeah, man can play it, yeah. But man can just play the voice, innit? Without sharing the screen, innit? Because they're gonna copyright it. So.
Trying to find something. But hold on, let me just quickly. But it's Well, you still at work?
Yeah. So my way over there still. Yeah, man. So wait, see, so
go on.
You know them companies that's linked to So the Virginia company come before all the other companies that was involved in the
There's one that come before it.
Which one's that?
Because remember, in the times of even the in the times of the year of discovery, because remember, what you'll find is that it's all to do with merchants.
What to do with?
Merchants, traders.
Okay. Yeah.
And for you to be a trader, they will give you some form of certificate, which it's like being a limited business before you can go out there. I'm trying to find some corporation groups. They normally used to have lit, but they have. I have to go into my archives. Oh no.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, fire for the man for G Block Sexy. You see? Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's it. The history.
Yeah, so what was the company before? The merchants?
Yeah, hold on 1 minute.
Is that to do with like the maritime law and shit?
Yeah, because remember, even when you go a bit further back, you're talking about hold on, the Magna Carta, that period of time as well. Oh. Let me see something if I can find anything related to it. It doesn't like to give me the list. Oh, the history.
Yeah, that was just saying the London company, but I thought that was the Corporation of London.
Yeah, the Corporation of London. It is the London itself, but you got to see what it was governed by. Hold on, I can't find what I was looking for. Oh, that's. Am I right? No. Yeah. Okay. So before the Levant company was before that. One of the first ones was the company of merchants in 1319.
Okay.
Then there was the one that you're talking about is the Company of Merchants Adventures of London. They came in 1407. Let me see if I can share my screen on this shit.
Yeah, it's like a diagram or something. Yeah.
There's something that let me quickly go for it before we go into companies. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, corporation is different.
See. So now you see all the corporations.
All right.
See, so it starts from the list. So depending on which one you see, you even got the Turkey company. That was the times of the Ottoman Empire. Then you got the Moroccan company.
every time they done a like what's it, a colonization exploration thing.
Yeah.
They made a company for the place.
For the mission. So when they were taking over a certain place, they will have a company for it. And if you look at it, the corporations goes all the way down, and then what do you see? The Bank of England.
So what, it was run by the Bank of England?
No, the Bank of England was in 1694.
Yeah.
It was a corporation, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, and that's where I said to you, where even in the Niger Company was turned to the United African Corporation, which turned into Unilever, because Unilever bought it.
Yeah.
So
that was a Nigeria company, yeah?
let me go into the Moroccan company quickly. Let me see. Yeah, that's they call it the Burberry Company. That's what I was talking about before.
Well, like designer Burberry or
No,
different Burberry?
this is a Burberry. This is a company. Was a benefit for exclusive trade for Moroccans.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, shit, I've got a few Burberry bits, man. You know what I mean? I want to dash that away and shit.
Let me see if I can find a video on it. Let me see if there is a video on it. Copy. YouTube.
Burberry company, yeah. Oh, so they called it the Berber Company, not like the
Yeah, not like the Berber Company. They'll call it more like.
Oh, okay. Like the actual people, the Berbers.
Yeah, kind of. So, like, for instance, hold on, let me get a Wikipedia.
The Barbary Company, or Morocco Sikh Company, was a trading company established by Queen Elizabeth I of England in 1585 through a patent granted to the Earls of Warwick and Leicester, as well as 40 others. When she wrote the patents, Elizabeth emphasized the value of the region's divers merchandise for the use and defense of England. The privilege of the company was to benefit from exclusive trade for Morocco for a period of 12 years until its charter expired in 1597. Queen Elizabeth sent her minister Roberts to the Moroccan Sultan Ahmad al-Mansur to reside in Morocco and obtain advantages for English traders. A treaty signed in 1728 extended these privileges, especially those pertaining to the safe conduct of English nationals. Topic: Background and origins. The formal beginning of Anglo-Ottoman relations dates back to correspondence between Elizabeth I and the Ottoman Sultan Murad III, which led in May 1580 to an agreement between the two rulers that English merchants could pass safely through Ottoman-controlled seas and port in the eastern Mediterranean and the Barbary coast of North Africa. This essentially granted trading privileges to the English, who for various reasons, mainly piracy, had been unable to trade efficiently in the Mediterranean since the 1550s, and in September 1581, the Turkey Company was established as a joint stock venture to take advantage of this new monopoly on regional trade. In 1585, the Barbary Company, separate from the Turkey Company and the Venice Company, 1583, who also operated in the Mediterranean and later merged into the Levant Company in 1592, was established with many of the same merchant investors, with a focus on trade along the Atlantic coast of Morocco. Morocco was at that point the main source of sugar for the English market, prior of course to the development of the West Indies plantations in the 1600s. The company. Headed by Robert Dudley, 1st Earl of Leicester, and Ambrose Dudley, 3rd Earl of Warwick, the Barbary Company achieved little regulation of affairs and was never incorporated, with its first charter expiring in 1597. It was not even formally named as the Barbary Company, a conventional title. nor was there a provision of a governor or a court of assistance like with most companies at the time. The charter itself was merely a collective license to 2 noblemen and around 40 London merchants for exclusive trade with Morocco for 12 years. The main act of trade the company engaged in was the trade of English cloth for Moroccan sugar, though at its inception, there were complaints from merchants in London that the cloth was being sold excessively cheaply while the sugar was being acquired at expensive rates. Many of the company's members also ended up trading for the Levant Company, due to the close geography and intertwining of interests, the success of the latter probably contributing towards the commercial defeat of the Barbary Company. See also List of trading companies. Notes, references.
Yeah, so they're saying that there was the Elizabeth I signed off the companies, but the companies were made by some 3 L's, 3 or 4 different L's.
Yep. So you see, what that tells you, it kind of it tells you that they were doing deals, and the exchange, as I said, was that they would get sugar and all that, but what were the British giving the Moroccans? They would say new technology. What would you?
Guns and shit.
Yep, all guns and shit. And it gave the opportunity to able to manipulate the situation.
So which one was the first company? The Barbary Company was the first company.
The first company. Let me go to the first company. The first company, as I said before, is the Company of Merchants and Stables of England in 1319. The Merchants of Stables, also known as the Merchants of Stables, is an English company incorporated by the Royal Charter in 1919, dealing in wool, skin, lead, tin, which controlled the exports of wool to contain during the late medieval period. So, but when I tell you where the Portuguese, hold on, the Livery Company was an English charter company formed in 1592. Queen Elizabeth I of England proved an entailed charter 11 September 1558 when the Venice Company, that's one of the first ones.
The Venice Company.
Mm-hmm. And then the Turks, because remember, when you know the Turk company, the Turks, which actually, and the Turks had involvement. This is where the Livery Company is the Turks and the British, which is the Turkish company.
So say that again. I didn't hear you properly.
The Turkish company and the British created the Levant Company.
The Turkish company and the British. The Turkish and the British created the Levant Company.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then
they done a joint venture with
yep.
What, like the Ottoman Turks or?
Yeah, because the British, as I said before, were very sneaky. They didn't want to be in the forefront because they didn't have that much of a military force. Remember, the Spanish, the French, and the Portuguese were much more stronger. So for them to able to catch up with them, they had to learn from them. But what we're finding at that time, Islam put tax, so they couldn't go through Europe. So the Virginia Company came in 1607. Before the French Company came in, 1609. Then you got the what we call the this is where heavy burden with the British. This is where we could say the British went on trial because the London and Bristol Company. So when you understand Hammersmith's foundation, yeah, that whole borough, Hammersmith and Fulham, is built up on the slavery passage, on the spoils of slavery.
So it was because they were showing. I saw something saying it was like the Middlesex through to the central London was sort of counted as London at that time.
Yeah, and this was granted on King James I period. The company was granted a charter by King James I. On the 2000, giving it a monopoly in agriculture, mining, fishing, hunting.
Yeah, I'm still here, you know. I'm still here still.
So, but there's certain companies that started to go pear-shaped. So I'm looking at hold on, I'm trying to find. Okay, yeah, let me see if I can find a Virginia company on YouTube. So it gives you another insight. Paste. The Virginia Company. See if there's a.
Yo, if you're playing the video.
Huh?
Are you playing the video?
I was just going to play the volume.
Yeah, I was going to say, but you have to share the volume. You have to share the sound though as well.
How do I
won't hear it?
What? Can you hear it now? Hold on.
The Virginia Company was a joint stock corporation.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it. Yeah. I'll mute up, yeah.
Now, the Virginia Company gathered financial investment from a number of different individuals and channeled it into the settlement of what would become the first English colony in the New World. This would be tremendously important over the long run. Although it started small, it set the stage for British settlement in the New World. And in turn, it established patterns which would lead to all sorts of institutions, including representative government in the New World, but also the institution of slavery and many of the patterns of trade that would shape early capitalism. The English saw by 1600 what Spain had won in the New World over the previous century. The Spanish had stolen enough gold and silver from the Aztec and Inca empires to create a massive global empire, one that stretched from the Philippines to the Caribbean to much of South America. The English wanted in on some of the action, and in 1606, King James I granted a charter for the Virginia Company to a group of London investors. Now, the Virginia Company was not only a joint stock corporation that provided a means to collectively finance the settlement of a new colony on the North American mainland, it also implied the creation of a sort of representative government, initially with the owners of stock voting and ultimately with the settlers themselves being permitted to create their own assembly. And that was one of the first institutions they created in 1607 when the first 3 ships arrived in what they called Jamestown. But let's don't go too far in thinking of the Virginia settlers as if they were either Wall Street hotshots or modern-day politicians from the time that they hit the Virginia shore. The reality was actually a little bit different, and it was heavily influenced by the feudal British background. In fact, many of the early settlers were gentlemen who wanted to remake their fortunes by stealing solid gold goodies from the Indians around them. Unfortunately for them, perhaps, the Virginia Indians didn't have the same amount of precious metals as the Aztecs and the Incas did. And because the gentlemen were so interested in stealing and so little interested in growing food, most of them starved to death in the first years of the colony. In fact, by 1610, only 71 of the first 500 settlers were still alive. And those who lived had gone through what they called the starving time, in which many of them died of disease and hunger, and one settler even killed his wife, cut her up, and ate her. The settlers preferred robbing the Indians to working, and the Indians didn't particularly care for that. In fact, in 1622, the Indians launched an attack which almost wiped the entire colony out. But they survived, and along the way, they had learned 2 things that would actually make the colony successful over the long run. The first was that by growing tobacco, they could produce an export crop that was phenomenally popular in European markets. And the second was that by buying the contracts of indentured servants, immigrants who wanted to come from the old world to the new world and were willing to promise 5 to 7 years of labor for someone else in order to have their passages paid for. By doing this, they could create a labor force that would grow the tobacco that would make the earliest settlers wealthy. In addition to indentured servitude, in 1619, slavery had also arrived in Virginia. That's when a Dutch ship carrying 20 enslaved Africans appeared in the James River. The 20 Africans were sold to settlers, and although slavery took a while to become entrenched in the Virginia environment, by the late 1600s, it was the dominant form of labor in the tobacco fields. So Virginia set the stage in many ways for British expansion into the New World and for the ultimate patterns of the United States independence. And beyond that, Virginia also set the stage for the development of Western capitalism in some important ways. Now, Virginia established a system of representative government in the British colonies in the New World. It set the stage for that, certainly. And some of that depended on British parliamentary traditions. Some of that also grew out of the joint stock form that was the basis of the Virginia Corporation. Over time, this would become obviously very important in U.S. history. And it's no accident that some of the earliest leaders of the U.S. were Virginia tobacco planters, slave-owning planters. Folks like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. So representative government is one of the legacies of Virginia. But on the other hand, what we can also see is one of the legacies of Virginia, a legacy that would be crucial to the development of Western capitalism and American capitalism specifically, was the institution of slavery as a form of unfree labor that produced plantation commodities. And those plantation commodities would be one of the main sources of revenue in the early capitalist Atlantic world.
The Virginia Company refers collectively to 2 joint stock companies chartered by James I on the 10th of April 1606 with the purposes of establishing settlements on the coast of North America. The 2 companies, called the Virginia Company of London and the Virginia Company of Plymouth, operated with identical charters but with differing
Hey, Terry, pause it there for 1 sec, bro.
Yeah.
Pause there, yeah. So the company was owned by King James I, yeah?
Yeah, it was. The company was given from Queen Elizabeth to King James I.
What, the Black King James?
When you cast a man that's already going into slavery, slaving black people, a black man.
So he's one of the main beneficiaries of slavery, yeah?
if he's one of the founders, how the hell is he gonna be doing all that shit, selling all the corporate business and all sorts? Think about it.
Okay.
This is why sometimes you have to do the research on the man himself. Check out what he was doing, what he was about, the kind of maneuvers he was doing, and how he was controlling. Because remember, I said to you before, I don't know if I told you, but at that time, he needed to bring the Protestants and the Puritans together. Because at that time, they had conflict. And then at the same time, he needed to bring England, Scotland, and Ireland to one house so he could be the king of United Kingdom itself. He's the only king that has done that unified all sides.
Yeah, but I hear you, Fab. I hear you still. So, so the Black King James had a Virginia company that had the first settlers in America and was killing off the Native Americans. Yeah.
Yep. Is this a black man?
By the way, I just want to say, just want to give you an example, of how merciful I am, as a black man. Now, let me show you this, right? Let me show you the mercy of Shango right now. Yeah? You see, a couple of weeks ago, when we had African Spirituality Week, man, they were going in on man, with regards to Shaka Zulu, And you know, this King James thing was in my head, and I didn't pull the trigger because I had decided, that I was not going to do the tit for tat thing. I was going to stay and just defend African spirituality, and I did not pull the trigger. I'm just saying, I'm a merciful black man. That's what I got to say in it.
So you say you're not getting involved, yeah? Don't want none of this pie, Shakara.
That's what I'm gonna say, fam. Like, man could have done a tip for tat and drew for the King James card quickly, but man didn't come. Yeah, I just found it very interesting that man was willing to look down and shout down Shaka Zulu a certain way, and yeah. But anyway, that's what I gotta say.
So wait, who's more of a, in your opinion, Shakara? Then who's more of a traitor to black people, then King James or Shaka Zulu?
Is he black though?
I don't even know how to answer that question. Yeah, well, you not can figure it out. Man, they were on the James thing.
The man's body.
Man did not pull the trigger. That's all I'm saying, innit? Man did not pull the trigger because I had made a decision and I was decided to be disciplined and stick to my decision. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Exactly. You know. But they say if you want to find out the true thing, go find his body in Westminster.
His body's in Westminster.
Yes.
His grave, innit? His graveyard.
Mm-hmm. In the House of Parliament, mate.
Mad. Okay, no. So, guy, then let's carry on then. So King James owned these two companies, one in is it Plymouth and one in.
Yeah. So let me just play this Wikipedia thing, and then we can come back to it clearly. All right.
All right.
Oh, let me see. Where did I find? Where was it? Hold on.
The Virginia Company refers collectively to two joint stock companies chartered by James I on the 10th of April 1606 with the purposes of establishing settlements on the coast of North America. The two companies, called the Virginia Company of London and the Virginia Company of Plymouth, operated with identical charters but with differing territories. An area of overlapping territory was created within which the two companies were not permitted to establish colonies within 100 miles of each other. The Plymouth Company never fulfilled its charter, and its territory that later became New England was at the time also claimed by England. As corporations, the companies were empowered by the Crown to govern themselves, and they ultimately granted the same privilege to the colony. In 1624, the Virginia Company failed. However, its grant of self-government to the colony was not revoked, and either from apathy, indecision, or deliberate purpose, the Crown allowed the system to continue. The principle was thus established that a royal colony should be self-governing, and this formed the genesis of democracy in America. The Plymouth Company. The Plymouth Company was permitted to establish settlement between the 38th parallel and the 45th parallel on the 13th of August 1607. The Plymouth Company established the Popham Colony along the Kennebec River in present-day Maine. However, it was abandoned after about 1 year, and the Plymouth Company became inactive, with the religious pilgrims who arrived aboard the Mayflower. A successor company to the Plymouth Company eventually established a permanent settlement in Plymouth, Massachusetts in 1620 in what is now New England. The London Company. By the terms of the Charter, the London Company was permitted to establish a colony of 100 miles square between the 34th parallel and the 41st parallel, and also owned a large portion of Atlantic Ocean and inland Canada. On the 14th of May 1607, the London Company established the Jamestown settlement about 40 miles in and along the James River, a major tributary of the Chesapeake Bay in present-day Virginia. The future of the settlement at Jamestown was precarious for its first 5 years. The president of the 3rd Jamestown Council, Captain John Smith, was a difficult personality and a formidably arrogant military man who initiated a series of encounters with indigenous people, the results of which would resonate negatively for at least the next 400 years among Native Americans. Dr. Linwood Costello's book, The Real Story of Pocahontas, details the story of some of Smith's most famous interactions with the Powhatan tribes from an indigenous perspective. In 1620, George Calvert asked King James I for a charter for English Catholics to add the territory of the Plymouth Company. Also in 1609, a much larger third supply mission was organized. Rushed into service without the customary sea trials, the new purpose-built ship, the Sea Venture, became flagship of the fleet of 9 ships, with most of the leaders, food, and supplies aboard. Notable persons aboard the Sea Venture included the Admiral of the fleet, George Somers, Vice Admiral Christopher Newport, the new governor for the Virginia colony, Sir Thomas Gates, future author William Strachey, and businessman John Rolfe with his pregnant wife. The third supply convoy encountered a massive storm believed to have been a hurricane which lasted 3 days and separated them. The Sea Venture was leaking seawater through its new caulking, and Admiral George Somers had it driven aground on a reef to avoid sinking, saving 150 men and women and several dogs. But destroying the ship, the uninhabited archipelago was officially named the Somers Isles, after Admiral Somers, though it was known as Bermuda. From salvaged parts of the Sea Venture, the survivors built 2 smaller vessels, Deliverance and Patience. 10 months later, they continued on to Jamestown, leaving several men behind on the archipelago to establish possession of it. Arriving at Jamestown on the 23rd of May 1610, they found that over 85% of the 500 colonists had perished during what became known as the Starving Time. The Bermuda survivors had anticipated finding a thriving colony at Jamestown and had brought little food supplies with them. The colonists' Jamestown were saved only by the timely arrival of a supply mission headed by Thomas West, 3rd Baron Delaware, better known as Lord Delaware. Less than 3 weeks later, in 1612, the London Company's royal charter was officially extended to include the Somers Isles as part of the Virginia colony. However, in 1615, the Isles passed to a separate company, to the London Company of the Somers Isles, which had been formed by the same shareholders as the London Company. To the disappointment of its investors, the Virginia Company of London failed to discover gold or silver in Virginia. However, the company did establish trade of various types. The biggest trade breakthrough came when colonist John Rolfe introduced several sweeter strains of tobacco from the Caribbean. Rolfe's new tobacco strains led to a strong export for the London Company and other early English colonies, and helped balance a trade deficit with Spain. The Jamestown Massacre, which devastated that colony in 1622, brought on unfavorable attention, particularly from King James I, who had originally chartered the company. There was a period of debate in Britain between company officers who wished to guard the original charter and those who wished the company ended. In 1624, the king dissolved the company and made Virginia a royal colony. Heraldry. The armorials of the Virginian merchants were argent cross gules between 4 escutcheons, each regally crowned proper, the first escutcheon in the dexter chief, the arms of France and England, Cordley the second in the sinister chief, the arms of Scotland, the third the arms of Ireland, the fourth is the first. The crest was, on a wreath of the colours, a maiden queen cooped below the shoulders proper, her hair dishevelled at the last, vested and crowned with an eastern crown or. The supporters were 2 men in complete armour, with their visors open, on the helmets 3 ostrich feathers argent, each charged on the breast with a cross throughout gules, and each holding in his exterior hand a lance proper. The Latin motto was, and that Virginia Quartum, recognizing the colony's status alongside the Queen's, King's other 3 dominions of England, Ireland, Scotland, and after the Acts of Union 1707, the United Kingdom.
Yeah. Machiavelli.
The Virginia.
Yo, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what was you gonna move on to the next? So, what is King James involved in the next company that they started up after that?
What company? Hold on, let me go to the company after that is the French company. We could jump that.
Okay, so they set up the first one. They set up a business interest with Spain to try to get into America, and then the French company is what?
Yeah, so we're gonna stick to the British in because we don't want. So we'll skip the French.
Yeah.
Right? So see if I can find something on the London and Bristol company, because that company. Hold on. That company is the next company in line before they started merging. Okay, there's only a Wikipedia on it, so I'll just play the Wikipedia.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll go straight for that one at least.
Yeah, that's only for about a minute though. Fuck me, that's short. Hold on, and then nothing else on it. These people that they've been deleted. Let me see London Company first. Let me see if London Company is on its own. I should play one of the things off my medical, but it's almost an hour long though. It's too long.
What is it? Just going into the stuff about the what's it called? You can play it, you know, if it's going into the stuff about the companies or whatever.
Yeah, it goes into Unilever.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me just check this first, because it might be a bit too long. The London Company of Virginia, blah 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 blah. Nah, they're limitations. Let me see what Black Ice has got. Let me see if there is something I can play. I can jump through things. So
Royal Charter King's Edgehill School, founded as King's.
Really, I can't hear anything.
Huh?
Yeah, we're here still, man. We're just waiting for Terry to find the thing.
All right, listen.
Terry's finding the video for us to play.
While we're waiting for Terry to find the thing, man, like Red Pill Drill just released a new track called "For the Fam." Yeah, I'm gonna put the link.
Featuring, who's it featuring?
Featuring Todd and Respect.
Oh,
For the Red Pill Drill featuring Todd and Respect for the Fam. Listen, the tune is crazy. Hold on, let me put the link on that.
You got another phone? Why don't you play it through your other phone while man's waiting for the thing in it?
No, I've only got one, man.
Let me play it on my other phone.
1 second.
Yo. Yeah, man. So, big up everyone in the chat room, man. You know how we do. It's a little quick interlude while we're lining up the next video. Let me slap in the. All right, so I'm gonna play this tune from Jeds real quick, yeah, and then we're gonna get into the next video. All right.
Yeah. For the fam, man, I do what I can. Man, I don't sell no slam. We stay real and kept to the plan. All for the fam, so it's all for the fam. Man, I don't give a damn. Man, I don't sell no slam. Now I'm trying to pick up all of the can. Can you see me? Can you see me? Out in the dunya, deep in the trenches, ducking the one time, keeping them fences. Gangalini. I don't care about the consequences. When it comes to the gang, I ain't got no senses. Said I've been caught with no repentance. Go not guilty to those offences. Head held high, I will hold my sentence. Comfy with tugs, no pretenses. Fire with a just fair, no expenses. We hold the side with 50 fences. Head top smoky like his senses. Against the most high, they are all defenseless. When judgment day commences, and Babylon comes calling down, call the shooters off the benches. But we're supposed to be scoring now. Nothing but love, but we're pouring out. Splash up the face and bring more kings out. Stab in the face if you're talking foul. Smash up the snake, get your jaw kicked out. It's a gang, guiding a new generation. RPG, we don't do separation. Man's for the road with the height of a righteous. So we are on action, don't do hesitation. Fuck the system and fuck the probation. Man, if we link up and mash up the station. Fuck the system, fuck the probation. Man, if we link up and mash up the station. But the lines I don't slow those down. But we stay real and kept to the plan. All for the fam, so it's all for the fam. Man, I don't give a damn. But the lines I don't slow those down. Now we're trying to free up all of the gang. Dog, they know my flex. Better fire from the mic checks. And they know how the gang do. We make big moves, no light steps. We work up in the Pyrex. We came up off them bunk beds. Now I'm either at a G-Circle or a Speakonomics with King Jets. Of which respect by a bingy. So the ancestors come link me. And bring all that good energy to come fun out. All these frenemies, we're guiding a new generation. This gon' take dedication. Man, that's a fling with the ego. If you wanna see elevation. All for the fam, all for the fam. But I do what I can. And I don't sell those fam. But we stay real and kept to the plan. All for the fam, so it's all for the fam. But I don't give a damn. And I don't sell those fam. I'm trying to free up all of the can. He done it all for the grand. She done it all for the gram. We done it all for the fam. One Babylon, let's free up the gang. It got peak, I never ran. Man got shift and never sang. None of us don't give a damn. Fire bun or press the man. Man, I'm freeing up my G's. Prison break will take the keys. Man ain't working with police. Gang are chasing out the beast. Most my dons want inner peace, but we don't take no liberties. So fire bun our enemies. Fire bun our enemies. All for the fam, man, I do what they can. Man, I don't sell, don't slam. But we stay real and get to the plan. All for the fam, so it's all for the fam. Man, I don't give a damn. Man, I don't sell, don't slam. Now we're trying to free up all of the gang. All for the fam, all for the fam. Man, I do what they can. Man, I don't sell, don't slam. But we stay real and get to the plan. All for the fam, so it's all for the fam. Man, I don't give a damn. Man, I don't sell, don't slam. Now we're trying to free up all of the gang.
Yo. Yeah, man, a quick preview, man. Make sure you wherever them go and check it out. Yeah, so you can get the proper listening. Obviously, that was through my phone, through my other phone, through YouTube. You get me? So, yeah, that was just a preview. So, make sure you go and actually listen to the video. Give man a thumbs up. Leave a comment there. Yeah. You go. Let everyone know what use your favorite verse and yeah. Anyway, Wagwan T, you there, bruv? Yo, T-Dot. Yeah, yo. What you say? Missing in action, yeah?
All right.
Yeah, see? Back now, yeah?
Yeah, let me
you ready, yeah?
Yeah, let me play this so some people can hear this one.
In 1897, British forces of UAE and the Lagos marched against African forces in the Niger Delta. In 1897, the Benin Punitive Expedition put down the last remaining major opposition force in the south. In northern Nigeria, the conquest was led by Frederick Lugard, who had been actively involved in local affairs, first as commissioned leader of a treaty expedition in 1894, then later as the main organizer of the West African Frontier Force, Britain's regional colonial army. The hostilities against the states of the Sokoto Caliphate between 1900 and 1903 clearly demonstrated the European technical advantage in warfare. A common phrase of British confidence was, "Whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun," and they have not. The first hostilities between Europeans and a state of the Sokoto Caliphate broke out when, following a series of diplomatic infiltration, the Nupe people were conquered by troops of the Royal Niger Company, or the RNC, the successor of the UAC. In 1898, a British resident was sent to Sokoto itself, indicating a possible move toward diplomacy. This changed, however, altogether when Lugar took command of the British forces and completed the brutal war in 3 years. The Battle of Burmi in 1903 is often seen as an unnecessarily brutal ending of the campaign, which resulted in the death of over 600 people, most of them being the Fulani elite. Although the UAC received the Royal Charter and became the RNC in 1886, its rule lasted only until 1900, when the Protectorate of Southern Nigeria was formed. With the colony of Lagos and the Northern Nigerian Protectorate, the three Nigerias, if you will, represented distinct administrations, problems, and approaches. The oldest British settlement of Lagos, with a population of more than 40,000 people, presented a highly sensitive African intellectual elite with critical voices toward the administration. Additional problems of urban sanitation only caused further concerns that were not solved, despite the presence of governors like William McGregor, who surprisingly actually tried to address African needs and solve urgent issues of disease control and public sanitation, for example. His efforts and initiatives were often turned down by the colonial office as exaggerated, useless, and expensive, essentially British racism at its finest. His only significant triumph was the building of the Lagos Canal and the draining of the marshes around the town, which made further urban development possible. The Southern Protectorate remained largely a trading enterprise. Many members of the company rule were accepted as administrators. Subjugation of resisting regions and peoples, especially the Tiv people, presented a major problem for the Southern Protectorate in southern Nigeria. The different attitudes and composition of the administrative service could be traced through, for example, the neglect of African health issues prior to the joining of Lagos and the Eastern Territories in 1906. One of the most prominent colonial figures after the 1906 Union was Walter Egerton, who was the governor of the region up until 1912. His activities can be described as anti-native or anti-African policy, especially against the Lagos intellectual community, as he abandoned the early so-called diplomacy and communication efforts and took a more confrontational approach, leading, for example, to forced land expropriation in Lagos. Northern Nigeria resembled a more military occupation. Up to the joining of these Nigerian regions in 1914, the proportion of British officials remained the highest in comparison to traders or miners of the Southern Territories. The region was a trial ground for the implementation of Lugar's policy of so-called indirect rule, the practice of European colonial administration through retaining the members of the former ruling class of the Fulani. A small effort was made by the administration to create a working system in the first years, but Africans in the region rightfully rose up in what was known as the Saturu Uprising in 1906, an uprising that posed a very serious threat to British rule. This clearly indicated that the British had to plan their rule more carefully in northern Nigeria. Following this event, the relationship between the local elite and the officials started to improve, and a balance of power was somewhat achieved, at least from a British perspective. Successful taxation on imports resulted in a large surplus of revenues in the South, a major reason for the joining of the two southern regions in 1906, and later, with the return of Lugar in 1912, the North and the South as a whole. By this time, the colony of Nigeria had developed into the most important tropical colony of Great Britain in Africa. Out of the 1,399 Europeans serving in the colonial service in Africa, 622 were employed by the government of Nigeria in 1914, a figure that was to rise in later years. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help out in its continued production, you can do so on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below.
Yo. So yeah, stop it there, man, before you go through man's YouTube channel and shit. That's clear. Man's gonna play the whole thing, you know.
No.
Yo. Yeah, man. So what's that?
So what do you want to give a sort of a roundup of what he was sort of explaining there?
This was the time of the UAC, the United Company, the original Niger Company, that were utilizing all the disputes of trade at that period of time of West Africa. So what I was going to do, hold on. I was going to, hold on, go through this guy. Hold on, let me see if I can find him.
18th century.
Yeah. This part here will kind of explain the guy that was in control of the Niger Company. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So what's the guy's name?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. It will come up.
It was formed in 1859.
Hold on. Okay. This is the Niger Company and the guys that were in control of it from England. Because this guy was in another war that was very successful, they made him as the head. So let me just quickly play this and then go to the next part. But yeah, let me play this.
18th century. It was formed in 1879 as the United African Company and renamed to National African Company in 1881 and to Royal Niger Company in 1886. The company existed for a comparatively short time, 1879 to 1900, but was instrumental in the formation of colonial Nigeria, as it enabled the British Empire to establish control over the lower Niger against the German competition led by Bismarck during the 1890s. In 1900, the company-controlled territories became the Southern Nigeria Protectorate, which was in turn united with the Northern Nigeria Protectorate to form the Colony and Protectorate of Nigeria in 1914, which eventually gained independence within the same borders as the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 1960. Topic: United African Company. Richard Lander first explored the area of Nigeria as the servant of Hugh Clapperton. In 1830, he returned to the river with his brother John. In 1832, he returned again, without his brother, to establish a trading post for the African Steamship Company at the confluence of the Niger and Benue rivers. The expedition failed, with 40 of the 49 members dying of fever or wounds from native attacks. One of the survivors, MacGregor Laird, subsequently remained in Britain but directed and funded expeditions to the country until his death in 1861. He opposed the failed Niger expedition of 1841, but the success of the Pleiades' first mission in 1854 led to annual trips under Bakey and the 1857 foundation of Lokoja at the Niger-Benue confluence. There were no voyages for the 3 years following Laird's death, but the establishment of the West African Company was soon followed by several other firms. The competition reduced prices to the point that profits were minimal. Arriving in the region in 1877, George Goldie argued for the amalgamation of the surviving British firms into a single monopolistic chartered company, a method contemporaries supposed had been buried with the ultimate failure of the East India Company following the Sepoy Rebellion. By 1879, he had helped combine James Crowther's WAC, David McIntosh's Central African Company, and the William Brothers and James Pinnock's firms into a single United African Company. He then acted as the combined firm's agent in the territory. Almost immediately, the firms saw renewed competition as two French firms, the French Equatorial African Association and the Senegal Company, and another English one, the Liverpool and Manchester Trading Company, began establishing posts on the river as well. A native attack on the UAC's outpost at Onitsha in 1879 was repulsed with help from HMS Pioneer, but the Gladstone administration subsequently denied Goldie's attempt to procure a government charter in 1881 on the grounds that the international rivalry might occasion unnecessary conflict and that the united firm was undercapitalized for the expense of genuine colonial administration. Topic: National African Company. Goldie first began addressing the administration's concerns by increasing the company's capitalization to £100,000. He then managed to corral £1 million in investments in a new concern, the National African Company, which bought up the UAC and its interests in 1882. The death of Leon Gambetta the same year deprived the French companies of their support within the French government and the strong subsidies it had been providing them. Goldie's cash flush NAC was then able to maintain 30 trading posts along the river and ruin its competition in a 2-year price war. By October 1884, all three had permitted him to buy out their interests in the region, and the NAC's annual report for 1885 was able to crow that it remained alone in undisputed commercial possession of the Niger-Benue region. This monopoly permitted Britain to resist French and German calls to internationalize trade on the Niger River during the negotiations at the 1884–1885 Berlin Conference on African Colonization. Goldie himself attended the meetings and successfully argued for including the region of the NAC's operations within a British sphere of interest. Pledges from him and the British diplomats that free trade, or in any case, non-discriminatory tariff rates, would be respected in their territory were dead letters. The NAC's over 400 treaties with local leaders obliged the natives to trade solely with or through the company's agents. Large tariffs and license fees eliminated competing firms from the area. The terms of these private contracts were made into general treaties by the British consuls, whose own treaties expressly incorporated them. Similarly, when King Jar Jar of Opobo organized his own trading network and even began running his own shipments of palm oil to Britain, he was lured onto a British warship and shipped into exile on St. Vincent on charges of treaty breaking and obstructing commerce. Despite treaties extending British control over the tribes of the Cameroons, however, Britain was willing to recognize the German colony that usurped the area in 1885 as a check on French activity in the Upper Congo and Ubangi watersheds. The scruples of the British government being overcome, a charter was at length granted, July 1886, the National African Company, becoming the Royal Niger Company Chartered and Limited, normally shortened to the Royal Niger Company, with Lord Abadare as governor and Goldie as vice-governor. Niger Company. It was, however, evidently impossible for a chartered company to hold its own against the state-supported protectorates of France and Germany, and in consequence its charter was revoked in 1899 and, on the 1st of January 1900, the Royal Niger Company transferred its territories to the British government for the sum of £865,000. The ceded territory, together with the small Niger Coast Protectorate, already under imperial control, was formed into the two protectorates of northern and southern Nigeria. The company changed its name to the Niger Company Limited and in 1929 became part of the United Africa Company. The United Africa Company came under the control of Unilever in the 1930s and continued to exist as a subsidiary of Unilever until 1987, when it was absorbed into the parent company. See also: Alassane Dantata, Royal Niger Company's Medal, Postage stamps and postal history of the Niger Territories, Sokoto.
So what are you saying? They're done, yeah?
Yeah, that part done. What did you think?
Yeah, I was listening to some of it still, like, but I'm doing some some of my work in the background still. So,
let me just
but like, I heard it when it was when the companies were transferring from the Africa company to the Niger company to Unilever.
Mm-hmm. So you see how they talk to each other. So it's just the same name. It's just different names, but the same people.
Yeah, but or it's the same company but different owners taking over at different times.
Yeah. And do you hear how much they sold it for?
Was it 870,000 at one time? I said.
Yeah. So, hold on, let me see one more bit. Hold on, let me see if they.
So what? When they bought the company, yeah, what was that? Would that mean that they owned the whole Nigeria?
Yep.
What, like the whole landmass of what they classed as Nigeria at that time?
Yep. They sold, because remember, if you're it's a land of trade, and you sell your company. Remember, in colonizing, it's the part of the contract that they signed in. And then when it came to becoming a Commonwealth, it was already owned. That's why you see with Unilever, they were a soap company that explored. If I could show, hold on. There is a part here. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me see if this part here.
During the 20th century, the United Africa Company.
Okay, so yeah, let me do this. Let me see if I can get the video. Show the bit of the video. Does it distort on your thing?
Yeah, but what is it? What is it?
It's off my
video. It's off your channel. Oh yeah. You have to share it on your screen though. Still.
Yeah. All right. Let me see.
Shakara's got a video up as well. Still.
Has he got a video up? Shakara.
What, Shakara? Did you want to play your video, or do you want to play it after Terry's video?
Either one, bro.
Yeah, go on, play your video, man.
So yeah, you go through and then Terry go through after.
Basic Nigerian history.
Shakara, you have to mute your mic at the same time though, yeah, because it echoes.
/Creative. You will be able to join and become a member of our Patreon community. Hello, everybody. My name is Dozo Katel, and welcome to another episode of Basic Nigerian History. Also, guys, if you don't know by now, if you go to www.patreon.com/RonuCreative, you will be able to join and become a member of our Patreon community, where you can support us and gain access to exclusive stuff such as behind the scenes and so on. So do that, and we will very much appreciate it. Love you. In our last episode, we discussed those further up north and their activities during the 19th century. In this episode, we're going to discuss what the British were doing during the same century. After the establishment of slavery, so far all we've gotten up to is what the British have done, which is trading heavily in palm kernels and other legitimate commerce with those on the coast. You might be thinking to yourself, then how does colonization happen? Well, sit back and let me tell you a story. It appears the British had three motives for deciding to turn the land of Nigeria into a colony. Motive one for colonization. Let's begin. Now, the first motive was religious. Christian missionaries in Britain were pushing for greater British involvement in its African colonies. They wanted to convert them into a proper Christian civilization and help them stop slavery within themselves. After decades of using Christianity to justify slavery, they suddenly developed an incredibly righteous approach to stamp out slavery wherever they might find it. It could have been the guilt or simply the urge to spread Christianity. Either way, these missionaries were more than willing to make the trip down to Africa on their own. but they also requested military protection and assistance. The second motive was trade-focused. Now that the focus was purely on legitimate commerce, trading interests back home lobbied for more British involvement in the area that would eventually become Nigeria. Britain's new reliance on legitimate commerce depended on the region being stable. So slavery, competing European merchants, as well as competing Delta and Calabari traders were all bad for business, as it meant regular conflict. Also, the small British firms wanted to bypass the trust system, meaning the native middlemen that usually procured the palm oil for them, because the middlemen could demand better rates and prices, and this usually favored the larger firms. The larger firms were dominating and earning a bigger profit margin. By the way, the main reason the British had to rely on the middlemen to trade was mainly because of disease, aka malaria, and the fact that they didn't know the complicated network of rivers, streams, and inlets that made up the Niger Delta. The third motive emerged much later during the colonization process, and it was political in nature. Politicians back home wanted more involvement in the land of Nigeria because they feared the French and German activities were coming dangerously close to their sphere of influence. For example, in the 1870s, the French were aggressively pushing east from Senegal towards West and Upper Niger. Now, as I progress and tell you about the events that occurred going forwards, keep these three motivations in mind: religion, trade, and politics. We begin in 1842 when the first missionaries from the Church of England, known as the CMS Church Missionary Society, landed in Badagry and began operations in the area between Lagos and Ibadan. CMS worked among the Yorubas, and they were soon followed by other Christian denominations, Protestants from Canada, USA, Britain. The Presbyterian Church was the first mission at Calabar. Catholic missions, for example, the Holy Ghost Father, worked mainly among the Igbos, but they also got popular in Lagos, Abeokuta, Oyo, and Ibadan towards the end of the 19th century. They even tried to compete a little with Islam in the north, but without much luck. However, they were able to establish missionaries in Nupe and non-Muslim middle belts such as Yola, Bida, and Zaria. Now, just like when Islam hit the north and brought education and huge changes to the people, Christianity did the same for those down south. Christianity and Christian missionaries in general represented the good part of colonial rule. They promoted education, health, welfare methods, but also effectively reinforced the colonial policy. Education helped the nations trade more effectively with the British. They also tried to understand the local languages and cultures and helped put Yoruba and Igbo into writing for the first time. They wrote dictionaries of languages and histories of cultures. They then went on to translate the Bible into other languages in order to help it spread and put natives in responsible missionary religious position. An example being Samuel Ajayi Crowther. Also, local rulers down south courted British missionaries because they saw them as ambassadors for British powers, in the hopes that they could gain more power over their rivals. As the missionaries gained more prominence, they caused major transformation in traditional society as they got rid of a lot of old pagan religions, some of which involved human sacrifice, infanticide, and secret societies. After the arrival of the first missionaries, King Eyemba V of Duketown, aka Akwa Akpa, and King Eyo of Creektown, which was both in Calabar, signed a treaty to stop trading slaves. They started trading palm oils and kernels instead and embraced the missionaries. Around the same time, the Riverine expedition to open trade with interior by way of Niger failed because of tropical diseases like malaria and the climate. A third of the crew died. That's how bad it was. In 1846, the various chiefs of the Calabar area put in a request with the British for protection of Calabar as a whole. They wanted to start making use of their newfound partnership. However, the missionaries on the ground were more concerned with the ongoing practices of ritual sacrifices and slavery. They wanted the British to intervene and put a final end to the practice. In 1848, Lord Palmerston, who was the British Foreign Secretary at that time, replied to Calabar that such a protection was unnecessary and inadvisable, but they might reconsider if Duketown stopped doing human sacrifices. By 1849, palm oil trade volume around the Bight of Biafra had gotten so high that the European traders had to request a consul over the area. John Beecroft was appointed consul over the slave coast from Dahomey all the way to Cameroon. And as trade opportunities brought more merchants to the area, local leaders, especially in Biafra, tried to befriend the consul so he could help them against their rivals or allies, and they would rather cede authority to him than to their rivals. He became something of a puppet master. The local leaders did this because they believed it would make them more powerful against their rival, as well as against British merchants. But of course, Beecroft's main goal was to protect British trade interests. So he usually favored the British merchants over any of the Calabar traders. By 1850, both Creektown and Duketown kings agreed to stop human sacrifice. There was a practice where the slaves and the wives of important men used to be sacrificed when they died, and also sometimes they would sacrifice human slaves and twins. All of this they agreed to stop. Around the same time, the British created the Court of Equity at Bonny, overseen by Beecroft, to deal with trade disputes between merchants and local traders. This undermined the sovereign authority of local rulers, as it meant they accepted the British as the final authority. And to be honest, the judicial rulings usually favored the British over the locals. Furthermore, it was around this time that Brazil outlawed the importation of slaves, and the slave trade from West Africa decreased to a negligible amount. So the nations down south now heavily depended on their trade with the British. And that's it for this episode. Just a recap of what we learned. We learned about the motivation for the colonization of Nigeria from the British perspective. Also, we then went and talked about the chronological order of things.
Yo, so you're gonna play another video, yeah? Shax,
hello everybody, my name is Dr. Katel and welcome to another episode of Basic Nigerian History.
Sorry, go on, Terry.
Yo, Terry, you ready, yeah?
Alright. Hold on.
All right.
During the 20th century. The United Africa Company was formed in 1929 as a result of the merger of the Niger Company, which had been effectively owned by Lever Brothers since 1920, and the African and Eastern Trade Corporation. In the early 1930s, the United Africa Company was nearly reduced to bankruptcy, and as a result, it came under the control of Unilever, which had just been formed. Unilever had only been created from the merger of Lever Brothers and the Dutch Margarine Union earlier on the 3rd of March 1929. The United Africa Company continued as subsidiary of Unilever until 1987, when it was absorbed by the parent company. Topic: Chairman. 1929 to 1931, Sir Robert Whaley Cohen. 1936 to 1953, Lord Trenchard. Frank Samuel. 1969, Sir Arthur Smith. Topic: Merchant Fleet. Topic: Background. William Hesketh Lever was a well-known soap manufacturer and became involved in the West Africa trade to supply his company, primarily with palm oil. In 1916, Lever took over the Manchester firm of H. Watson & Co., which had a fleet of 8 vessels, with names derived from villages in Cheshire and Shropshire: Colmere, Delamere, Eskmere, Flaxmere, Linmere, Oakmere, Rabymere and Reedsmere. This small fleet, whose tonnages ranged from 1,251 to 2,293, was formed into the Bromport Steamship Company Limited, named after Bromborough, a town on the Wirral Peninsula that, like Port Sunlight, was dominated by Lever-owned businesses. It sailed under a new blue house flag marked with a white star, the letters BSCL and a central L for lever. In the 2 remaining years of the First World War, the Bromport Line lost half of its ships, Colmere, Eskmere, Reedsmere and Delamere, to German U-boats. In 1918, the twin-screwed vessel SS Kalambanger, owned by Lever's Pacific Plantations, was added to the fleet. In February 1920, Lever acquired the Royal Niger Company, just in time for the West African trade bubble to burst. The price of palm kernel oil fell from £115 per tonne in February 1920 to £55 per tonne in July 1920. In 1923, Lever Brothers decided to cut their losses and withdraw from deep-sea shipping. In 1923, African and Eastern had formed a fleet of its own. It included a 2,116 GRT Scandinavian steamer that was renamed Ashantion, the 2,513 GRT steamship Woodville that was bought from the Southern Whaling and Sealing Company, and a 2,739 GRT steamer that was renamed Ethiopian. Oakmere was sold to McAndrews & Co. Limited, Manchester, and renamed Bazan. She was subsequently sold on in 1936 to Westcliff Shipping Co. Limited, London, and renamed Thorpal. She was bombed and sunk off Valencia on the 25th of May 1938 in the Spanish Civil War. In 1925, African and Eastern commissioned its first ship, the 3,543 GRT Nigerian, and when the Woodville was sold in 1928, she was replaced by another new ship, the 3,832 GRT Laffian. In the same year, the Niger Company, encouraged by the improvement in its fortunes and influenced by the example of its rival, took the steps to create its own fleet with the purchase of the Cunard steamer Tyria, which was renamed Ars, from the old Royal Niger Company Latin motto, Ars Jus Pax, Art, Justice, Peace. Ars was scrapped in 1930. Post-merger. When the merger took place, the new company had a fleet of 5 ships. The idea of trading companies in West Africa to operate their own fleets was not new, since many of the companies that now formed part of UAC, including Hatton and Cookson, had had their own fleets 60 or more years before. Millers Limited and F&A Swansea Brothers, both African and Eastern subsidiaries, were still operating sailing ships as late as 1924, and John Holt's, the Liverpool-based company that was one of UAC's rivals in West Africa, also operated its own fleet. The chief requirement of the West African trade was fleet made up of several small ships rather than a few large ones. Deliveries had to be frequent, and there were many ports to be served. The size of the new company meant that the prospects for the new UAC fleet were much better than had been the case with the old Bromport Line. Soon UAC began to rapidly expand its fleet. Between 1930 and 1934, 7 more second-hand ships were bought, the largest of which was the 5,449 GRT Lagosian. Following the traditions of A&E, ships were named after countries or ports with which they served: Mendian, Zairian, Kumasian, Lagosian, Congonian, Gambian and Dahomian. There was a second wave of fleet expansion in 1930s, partly due to improved trading conditions, but also because Unilever had large sums of money in Germany which had been blocked by the German government. It was impossible to get this money out of the country in the normal way, but it could be used to build ships in Germany. This new building program was agreed upon in 1934, and the first ship to be completed joined the fleet in 1935. She was the 4,917 GRT Ashantion, the second ship to bear this name, the first having been sold in 1932. This was closely followed by her sister ship, the Kumasian, as the
building program gathered pace. Most of the old second-hand vessels were sold. Zarian and Mendian were sold for scrap, and the original Kumarsian and Congonian to Italian buyers in 1935 and 1936 respectively. The Gambian was sold in 1936. The launching of Lafian and Zarian in 1938 marked the end of this major building program. With the outbreak of war in September 1939, the British government immediately requisitioned all 16 UAC ships. Topic: September 1939. Topic: Wartime service. Guinean was the first of the fleet to see action. On the 17th of June 1940 she was at Saint-Nazaire taking part in the evacuation of remnants of the British Expeditionary Force (BEF) in Operation Ariel. On the 30th of June 1940 the Zarian was torpedoed by U-26 250 nautical miles 460 kilometers off the Scilly Isles. She was struck amidships on the port side aft. Fortunately, there were no casualties and she was towed to Falmouth by the tug HMS Salvonia for repair, and she returned to service in June 1941. She had been en route in ballast from Portsmouth to Dakar. Lagosian was not so lucky. In September 1940 she was bombed in the North Sea with the loss of 5 lives. Like the Conakrian, which was torpedoed in October 1940, she was able to reach port, but on the 18th of November 1940 the Congonian was the first ship to be lost. She was torpedoed off Freetown by U-65. A different fate befell the Tokoradian and Gambian, however. They had entered Dakar for diesel bunkers, and on the 5th of July 1940, shortly after the fall of France, they were boarded by Vichy French officials and impounded. They were not released until 1943. At sea the losses continued. On the 5th of August 1941, the Kumarsian was sunk by torpedo off the Irish coast by U-74. There was only one fatality, with all 59 survivors being picked up by Royal Navy corvette HMS Le Malouin. In the early hours of the 24th of September 1941, convoy SL-87, bound from Freetown to Liverpool, was attacked 500 miles off the Azores. 3 ships were lost, namely Lafian, John Holt and Elder Dempster's Dixcove. U-107 was responsible for all 3. Captain Evan Llewellyn Phillips MBE, master of the Lafian, left this account of her last voyage. On the 5th or 6th night after our departure from Freetown the fun started. The first ship to be torpedoed was one of the Silver Line, which was hit amidships and dropped astern. On the next night, about the same time, 2,230 hours, the enemy struck again and 2 ships were hit and sunk. On the following night, German Type 9 submarine U-67 came again at about the same time, but he only succeeded to strike one on this occasion, St. Clair, managed by UAC and commanded by Captain Reedman. She soon disappeared. In fact, they did not have time to lower any boats and had to jump for it. They were later picked up by one of the escort vessels, but there were 13 missing when a roll call was taken. About 0430 hours the same night, we were hit amidships, as was the John Holt, the Commodore ship, and another ship belonging to Elders. There now remained 4 vessels out of the 13 which left Freetown, but I did hear that the remaining 4 reached their destination. When I reached the bridge after we were hit, my chief officer, Mr. Croft, asked if he could lower the lifeboats. I could feel the ship was doomed as she was filling up and taking a list to starboard. I of course agreed and then went forward to the sailors' and firemen's quarters to make sure that none had slept through it. I found no one and returned amidships where all the officers and crew were assembled, all accounted for. We lowered the boats, and while the men were filling them, an apparition in white flew past me. This later turned out to be the second officer.
Yo, I don't know whose mic that is, yeah, but someone's making some. That sounds like someone's breathing or crackling all over the mic. Yeah, it sounds a bit nuts though. But so what we saying? You got to the end now, to what you wanted to play.
Just to give a brief.
You want to give a brief summary for anyone that might not have caught what you was trying to make people understand?
What Unilever are.
To make this video, because that means that they're likely bigger than you know. In the early 1880s, yeah, this goes pretty far back, we have a man named William Lever. He worked as a salesman for his father's grocery wholesale business when he had this idea of making and selling soap. He figured it would always be in demand, and there was a great opportunity there. In 1884, he made it happen when he started producing the soap product called Sunlight Soap as a new division of the wholesale business. This soap really caught on. By the end of the 1880s, William had joined up with his brother James to start selling it under a separate company called Lever Brothers. Over the next few years, they kept increasing production and introducing different brands of soap with different purposes, such as the Sunlight Flakes in 1899 that were the handiest, quickest for all home washing. By the 1900s, they were selling tons of soap, literally tons. By 1910, they were providing over a quarter of all the soap sold in Britain, in addition to exporting it to the rest of Europe and as far as America. It's important to mention that by now, they were also producing their own raw materials. They bought these oil mills and started these plantations, so they weren't really buying anything from anyone. They were doing it all on their own. I mentioned that because in 1914, World War I started, which resulted in a massive reduction in certain imports into Britain. The ones applicable here are butter and margarine. In simpler terms, war conditions caused a shortage of butter and margarine throughout Britain, causing its demand to just about double. It got so bad that the British government asked the Lever Brothers to start producing it, because it turns out soap and margarine use a lot of the same ingredients, oils and fats, which they had plenty of, so they saw a perfect opportunity to expand. If you ask me, it just fell right into their lap. So they were now selling soap and margarine and just kept expanding. In 1917, they bought a different soap company called Pears, which is set to go back to the 1700s. In 1922, they bought a large sausage company called Walls. Also that year, they started selling ice cream. Now, there's two other companies that are important here, but let me talk about them a little bit faster. Jergens, it's the name of a family who used to be carpenters and then one day got paid in butter. I wouldn't have accepted that as payment, but it ended up working for them because they sold it, and eventually their whole business transformed into selling butter. A bit of a switching industry story there. And then in 1871, they bought the patent to make margarine and were involved in that too. We also have Vandenberg, the name of another family that sold butter and margarine at the same time. Both of these businesses were based out of the same town in the Netherlands, and as you would expect, they were direct competitors for years. In 1908, resources were scarce and competition was high, so the two came together in this profit-sharing, resource-sharing type agreement. It was a strength in numbers type of thing. And then over the next few years, a few other companies got involved, and in 1927, they all officially merged together using this odd dual structure. I believe it was initially created to avoid being taxed twice when selling in each other's countries. A part of it was in England called Margarine Union Limited, and the other part was in the Netherlands called Margarine Unie NV. This combined company also recognized the similar materials used to make soap and quickly got involved in that as well. It's easy to get lost in the details here, so let's cut to the big part. Now, we have Margarine Unie and the Lever Brothers. If they were college students, we can say that one majored in margarine and minored in soap, while the other majored in soap and minored in margarine. That was a weird metaphor, but I think you get it. So I think we all know where this is going. In 1929, Margarine Unie and the Lever Brothers merged together to form Unilever. They kept that dual structure too, and actually still have it today. It's very unique. There's Unilever PLC based in the UK and Unilever NV based in the Netherlands. They're legally two separate businesses with separate shares of stock. In the US, it's stock symbol UL if you want to buy part of Unilever PLC, the UK end, and the symbol is UN if you want to buy Unilever NV, the Netherlands end. But then they do come together to form a single entity. It's all very unique. Let me know if you know of any other companies that use the same structure, because it's the first time I've ever seen it. In 2018, they actually proposed that they should simplify everything and bring it all together as one, but then the UK shareholders voted against it in fear that they'd be taken off this London index. All right, here's the part that gets overwhelming. 400 brands, most of which are large and well-known. I just can't talk about 400 brands, nor would you want me to. So I'm going to limit the brands I talk about to either the most significant ones, the ones that I find personally interesting, or the ones that I think you would most want to hear about. Here we go. In 1937, they bought the Thomas J. Lipton Company as a means to expand into the US. Still own it today, meaning all those different teas sold by Lipton since 1937 have been provided by Unilever. They made a very similar move when they bought Pepsodent toothpaste in 1944. They still own that today as well, except in North America, where they sold it in 2003. In 1955, this is a big one,